Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Hello everybody and welcome to the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. Here today it is the 12 hours of the Nürburgring in Germany. Very much looking forward to this one. It's the final 12-hour race of the season. We've got a couple more 24-hour races before the season is up, but we've got a lot of new things to talk about and see how they get on throughout the day. So my name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Yusuf bin Sahel for the duration of the race here today. Good to be commentating with you again, by the way, Yusuf. It's been a while for the EEWC. It's been nearly 4 months actually since our last race, so it's got a bit of a strange feel to it. It's very, very rare to have such a big gap between a couple of the races, but no, I'm sure all these guys are going to be going for it, and yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the race.
It's been a while, Ewan, for sure. Last round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship all the way back in Sebring, and as you mentioned, many moons ago. But that being said, we did have the 24 hours of the Nordschleife not too long ago, and we're back in Germany at the Nürburgring. We're not doing the Nordschleife layout, but we do have the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit ahead of us, and qualifying yesterday was actually a lot of fun. 4 hours of qualifying at 2 qualifying sessions, the cumulative times, or I should say the average times of teams being taken to form our grid for today's 12-hour race, the last of the 12-hour races, as you previously mentioned as well, Ewan.
Yeah, so by the end of today's race, in terms of hours of this season, we'll be halfway. But in terms of rounds, we're halfway right now. Although points, not so much because it is double points at Le Mans, but that's a long way away. Still, let's talk a little bit about qualifying then, because as you mentioned, that all happened yesterday with everybody, most of the drivers taking part in DPI. This is the new category, by the way, DPI. For satellite racing, it was a 1-2, 3/10 of a second. The 64 car beat out the 65 with Viaduct and 7/10 off of the pace. So those three cars are very well matched, actually. They're very close in terms of their averages, which is how we set the grid here. So yeah, I'm glad to see the DPI on the grid here this weekend. It's a fantastic looking car, fantastic sounding car, very well made in our Factor 2. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it's getting on in this race. But satellite racing at 1 and 2, and I have to say, to me at least, when I saw that result, it wasn't a particular surprise, I have to say.
And you have to remember, in that 64 satellite car, it's the likes of Henry Sinek. Henry Sinek from Pinsim Drillers. They were the leading hypercar when we had the hypercar class in. Pinsim Drillers disbanded, and it left the likes of Henry Sinek, Timotej Andonovsky, Martin Hemmingsen, Jeroen Kwikel, and actually, even if you go down into the LMP2 class, it left the likes of James Zuber without teams. And Henry Sinek has found a new home in satellite racing, which is fantastic to see. And he's pumping in the laps, so good stuff from him. DPI taking, satellite racing taking 1 and 2 ahead of Viaducten, who they saw the new class coming in, and they decided to switch from the I believe it was from the GT class to the DPI class, so they are our third team. But then we move on to the LMP2 class, and actually, as John Terrell just gives a notification to all the drivers for warm-up. But when we move to the LMP2 class, it wasn't really any surprise to once again see Marcel Czincek being the quickest of everyone with a 38.2, and actually quicker than the DPI drivers as well, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a bit of a surprise to me, really. Just running through the LMP2 results here, by the way, and I'll try and get the LMP2 pole sitters on your screen, although actually they're in the pit lane at the moment, so that might not be the best idea. Oh no, sorry, Czincek did just go out, but anyway, it doesn't really matter. In LMP2 qualifying, it was Varga Sim Racing taking their 4th pole out of 4. They've taken the clean sweep so far, 81 points from a possible 81 in the first 3 races. 6/10 of a second they took pole by ahead of Mugen Sim Racing in their 22. DAC Hackers in 3rd, GC's Motorsport Club ahead of Ramada in 4th and 5th, then DSR Nightmare and DSR Dream Team in 6th and 7th, and then B32 Racing in 8th. And teams that weren't on that list that are on the server right now include Team E Brit. They were not in qualifying, but we're seeing them on the server right now with Matt Webb currently driving that car. So I believe we're going to have 9 LMP2 cars to contend with in this race. But yeah, I don't know about you, but I really was surprised to see the DPI cars behind the LMP2s in the end. Satellite Racing were 3rd overall in qualifying, and I would have put the DPIs well in front of the LMP2s in the actual order, but it seems that hasn't really taken place, and the LMP2s topping qualifying in the end, which was a bit of a surprise to me, certainly.
I think there were some changes to the DPI car. I can't remember exactly what Alex Goldschmidt was alluding to it during qualifying. I think some slight changes to the engine just to reduce the power. But the other thing to remember is when you've got the likes of Marcel Czincek in that 117 Varga Racing car, and we know how close he is, and you're also looking at the likes of David Wisner, who was absolutely flying as well, and Yuri Toman. They're so quick. And you're bringing in a brand new car, the DPI, which, let's be honest, it hasn't been announced for a super long time. This has only been announced for, I think, less than a month. It's still going to take time for the likes of Henry Sinek and everyone else in the DPI class to get fully accustomed to this car, compared to the likes of the Varga Sim Racing guys who... Well, they've been driving those LMP2 cars for years now. They've got so much experience with it. And it's not as simple as, oh, I jump in the car, I get a few hours of practice. No, you also have to understand how the setup affects the car as well. if you are Henry Sinek and you have been racing in that HyperCar and, you know, maybe before you were in GT racing and not in LMP2s, jumping into a DPI will handle completely differently from a HyperCar. The setup will be completely different as well. Maybe it would have been a bit easier if you're transitioning from an LMP2 to a DPI, but that was not the case for the likes of Henry Sinek.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. Certainly about the setup part of that it's going to take a little while for the setup to kind of get itself in the right way, if you like. But we're just having a bit of a server restart, I believe, at the moment, just to make sure that everything is okay going into the races. A couple of highlights from qualifying, by the way, on your screens right now. That's Mathieu Ducrot touching the wall through the final chicane. It's we're using the fast chicane here, of course, but yeah, just going down towards GTE, which is the next category for qualifying. And by the way, in the warm-up session there, we had Deuce's Motorsport Club, World of Sim Racing, and One Move Esports separated by less than a tenth of a second in warm-up, so that bodes well for the race in a few moments' time. But it must go GD Esports, who took pole position, and that extra point for doing so, which means they're now only 3 points behind the championship leaders. World of Sim Racing at the front, World of Sim Racing second place by 0.4 of a second in that qualifying session. Juice's Motorsport Club were in third. Then we had the other Musto GG Sports car, the 54, ahead of DIS SR Lab. A little bit of a gap to 1/10 of a gap to One Move Esports, and then the two Volante racing cars behind that. So very, very close in GTE qualifying, as we're used to seeing really in that category. It is easily the closest one we have in the EEWC this year anyway. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how Musto GD Sports and World of Sim Racing get on, because only 3 points separate them in the championship at the moment, and it's sure to be a great fight between them.
And you mentioned 3 points because, of course, Musto have taken that bonus point for pole, so it is now 50 to 47. But the big surprise in qualifying yesterday wasn't the fact that we saw...
Moving to warm-up.
As we get a notification from John Terrell that we're moving to warm-up. But in that GT class, the biggest surprise wasn't that it was Manuel Biancalila in the Musto car absolutely flying. And when I say flying, I mean he was clapping harder than Vargas Sim Racing were clapping in LMP2. The F1 esports driver was on absolute fire for Musto. But the biggest surprise is probably Volante Racing, who are sitting fourth in the championship, just 9 points off the championship leaders of WOSR Eisen Performance, being all the way down in, what is that, 6th, 7th place for Volante. They really just could not get the car turned on in the GTE class, and hopefully for them, they can find pace in the race. Hopefully their race pace is good, because otherwise they're really going to be struggling. And at the moment, the GTE looks like a four-way battle, you know. Musto, WOSR, and uses all four of them, and by four of them I mean both Musto teams, separated by 0.6 of a second with the cumulative qualifying times.
Yeah, very, very close in GTE, and you can be sure that that championship is going to spiced up by the 12-hour race here today. Going down finally to GT3 qualifying, which also happened alongside everything else yesterday. Mugen Sim Racing took pole position, so that championship gap has also reduced from 14 points to 13 points now, with Mugen Sim Racing's second pole position of the 2021 season, and the first repeat pole position of the GT3 category this season. It's the first time a team has taken two poles so far, so they had that one by 3.5 of a second. One Move Esports were in second after their victory last time out at Sebring. They're definitely the team in form and looking to maybe take another one away from Mugen Sim Racing. Wait and see. Unison Racing just behind that as championship leaders, and then there's a bit of a gap to DIS Sim Racing, who are in fourth. Just a little bit adrift, 1.5 seconds adrift by the end of it. B32 Racing a little bit further adrift from that, with Glam Racing seemingly only taking part in one of the qualifying sessions, because that's not a representative time from them. 2 minute 47.6 on the average. That is not really where we're used to seeing them, so yeah, they'll be up there a little bit later on in the race. But yeah, interesting to see GT3 qualifying once again. Unison Racing still not happy with their setup. though. I spoke to Nikolai Bezrukov in practice. He said that the balance of the Aston Martin really is going away from them so far this season. They were absolutely loving it through Indianapolis and Silverstone, taking 2 victories. The car was handling beautifully, but through Sebring and so far throughout the Nürburgring race as well, they've really not been enjoying themselves. It's going to be another difficult race for them, it looks like.
And you have to feel as well for Unison Racing, because when the season starts, as a driver, as a team, you must be putting in so much hours to try to find the perfect car for you, a car that you think will handle well at all of the tracks, that's easy to set up, whatever it might be. And then halfway through the season for a BOP change to come in, something that you can't really anticipate for, all you can do is take the car that you think you're the strongest with, and then halfway through the season, in fact before halfway through the season, it to be nerfed down, well, completely, at the very least, judging from Unison Racing's performances. It is a huge shame for them, and if that hadn't happened, they might still be dominating the championship. But it has been a lucky turn of events for Mugen and One Move, and now they might be leapfrogging Unison in the championship in this 4th round of the championship.
Indeed. Another story from GT3, by the way, that I think is worth mentioning, and you and Alex might have mentioned this yesterday anyway, but I think it would be worth reiterating nevertheless. The fact that Glam Racing, we mentioned 6th place in the GT3 standings. They'll be starting the race from last, unless there are any runners who didn't qualify starting here today. They're raising money for the rest of the season, but for this race, the Spa race and the Le Mans race as well. They're raising money for a children's hospice in Denmark. If you go to GoFundMe, the website, and you can just type in Glam Racing, it should be there. You should be able to find it. And indeed, there is an article on our website where you should find the proper link in there as well. So make sure you visit either that website or gtr24h.org, and you can help out in any way that you can. So that is a good thing that they're doing, we'll look forward to seeing how they get on in the race. But they're certainly raising money for a good cause while they're doing so as well.
Yeah, it's great to see from Glam Racing. Also, I did forget to mention when we were going through the GTE class, Deuce's Motorsport Club, they have... so for Deuces, they have qualified 3rd with a 149.3 as their average time, but we were speaking to Nick Newcomber when he jumped in for a brief interview during qualifying, and he was saying that their race pace is really something to behold. So this isn't me telling porkies, this was Nick Newcomber himself saying to watch out for them in the race. So if Deuces don't dominate in the race, well, go complain to Nick, not me.
I know that we'd all like to blame Nick for it, but anyway, I certainly agree, because Deuces have been very strong in the races actually, and managed to get 2nd in Silverstone, if you remember. Was it 2nd or 3rd? I can't quite remember. They've definitely finished on the podium though. It was 3rd, and they got 3rd at Sebring as well, so they've been going well recently. We'll see how they get on in the race. It looks like Toon Lauer is going to be starting their car. Marcel Cintiq will be starting the Vargas Sim Racing LMP2. Matt Webb starting the Team E Brick car. Ramada Motorsport is being started by Carlos Basto in LMP2, Kim Pedersen will be starting the 766 DSR Dream Team car. David Poloxai will be starting for Mugen Sim Racing. Roland Zux for DAC Hackers. B32 Racing, well, we don't know, because they're all racing together in one location, but Carl Leikegor is going to be starting the DSR Nightmare car. So Toon Lower driving that Deuce's Motorsport Club car straight off of the bat. That's going to be one to watch out for. We know how quick he is, but as they mentioned, they are going to be strong in the race, and we'll see where they can get up to, really. I guess it's a really big fight in LMP2 for 2nd place in the championship. Vargas Sim Racing absolutely running away with it, but behind that it's very, very close indeed, and Deuce's Motorsport Club right towards the 4 of that fight. So looking forward to seeing how Deuce's Motorsport Club get on in the race. It should be a promising result for them, or at least that's what they're hoping for anyway.
Yeah, they are sitting 2nd in the championship. Just to clarify, Nick Newcomer was saying this about their GT class.
I see.
I'm sure they will be doing well in the LMP. Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
I got confused because Nick's driving the LMP2 this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. That's why the LMP2
Yeah.
are going to do that well. Nick's at the wheel.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I hope he's not listening.
I said that to him yesterday when he was in the the interview. Yeah.
No, I was pleasantly impressed by Nick actually in practice. He certainly was putting in some good lap times, and he was driving well. But anyway, we're not too far away from the race now. Just over 5 minutes until the 12 hours of Nürburgring kicks off. So before we actually do get into the race and miss the start, we'll take a quick commercial break before that happens. So we'll be back in a few moments' time, and then when we return, the race start from the 12 hours of Nürburgring will be upon us. Back in a moment.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Line check. Make sure you can hear my voice for later on. Just a quick note before the race begins. Be following the safety car for one lap. Safety car will pull in at the pit lane entrance. From there, the leader of the DPI class will then dictate the pace of the start, no greater than 120 kph, and
You know what he
then
means.
the race will be called green, green, green on the front stretch. That is for all classes. One call for green, green, green for all classes. Reminder, do not cross the pit lane exit safety car line, which is the white line you see to your left as you exit the pits. Any car doing so and also causing a collision will be dealt with under rules 6 of the rules and regulations. If you do not understand or have not read them, please do so. There is a picture illustrating what we mean. Similar to pit in, make sure you cross into the pit lane in good time. Do not hit the curb, because you will then probably give yourself damage, as we saw last night, but you may also bounce back into the track and cause damage to a following car. So please, if you're gonna come into the pits, make sure that you get into line quickly after the chicane to make sure you do not do yourself any damage or anybody else.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring.
Race.
There we go. Nick, you just caught the end of Nick's briefing, which is why we've been silent for the last few moments, but there you are. We're back now with the 12 hours of Nürburgring. The race start is 30 seconds away, well, 2 minutes away. There you go, we just touched word through. Warm-up is going to go on for 2 more minutes, and then the guys are going to be on the grid. They're going to follow the safety car for a lap, and then we're going to be racing. Just an interesting note that we've just had from Nick, you might have heard it, I'm not entirely sure if that was part of the stream or not, or how much of that you will have heard at home, but all right, all of it, there you go. So you will have heard it, but I'll reiterate anyway, that the DPI cars are going to be leading the field around, followed by the LMP2s, and everybody else followed on behind from that. So despite the fact that they didn't actually top the standings in qualifying, DPI are going to take the lead into the first corner at least, and I think that is going to cause for a few sketchy moments in the early part of the race. The DPI cars are going to fall back, and the LMP2s are going to be surging forward, so it's going to be very nerve-wracking for those guys, especially at the front of the LMP2 field. It could be a little bit dangerous early on. Keeping out of trouble going to be very important.
And I'm interested to see how Marcel Czincik is going to navigate the field, because he is the quickest man on track. It's not by a huge amount, you know, when we talk about the DPIs being slower, it's not, you know, hugely slower there. Henry Sinek was about a second off the pace of Marcel Czincik. He was right in that LMP2 class. He qualified 4th overall or something like that, or I think it was 3rd. So we'll have to see what he can do and how quickly Marcel Czincik can work his way through the field. We talked about the starting drivers for DPI and LMP2, but we didn't really get a chance to touch on GTE. So for WOSR Eyes on Performance, Boya Milan will be at the wheel of the 51 car. For the 74 of Deuces Motorsport Club, it will be Juha Maki-Jupi, Fabio Liuzzi for Musto, Manuel Biancalila for the Musto A team, and then in DIS it's probably going to be Andy Kurtzen, but we do not know. Luka Frlich in the Volanti Racing 67 car, and that is all of the GTE cars. Oh, we've got Guillaume Mas as well in the 31, which is the One Move Esports car.
Yeah, just to round that off, GT3, Wilton Varking is going to start the Mugen Sim Racing 41. Glam Racing are going to be headed by Lee Russell, at least early on. Thibaut Malbron is going to be starting the race for One Move Esports. B32 Racing's number 2 car are going to, well, it's number 420, but number 2, as in their second car, is going to, well, we don't know who's going to be started by once again, because they're all in the same location. Nikolai Bezrukov is going to be starting the Unison Racing car from 3rd, and DISSR Lab are also all in the same location, so we don't know who's going to be starting the race for those guys, but we'll wait and see how they get on. Nevertheless, we're very, very close to getting the race underway now. The guys are going to be on the grid very shortly, and then they'll be able to do their formation lap and get themselves underway for the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. I'm just going to take a quick look now at what the weather may do throughout the race. Hopefully we can get a view on the screen as well as to how the weather may be doing. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to get a radar or not, if we can get a radar or not, but there we go. I'll try and tell you at least if we can't get one. So I'm just going to scroll down on the website though to find it. But
I'm checking it as well now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a race to try and find what the weather. Here we go.
Looks
go on.
Dry.
Okay. We got a little bit of rain in practice. I don't think there was any rain in qualifying. It doesn't look like there's going to be any rain in the race either. It's looks like it's going to be a dry race from this point, that's going to be a relief to some, but not such a relief to others. I mean, we haven't actually seen any rain in any of the races so far, which I find almost bizarre at this point. Because surely by this point we're nearly 48 hours into the season. Surely
we got rain at Silverstone. Yeah, we got rain at Silverstone.
In the race.
In the race, we definitely had.
Do I just not remember it?
I think you don't remember it.
Oh,
I can't remember if we had rain at Indianapolis. I know it definitely rained in part of qualifying, but I don't know if it rained during the race. Silverstone, it definitely rained at some point, because I remember that being a discussion point that we had.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, okay.
Did we not have rain? No, we definitely had rain.
Okay.
Sebring was dry.
I thought all the races were dry so far, but apparently not. I clearly got that wrong. I misled everybody in practice then, because I was going on about the fact that we haven't had rain so far this season in a race, and only in practice sessions.
You were testing them.
I'd like to say that I was, but I wasn't really. But anyway, if we're about to get into the race, we just had to do a little server restart to make sure that everything is in order and everything is okay before we embark on a 12-hour race, because it would be not great to get to the end of the first hour and find out that things have gone wrong, so we're not going to do that. And we're going to have a quick restart before we finally get this race underway. But it's just going to add to the kind of the nerves and all of the pre-race hoo-ha for all of these guys. It's going to not help them out, certainly, that the start has been delayed ever so slightly. So we'll just get the server restarted and then we'll be underway for the race. But I think we're in another practice session at the moment. We'll be able to go into the race in a few moments' time. Hopefully we don't have to reset the grid again, but there is a chance we do need to reset the grid, so that is going to take a little bit of time to do before we get into the race. But these guys are all going to be waiting patiently, and then hopefully we'll be able to get underway. But as I said, not an ideal start for any of these guys. They would have wanted to get underway by this point, but it's just the pre-race is just getting strung out more and more, it's certainly not going to help these guys in any way.
But this does mean, Ewan, we've got a chance to remind all of our wonderful viewers who might be tuning in through a variety of different sources, and welcome to you all, as to what the championships are looking like and where the battles are, what the teams to be keeping an eye out on in the GT3 class. Unison Racing, Mugen Sim Racing, One Move Esports, the 717, the 41 and the 26 are in their battle for the championship lead, all separated by 15 points. Mugen Sim Racing and One Move separated by just 1 point. GTE has been, the field that from the get-go, Ewan, that we expected to be the closest, the one with the most action, and it has turned out that way. WOSR is in performance, the 51 car, leading the 53 of Musto GD by just 4 points, and then just 3 points further behind are Mr. Consistent, the consistent team of DIS Sim Racing, that is the 45, and then you've got Volante Racing just a further 2 points behind. You might even be including the second Musto team in that. They're on 34 points, just at 16 behind the championship leaders of WOSR ISIM Performance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all very, very close in GTE, especially. Very much looking forward to seeing how that develops over the race here today, and we'll obviously be doing the calculating and whatever throughout the race to try and work it out. We'll see. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, as we ran through the grid, Musto GD Esports, the number 53, are going to be that 1 point closer because they took pole position. They might be able to take some points away from World of Sim Racing because they're starting in front of them. If they're able to beat them out in this race, then they'll be up there, and retaking the lead. But yeah, it's all been very, very close in GTE, and those top 5 cars haven't really had any off days so far. Maybe the 54 finishing in 8th Indianapolis could be counted as an off day, but not really so far. Similar thing in GT3 as well, where the top 5 teams have all finished in the top 5 in all 3 races so far, just in different orders. Unfortunately, Danish Racing League aren't here this weekend, I don't believe, so that is a shame. I'm not entirely sure what's happened to them, but they haven't been joining us for any of the practice or qualifying yet. They're not in the server right now, so I presume that they're not going to be taking the start. That's a shame to see for those guys. They were really starting to find their feet in the season. Had a bit of bad luck, of course, but who hasn't at some point throughout this season. But if you remember back to GT3 and the start of the Sebring race, Unison Racing got damage immediately, and they were already almost 2 laps down by the end of half an hour or so. So it really wasn't a very good start for Unison Racing in the Sebring race. Let's hope for a bit of a cleaner start into this in this one. But Nürburgring's Turn 1 is famous for lap 1 incidents, so it's going to be a very, very tricky start for everybody.
And just a reminder to everyone tuning in, if you do want to get involved, make sure to use the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag GTR248. We'll also be keeping an eye out on, I believe it is the YouTuber chat that we usually look out for. But if you aren't watching on YouTube, if you are watching through the likes of Roku, Amazon Fire, or through esports network, all of that stuff, motorvision.de, welcome to all of our viewers from everywhere, then make sure to head on Twitter, hashtag GTR248. I'll be keeping an eye out on that, and if we see some cool messages, we'll be sure to bring them up on the stream.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll keep an eye on the YouTube chat as well, just to have a look at who's there and what's going on. Hopefully, sometimes we do get some information as well that we otherwise wouldn't get from just us looking at it. So anyway, yeah, I was being proved wrong, by the way, earlier on by people in the YouTube chat. I've just loaded it up. People were telling me when we've had rain this season and completely showing me to be incorrect in every way about that statement. But anyway, we'll leave that one for the moment. We're just moving into the race session now, as you will have heard. So hopefully things are all in order this time. It looks like they are. So yeah, we'll be able to get into the race in the not too distant future, and yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a good one. Everybody just getting onto the grid now, you can see, and then we will be underway for the 12 hours of Nürburgring. But formation lap coming up, DPI cars in front of the LMP2s, and then the GT cars coming up after that. So yeah, we're ready to go racing here into once around the clock for a 12-hour race, last 12-hour race of the season. It should be a good race. And yeah, we'll see who ends up coming out on top. I'm sure there'll be many twists and turns along the way.
And I'm going to start off this broadcast by saying the same thing that I said in qualifying, which was, for those people who don't know how to distinguish between the DPI and the LMP2 cars, the DPI, or I should say the LMP2 cars, look just like the DPIs, but they're the ones with the ugly front end, you know, the box, the bug eyes at the front, whereas the DPIs have more of a sleeker looking front end, the smaller headlights, if you will.
Well, it's a controversial opinion there to call out the LMP2s, but the DPI cars certainly do look better. I think throughout the day here today, we are going to try and get an onboard lap with at least a car from all of these classes, just to give you an idea of what these guys are dealing with, and we'll be quiet as well for a couple of minutes while those guys do those onboard laps throughout the day. But that's to worry about a little bit later on. For the start, at the very least, we're going to have some very, very good action indeed. Let's get some predictions in, shall we, Yusuf? Who do you think is going to come out on top in this race? Is it even going to be a DPI car? Is it even going to be an LMP2? What do you think?
Well, I was discussing this with Alex Goldschmidt yesterday, because I think in terms of raw pace, it's going to be the 117 of Arga Racing. Marcel Cinchik's going to have the lead by the end of the first stint. But the thing that I don't know yet is how far can that DPI fuel tank go, because the LMP2 fuel tank, we know fairly well now, lasts around 45 minutes. But the DPI, we don't know. It might be more, it might be less, it might be exactly the same. If it's less or exactly the same, then I still think Marcel Chinchik will take the win. But if it can go significantly longer, and I'm talking about 10 minutes longer, then I think it will be Henry Sinnick and the 64 Satellite Racing team that will be able to take the top spot of the overall race.
Yes, we'll wait and see. I'm very interested to see what's going to happen here. By the way, that ticker on the left, on the bottom left-hand side of your screen is ticking down from 12 hours. I believe that the time has already started, unless that is incorrect on the bottom left. I'm not entirely sure. But these guys will just be losing about 3 minutes of the race, or maybe 4 when we get to the line. But that is going to skew the fuel times a little bit, so I wouldn't take too much note of the actual the first run through here in terms of the how long they can actually go on fuel. I reckon the second time through is going to be more like what we're used to seeing. But something that I have noticed, which is a bit of a shame to see, the 66 Volante racing car has not been able to get into the race at the moment. It doesn't look like. I'm looking to see if they're on TeamSpeak at the moment. There isn't actually anybody in the TeamSpeak for them, but they qualified, but unfortunately not able to get into the race here in this one. So that is a shame to see, but the field is now lining up 2 by 2, ready to go towards the final chicane and ready to get towards the start here in a few moments' time.
Disaster for Volante Racing, the team that was sitting 4th in the championship. Their sister team, the 67 Volante Racing car, they are out on circuit, and it's Luca Furlich at the wheel of the car. So big shame for Volante Racing. It's a shame in terms of the championship as well. You've got your 3 DPI cars at the front of the field, and that pace car will be coming into the pits at the end of the lap, and the DPI cars will then be setting off. I just want to see if in the background the GTE cars have left a long gap to the LMP2s, as we do see that from time to time. But it is going to be a Satellite Racing 1-2 in the DPI class to kick things off here at Nürburgring.
Yes, indeed, it is final corner. Henry Sinnick in control of the field, and the 12 hours of Nürburgring for the Endurance E-Racing World Championship is going to be underway. Henry Sinnick in control of the field, and we will be going racing for the first time here today. Down towards turn number 1 they're going to go, although they're all staying in single file at the moment, so I don't know what's going on with that, because they're all in
one more lap.
Is it one more lap? Okay,
yes.
We're getting a little bit excited.
See, this is why we're not drivers, because I'm pretty sure John Terrell came on the radio at some point and said, right, pace car will come in and you do another lap. But I think we were busy trying to pretend as if we couldn't hear anything and just continue with what we were saying, that we had somewhat forgotten. So there will be one more lap without the pace car, and then we will be underway to a race. 1, 2, 3 for DPI, and then is a long list of LMP2 cars before you make your way to my favourite class anyway, the GT class.
I've somewhat embarrassed myself there, going a little bit crazy for the start.
I take full blame for that, because I fully led you oh yeah, it's a Satellite Racing 1-2 through the final corner, and yeah, I think I take the blame for that one.
Did set me up for the open goal, but unfortunately the game hadn't started yet, so it didn't count. But anyway, we're still on the formation lap.
Did you have to remind me that the Euros are also running today? I'm going to have like a second screen just checking the scores every now and then.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be checking the scores a little bit later on as well. I'm not sure. I hope that Peter and John aren't football fans, actually, because I know that Denmark are playing today, and that could be a problem. I know that I wouldn't really be concentrating.
Wales as well.
Yeah.
Do you have any Welsh heritage, Ewan?
Well, I do actually, but I don't really support them in any way. So yeah,
I think if Wales are beating Denmark, we pretend like we have Welsh heritage. If they're losing to Denmark, then, you know, we're just like, yeah, Denmark, you know, Denmark's everyone's second favourite team now.
Well, yeah, they are.
What happened to Christian Eriksen?
That is true. That is very true. So yeah, we'll try and keep the football talk to a minimum, because I know that some people hate it. Yeah, we'll keep quiet for some parts, but we may delve in a little bit later on. Still a long way to go until we get to that point in the stream, and by that point things will be a little bit more spaced out, and we'll be into the rhythm of the race, you might be able to imagine. So yeah, we'll see. But final formation lap is just about to be completed then, and this time Henry Sinnick will be be in control of the field. Satellite Racing 1-2 with Viaducton in third place. Marcel Cinsic is going to be in the lead of the LMP2 category, and following on is going to be 9 other Oricas, 8 other Oricas, and then 1 Ligier. To make up the LMP2 field. That's B32 Racing at the back of the field. Musto GT Esports are going to be leading the GTE category through. 7 cars involved in that one, and then 6 cars involved in the GT3 category that will be led by Mugen Sim Racing and Zoltan Varkingi, who's starting that McLaren. But they're coming through the final chicane right now, getting ready to get this race underway. It's going to be a single file start between these guys because it is a very, very dangerous turn 1 indeed. Henry Sinnick in control of the DPI field and indeed the entire race here. He's got Nello Pastoriano just in behind him in the 65, followed by Viaducton. We are finally racing Viaducton. Very good start. You're right on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. They're going to be down the inside of the 65. Satellite Racing car. Who's going to come out on top? It's side by side between the two of them. Viaducton with the outside line for turn 2 though, and he's going to be pushed out now by Pastoriano, and that is exactly what's happened. Viaducton are consigned to third place with Vargas in Racing holding on to the lead in LMP2. They're in 4th place, but being pushed very, very hard indeed by Mugen Sim Racing just in behind.
Yeah, it was a great start for Viaducton, but they were left hanging around the outside of the Mercedes arena. It's not what they would have wanted. Meanwhile, what's happening in the GTE class is still Musto in up front from Boya Milan, Juha Mäki-Jypi in the 74 Deuces, and then you've got Fabio Liuzzi. Meanwhile, DIS are coming under a bit of pressure from the One Move of the 31, and that is Guillaume Mas at the wheel for One Move Esports.
Well, they've really been refining themselves in recent times for a little bit of pace here, and that's certainly good to see. They're in 6th place at the moment, not too far in front of the GT3 cars actually, which is just tailing the Volante 67 of Luka Furlic. But further up front, it is Henry Sinnick who's going to lead the first racing lap of the 12 hours of Nürburgring here in 2021. The other Satellite Racing car just in behind, Viaducton in 3rd. The LMP2 cars very, very close in attendance, on board with Marcel Cinsic at the moment, heading towards the Coca-Cola curve, the very final corner of this one, and you get the feeling here that Viaducton are indeed slowing up Varga a little bit. When's Marcel Cinsic going to take the plunge and go down the inside though?
I've also got some really bad news for One Move Esports fans. Thibaut Malbrun has dropped all the way down the GT3 field, so he's been involved in some kind of incident because he started 2nd in the GT3 field. Now he's got Lee Russell ahead of him and the DIS ahead of him before you get to Zoltan Varkonyi in the 41 and Nikolai Bezrukov in the 717, as DIS have been passed by Glam Racing, and it's going to be Thibaut Malbrun trying to follow through on the run down towards turn 1.
He is indeed, as we're trying to see 2 battles at once here going on. Thibaut Malbrun down the inside of DISSR Lab, the 46 car, and they have been successful in making that manoeuvre. P4 it says for those guys at the moment, because B32 Racing are just a little bit further behind. As you can see, Glam Racing just in front as we go on board with the Frenchman trying to see. Oh, there's a bit of contact. One of the Musto cars, that's a GTE Musto car getting involved here, it looks like. Who's that? The 54, Fabio Liuzzi's clearly been involved in a problem because he's embedded within the GT3 field right now.
He ran wider through turn 1. It did the muscle. I kind of just caught it from the track side of it, Thibaut Malbrun, so I'm not quite sure what happened, whether he just outbraked himself or whether there was contact with the likes of Juha Mäki-Jypi or Guillaume Mas, as I know Guillaume Mas was on the rear end of the Musto car previously. But as you mentioned, on board with Thibaut Malbrun as he tries to find a way through on Lee Russell, but I think maybe the man to watch on board with is Fabio Liuzzi as he tries to clamber his way through the last few GT3 cars of Nikolai Bezrukov right in front of him in Unison Racing, and then Zoltan Varkonyi before he can make his way back into the GTE class.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not a good start at all for them. 45 DASSR lap car, by the way, is also in the GT3 field right now, so that's not good news for them. Vargas Sim Racing have made their way up to second place, by the way, as Nello Pastoriano has also been passed there, so I'll try and find out what has happened with those guys. I don't think it's any particular problem to worry about here, but it's just the pace of that DPI car at the moment. Vargas Sim Racing have got through on Viaducton, who are now down in 5th overall. Mugen Sim Racing have also got through with them, and Mugen are also trying to get through on Pastoriano themselves right now.
Good stuff from Marcel Ginchik, and let's see whether Kaluxai can find a way through on Pastorino. He's 1.5 seconds behind for now, so you probably won't be seeing too much action for a second. And I'm going to stick with this battle in the GTE class. If you want to get another battle on your screen, thankfully we've got the tech here at GTR24H to have multiple battles on your screen for extra entertainment for all of you viewers at home.
Yeah, indeed. On board with Toon Lower at the top right-hand side of your screen at the moment, as we're on board with Fabio Liuzzi as well, trying to get through on the Unison Racing car, that is, at the moment. They are currently in second in GT3 because of that One Move Esports problem that they had not so long ago. Liuzzi trying to get through and get himself recovered in this race almost, but that's not working out too well at the moment. Toon Lower was having a fantastic start. He was up to third immediately, but he's dropped back just a little bit here. I believe Nick Newcomb will be driving that car very early on in this race for about the first 6 hours. He will be partnering Toon Lower in this one as David Kolotsai gets through on the satellite racing car. Down the inside goes Toon Lower. A bit of a hip check towards Carl Likagor, who just got through in the 777, but that's a fairly easy manoeuvre, and the battles in LMP2 continue because B32 Racing are on the back of the 777 as well.
And we saw Fabio Liuzzi making his way through on Nikolai Bezrukov as Tibor Malbrun getting a huge chunk of sideways. For those people who didn't witness qualifying, the hot point for incidents here at Nürburgring is the NGK chicane, the final chicane. You carry so much speed into the corner and it is so easy to get wrong, and if you try to save the car, it ends up even worse. You have to just let it run wide. Meanwhile, Tibor Malbrun won't be letting it run wide. He's going to go down the inside of the Glam Racing car, but I think that would have been Lee Russell maybe getting the switchback. But the issue is off camber through turn 2. If you've got the inside, it's so much extra grip in these GT cars, and that's going to be the job done for Malbrun as he moves up to P22 overall.
Does indeed, and that's third place in the GT3 category, just behind Unison Racing. There is an incident. Oh, sorry, that's not an incident report I should be looking at because we're not on lap 43 yet, so that's clearly a bit of a rogue report that we're going to have to ignore for the moment. But in GTE, as you're seeing on your screens right now, it is very, very close indeed, especially between the top 4. Manuel Biancalula has taken the lead off of the start here, or retained the lead, should I say. Boya Milan just behind. We're on board with you, Hamaki Yupi, the Finnish driver, trying to get involved in this one, with Guillaume Mas not too far behind. 3 Porsches trying to take down the 1 BMW at the front of the field right now. It's very, very close in GTE, but it's about to get even more interesting here because we're not too far away from lap traffic. Henry Sinnick is still leading this race, with Vargas Sim Racing in second, Mugen Sim Racing in third, but the back of the GT3 field is about a quarter to a third of a lap away, I believe, at this moment.
And one thing that I am scared about is I wonder what the track limits are, because here at the Nürburgring it is very easy to abuse track limits. I'm looking at you, Schumacher S, I'm looking at you, NGK chicane. And if the drivers do just take liberties, they might be finding themselves picking up some drive-through penalties, some stop-go penalties as we get further and further into the race. But as you mentioned, it's a BMW from 3 Porsches in the GTE class. It's the all-German show here at the German Nürburgring.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Tibor Malbrun tries to go down the inside of Unison Racing, trying to get through, not able to for the moment though. This is the battle for second place in GT3. We've got 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 as well. McLaren leading, and it's about to be a Ferrari in second place because they got down the inside of the Nikolai Bezrukov driven Aston Martin, and there you go, straight through into second place. A good recovery at least from Tibor Malbrun after a poor start.
Yeah, great stuff from Thibaut Malbro, and he's back to the spot where he started the race. Remember, he started in second behind Mugen Sim Racing, and he has done a fantastic job to clamber up through the field. And we'll see whether he can now close up as well to Zoltan Varconi. He's got a couple of GTE cars between himself and Varconi, and that is the 45 of DIS and the 54 of Fabio Liuzzi. Expect Fabio Liuzzi to be clambering his way up to the field. He qualified 4th overall in the GTE class.
Yes, indeed. Just had another pass overall. Ronzuk gets through on the team viaducting car, but as Liam Rance is reminding us it all in the YouTube chat, the DPI car is the slower car. It was in qualifying. It seems to be in the race as well, so this shouldn't be surprising to us. I know we're getting excited about it, but why not? It's an overall position, so we'll watch these battles as they continue on. Let's not forget, as in the early part of DPI, that the DPI cars did race in the same category as LMP2 cars, but until that that wasn't a thing anymore, and LMP2 got their own category. So yeah, we're watching a similar kind of thing going on at the moment. The battle for 7th going on between B32 Racing and DSR Dream Team, and I believe Team E Brit are involved. Matt Webb is trying to get involved, a little bit wide from Kim Pedersen going through there, and we'll see if Matt Webb is going to try and get through here, although we can't for the moment because it's an onboard shot, but yeah, he's not able to just for now, unless he dives it into the chicane. That was brave, and he's gone straight through as we cut up to the leaders with Team Viaducting. Carlos Basto trying to get through at the moment, but I guess the important battle is Marcel Cincic and Henry Sinnick, because it's getting quite close for the lead of the race at the moment. Vargas Sim Racing, it looks like your prediction is going to come true at the moment, because it looks like they are hounding the leaders and going to be getting through before long.
It's just a couple of seconds between them. Marcel Cincic, to be honest, I think he's just happy to sit at this spot. To be honest, I don't really know if I want to believe whoever said in the YouTube chat that the DPI cars are slower than the LMP2s, because, to be honest, there's pretty much no time between them. I think they're pretty much spot on even, give or take. Maybe there's a few tenths between it, but I don't think it's anything too large. So, I mean, as I said in qualifying, I'm kind of looking at the DPIs and the LMP2s as just one entire field. And we've got our first lap car, and it is the 46 of McLaren DIS.
Yes, I believe it is, actually, because B32 Racing at the moment are in the pit lane, I think, after an accident. But yeah, although there is only a few temps in it, I would still say that they are faster, the LMP2 car. Liam Rutz said that Vargo half second a lap faster, we believe, going through this race.
Marcel Cincic the wheel. Well, it's going to be half a second quicker than anyone.
Yeah, but Henry Sinnick also driving the satellite racing car, and he's not bad either. So, you know, they're both very good drivers, you have to say. But anyway, this is like a really passive-aggressive argument between Yusuf and Liam Rance in the chat.
You're just the mediator here, right?
I feel a bit nervous. I'm not going to lie, I do feel a bit nervous. But anyway, we're on board with Marcel Cincic. Henry Sinnick not too far up the road. Cincic's got a 3-second lead in the DPI category, by the way. Satellite Racing currently 4th overall as well. Viaducting are 6th overall, and they've got a number of LMP2 cars behind them. But yeah, this is the battle for the lead. Cincic not too far behind, and the pass may be done in traffic, because look at this now, the GT3 cars are in the windscreens of these guys right now, and things are about to get very interesting now.
Oh yes, they are. That's the Glam Racing that we're seeing Henry Sinnick finding his way through, and then he's just going to slot in between Glam and Unison Racing. Unison Racing in the Aston Martin. Marcel Cincic gets a good run coming out of the Dunlop curve, and he's going to try to go around the outside of Unison into the Schumacher S.
Oh!
As expected, he runs wide as a result of it, because he just can't turn in. You get onto the marbles, and then you just understeer out wide. Carries so much speed into the left-hander, and he drifts all the way through it as well.
Good save there, by the way, from Cincic to be able to opposite lock his way through the left-hander, but it has bought Henry Sinnick just a little bit of extra time here to enjoy the lead. Vargas still leading in LMP2, of course. Manuel Biancalula still holding off Boya Milan, Yuhamaki UP, and Guillaume Mas in GTE, by the way, with Zoltan Varkingi even up the road from these guys. He's had an absolutely flying start, by the way, in the Mugen Sim Racing car.
Mugen Sim Racing having a good start to things is the 41. And, well, Zoltan Varkoni, he is at the moment, well, I'm just looking, he's 10 seconds clear of Thibaut Malbrun. And this is just fantastic from the side of Mugen. Mugen yet to win a race. They got a P3 in the opening round in Indianapolis, followed by a P2 in Silverstone, and then another P2. But they are yet to win a race. And I think they did have some unfortunate issues in Sebring, if I recall correctly. But that is all part of endurance racing. You've got to keep the car clean. Sometimes that comes down to skill, sometimes that comes down to luck, and sometimes it comes down to a mixture of both.
Yeah, absolutely. You do need both to be able to take a victory through here. Chinchik is trying to get through on the DSR Lab 45 car as these guys work their way through GT3 traffic. But let's take a look at the start of the race once again here. We can get a replay of it now. It was Henry Sinek taking the lead through the start of the race. You can see on board with Viaducton we're on board with right now. And they're going to get the jump here on Nello Pastorino. So a good start from them, and there you go, they just react a little bit quicker to the satellite racing car, and now down the inside they're going to go into turn 1 trying to make the move here, but in the end it's not going to come off because, as you mentioned earlier on, turn 2 is off camber. It's very hard to go around the outside through there, and they weren't able to make the pass.
And we'll be seeing it time and time again. If you go down the inside for turn 1, if the car defending can hang it around the outside, they have the inside for 2 and 3, and having the inside for those corners is so huge. I've been lucky enough to do a few laps here, although it was on a CET Corsa Competizione. It's similar kind of platform to R Factor 2, similar physics, but you have to turn in really early. And I'm actually riding on board with Henry Sinek. You'll see the drivers, any driver that goes through turn 3, watch how early they turn in and how tight they hold it, as that's a Porsche battling with Unison. Guillaume Mas
trying to go down the inside and get through, and he does, making use of traffic. It's not only a launch pad possibly for the prototype cars getting through on the GTs, it can also present an opportunity for a GT car to get on through on a fellow GT car, and that's exactly what we saw there. Fantastic driving from Guillaume Mas, very tactically astute. He knew what was happening there, and he didn't hesitate to take that opportunity.
Great stuff from Guillaume Mas. It was some aggressive defending from Juha Mäki-Jypi, who really pushed him all the way to the track limits on the run down into the Ford chicane. But Guillaume Mas now up a position, up to P3. And remember, that 31 car is not sitting very well in the championship. It's all the way down in around P10, having never secured more than I think a top 5 finish. I don't even think they've got a top 6 finish this season.
Oh, sorry. I saw a car off. It's just one of those cars that are parked around as part of the furniture. So that was very embarrassing. But no, that's really annoying. That is
off-putting. Yeah.
Very off-putting. Yeah. I know that it's realism and whatever, but it's also confusing all at the very same time. We're on board with Fabio Liuzzi, by the way, and he's struggling to get through on the GT3 McLaren, leading this race. By the way, Zoltan Varkini is a man possessed early on in this race. He's been absolutely flying, and even some of the GTE cars can't get through on him.
Zoltan Varkoni was pretty possessed as well. In qualifying, he was dominating affairs. And, well, Fabio Liuzzi is going to have a tough time getting through him, because while Zoltan Varkoni may be in the lower class, he's still bloody quick. And the GT3 cars are not too much slower than the GTEs. You're talking about maybe a second or so, and put Zoltan Varkoni in the car, and, well, it becomes more like half a second.
Yeah, absolutely. He's very quick indeed. Tuunloa not too far behind the car in front, by the way, but Fabio Liuzzi is now making a bit of a move on Varkini. I know this is not a position in class, but it is an overall position for 18th overall in the race, and a bit of defending even from Varkini. Or is he letting him through? Not really. It's hard to tell from this onboard shot. Round the outside for Liuzzi now. Varkini on the inside line, and he's going to be on the outside for the Schumacher S, which is not really where you want to be, and some LMP2 GT2 cars not really liking what they see in front of you. This is the last thing you want really as a prototype driver, is to see battling cars in front of you. That's unfortunately what they've got to deal with right now. Around the outside through the left hand, it looks like everybody's going to be able to get through without issues, although Viking was slowed down ever so slightly by that, and he's been just repassed there by the 45 DAS SR Lab car.
Smart from Vargoni. I think he let the Porsche through, to be honest. I think he knows he's just losing time in this battle. It's not a battle that he needs to be in. Just slot him behind, and maybe he can even use the GTE cars ahead just to pull him even further away from Thibaut Malbrun, who is now 6.5 seconds behind him.
Yes, indeed. It's a big gap at the front of the field at the moment. Matt Webb is on the right hand side of your screen right now. He's been making some moves here. He's made a move at the very least on Kim Pedersen, who's just dropped a little bit further back right now. He's Matt Webb on the back of B32 Racing as things stand. So the first run through traffic has now been completed for all of the prototypes, and indeed the GT cars have been able to let everybody through fairly nicely in the end. It's been a fairly clean start to this race, but unfortunately oh no, we don't have any retirements just for the moment. I thought I heard we had news of a retirement early on, but B32 Racing GT3 are still in the race, so that is certainly good news. But yeah, we've still got Henry Sinek leading, coming under increasing pressure though from Marcel Chinzik for the overall lead.
I was thinking, does Volante Racing not starting the race count as a retirement? I guess not, because you can't really retire if you never started. So, but either way, in case you didn't get it, Volante Racing not in this race. They qualified pretty much right at the back of the field. It was both Volante Racing cars at the back, and sadly the 66 not able to make the race start. So that's going to be a huge blow for them in the championship. They were trailing the championship leaders in the GTE class by just 9 points, and well, it's going to be a lot more than that come the end of this round.
Yes, it is indeed. I'm afraid that could be their championship charge over, although a 24-hour race at Spa and then a double points 24 at the Le Mans circuit may prove to be useful for them in making some points tally at the very least, so we'll wait and see. But yeah, Henry Sinek still coming under pressure right now. Let's not forget that the DPI category in terms of the championship has been reset in terms of the points here, so that's interesting, and it will mean that Henry Sinek, if things were to stay as they are right now, which they're not going to, would be leading the championship, as Team E-Brit have just had a bit of a problem there, and you see Kim Pedersen trying to go around the outside through turn 3, bit of contact between them, and I believe that might have even been in traffic because they're still making their way through the upper portion of the GTE category. So yeah, interesting moment, a bit of a scary moment as well, you might imagine, for Matt Webb as he was off on the inside onto the grass there. Yuka Makiyupi might have been involved as well. He's dropped back a little bit.
Yuha Makiyupi now 2.5 seconds behind Guillaume Mas. Remember, Guillaume Mas only overtook him a couple of laps ago, and Guillaume Mas now just 1.5 seconds down on Boya Milan. And honestly, One Move Esports in the GT class are absolutely flying right now. Guillaume Mas, he is quite literally looking like a man possessed. He went 0.5 second quicker than Boya Milan last time round. And let's see what we can expect from the 31 over the remainder of the race, over the remainder of his stint. But we are half an hour into the race now, give or take. And I think it is time for our first ad break of our race. So we'll be right back after a few words from our sponsors.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Bolt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Nürburgring 2021, the fourth round of the EEWC. This year, we're 35 minutes into the race and Henry Sinnick is still leading. Marcel Cincic, you're on board with right now, or you were a couple of months ago, is very, very close behind. We've just seen a bit of an incident, though, Yusuf, between the 45 and Fabio Liuzzi on the screens right now as well.
Yeah, the DIS car just outbraked themselves slightly. I think he was heading down into turn 3. He just tapped the rear end. As now we're catching a replay of... okay, yes, here's the replay. And coming out of turn 2, just a bit too late on the brakes. And I think he thought that he could get well, I think he just thought he could switch to the inside. Misjudged it slightly. Very easy to do. Runs into the rear end. And to be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised if he gets a little penalty from race control for that. We'll have to see whether anything does come of it. Either way, the DIS car completely at fault for that one. Unintentional though, and we'll see whether he can find a way through, because he is looking quicker on start-finish straight.
He's indeed, pulls to the outside line, not going to switch to the inside this time, making the same mistake twice. Difficult to know where he is right now, but Fabio Liuzzi shuts the door firmly in his face. Now we're seeing almost a carbon copy as we go back to the leaders, because Marcel Cincic very, very close to Henry Sinnick right now in the lead of the DPI category. Is he going to go for a move? Is he going to stay behind just for the moment? He goes for the lead. Marcel Cincic down the inside, LMP2 leader in front of DPI leader as we complete just over 35 minutes in this race. Cincic now to the lead, and you have to say that has been coming.
Yeah, Marcel Cincic has looked quicker than Henry Sinnick. He's been able to find a way through pretty much, he's been able to just keep up with Henry Sinnick through the traffic, even when Henry Sinnick has gotten the traffic in slightly more convenient places, let's say. So Marcel Cincic, now that he's free, now that he's got some clear air, will really be able to see what he's able to do in that DPI car. In the LMP2 car.
Yeah, it's easy to get confused, isn't it, between the two of them. Well, it's not the last time one of us will mix it up throughout today, but it's going to be a long race for everybody and for us as well. So we'll wait and see. Yeah, in GTE at the moment, I'm just having a quick look at the gaps. Manuel Biancalula is leading the race just by a few seconds at the moment. We've got Wood Sim Racing in second place. That's Boya Malam, followed by Mas in the One Move Esports Porsche, and then Yuhan Makiyupi a little bit further behind. But you can be sure that GTE is going to change around quite a lot throughout today, and yeah, we're going to see a lot of battling in that category throughout the day. As Vargas Sim Racing, leading the race. Sorry, my timing screen is just updating. I thought they were having another battle, but no. But I've been pleasantly surprised as well, by the way, that Nürburgring Sim Racing have been able to stay very, very close to Vargas Sim Racing at the front of the field. They're in third overall right now, but they're really not very far behind at all.
Just 4 seconds less. David Kalaksai having a really good stint so far, and he's 14 seconds clear of Roland Zux in the 95 Deuces car. Actually, let me just double check that. 95, no, the DEAC Hackers. The Deuces car is the 15, which is being piloted by Turn Lower. He's down in P8, which is a P5 in the LMP2 class.
It is indeed, and it's going to be a long race for those guys. If things go wrong, but things are looking okay at the moment. B32 Racing have dropped quite a long way off the back of the LMP2 field, by the way. I think they might have had some problems along the way. I'm not entirely sure what that's actually all about, but yeah, either way, they're dropping back a little bit. So getting lapped by Henry Sinnick there, which is why I mentioned it. David Clockside not too far behind, getting through on them to lap them as well. But the race is starting to calm down just a little bit now. We're 40 minutes into the race. Chunlo making a little bit of a dicey move up the inside of Bezrikov there, but he gets through. Pit stops aren't far away though. LMP2s will be coming into the pit stops before long. Let's not forget we had those 2 formation laps before, so that took about 7 minutes off of the actual running time for these guys. But so I think they'll be able to run 3 or 4 minutes longer than normal, maybe a lap or 2, maybe 1 lap they'll be able to run longer. But yeah, they'll be coming into the pits before long, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've almost done 40 minutes of the race, so expect that pit window to open up for the LMP2 cars in a short while. As now DIS once again, they look to the outside of Musto through turn 1. They get the switch back once again, but on the outside for 2 and 3 you just won't have as much grip, and that's why you're seeing the DIS car, you know, trying to get that front end turned in behind Musto, but they're unable to do so. Now they're going to try to follow the LMP2 car through, but Musto smartly slammed the door shut in their face.
Yeah, they did indeed. It was the Mugen Sim Racing car getting involved there, by the way, trying to get through on them. The 45 car was trying to set up a bit of a over and under kind of manoeuvre, maybe into turn 3, but the Mugen car got its nose on the inside there, which meant that they couldn't really do that anymore, so things got a little bit difficult. So that was kind of a halt in their plans a little bit, but B32 Racing are now not too far behind them. Most of the LMP2 field are going to be coming through here, so we'll see if whoever's at the wheel of the 45 can do a bit of a Guillaume Mass and take advantage of some of that traffic to get through, maybe.
I was about to say, I was just thinking, was it Guillaume Mass or was it... yeah, it was Guillaume Mass, yes, of course it was, in the 31-1 move car, where he was able to find a way through. And actually, when Guillaume Mass, I was going to say, oh, he's done a Max Verstappen, but I thought that might have annoyed you a little bit, Ewan.
Oh, let's not have a Max Verstappen argument here. Maybe later, but for the moment, we've got a lot of racing going on.
I'm gonna love it when I can let you know that Max Verstappen took pole at Austria later today.
Well, I think it might not be a good idea, because I think there might be people watching this that might not want to know. But anyway,
they're watching the motorsport stream. What do they expect?
Yeah, but it's not the same thing, is it?
Okay, I'll tell them that there's a spoiler alert coming, so they can
that's a good idea.
And go,
okay.
You know, like la 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 la, not listening.
Okay, that's a good idea, because yeah, I know that I would normally watch it, but no, we're obviously busy, so yeah, I'll just find out the results. It's not going to be particularly exciting, is it? So we'll well, that's to come later on. Anyway, two lower on your screens right now. 4th place is the battle. This is with Ramada Motorsport and Carlos Basto, who's been starting that car here today for those guys. So they're not too far behind Viaducton. You can see them on your screens, and just up the road as well, I believe that is the AC Hackers, Ron Zooks involved. So the DPIs and LMP2s fairly well matched. The LMP2s just have a little bit of an edge, as we know. Vargas Sim Racing especially have a little bit of an edge over the rest of the field. However, it's still, as you said, I think it's I know this is not official really in terms of the championships, but treating them as the same class will kind of work here really, because they are going to be mixing within their class quite a lot throughout this race, you might be able to imagine.
Yeah, no social distancing on track between different classes. They're going to be getting fully stuck, and we've already seen it actually with Zoltan Vardkoni having battles with Fabio Liuzzi and the DIS car. Well, mainly Fabio Liuzzi, and we especially saw it in the DPI class between Henry Sinnick and the LMP2 of Marcel Chinchik. And don't forget, you've got Nello Pastorino stuck between David Koleksai and Roland Zurks. You've got Viaducton in the middle of the LMP2 class as well. So there's going to be lots of multi-class actioning happening, I should say inter-class intra-class battles occurring.
I'm not going to pull you up on any English because I'm not sure either. But anyway, yeah, I know what you mean, certainly. Between these guys, I'll tell you a team I've really been impressed with though so far. this season. Now, I said in practice this team was really waiting to kind of explode onto the scene in terms of the EEWC this season. In GTE, One Move Esports, they've been doing very well in GT3, taking a race victory at Sebring last time out, if you remember. They're currently in second in that category, but they've really not been there in GTE.
Yeah.
A very, very strong team, but now they're really starting to show themselves. They're in third place of the GTE category, behind the championship leaders at the moment, and it's been a fantastic showing so far from Guillaume Mas. Let's hope that all of his teammates will be up to the same pace and they can compete for a podium here today.
Well, it was really, weird because One Move Esports, we know how good they are of a team, and when you then look, at their driver lineup, you're looking at Mathieu Decaux, Roy de Munk, Guillaume Mas, Ludovic Ferroy, and they're all really, really quick drivers. We saw that in the LMP2 class in 2020. I think they took the race win in Le Mans, or they won the championship. It was one of the two. But now in the GT class, they made the decision to switch from LMP2 to the GT field. It just hasn't been working well for them. They've taken a maximum of 7 points in a race, which was, 6 for the actual race finish, 1 for completing the race, and now they're doing so much better. So I don't know what they've done. I don't know if they finally had some... I don't know what they've had for breakfast, really, but it's all starting to turn around for them, and maybe a late surge up the championship order.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's very, very close in GTE, which means everybody could theoretically be in contention. Well, everybody's in contention in all of the classes, theoretically, mathematically, because of the double points at Le Mans. But they do have a chance if they do indeed start ripping this one up. We'll wait and see. Roland Zooks and the Team Viaducting cars both getting through there, by the way, on that GTE battle. But we've gone back to the 45 DISSR lab car because they're having that battle with Fabio Liuzzi. It's hard to keep up with all the battles going on in GTE, to be honest, because there are so many of them. A lot's going on in that class, as we've come to expect, really. But I'm interested to wait and find out here for the LMP2 pit stops, and especially the DPI cars. How far do we reckon that they can go? I bet Liam Rance could probably tell us, actually, how far they can go if he's still watching. That was a spin happening, I think, for Fabio Liuzzi right in front of the 45. I don't know if that actually happened. It did indeed. Fabio Liuzzi did go for a spin there. We just cut away at the very wrong moment, and we didn't see the spin. But Fabio Liuzzi has gone down not only to 7th place in GTE, but he's still 6th, but it looks like DISSR Lab got involved in that. They got involved in an accident, so that's a real shame to see for both of them, with somebody getting caught up in somebody else's incident.
I will try to find a replay of this incident, so bear with me for a moment as I try to pull this one up, as I think this one actually might have happened in the Ford chicane.
It happened in turns... yeah, you're right. The turns 5 and 6, yeah, you're right.
Okay, so if you are ready, I will... So if we're ready, I will bring it up on our screens now from the onboard of DIS.
Okay.
So heading into the chicane, the Musto loses the rear end. DIS tried to catch their car as they almost make the mistake, and then they get caught by Musto's car that's rolling across the track. And, okay, apparently I need to rewind back a bit, so I shall do that. And then bring it back up onto screen for our viewers. Apologies on that one, Ewan.
So yeah, we've heard what happened, but we'll try and see it this time on what happened, because hopefully now we can finally get a view as to what it is. Here we go. On board with the DISSR lab car, Fabio Liuzzi in front, just gets the rear end lost through the middle of the corner. Oh, and in trying to avoid, DIS have a bit of a slide themselves, and then going around the outside, they get clipped and spin around as well. So Zoltan Varking overtakes them both, by the way, and they stay in the same positions, but not a great moment for Fabio Liuzzi. He's into the pit lane at the moment, though, to maybe repair a bit of damage, maybe get some new tyres on, not entirely sure, but he's into the pit lane nevertheless.
Well, one thing that I do want to bring up regarding that incident is, you know, there is effectively a rule or something that all the drivers know is that when you have a spin, you need to jump onto the brakes. But you can understand why Fabio Liuzzi made the decision to let the car roll back. It's because there were so many other cars coming and he didn't want the car to be stopped right on the apex for the right-hander. But DIS thought that he would, you know, get on the brake. Also, I think Fabio Liuzzi was a little bit of a passenger, so the car was kind of pirouetting out of his control. To be honest, I think that one's just a racing incident, and it's a shame for both Fabio Liuzzi and the 45 DIS. Usually, that 45 DIS is so good at staying out of trouble. There's a reason why they've been on the podium in every single round this season, and they're so high up in the championship, despite, well, I'll say it, I don't think, you know, in terms of raw pace, I do not think DIS are the third best team in the GTE class. I think they're more like the fifth, the sixth best, but they've just been so darn consistent. It's been fantastic, and that's why they're only 7 points off the championship lead currently.
Yeah, I think you might be right on that one. By the way, LMP2 pit stops are well upon us right now, and only Matt Webb has decided to stay out in this one. Team E-Brit have been able to stay out a little bit longer and go a lap longer than everybody else. So Marcel Cincic is back out again. He is in the lead of this one. David Kolotsai is in second. Carlos Basto is in third. Roland Zux is just making his way out of the pits right now. He's going to be in fourth. Wes Toon-Lower, he's going to be getting out here soon as well, though he's lost a bit of time to those around him. So LMP2 pit stops have now happened. It's DPI 1, 2, 3, but how far are they going to be able to go in this race?
Yeah, well, let's see, because now that the LMP2s have started to come in, this is where we get an understanding of just how big the tank is for those DPI cars, how far they can go into a race. And don't forget, this is the LMP2s coming into the pits despite Marcel Cincic sitting behind Henry Sinnick for a while, as that's the E-Team Brit car that's flicking its way through the GTEs.
Staying out once again here as well. That's Matt Webb driving that car at the moment. I was starting to think they're a little bit off the pace compared to what I was expecting from them. They've had some good races so far this season, not really many results to speak of because they've had a bit of bad luck, but they have had the pace, especially from Matt Webb. I do know he is a very, very good driver indeed, but seemingly struggling so far. I believe they might have just been fuel saving in the end, trying to do something a little bit different, as Viaducton and the 65 Satellite Racing DPIs are both into the pit lane.
There we go, more pits are coming through Viaducton in, but also just want to point out, it is starting to look a little bit gloomy, at least from the point of view of Guilherme Mas in the One Move Esports GTE car. It is looking dark, but apparently there's no rain forecasted. Otherwise, I would say that those clouds definitely look like they could be bearing some precipitation.
Yeah, at the moment the radar is looking very, very clear actually, as Viaducton have managed to jump Satellite Racing here fairly comprehensively. I'm trying to work out which prototype that is behind Viaducton right now, because there is one there. I'm not entirely sure who it is. It could be the DAC Hackers car, although that's not for position, so I'm not entirely sure how that would happen in this one. But anyway, maybe they haven't been into the pit lane yet. I'm not entirely sure, although maybe they have. I'm not entirely sure. Stewart's decision, by the way. No further action between Glam Racing and the 15 car of Juice's Motorsport Club on lap 10. Toon-Lower did drop back a little bit early on in that stint, so I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I think that's kind of a bit of an answer. It seems that they must have had an incident at some point along the way.
And actually, Toon-Lower has just been overtaken by Roland Zux. So Roland Zux has just moved up to P5 overall.
He's lapped down, it's Toon-Lower. He's a lap down. This is why it's the Juice's Motorsport Club behind Viaducton at the moment. So they're a lap down for some reason. I'll get in contact with Nick and try and find out here. But yeah, they are dropping back.
And Toon-Lower is now back on Roland Zux. Is he going to look for a move? Yes, he is. And as you mentioned, this is Toon-Lower unlapping himself. And now he's got the Deuce's GTE car, the sister car in the other class. And I'm sure... Yeah, exactly, and that will be the 74 of Johan Makiyupi getting well out of the way of Toon-Lower through turns 2 and 3.
Liam Rance has saved the day in the YouTube chat again, telling us what's happening at the moment. Viaducton are double stinting medium tyres for the moment, which explains an awful lot. Henry Cynic has come in a lap later than Viaducton and the 65, so they were able to stretch it out one more lap, and if they can continue to do that throughout the rest of the race, then they're going to be in a pretty good position fuel-wise, but obviously there's still a very long way to go, and Viaducton have got a big stint coming up right now, if indeed they are to make this strategy work.
Yeah, and Viaducton, well, currently they are just 2.5 seconds clear of Henry Cynic, behind Marcel Chinchik, who I think is also going for the double stint on those set of tyres. So let's see how quickly Henry Cynic can get through Viaducton, because that's going to be fairly important for how this race does pan out.
Nick Newcomb telling me, by the way, that Toonlow has had damage and an early pit stop, I'm afraid, for him, so must have missed that one. Apologies for that. Yeah, we'll hopefully, we know what happened now at least, and hopefully they can recover from it. We are just about an hour into this race, 5 minutes away, which means GT pit stops will be just around the corner. Before they happen, though, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a couple of moments with more racing from the Nürburgring.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flix, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
welcome back to the GTR 24H 12 Hours of Nürburgring here in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. In DPI, we've just had a pass for the lead. Henry Sinnick is now leading that category ahead of Viaducton, who are double stinting their tyres. David Koloksai has followed them through, and Yusuf, you've spotted an incident out there while we were on our break as well.
Yeah, so it's happened to the 46 DIS, so you'll just see going through the final corner, it's all looking good, and then he loses the back end, getting on the power before he even touches the curb.
Oh no.
And then the rear end just rolls into the wall and loses the rear wing. And actually, if we just fast forward then a little bit further, so we skim through turn one as the 46 nurses this damage and then runs wide and actually brings the car pretty much to a stop just to allow all of the traffic through. So it's really not been going well for the 46 car.
No, it hasn't, I'm afraid, and things are only going from bad to worse, really. At this point, they're in the pit lane right now, getting their rear wing changed, although you weren't particularly displeased to see the rear wing leave that car, actually. Yusuf, you think it looks better without a rear wing?
I mean, it does look really nice. Does it not remind you of like the Hot Wheels cars that you used to have as a child? It's nice and sleek.
I know it's very sleek. I think it looks good with the rear wing, though. It's certainly better looking than the GT3 older version McLaren 570 or whatever it's called.
It's definitely better looking than the LMP2s.
Oh, here we go.
I'm just here to annoy the... See, every single broadcast, I make a target of people that I just want to annoy. And this broadcast, this weekend, it's been the LMP2 fans.
Yeah, wow. Well, that's... disappointing for them, I suppose, but no, we're getting a battle in GTE at the moment for second place. An hour complete, just to the very, very day, actually. Not to the very day, sorry, to the very second is what I meant to say. We've had an hour in this race already, so the GT cars will be pitting very, very soon. It's still Manuel Biancalula leading in GTE in front of Boya Milan and Guillaume Mas, who are those two cars battling out there at the moment, as we're going to look at the standings because we are an hour into the race. It's Henry Sinnick leading in DPI, Viaducton are in second at the moment, Nello Pastorino is in third for the other satellite racing car. They're going to be having a battle before long because Viaducton are falling back, having double stinted tyres, whereas satellite racing are single stinting them throughout this race. In the overall lead and in the lead of LMP2, it is Marcel Cinchik in the Vargas Sim Racing car. David Koloksai's in second for Mugen, then it's Ramada Motorsport getting up into third ahead of DAC Hackers. DSR Nightmare having a good run in fifth, Team E Brit in sixth, B32 Racing in seventh ahead of, 766 Kim Pedersen's in front of B32 Racing in 7th and 8th, and then Toonlower, having had those issues, is in 9th. GTE currently being led by Musto GD Esports. Boya Milan and Guillaume Mas are battling over second. Yuka Makiyupi is dropping back just a little bit in the early part of this race. He's in 4th ahead of Luka Ferlich. DISSR Lab are in 6th place, just ahead of Fabio Liuzzi after their little altercation they had a little bit later on. And finally, in GT3, it is Mugen Sim Racing still leading by a very, very handsome margin ahead of One Move Esports. Glam Racing are in third ahead of Unison Racing in fourth. Then we've had issues for those guys behind. DISSR Lab and B32 Racing have had issues, but an interesting first part of the race. It's going to be busy in the pit lane very, very soon. GT cars are going to be pitting before long.
Yeah, and for Nikolai Bezhikov in the GT3 class, for Unison Racing, and for Fabio Liuzzi in the second of the two Musto cars, they've not been having a good time. Not too much has really gone wrong for Unison Racing. I think they've just been lacking a little pace. Meanwhile, for Fabio Liuzzi, we saw the incident between him and the 45 DIS car, and then shortly after, Fabio Liuzzi came into the pits with damage. So it's going to be a comeback drive for the 54 car, and this is the Musto car that took, I believe, I'm just going to double check this one. Yeah, they got P2 last time out in Sebring, so we know the pace that the Musto team can bring, but not really coming together for them in the early stages of the Nürburgring.
No, not for the moment. Still a long race to go, though. As we look at the track map, you can see it is very, very busy out there at the moment. We're starting sort of into that point in the race now where there's always lappery going on. There's always prototypes getting through on GTs at this point, given that we're an hour into this race. So it's going to be that's going to be a feature of this race from now until the very end. It's just the way it goes, really. But the track is going to be not as busy very soon because the GT cars will be coming into the pit lane. Not for the moment, though. Guillaume Mas looks like he is struggling. You just saw that little bit of a slide. He was right on the back of Boyer Milan not so long ago, but now you can see that rear end starting to kick out a little bit, and you can see that gap opening up to a few car lengths now as well. So yeah, it's going to be difficult for Mas to get through, especially at this distance. He is still way behind, and looks like those tyres are starting to go off.
Just taking another look at the weather forecast. No rain really expected. I mean, we can see the dark clouds from the drivers on boards, but apparently no rain expected. No real... I mean, there aren't even any clouds on the rain viewer. You know what? I don't trust this thing. I am going to go to good old Met Office and check the weather forecast like that.
Wait and see as to what it's going to be like. I think it's just really overcast at the moment, and it's just not going to rain. But that's what the forecast says, anyway.
Yeah, it's same on Met Office as well.
Yeah, just very, very gloomy.
Apparently, it's 19 degrees right now, and it feels like 18. 54% humidity, though. It is humid. Apparently there's a UV of 6, which is not good, so if the drivers were actually at the track, I hope they put on some sunscreen.
I don't really know what that means, UV, but anyway, I'm sure there is.
It's like how much of the UV rays from the sun are getting through, because in certain conditions, I think the cloud in the atmosphere absorbs more of it, and sometimes it absorbs less, and there's a misconception. People think, oh, it's always going to be higher UV when it's sunny, and that's not always the case. Sometimes a lot of UV can get through even when it is cloudier.
You have completely lost me now, but anyway, I'm sure certainly people at home know
UV
what you're talking about.
UV causes skin cancer.
Okay.
Don't be out when high UV.
I'm glad you really dumbed that down to kind of my level there. So thanks.
Right down to layman's terms, yes.
I appreciate you really reaching very low for that one, because I wouldn't have understood otherwise. But anyway, we'll move past that now and concentrate on the battle in GTE, which is between Boyer Milan and Guillaume Mas, still going on, and I'm still not seeing any pit stops for the GT cars. Let's not forget we had those couple of formation laps at the start.
1.5 hours, isn't it, that they can go?
No, it was just over an hour, isn't it?
Over an hour?
An hour and 5, yeah, I don't know where you got an hour and a half from, but anyway.
It's because of all of my karting we did 1.5 hours in, so I just had, these GT cars go long as 1.5 hours. I think my mind just defaulted to that.
Yeah, quite possibly then, because these cars can't go unless without dramatic fuel saving. Then no, these cars can only do about 65 minutes. Although let's not forget we have those formation lapses into the pit lane again. Deuce's Motorsport Club and the 45 DISSR lab car. This is a drive-through for Toon Lauer, by the way. It's going from bad to worse at the moment for these guys, unfortunately.
Well, hopefully for them, they don't have any more issues over the course of the race, and then they could say that they had a relatively clean race. I mean, so far it's been, not great for turn low inducers, but if that's all that they have over the entire race, then it is fine, and it's something that you always hope for as a team. Okay, this incident that we've suffered in the opening hour, hopefully it's our last, but it kind of never turns out that way, does it?
No, it can be a bit difficult, different than that. Yeah, you're right. Anyway, we'll wait and see. As I'm looking at Mugen Sim Racing are not too far from the back of Henry Sinick at the moment. That will be for an overall podium, by the way. That battle, but that will focus on GTs for now, because they are surely not too far away from the pit stops and staying out one more time, but it's certainly been kicked off now by the 45 team going into the pit lane after 32 laps in this race. So these guys are going a somewhat surprising length, but it's not out of the realms of possibility at the moment. They've got to be very, very soon into the pit. Deuces Motorsport Club just coming through the final corner right now and onto the front straight again. They bypass the pits once more, but the fuel loads are going to be very, very low at this point, and the cars are going to be at their lightest. They're going to be a little bit slidey as well, because the new tyres and the lack of weight as well is going to make them particularly oversteery, I reckon.
I tell you what as well, the top three in the GTE class separated by 6 seconds, by less than 6 seconds. Manuel Biancalila leading from us. Then you've got Boya Milan in the 51 WOSR iZone Performance Car, the coffee car as I like to call it, because the livery just reminds me of a pot of coffee for some reason. Well, not a pot, you know, the pot with the coffee granules in it. And Gulam Mas a further second behind for the 31 One Move esports car.
Yeah, he is indeed. So it's Porsche 2 and 3 at the moment, with BMW in first, Aston Martin in fifth, after another Porsche in fourth, and then we've got another Porsche in fifth. Sixth place, and Fabio Liuzzi in the BMW is in seventh at the moment. None of the other cars really represented, like the Corvette or others. So yeah, it's a little bit of a shame to see those guys not there, but either way, we've still got 7 GTE cars, and all running fairly well at the moment. Let's see if there's going to be some pit stops this time around, maybe for Manuel Biancalila, and there isn't. It's just him slowing down for the final corner. He's going to go around again. Guillaume Mas isn't going to go around again though, so finally GTE have commenced with some pit stops, and that is good for us, certainly. Bit of strategic intrigue to look into now, and yeah, we'll see if this pit stop will give Guillaume Mas the position in front of Boya Milan, because he wasn't able to do it on the circuit. Maybe he'll be able to do it in the pit lane.
Yep, well, we've got our Mas in the pits, and well, it doesn't mean that he's gone a little bit shorter than the likes of Boya Milan and Manuel Biancalila, but maybe he can pull off the undercut. I kind of doubt it, because he'll be back out on track with a full tank of fuel, and that just means that your car's a little bit heavier and you'll be carrying a little bit less pace. WOSR though does have to navigate getting passed by a couple of the LMP2s, which is, I think, Varga, and is that the B32 racing car that's also passed it?
Quite possibly, although B32 just come out of turn 6 at the moment, so they're actually coming up onto the back of Boya Milan to lap them. It was the 766 getting through. They're in a battle, they were in a battle with B32 Racing, although that has just spaced out in the last couple of moments. The closest one in LMP2 is between the 57 and the 95. DAC Hackers versus Ramada Motorsport for third place in that class and 6th place overall. That is going on at the moment, so that's the closest LMP2 battle. David Clockside not too far behind Henry Cynic at the moment, I think that is, or is that Nello Pastorino? It's no, I was right the first time, it is Henry Cynic, but Marcel Chinchik right now is just about to cross the line. He's coming through the final corner. He has got quite the lead at the moment, and I don't quite know how many seconds it is exactly, but it's a big lead at this point to have over Henry Cynic and David Clockside. Your prediction is going well so far. It's certainly it's certainly going to plan for those guys, and yeah, they've got a very deserved and big lead.
When you say prediction, to be honest, I was just reading the script.
Well, it looks like it.
I just saw David Clockside having a rather big lockup, and his entire car was just wiggling under the braking as it got closer and closer to the rear end of Henry Cynic's satellite DPI down into turn 1, but he managed to get it stopped, and to be honest, it was rather impressive to witness, really, from David Clockside.
Yeah, we've got a number of drivers in the pit lane, by the way. There's 67 involved in them. Both Porsches as well are into the pit lane right now. I believe they're... Oh no, they're not back out just yet though. Tyres being taken on by Volante, and that was to be expected. Musto DD Esports able to carry on for another lap though. So we'll wait and see now where One Move are going to come out. They're stuck behind Glam Racing at the moment, down the inside into the final corner, which can't have helped Guillaume Mas in his attempts to get into the lead of the, well, it's certainly in front of Boya Milan. He was in front of Juhan Makiyupi before, but what about Boya Milan? Milan comes out of the pit lane right now. Oh, they're out, yeah, and they're going to retain that second place.
and they've actually, well, I was going to say they've pulled, but to be honest, not really, maybe half a second, not even, so it's pretty much dead even in terms of pit stops. But now WOSR have 1 lap in hand in the pit stops. That means they can go that 1 lap further, or maybe just put themselves into a slightly higher engine mode if they want to try to pull away from one move and then, you know, be on the same strategy as one move. But with a 12-hour race, you never really want to push until you get to your final stint or final couple of stints, when you know exactly how much fuel you'll have left. For now, just keep on stretching the fuel as long as you can. And I think you said both drivers on a fresh set of boots as well.
I believe so. I saw Volante taking tyres, certainly, and they've come out at a similar distance to the rest of the field, so I'm presuming that everybody have taken tyres in this race. Ron and Zooks on board with him at the moment because he is not too far behind Carlos Basto. This is a battle for 3rd place in LMP2 right now, and 6th place overall as well, because they're behind all 3 of the DPI cars as things stand. Into turn 1 they go, but what about Musto GTE Esports? Is Manuel Biancalula in? Not just yet, not in. So he's not only able to go 1 lap longer, he's actually gone 2 laps longer, and if he even continues on with this, then he's going to be both the fastest driver on the circuit and the one with the best strategy. It's very difficult if that continues on. It would be very, very hard to see anybody else winning at that rate, but obviously long way to go.
Maybe this kind of explains it somewhat, because I was getting quite surprised that Biancalila was only 5 seconds clear, but maybe if he's saving up some fuel, then, well, that would kind of explain why he hasn't been able to fully convert that qualifying pace he has had. And, you know, we make jokes from time to time about how unrealistic F1 is as a simulator, but Manuel Biancalila exceptionally fast in F1, and he's bringing that through to GT racing here on our Factor 2 and dominating the GTE class right now.
Yeah, he is indeed. Out front by a fair margin. Head of Boya Milan and Ilmas, who we've seen battling for a lot of this race, and we're continuing to see battle at the moment. It's a good fight between them. Going to get a view as to what the gap actually is right now. It is, oh, that's not actually right, is it? Because it's 14 seconds up to the next car overall, which is Thibaut Malbrun just in front, and obviously Malbrun is not going to be anywhere near these guys because he's in a different category entirely that is designed to be slower. So yeah, that's not a particularly good comparison, but either way they're going to be catching him up as well. And we'll see how long that takes. Musto GT Sports go around again here, but Biancalila carries on for a 3rd lap longer than everybody else, and this is remarkable stuff. If he has been going at that pace and saving that amount of fuel, then absolutely remarkable from him.
There's been some fantastic pace, and got our master back onto the rear end of Boya Milan. I'm also keeping an eye on Nikolai Bezrikov, who's just over a second behind the Glam Racing car of Lee Russell. And honestly, Lee Russell's been doing a fantastic job for Glam Racing at the moment, sitting in 3rd place in the GT3 class, which, I mean, if things ended here, which of course they won't, it would be their best result of the season. So great stuff from Lee Russell. Did he just jump into the pit?
Yes, he did.
A late move into the pits. I remember the race control saying to make sure that they're in the white lines before the white lines start, and that looked a little bit late from Lee Russell, so hopefully he hasn't infringed any rules.
Let's hope so. But Lee Russell goes in on lap 37, as did...
Wait, one move I've overtaken. They've done the move. I'm going to replay and see if I can find out if that move
they have.
It's turn 1.
You're right, they have. I think it might have been down into turn 1. We were looking at the GT3 battling going on. Yeah, so it looked like a very, very fierce battle, actually.
Ooh. Okay,
so,
right. I've got the replay ready whenever we want to watch it.
Yeah, here we go.
Because what's the LMP do? Because they all go for the inside here.
That's the leader, the race leader, trying to get through very, very close. Boya Milan defending for his life right back down to the pit wall on the right-hand side. round the outside goes Guillaume Mas. Is he going to be able to pull this off? That's fantastic, actually. A bit of contact, but aggressive move. Made sure there was no right of reply for Boya Milan. Squeezed him very, very tightly so that he had trouble defending. And that was a very, very good move indeed from Guillaume Mas. He's through into the lead of the race as Manuel Biancalula, into second place. The leader of the GTE race is into the pit lane now after 3 extra laps.
You know what, Ewan? I'm going to see if I can get one of the guys from One Move Esports to come and join us because they're having a really good time right now.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get some people in, certainly, for an interview, as the GT3 pit stops are also upon us right now, and the battle in DPI for second place is also happening. It's all happening at the moment, and it's very, very difficult to keep up with it all. But Mugen Sim Racing's Zoltan Varkingi's opening stint has been absolutely fantastic. 38 laps in the books for him, and he is also into the pit lane, 1 lap after Glam Racing and One Move Esports, who came in 1 lap earlier.
Been good stuff so far. Thibaut Malbrun is now half a second behind Lee Russell. Actually, he's got the move done on Lee. Has he got the move done on Lee Russell?
Russell's into the pit lane.
Ah, that would explain it. I think my timing sheet keeps lagging like a minute behind. So it says, oh, close battle. Then you go and you realise one of them's actually in the pits.
Oh yeah, and also probably it looked like a close battle between Mugen and Unison right now because they're both in the pit lane together. But Mugen have just left right now. Zoltan Varkingi, he's going to retake the lead of the race. Thibaut Malbrun is a fair way behind them. The pit stops in GT3 in full flow, and they have been completed. Manuel Biancalula hasn't got out in front of Guillaume Mas by a very big margin, by the way, here. That gap is much, much smaller than it was before, so expect to see a good fight for the lead in GT3 over the next few minutes, or next half an hour or so.
We've got 2 battles going on, Ewan, so I think we need to get both of them up because Nello Pastorino is only 6/10 clear of Viaduct in this battle for P2 in the DPI class. And then, of course, we've got our 3-way battle for the lead in the GTE class with Manuel Biancalila, Guillaume Mas and Boya Milan all separated by less than 2 seconds.
Well, I think that Nello Pastorino has just got through because let's not forget Viaduction started this battle in front. They're on the double stinting of tyres here, so I think that pass has actually just happened, and we might have just missed it while we were looking at all those GT pit stops. It might have been on the stream, but we certainly weren't looking at it because there's been so much tactical whatever it's called, in the pit lane. Yeah, there's been a lot of tactical tactics. Yeah, there's been some tactical tactics, and we weren't looking at it. So anyway, we didn't see that. But Toon Lower is seeing right now is actually made up a place. B32 Racing, he's got through on. He's in 8th place on a bit of a recovery drive right now.
I'm just keeping an eye on this ETE battle right now. Guillaume Mas 6/10 behind Manuel Biancalila. Honestly, the Frenchman is flying right now. We've got Italian followed by Frenchman, and I can't remember where Boya Milan is from. I'm guessing probably that Czech. No. Is it a Lat? Is Boya Milan Latvian now? I can't remember.
No.
Either way, we've got an Italian, a French, and then not an Italian or a French. So we've got 3 different nationalities in the top 3.
Spanish.
And wait, Boya Milan is Spanish?
I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100%, but I'm quite sure that Boya Milan is Spanish. Yeah.
Okay.
Although, one thing, because in isolation I think it is, but second of all, the thing that I've got to back that up is World of Sim Racing do have a fair amount of Spanish drivers on their team. 4 out of the 5 initial entries are Spanish drivers.
How do you know he's Spanish and not Portuguese?
Well, I don't. I've not got a clue, really. But it's just off the top of my head. I haven't even written this down. It's just off the top of my head what I think it is. So anyway, now that while we're arguing about that, we'll continue our argument into the ad break. And while we're doing that, you can look at some commercials. We'll be back in a few moments' time. And we'll be back at the Nürburgring for the 12-hour race. 4th round of the EEWC coming up in a few minutes.
Endurance Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTB, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals, and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 12 Hours of Nürburgring, the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. On your screens right now, it's the battle for GTE, the lead in that category. Just over a second separate Manuel Biancalula and Guillaume Mas. It's very, very close indeed, a further 2 seconds back to Brian Milan, who is just a little bit adrift right now, the car going through, but it's an interesting battle nevertheless. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Yusuf Bin Sahel for the first hour and a half of this race, and we'll be with you throughout the day. It's been a good race so far, Yusuf. The first 90 minutes have absolutely flown by, I have to say. You can barely blink and they've already gone by, so yeah, it's been very good indeed. Lots of battles going on. GTE lead, a battle for P2 overall as well. It's very interesting because the LMP2 guys are about to come into the pit lane before long as well, so lots to be watching in the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, David Kolaksai, who's second in the LMP2 class, is right on the back of the DPI leader, Henry Sinnick, so we might be seeing some battles going on there as well. But yeah, the top three in GTE class separated by about 3 seconds overall, and last time round Manuel Biancalila put in a new fastest lap of the race for the GTE cars, a 51.1, 3 tenths quicker than Guillaume Mas in P2 and 6 tenths quicker than Brian Milan in P3.
Yeah, Boyer Milan just dropping back ever so slightly in the last few moments. Championship leaders, let's not forget, and if things were to stay as they are right now, then Musto DD Esports would be taking that championship lead away from World of Sim Racing, and it would be a 7-point margin in their favour heading towards the 24 Hours of Spa at the end of August, just about 2 months away for us here on GTR 24H. We'll be broadcasting that on all the way through. It will be on for practice and qualifying as well, which is going to be good, but that's a long way away. The 12 Hours of Nürburgring is in the today, and we're seeing on the left hand side, right hand side, David Coloxide not too far behind Henry Sinnick. That battle you just mentioned in GTE is on the left, the split screen, given that we've got couple of battles, but as I said, LMP2 pit stops are not too far away. As Marcel Cincic comes over the line right now, I think he will be doing another 2 laps, and then he will be coming into the pit lane. This is much more like what we're used to seeing from an LMP2 pit stop time, and now people will be starting to get into the rhythm of the race. I'm interested to see whether anybody can do a lap longer than their rivals, really, because last time everybody apart from Team Ebrit came down the pit lane on the very same lap. Wonder if anybody is able to stretch it out this time as this battle for GTE hops up just a little bit.
Yeah, that is one of the McLaren's McLaren's, that's a Ferrari that has been caught by Manuel Biancalina in just the wrong place, and that means that Guillaume Mas has been able to close right in behind the Italian. And we'll see if anything does occur. Remember, we did see Biancalina actually pitting 1 lap after all of the other GT drivers. Well, actually, was it even 2 laps? Either way, he pitted after the rest of the drivers. And Ewan, I actually remembered something. Are you ready for a blast back to the past?
I'm ready.
So yesterday, no, it wasn't yesterday. I remember at the start of the season, we were talking about predictions for who we thought would be winning each of the championships. And I remember seeing pins and drillers for the HyperCar class and the LMP2 class. And pins and drillers were leading the HyperCar class. They weren't leading the LMP2 class, but since they've disbanded, we'll just go on to say that it doesn't count, right? Because they're no longer in it. In the GTE class, I can't remember if I said Muster or WOSR. I think I said WOSR, who are currently leading by 4 points, although that will all change after this round most likely. And in the GT3, I think I went with one move, but I can't remember. And they're currently sitting 3rd, but if they can keep up the pace, they might be finding themselves 2nd in the championship.
Yeah, I think I can't remember my predictions. We'll have to go back and see what they were, because I can't remember. I know that I made mine in practice.
I think practice for Indianapolis, wasn't it?
Well, I can't remember. I seem to remember you made your predictions in qualifying for Indianapolis because you couldn't be there for practice that race. I can't remember.
It was Thursday night, and I had a sim race on Thursday night.
Yeah, so
Friday night, I can't remember if I had commentary, and then I think I jumped in for qualifying 2. Hearing some of the antics of qualifying 1.
Right, yeah, I remember. That's what I seem to remember. They were our predictions. So we'll have to go back and try and find them because, it would be interesting to see how wrong or how right we were. Obviously, we can't be right about drillers if we indeed predicted them because they've disbanded. So
since they've disbanded, I think we have to redo our prediction. So for the LMP2 class, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say Vargas Sim Racing are going to win. Don't quote me on it, but yeah.
Well, that's a risky one, that, isn't it? It looks like they are going to win the championship at this point. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to take it off of them. The battle for 2nd is going to be very interesting, though, in that category.
That's what we should do our prediction for.
Yeah, maybe. It feels kind of cheating, though, now that we've done it 4 rounds in. But maybe we'll have to sort that out at some point. Anyway. This battle in GTE has been going on while we've been blabbering on about whatever it is. But LMP2 pit stops are just about to happen as well. Perfect timing. Marcel Cincic just comes into the pit lane right now. I believe David Coloxide, has he been in or has he just dropped back a little bit? I think he's actually been into the pit lane where we were just talking there. So Coloxide wasn't able to quite do 25 laps on that occasion. It had to be 24. Cincic looks like he's one of the only teams to have been able to do 25 laps again, apart from Team Ebrit, of course, who are going really, really quite long.
Just keeping an eye on Henry Sinek, who's making his way past, I think that is Nello Pastorino in the other DPI car. He's currently sitting actually third overall. And honestly, I'm proud of my method of distinguishing the DPI and the LMP2 cars, because it's actually working for me. I was like, who's that? And then I was like, wait, that's not an LMP2 car. It looks nice. So then I realized, it must be the DPI car, because... Well, I realised it must be Nello Pastorino, because Viaductin are ironically white for this race when they have been in bright orange, luminous orange for every single other round of the season.
Yeah, they have. They've been a really, really quite striking livery, although I quite liked it, but unfortunately it's gone now.
I liked it as well.
Some news from LMP2, by the way. Ramada Motorsport have had some problems, I do believe, because they're now behind Toon Lauer, who is a lap down on the rest of the field, I believe. Anyway, let's just check that just before I say that. No, actually, he's not a lap down on the rest of the field. However, he's yet to make a stop, quite possibly. Well, I don't know, but anyway, he's in is in 5th place in LMP2, 6th place for Ramada Motorsport, and I feel like they've just dropped back just a little bit compared to where they were. Maybe not, but yeah, there's been a couple of changes going on in LMP2. It looks like that pit stop cycle for them, though, is pretty much over, and at the end of the next lap, Henry Sinek will be coming in from the lead of the race in DPI. So they are able to go a little bit longer, and if DPI's cars can save a pit stop, then maybe they've got a chance in this one, but I still feel like the pure pace of Vargasim Racing might still be enough to win them this race.
Yeah, and well, let's see how it all pans out for Varga, because at the moment they are pulling from Henry Sinek in terms of pure pace, so even if they do have one extra stop over the course of the race, I think they'll be far enough ahead that they still take the race win, or, well, at the very least they'll get their class win, but the overall race might be a bit tighter, and it might go down to the wire, as I think the 117 is only a little bit quicker than the DPI of Henry Sinek, because now it's Daniel Wisner at the wheel, and Daniel Wisner in qualifying, well, was he really taking some liberties? That guy's car was all over the place, and I mean all over the place in a good way. He was sliding through the NGK chicane like nobody's business.
Yeah, managed to get pole position, let's not forget, and they've converted that into a race lead right now. Toon Lauer did have to make a pit stop, that's what, by the way, that's why he was in front of Pedro Ramada. I don't think there's anything to worry about for Ramada, although they were battling with DAC hackers not so long ago, but now they are not anymore, and I'm not entirely sure why at this point. I'm not entirely sure why they've dropped back so much, but surely somebody who's listening will know and will be cringing at my every word right now. But anyway, that's we'll move past that. Toon Lauer looks like that was actually on schedule for him, but because he's a little bit further behind, that makes it seem like he is making an unscheduled pit stop. Things have spaced out in GT a little bit as well. It seems that Manuel Biancalula is a little bit faster, but Guillaume Masters gained a little bit of time in the pit stop cycle there for whatever reason. But you know, if Biancalula continues on getting 3 laps more out of his fuel than everybody else, then he's going to be in a great place for this race.
Yeah, and remember, Biancalila went a little bit further in his first stint than Guillaume Mas, and if he's just running in a lower engine mode than the Porsche behind him, or maybe that BMW is just a little bit better with its fuel, then, you know, if he's going 3 laps further after 5 or so stints, that's, you know, almost going to be, well, to be honest, by the end of the race, that is going to be an entire pit stop. So, you know, while it might be looking like a 1 second gap, come the end of the race, it's going to be a 1 second gap plus a pit stop, however long that is, which is nearly an entire lap here at the Nürburgring.
DPI leaders DPI cars into the pit lane as a whole at the moment. Henry Sinek has given up that lead now to Daniel Wisner, who is back into the lead for Vargasim Racing. David Kolotsi might well be able to get into 2nd place as well. Oh no, he's not, because Henry Sinek's already out of the pit lane. It seems, though, that Viaductin's audacious strategy to go maybe for a double stint on those tyres hasn't really worked out for them on this occasion, and I think they'll be reverting back to the single stinting on tyres for the rest of the race, quite possibly.
Yeah, as the Deuces car flies past one move as they lap LMP2 against GT car. not going to be anything too difficult. And it's at the Viaductum car now, not too far behind Tom Kapusta. It's a couple of seconds, okay, but Viaductum, remember, in that first stop, they actually double stinted their tyres, so they'll have a fresh set of tyres now on their DPI car. And maybe, if they have the pace, they can close in their, what is currently a 4-second deficit to the 65 Satellite Racing car.
Yimi Nisela as well, by the way, has got into the 64 car, and they're not too far behind Koloksai, who's been able to jump in that one. So it seems that the DPIs can go one lap longer, maybe two if you fuel save for just a little bit of time. They are able to save a little bit of time, but it's going to take them 25 stints to gain a lap. A pit stop, so that might not happen in this race, unfortunately for them, although their final pit stop will be shorter. It's still looking very good for a Varga Sim Racing victory at this very early stage, we'll wait and see who does take the victory. Not seen too many driver swaps, by the way, so far, but as you mentioned, Satellite Racing have changed both of those their drivers. Bo Christensen's got into the 766, but other than that, we really haven't seen any driver changes so far. I expect at the next round of GT pit stops we're going to see a few, because they will have been driving for over 2 hours at that point.
As now we see Deuces going, Viaductum getting passed by the Deuces car. That is the 15 of turn lower. Remember, turn lower all the way down the field, a lap down, so unlapping himself after having that drive-through penalty after some issues went the way of Deuces. So they're trying to recover their race. Still early stages, so they still have plenty of time to make up ground.
Things, to me at least, looking quite promising actually for Team E Brit in this one. We'll wait and see if their strategy does indeed pay off in the end, but I think this is really going well for them at the moment. I'm trying to find them on my screen at the moment, and they're just heading through the Schumacher S. If we look at how much longer they're going on the pit stop, I reckon they're doing a good couple of laps longer every single time. I'll just wait and see at the end of this lap to see if they're going to come in, and I'll do some calculations when they do, but this is really turning out well for them. If they're able to save a pit stop, then they'd be in a legitimate third place in front of the likes of Roland Zooks, etc. So I think this is going fantastically well for the British team so far.
Yeah, and I think even if they were to pit on this lap, I think they'd probably come out between, I want to say, I think they'd come out just behind Pedro Ramada, maybe just ahead, but hopefully when Tom Kapusta or the other LMP2s of Roland Zooks come around, we can kind of compare Matt Webb's lap times, because he did set a 1:45 last time round, and we'll have to see exactly how much time he is losing, because the E-Team Brit car is definitely fuel saving somewhat, so they won't be at maximum pace. 43.7 last time round for Matt Webb. Tom Kapusta behind in the DPI class, a 44.3. The top two, Daniel Visma and David Koloksai, they're in the mid 41s. And I think for Roland Zooks, also low 41 for him, Pedro Ramada in the low 42. So they are lapping a fair bit quicker than the E-Team Brit car, and we'll only really find out how well this strategy has worked for them once we get to that stage where they actually gain that pit stop, and then they are back on effectively the same strategy as the other LMP2s.
Yeah, and even if they're only doing 2 laps longer on a tank of fuel, then that is still going to take us 13 stints for us to work that out, and that is a long way away just for the moment. So it looks like they're going to gain one pit. It would be one pit stop if they're gaining 2 laps of fuel each time, but if they're managing 3, then maybe it would be a couple of pit stops they can gain a little bit wide through the left-hander there on that occasion. That was turn 10. But they're back on the road with the little bit of tarmac on the right hand side there, just helping them out a little bit, and that's useful for them so that they can carry on their way into the final chicane. They go at the moment. Got the One Move Esports GT3 in front of them, but they're not going to have to pass them because they're into the pit lane right now. Let's have a look at what lap that is then. They're just coming to the end of lap 55 right now, so they've gone 5 laps longer, sometimes actually 6 laps on some of them, so yeah, this is going pretty well. I hope this is going to plan for Team eBrit, because it's certainly paying them off pretty well as things stand, and it could do even more so a little bit later on.
Yeah, so if you think that they're going to get 3 laps longer each stint, essentially they're going to need about 7 stints to be able to, be an entire pit stop clear. So 7 stints of 3 laps, right? So, well, we're talking about 21 laps times by however much time. Yeah, 8. So, however many. So 8 threes, 24 laps. So 24 laps. If they're losing 2-3 seconds a lap, then they're going to lose about 50 seconds. So the question is 50 seconds less than a pit stop? If it is, then good job at E-Team Brit. If it's more, then bad job E-Team Brit.
We'll wait and see if it turns out. That is the view, by the way, from the DSSR Lab team on the pit wall at the moment. And that's on the left-hand side is the onboard view from their Porsche. Currently driving around in 6th place in the GTE category. It's not been a good start for those guys, has it, at all, in this race, but I think they're catching Luka Fairlich a little bit, and hopefully they can start to get into this race now. I had a little bit of bad luck with that crash a little bit earlier on, if you remember, Musto GD Esports, but they're very consistent, and they're going to be getting involved a little bit later on in this race. Hopefully they'll be getting some more points for themselves as well.
So Ben Corbin has come out of the pits, and he is 13 seconds behind Kyle Lukagor. So, to be honest with you, I don't think this strategy is going to work for E-Team Brit. I don't think they are gaining. I think they're losing too much time with the fuel saving. I think those 2 to 3 seconds a lap slower that they are is too much, and over the course of their stints, I think they're going to lose way too much time.
Yellow flag in Sector 2 at the moment. Rollins, oh no, sorry, he's just going through Sector 1, so it can't be him. Can't see. Don't think anybody's stopped at the moment, and it's cleared fairly quickly, so I think that any issue that anybody's been having there has gone away fairly quickly. Close battles that are going on at the moment, probably Yimi Nisula and Koloksai at the moment. They're running nose to tail. Well, I don't say nose to tail. Oh yeah, they are pretty much nose to tail actually. Coming up towards the NGK chicane, the final chicane. It's the faster version, of course. And of course, in the top right hand side of your screen is the onboard from Guillaume Mas, who's trying to chase down Manuel Biancaluna at the moment, but not really successful in doing so, because that gap is just extending out a little bit. But this DPI car has been fairly impressive so far. 3rd place overall. I think a podium overall will be a good result for them if they manage to keep that. For the first race of this car in the EEWC, it will be a good result.
Yep. As I just realised, Ewan, that the maths that I did regarding E-Team Brit was a complete and utter load of hogwash. If they're going to do 8 stints to gain essentially a stint or a pit stop over the teams around them, that's 8 stints of 22 laps. You're talking about 160 laps, if we round up, it's actually about 170 laps. So 170 laps of them running 2 seconds a lap slower is, 340 seconds, which means that they're going to be losing 5 minutes, and a pit stop is nowhere near 5 minutes long, so they are losing way too much time to make that strategy work.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure, because every time it cycles through, they do end up in the lead, but I just... sorry, not in the lead, they come up in second, but I just wonder if that's going to continue on, or whether they're going to find a bit of pace and, be a little bit closer to those up front, or how it's going to develop. I'm not entirely sure. It's difficult to work out at this stage. I think we're better to just watch it play out, really, and see where it goes. So anyway, on board with Yimi Nisula at the moment, just in behind David Koloksai. A bit of a chase down going on between these guys, a little bit ragged across the curve, but they've been able to get through nicely. And here's the final corner, the Coca-Cola curve, and out onto the front straight again. About an hour and 45 complete in this race, just over. and GT pit stops. GT3 pit stops will be about half an hour away at this point. GTE a little bit less, but we're still a fair amount away from the next pit stop cycle. But it's that cycle where GT and LMP pit stops happen all at the same time, so it's going to be very, very busy pit lane next time that all happens.
I remember we saw back at, I think it was Indianapolis, the LMP2 cars having to wait for their pit box to clear up, and as a result losing a whole chunk of time, and it was really unfortunate circumstances. But the pit lanes are just not long enough, they're just not big enough to be able to accommodate 40 different garages. So as a result, teams have to share their pit boxes with teams from the other classes, and sometimes that cross communication between sometimes you need to have that cross communication with other teams who are sharing your pit box, being like, yo, we kind of want to pit in a couple of laps, do you mind not pitting, or when you guys got to pit, so we can make sure that we're not both in the pit box at the same time.
Yeah, it does take a bit of communication, but that's only all well and good as long as you know who you're sharing a pit box with. You might not know at this point. You've got to really keep a very beady eye on the pit lane to make sure. So, yeah, it's a difficult conundrum for these guys to work out, and we'll see who is able to. But the battle for second overall is still going on here. David Koloksai is managing to get his way into second, but Nisula not too far behind. I've not seen Nisula drive very many prototypes. He's been at satellite racing for a very long time, but really not seen him driving prototypes very often. It's more likely, more often GT cars that he is accustomed to. He drove in the Le Mans 24 Hours, the EEWC last season, and I can't remember where they finished in the end, actually, in that race, but he was definitely there, because I remember him being there. And yeah, I'm actually trying to find those results right now, because he was driving for satellite on that day as well. They actually dropped back towards the end and finished down in 8th place, which is a bit of a shame. But no, he's certainly up there. I remember throughout the night he was driving well. But yeah, a lot of traffic to deal with right now. Unison Racing have just been overtaken by those two prototypes, and there's some more GTs in the near future as well for these guys to negotiate. We'll see if they can do so. Going up the Schumacher S, there's the World of Sim Racing car getting passed by another one of the prototypes. I can't quite see which one that is. It might be Team E-Brit, actually. We were just talking about them, and it is indeed. Guillaume Mas not too far in front, so the fact that they are going to be lapped here by Mugen Sim Racing and so on doesn't bode too well for Team E-Brit, but we'll wait and see how their strategy pans out. There'll certainly be an interesting point in this battle, because they'll both have to get through here, and that could present an opportunity for Nisula.
Yeah, Jimmy Nisula sitting right on the back of David Koloksai. And we'll see what he can pull out. Jimmy Nisula taking over for Henry Sinek. And this is the battle for P2 overall, even when you include strategies into play. Of course, though, these two are in different classes, but the DPI and the LMP2 cars, very little separating the performance of them. They might as well be in the same class.
Yeah, well, not quite. But because the LMP2 is faster, apparently, Liam Russ has told us.
I mean,
but
even in
similar.
the
I know.
class, right, there's discrepancies. I think it has been greatly exaggerated, the difference between the two cars.
I'm so glad I opened those kind of words again. I really am.
I just want to point out. LMP2 fastest laps. 40.2, 40.7 for your top two. DPI fast laps for your top two, 40.5, 40.8.
It's about the consistency over a stint, isn't it? It's all well and good being good in qualifying.
Consistency's down to the... No, I'm talking about the fastest laps from the race.
Yeah, but I don't know, they might have bad tyre wear.
They're the same car!
I don't know.
Why do I feel that we've turned into like Jeremy Clarkson and Richard Hamill or something like that? Because I'm feeling a Clarkson vibe coming on from me right now.
I don't know. Yeah, I know you certainly think that LMP2 and DPI are similar. I'm siding with the DPI drivers who think the LMP2 is faster a little bit. But
look, you're talking about a driver who's going slow, whose team is going slower than another car. Obviously, they're going to say the other car's faster. Come on, these are racing drivers we're talking about. Next thing you're going to say is they actually take blame for incidents that were their own fault.
Well, you might be right. In that, I certainly see what you're saying. But anyway, yeah, I'm really glad I opened those kind of worms again. I'm not going to do that again for the remaining 10 hours. But anyway, we are nearly 2 hours into this race right now, so we're going to take another quick commercial break right now. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time with more racing from the 12 hours of Nürburgring.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. Just over 10 hours remaining in the race. The first 2 hours have absolutely flown by, to be honest, and we're now into single figures in terms of time remaining, or we will be in 4 minutes. Time, Boya Milan is catching Guillaume Mas, so we're focusing on GTE just for a few moments time, because the battle between Yemi Nisola and David Koloksai is starting to spread out just a little bit. The DPI car was able to stay with the LMP2 for a little bit, but not for very much longer, I'm afraid, so that battle has petered out ever so slightly, but thankfully GT is heating up a little bit, and I get the feeling that I said this to you in the break, Yusuf, Guillaume Mas might have just overdone it ever so slightly in the early part of his stint.
Long stints for these GT cars, 1 hour 10, and if you do over push those tyres at the start of your stint, it will come back to bite you later on, and maybe things are starting to look good for Boya Milan now. Maybe he also saved a bit of fuel, and he might just have a ability to use a slightly higher engine mode for the remainder of his stint compared to Guillaume Mas. But if Guillaume Mas can hold on to track position at the end of the day, that is what counts, and you'll take that as a successful stint, as I think that was the Viaduct and DPI flying past into the Schumacher S around the outside. There's another one of the LMP2s that go through as well.
Yeah, trying to work out when these next pit stops are going to be. Just over 10 laps, I believe, for World of Sim Racing. Also, One Move Esports, although One Move came in a lap earlier than everybody else, so it might be a little bit sooner than that. We'll wait and see. Yeah, let's not forget about the stint length for Musto GD Esports, a good 3 laps longer on that last occasion. Trying to see what's going on in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, by the way. It looks like an LMP2 battle could be going on here, but I can't see any battles for position, at least, in LMP2 at the moment, so I'm not entirely sure.
Is that going to be David Polaksa and Jimmy Nisler in the LMP2 DPI battle for P2 overall, potentially?
I've heard that it is Viaduct and DAC Hackers for 5th overall, and yeah, it looks like Von Zix has just got through, actually. I didn't see that coming at all, but certainly as the stint wears on, LMP2 seem to be getting a little bit better than DPI in terms of the pace, but it could, well, I don't know what it could be down to, but anyway, we're not having that discussion again. It's for 5th overall anyway. Viaduct have just fallen out of that position. I thought they were catching Tonka Booster actually a little bit in the other satellite racing car, but it doesn't seem like that has actually happened. And Roland Zooks able to get through now. He's also pulling away from Pedro Romada, who's now driving the 57. So yeah, that's sort of battle that was going on, but it seems that as they're off into the gravel slightly, it seems that Viaduct are now starting to struggle a little bit in this stint, and they'll be wishing they can get some new tyres on, most likely in about just over 10 laps time as well.
I also just recently saw Boya Milan on the previous lap round, actually through this corner right here, the Warsteiner curve, completely sideways. He went a little bit sideways again, but last time he was a full counter steer lock to the left to keep that car on the black stuff. And now he's a couple of seconds down on Guillaume Mas, as our producer tells us to check out the weather. And I remember when I looked, it was meant to be raining from Sunday evening, but for the remainder of today it is supposed to be staying bone dry. And
indeed, the sun's out at the moment. It was very overcast 2 hours ago, but the sun's out, as you can see on the screen right now. We're just about to complete at 2 hour mark, by the way. We've got a yellow flag in sector 3. Wonder what that's all about. Want to see, it's Lee Russell in the Glam Racing car. So what's happened to him? Trying to go oh no, he's just in the pit lane. So it's not, oh no, sorry, he's just gone past the pit lane. He's on the pit straight right now. So it looks like Fabio Miuzzi's the one in the pit lane, but they have lost power in the Glam Racing car, and that's not good news for them. They've retired to the pit lane. I wonder if that's going to be the end of their day, quite possibly.
Surely that can't be fuel. There's another 10 minutes until, we're expecting that fuel, or we're expecting the pit stops to be opening up for the GT cars. So, has he just blown the engine? I tell you what, I'm going to jump on board with Lee Russell and try to find out if we can see what actually happened to him.
He will be reconnecting, by the way. He will be able to get back into this race, which is good news, but not good news that he has had to go into the pit lane and have that problem. It's been 3 4th places so far for Glam Racing. Their 5th place in the standings, almost certainly going to overtake Danish Racing League as long as they manage to get to the, well, even if they don't get to the end of the race, they'd still get 6th place points, just not that bonus for finishing the race. So they will be at least 4th at the end of the day, as Lee Russell is reconnecting at the moment, trying to get back in time. Will he be able to get in front of DISSR Lab, though, because they're coming up fairly quickly, but 2 laps down. We'll wait and see. Let's have a look at the replay of what happened here, Yusuf.
Yeah, so here we go. He's on the power. Oh, he double downshifts. Double downshifts into first just before the pit, or just after the pit entry. Yeah, and that's the money shift right there. How? I mean, you've got sequential gearboxes. That's just... I mean, sometimes you do have a few sim rigs that the paddles are a little too short and it's very easy to double shift down, but yeah, that's entirely a driver error from Lee Russell, unless, you know, there was a hardware issue that caused him to double downshift, but I think that's just on Lee Russell. Yeah, sad way to go, really, but it happens from time to time. We actually saw it at Indianapolis. I forget who it was in Nürburgring.
Because, you know, it's the one thing, I know that they're getting more advanced with almost every passing day. There's a new one with a new feature that makes better than the last and so on, but, you know, it's really, really difficult, I think, to kind of stop that. And I think, at least to my mind, that will be the next kind of improvement in sim racing technology. You know, how can we stop this double downshifting? I know it's not like an issue that plagues people all of the time, you know, 24/7, but, you know, it is an issue that we see pop up now and again. And, you know, there's... at least on top of my head, I can't think of any way of really fixing it other than I've seen sometimes some games that I've played in the past have kind of protection where it kind of realises that you've double downshifts, but it sometimes can get in the way as well, because if you're trying to just downshift quickly, it can get in the way. So yeah, I've not really seen a way of combating that, at least on the hardware side of things.
I mean, the only thing that I can really think of that you could implement is either from a game side or from your sim rig side, being able to put in something that essentially means that if you downshift more than once in half a second, it does not downshift. So it forces there to be like a half a second gap between each downshift. But from game to game, that does vary. I mean, you and I know we do plenty of F1 sim racing related stuff, and on that you downshift very, very quickly through the gears, whereas on GT racing usually you leave more time. So probably better if it was a game related thing, because I know double downshifts don't really matter on the F1 game, but yeah, here on GT racing, R Factor 2 and ACC, where realism is definitely more prominent, the double downshift definitely affects you more. Especially, it's mainly that third down to first downshift that really causes the engine and gearbox harm.
Lee Russell has just left the pit lane. By the way, he's coming back out again as there's a battle between Roland Zux and it's Tonka Puster now driving that car. 4th place in the overall race. So Glam Racing back out in 5th place. Both B32 racing cars are into the pit lane a little bit off schedule, but they're both last in their respective classes, I'm afraid. This is the battle we're watching. Capusta versus Zux going through the Mercedes arena here once again. The satellite racing car dropping away, and DAC Hackers really starting to rise to the fore as this stint wears on.
DAC Hackers have had some good results recently as well, you know. And look at their most recent results. It was that P2 in Sebring. Okay, we go back to Silverstone. P10, maybe not the best of results. Before that, it was I think that's a P6, 6 points that they were able to take in Indianapolis, but they've really started to come alive lately in the championship, and well, they sit just 1 point behind Ramada Motorsport and DSG Motorsport in the battle for 4th place. And you know, with a good result, you know, they're only 7 behind Deuces, so if they could take a P2 here, DAC Hackers, then they will likely find themselves sitting 2nd in the championship. As things stand, David Kolaksai for Mugen Sim Racing is doing a fantastic, sterling job so far, being only 11 seconds behind the 117 of Varga Sim Racing.
The pit stop window, by the way, for Zux will be open in 4 laps when we complete this one, so not far away now, the LMP2 pit stops, but right now, you can see Glam Racing actually as they recovered. I think Volante were there as well, so a couple of Aston Martins involved of multiple categories. Coming through the final corner they go right now. One of them into the pit lane there. Didn't quite see, I think that was the 45 DIS SR lab car, and it was indeed the 45 car coming into the pit lane. So they've, I'm afraid, not had the best race so far, but they are catching Volante, as you can see, because Volante are just up here. You'll be able to see them in a few moments' time. On board with Zooks, though, this is a busy part of the track and a perfect opportunity now if one presents itself. Maybe down the inside into turn 3, although it's just a little bit too busy at this point. A bit of a stack up between everybody. Zooks nearly gets into the back of Kapusta coming through turn 3. Out of turn 4 they go and into the chicane at 5 and 6. They both get through on Volante, but Zooks hasn't quite been able to slip his way down the inside yet.
Zooks just struggling at the moment, maybe down the inside, but no, there's a Musto car right in front of him. They're side by side now, coming out of the chicane, and oh, Tom Kapusta, you can't do that. He was boxed in between the Musto car and Roland Zooks, but he came out across Roland Zooks anyway, and yeah, that's just not acceptable in my opinion there from Tom Kapusta. That could have ended really badly.
It could have, but it's just aggressive racing within traffic, really, and it's just very, very close quarters racing, really. And
he just turned across it.
Well, I can't say I was particularly watching at the time. I was trying to find out about DIS's strategy because they were coming in, but yeah. Sometimes it does get a little bit close, as we've just seen. But yeah, let's see who's off in Sector 3 now, I wonder, because there was a brief yellow flag there. But it seems to have gone away again, so we'll continue our focus on this battle. What this has done, though, is allowed Viaducton to get involved, because Zooks and Kapusta have been battling, with Viaducton kind of lurking in the background, and now they've started to throw a few punches. They're slowing each other down. Here comes Zooks, yeah, down the inside, late on the brakes, the lighter LMP2, able to brake that tiny little bit later. Oh, a good traction, actually, from Kapusta, but not able to make use of it. He has to resign himself to being off of the podium. Sorry, well, he's already off the podium, but he's down to 5th place now from 4th, and he's got Viaducton for company now as well.
And Viaducton, this is actually a battle for positions. Remember, Viaducton, after their first stint, they double stinted their tyres, so they were running much slower than everyone else around them, but now they'll have a fresh set of tyres on the car, and Viaducton can look to find a way past Tom Kapusta, who seems to be struggling a little bit for pace relative to Roland Zooks and indeed Viaducton.
A very cool shot on the right hand side of your screen, by the way. That's the images from the Viaducton kind of team, wherever they are. Triple screen display by the looks of things as well, which is impressive. But 6th place for them at the moment. Not too far behind. Tom Kapusta trying to chase him down, and yeah, it's good to see these guys getting the well, we're getting kind of onboard shots from where they are in the world as well, which is good to see at the same time as in the game as well. But it looks like now that battle has stopped, Kapusta is able to just edge away ever so slightly. Viaducton don't look like they quite have the pace to catch up for the moment, although a good run through the fire chicane there has done them a little bit of good. I don't think they'll be overtaking Satellite Racing in the next few moments, although I could be wrong.
There's a Ferrari just dived into the pits, and I'm not quite sure who that was actually. Was that the B32 Racing? Yes, it was B32 Racing car. I always forget that there's a B32 Racing car in the GT class, because usually they're in the LMP2 field, and indeed they still are in the LMP2 field, but they have also entered a team into the GT3 class as well.
Yeah, I have indeed, and they're currently last in both, I'm afraid. The LMP2 car is 12th overall, with the GT3 25th and last at the moment. But they'll be hoping to at least get to the end of this race with both of their cars. B32 had a fantastic Sebring, by the way. For a long time they were running right up there, and in the end they managed 6th place. They were knocking on the door of a top 5 for a long time as well, having a good race. But anyway, Viaducton versus Satellite looks like it's on here, and we can see right now Kapusta having to take a couple of defensive lines maybe into a couple of these corners. Viaducton starting to apply the pressure just a little bit now. This is going to allow Roland Zooks to get away, but this doesn't really matter to them. Battling for a 5th place overall, and indeed a 2nd place in class as well, so important battle for both of these guys.
Oh, that rear end really skittering for Viaducton as they take a cone hostage with them through the NGK chicane. Viaducton certainly searching for a way through. He's right in the slipstream. I think he's too far back. Have a go down into turn 1. And when you are thinking about overtaking opportunities here at the Nürburgring, turn 1, the biggest overtaking opportunity. And then the other is probably up into the NGK chicane. If you can get a good run coming out of the Warsteiner curve, you can pull alongside and have a go through the penultimate corners of the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened for Viaducton just yet. David Clockside has just been into the pit lane, by the way. That was at the end of lap 72, a little bit early. Pedro Ramada also into the pit lane at the end of lap 72. But Coloxai was out even before Ramada could even get into his box. So see if that is still Coloxai. So just refresh my timing. It is indeed still the Hungarian driver. He's not handed over to any of his teammates just yet. This is his 4th stint in the car. May well be getting out at the end of this one, but we'll wait and see. So pit stops underway in LMP2. A little bit early again for Mugen Sim Racing, though. That was only a 23-lap stint, especially when you compare that to the 25 they did earlier on. That's not great news for their fuel consumption, whatever they've been doing.
Yeah, as well, we'll see how it all does pan out. But for David Colaxai, I think that's a little bit early for him to be making his stop. We'll see when Daniel Wisner pits for the 117 Varga Racing car. By the way, there's a rather large gap between the two of them, as it is now. If I just see where, actually, where are they? They have dropped all the way down to P6 currently, and they are 91 seconds behind Daniel Wisner.
Yeah, that's P6 overall, by the way, and not in class. DAC Hackers now into the pit lane from 2nd in class and 5th overall. Oh, they are 5th overall now. Tonka Buster and Viaducton able to get through fairly easily. They're still on your screens as we're in the pit stop cycle. That's a little bit more what we come to expect from DAC Hackers. 24 laps seems to be the norm for those guys. But DSR Nightmare at the moment have been promoted because of those couple of pit stops for these guys. It is going to mean, by the way, that Toonloa is going to be a little bit further up in the order, but he will have to make a pit stop. He will probably fool me in the next few moments, because that's often what happens with the pit stop cycle here at the moment. Kyle Lycagora into the pit lane. Ben Corbin, though, is going to stay out, and I think you might have been right about the strategic games being played by Team Ebrit here, because Coloxai made his pit stop, yet he is really quite a long way away in front of Ben Corbin in this one, and actually Ronan Zooks might even be just behind him in the end. So Corbin is going to be 3rd place in LMP2, but I think you might have been right about their strategy not paying off quite possibly.
Yeah, and actually we have got someone joining us for an interview as well. The team boss from 404 Glam Racing have joined us. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
Just saying good, despite what just happened, so.
I mean, you guys were running pretty well. Lee Russell was doing a fantastic job. I think you were running P3, P4 for quite a while. What was the issue? Was it just that double downshift into the corner, or was there something else happening?
Double downshift. That stupid little thing. We know this car is terrible when it comes to that, because we have done it in other races. And like he said himself, this is the first time he does it in a race. Normally it's practice, shit that. But yeah, he's pretty sad right now.
I mean, I can imagine. I mean, you guys have dropped down. You're not last. B32 are behind you. What's kind of the objective, the target for the team, you know, now that you have had this, you have suffered this issue?
Well, the target right now is just to run a clean race of the rest of the race. Henrik is getting ready to go in the car in the next 15-20 minutes, and just go up there and, sorry I'm saying this, hopefully someone else fucks up.
So I apologise on broadcast for the language, but no, we do get that, you know. I mean, very often once you have that issue, you kind of hope that everyone else has the same issue to put you back on the level playing field. I mean, for you guys in the championship right now, you know, you are sitting on 39 points. You are close to those around you do you think you can maybe make some gains on the likes of Danish Racing League, who I don't think are racing today, so you should be able to get enough points to leapfrog them in the championship?
Yeah, well, no matter what, because Danish Racing League is not competing, we are going up in 4th. So for that's going to be amazing. We are still hoping that because we have done all this race in 3rd place, that we are slowly going to crawl our way up there, because he just did his best lap, which was it was 1:52.6, which is good lap time for him.
I mean, I'll throw it to you, and if you've got any questions for Glam Racing.
Oh, just one thing as well I'd like to mention. I know that you mentioned this in practice, but would you like to kind of remind everyone about what you're doing for the final few races about in the EEWC in regards to your charitable cause that you're raising money for?
Yes, of course, thank you. Like he says, we are doing charity. We are gathering money for a child hospice in Denmark, which is a special cause of mine. I think if anyone needs a bit of help, it's kids in a situation like that. So yeah, we have a GoFundMe charity. So if you go to the GoFundMe, just search for Glam Racing and you should pop right in there. So
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, make sure you can do support them if you can. Just a last thing from me. Commiserations on the race so far. I know it's not been going your way, but good luck for the rest of the race from me.
Thank you very much.
Well, wonderful to hear from Glam Racing, and thanks for joining us for a short interview. Currently is Lee Russell at the wheel of Glam Racing car, sitting P24 overall, a few laps down on DIS, but we know that they have the pace, and over the remaining 9 hours and 40 minutes, they'll be looking to close that gap down and jumping back up into P4 in the GT3 class. And then it's Nikolai Bezrukov in the 717 Unison Racing who would be next on their list.
Now then, Yusuf, there have been some interesting developments in the last few moments. Well, we've just been having that little interview. Mugen Sim Racing are deciding to roll the dice here and try and do something a little bit different to beat Varga Sim Racing, because you're not going to beat them by doing the same strategy as them all day. They've decided that doing something different might bring them a different result, quite possibly. So David Kolokzai has not taken tyres on this last pit stop, leaving Daniel Wisner to do the chasing and do a bit of overtaking in the next few moments as well.
And this could really compromise Daniel Wisner. And I also wonder how this is going to pan out when you consider Jimmy Nisler, because he is yet to pit. And remember, he was very close to David Kolokzai before the pit. So if these two do battle somewhat, it would allow Jimmy Nisler to potentially leapfrog at least one of them. And this battle might very well be becoming a three-way battle for the lead. 20 laps is what David Kolokzai is going to have to do in this 22 LMP2 car before his next pit stop and before he has a chance to put on a fresh set of tyres.
In GTE, by the way, Mathieu de Krop has got into the One Move Esports car and he's just jumped Boyer Milan by a fairly comfortable margin there, actually. So de Krop in front of Milan now, although I'm not sure if that is still Milan, but it's World of Sim Racing anyway. They have just jumped into the pit lane there.
Jose Berenguer.
Jose Berenguer, thank you. Tom Capusta has just come in, as so has the Team Viaduction car. So Wisner versus well, it's not Kolokzai anymore, is it? Oh, sorry, it is Kolokzai still. This is for the lead of the race overall. As Nisler just comes out of the pit lane, not too far behind these guys at all. So this is getting very, very spicy at the front of the field now.
What were we saying? Three-way battle for the lead. Those are going to be fresh tyres as the One Move Esports car. That's the 26. Just about seeing Jimmy Nisler in time down into turn 3 and leaves room for the DPI car to pass. But as Jimmy Nisler, I just want to get on board of this one, because he's going to see those two in front and he's going to be being told by his team, that's David Kolokzai, that's Daniel Wisner. Those are the two you're battling with for the race lead. He will be closing up to these two quickly, especially considering David Kolokzai is on an old set of tyres. And I do wonder, actually, does this mean Jimmy Nisler didn't switch tyres? Is he on the tyres he used from the previous stint? Because he's had the same kind of pit stop time as David Kolokzai, and they gained a whole chunk of time onto Daniel Wisner.
I'm not entirely sure. Hopefully Liam Rance is still listening so he can update us, but because I don't know. But maybe even if he is listening, then he might not update us on that, because it is strategy that is playing out in front of our eyes right now, and he might not want to let that one slip just for the moment. So we'll wait and see anyway about that one. But the battle for the lead of the race, it is on between Mugen and Varga. A little bit of an early stop there from Mugen, which is an interesting one. Maybe they're doing that just to make sure they spend as little time on these tyres as possible, because they know that they are double stinting us. We've got a yellow flag somewhere around the circuit. It looks like Besrakov might have been off actually, but we won't worry about that for the moment, because they're a fair way behind. In GTE, by the way, DISSR Lab have jumped Luka Fairlich, who's dropped a little bit further down, and so a number of other things going on in the GT categories. But there's so much going on right now. You know, we've just had a quiet half an hour or so, quiet 45 minutes or so, and all of a sudden pit stops happen, everything explodes, and suddenly there's battles all over the place.
And that main battle is for the lead in the LMP2 classes. Well, that is going to be Jimmy Nisler around the outside through the forward curve of one of the McLarens. I think that was the DIS McLaren. And you can still see David Kolaksai and Daniel Visma up ahead. For those of you tuning in, this is round 4 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. David Kolaksai leading from Daniel Visma by 0.5 of a second, but David Kolaksai is on an old set of tyres. He's double stinting his tyres, whereas Daniel Visma has a fresh set of tyres, and usually that gives you about half a second a lap, maybe a little bit more, but it's there or thereabouts over a 22-23 lap stint in these LMP2 cars. And we think that Jimmy Nisler also is double stinting his tyres as well, and we'll be closing up to the back of these two. But Jimmy Nisler is the leading DPI car, so in a different class, but the DPIs and the LMP2s somewhat similar on pace. I won't be controversial this time, but the difference between these two cars, I think even Liam Rance would agree, is less than the difference between a GTE and a GT3 car.
Yeah, quite possibly at the moment. It seems from the onboard camera here from Daniel Visner that it's very, very dark and overcast, but that's not really the case when you look at the offboard cameras, so well, I'm not sure.
I'm looking at the onboard camera from Jimmy Nisler and it looks really dry, so I don't know why.
No.
Yeah, it's rather bizarre. Actually, I'm going to try something, and maybe this will... No, I tried to switch to the same onboard camera as David Kolaksai, and yeah, it's different. So, yeah, maybe Daniel Visner, maybe the camera on that has, a darkening lens on it, because for Jimmy Nisler, it looks nice and sunny in Germany.
Very strange, very, very strange indeed. But meanwhile, also a little bit further behind, Patrick Attila Lucas has just got into the top 5. He's got through on Ben Corbin, who's still out there at the moment on that alternate strategy, and it really doesn't look like paying off for Team Ebrit at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. Tom Kabusta has taken tyres once again. He's taking tyres every time here, and so he has now dropped himself right into the LMP2 fight. DAC Hackers, Team Ebrit, Satellite Racing and Ravana Motorsport are very, very close together, but so are the two leaders. We're going to focus on them at the moment. It's David Kolaksai versus Daniel Visner going up towards the chicane. Is there going to be a dive? If not a chicane, you really do dive normally, but he might go for it anyway. Daniel Visner around the outside of Kolaksai, not for the moment. He stays behind for now.
I tell you what, Jimmy Nisler's watching all of this unfold. Oh, he goes sideways on the old tyres. He doesn't have the grip, the four-wheel drift, and it just opens up the door. And that is Daniel Visner back up into the lead of the race.
Wow. Wasn't expecting that. I don't think there was contact. I don't think there was contact, was there?
There was contact. I think he lost the rear end and tried to carry too much speed. We've seen it previously in this race.
Let's have another look.
Here's a replay from Daniel Visner's perspective. Was there contact?
Oh,
nope.
Just
rear end locks up, too much rear brake bias, gets hard on the brakes, rear end locks up, and once the rear tyres have locked up, they essentially can't follow the front through, so the only way for the rears to follow the front is essentially by stepping out, and that's why you see that essentially a drift from Daniel Visner. Great job from him, though, to be able to catch the car, sorry, not Daniel Visner, David Kolaksai.
Yeah, very well held indeed. But Kolaksai's lost the lead now. Daniel Visner retakes it for Varga Sim Racing out front here once again, as we're used to seeing them. back out front once again, and now Jimmy Nisler right behind them. So we do have a freeway battle for the lead. This is very, very interesting indeed. Now, Koloksai, how are those tyres going to develop? You said about the rear brake bias there. Maybe as the tyres wear down in an LMP2, you need to move them forward, and that might not be what Mugen Sim Racing did. That you do often have to change your brake bias throughout a stint, even if you're not feeling anything. You do kind of need to be proactive with it. Maybe they weren't on that occasion, but just lock the rears going around this time last lap, going into the final corner. See if it happens again. It shouldn't do. I'd imagine he'd make a change or two, really, but he stays in front. Now Jimmy Nisler right in behind, might make a move of his own down into turn 1.
And he's right on the tail. We'll go back into that brake bias talk as Nisler looks for the outside. And remember, you want to go around the outside of turn 1, so you've got the inside for 2. That's where there's more grip. But Jimmy Nisler can't hang it around the outside. And Daniel Wisner, or pardon me, David Kolaksai, holds on to that P2 spot. Jimmy Nisler will have to wait one more lap. All the while, Daniel Wisner is just going to be pulling further and further away in the lead of this race. And Jimmy Nisler, judging by his pace, there we go, David Kolaksai going to let him through. David Kolaksai knows that he's not battling with Nisler, and he knows that he needs to try to lose as little time as possible to Daniel Wisner. So David Kolaksai allows Jimmy Nisler through into second position.
He just didn't want the trouble at all there, did he? He just didn't want the trouble of battling with someone else for a position that he didn't need to battle for. You could say it's smart, yeah, but also
sad.
Well, yeah.
Sad for us.
It's certainly sad for us, yeah. It might turn out to be smart for him, certainly, in this one. We've got to wait and see. But just because we've been... it's off the road. Wisner's just... Was it Wisner? It was Koloksai, wasn't it? We got running a little bit wide because... Oh, no, sorry, you're right, because Nisler's just got through on Koloksai. Wisner's run wide. You're absolutely right. And now we've got a battle for the lead going on. Jimmy Nisler right on the back of Daniel Wisner going through the high-speed chicane. They're going to be going through the final corner right now, and they might be having another battle for the lead right now.
Yeah, they are indeed, and honestly, I think Liam Rance is going to be most impressed because the DTI is just so much slower than the LMP2. I can't believe he's making this work, but he's got the slipstream as we go down into T1. Will he go for the inside? No, he's just going to slot in behind for now and wait for that opportunity to present itself.
He will indeed. A little bit of a different line through turns 1 and 2. They're trying to make a run, but no way through. Wisner stays in front into turn 3. The Unison Racing car is just in front right now as well. By the way, that's Bezrakov, because Cyril Malbron is now into the One Move Esports car. I believe that might have just happened on this very last lap. They might have come into the pit lane on lap 74. That would work out. Another 37 lap stint for those guys does make sense. So Bezrakov is now into second, but Jimmy Nisler also in second overall and looking for first at the moment. Wisner still in front. A freeway battle for the lead. 2.5 hours into the race is fantastic to watch.
Absolutely mesmerizing, as it does seem to be that on one of our PCs, as Mr. Coffolino has pointed out on stream, we've got a nicer filter effect occurring, just to make it look a little bit darker, just make you guys think that there is some rain to be coming at some point in the race.
It looks like it. It's certainly getting a little bit darker on one of the PCs, but none of the others. It's dark, so yeah, who knows?
I'll fix it.
Well, yeah, maybe. It does tend to be the way. But yeah, I just wonder how long Nisler can stay at this pace for, really, because we've seen so many times this race so far that the LMP2s do continue at a pace that the DPIs can't quite stick at throughout a race. In terms of race pace, the LMP2s do seem strong, as we've got a yellow flag again. It's gone away again pretty quickly, so we won't worry about that too much. More pit stops in GT3 and GTE, by the way. The race leaders, Mugen Sim Racing, have been into the pit lane, as well as One Move. Unison Racing have just come in with Bezrakov, and also Manuel Biancalula from the leader of this race has just come in as well. He's put on a fantastic stint so far.
And remember, Biancalila is going further than Berengawa and Mathieu Decroix on his stint, so this is exactly what Musto need. They're pulling away as well as going a little bit further in each of their stints, so they pretty much got this race exactly where they would want it at the present point in time. Meanwhile, Jimmy Nisler sitting behind Daniel Wisner still. And as you mentioned, Ewan, the pace of the LMP2 seems to be a little bit more consistent, seems to last a little bit longer. And you mentioned that the LMP2 cars are a little bit lighter than the DPIs. And if that is the case, it means you've just got a little bit less weight on the car. And it means that under braking, under load, your tyres essentially wear out that little bit less. So as a result, tyre wear less of an issue for the lighter LMP2 cars, which could be one of the reasons which explains why the LMP2s tend to have slightly more pace towards the end of their stint compared to the DPIs.
Yeah, it could indeed. The kind of being lighter on its feet might help a little bit. So final corner again, Daniel Wisner ahead of Jimmy Nisler, ahead of David Koloksai. 1, 2, 3 for the lead, almost as quickly as you can say it. Slipstream for the DPI again. Is he going to go through though? Doesn't look like it. I'll be very interested to find out from someone from Satellite Racing whether they'll be treating this as kind of one class. Are they wanting to win overall, or are they just trying to win their category? Are they just sitting behind here now, saving fuel and just kind of waiting around and consolidating their DPI lead, or are they going for the overall lead? I wouldn't be so sure as to find as to know really what their aims are for this.
We're talking about racing drivers here, Ewan. Do they want to win the race?
Well,
yeah, I think they do. I mean,
they are winning a race, but they might not win the overall one to win the race, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, okay, they'll want as many wins as they can get, alright? So, I mean, I know for me, and maybe this is why I'm a bad driver, no teams would want to hire me, but the amount of times I've been in the race engineer room, we said, okay, right, take it chill now, we need to save some time, save some tires, don't want to battle with this guy, and then the moment it's my time to jump in, I know, like, right, okay, Yusuf, don't battle with this guy. The racing instinct just takes over and you just want to battle with the guy. Honestly, I don't know how David Koloksai has had so much self-control to just allow Jimmy Nisler through.
Yeah, that was pretty good self-control, to be fair, wasn't it? From Koloksai, just to let him through. And I was very surprised to see that, especially considering some of the pace that the LMP2 has later on. I would have thought he might try to hold him off through the early part of the stint and then pull away a little bit later, but he's seemingly not done that on this occasion. Nisler was getting very close up towards the fast left-right chicane earlier on, drafting up to the back of Wisner there, and he might be getting up to the back of him again here, maybe for a dive into turn one. He's certainly close enough, but he's staying behind for now. I do just wonder if he's saving fuel, sticking behind just for the moment and biding his time just a little bit.
I tell you what, if there were 10 minutes left in this race, you could be assured that Jimmy Nisler would be going down the inside into turn one. You can make that move work, but still early stages in the race. There's no reason for Jimmy Nisler to risk it all right now. As we mentioned, he's already winning his class. Winning the race would just be a cherry on the cake, but just like a cherry, just like the cherry on the bun, it doesn't really taste that good all the time. So, you don't want to really risk it for the cherry. The main part is the cake, which Jimmy Nisler has, and if he can get the cherry, he'll take it, but he doesn't want to risk the rest of the cake for just that one cherry.
This analogy is going way out of control, but it's great. It is spiraling fast out of control, but anyway, thankfully these guys are under control at the moment, going through the Schumacher S and a little bit more traffic. Unison Racing just in front. Wisner decides not to dive down the inside into turn 10, decides for the outside at 11 instead, using the downforce of that LMP2 to get through, and forces Nisler to make a bit of a unorthodox, well, not unorthodox, but certainly not an ideal way to get through there. And now Koloksai is right on the back of Nisler, and now then is this the opportunity for maybe Wisner to get away? Well, not really, because look at the speed for Nisler through the chicane there. He was absolutely flying through there, but I feel like it's going to be the same old story down into turn one. He's going to get a slipstream, going to get the speed, but he's not going to go for it. Or finally, is he? No, he stays behind and he sticks to the left. He's going to the left-hand side now, Jimmy Nisler, but I don't think he really wants to take the lead at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. He's going to look the outside. He's going to look for the switchback through turn 2 into the Mercedes arena. He just drifts a little bit wide, and now he's on the outside for 3. Surely not. No, he's going to slot in behind. He looks for the switchback. He has to be careful because David Koloksai can throw his nose in at any time. The top 3 after just a few hours into the race, 2.5 hours into this race, and they are nose to tail.
Yeah, they are absolutely nose to tail and don't seem like they're going to be separated anytime soon. I'm just going to take a look at when the next pit stop is likely to be. It's going to be for Mugen Sim Racing first of all, possibly around lap 95 or so. We're currently completing lap 87, so 8 laps at the end of this one, and I think we might, at least the pit window for Mugen Sim Racing is open at the very least, and then we might start to see a little bit of a battle going on, but or at least in the pit lane. But we're seeing one on the circuit as things stand. It's Varga, Satellite and Mugen, all 1, 2, 3 at the moment. This is the first time all season really we've seen Varga under any kind of pressure. We've not seen them battling at any point throughout this season, almost all year long, but now finally we are seeing a bit of a battle for the lead.
Yeah, and I'm actually wondering something now as well, Ewan. Remember we were saying that Daniel Wisner's on fresh tyres, David Colexai is on old tyres, but Colexai is holding with these two really well, so I'm wondering, is Daniel Wisner actually on fresh tyres, or is David Colexai just putting in the stint of his life? As here comes Jimmy Nisler once again. Daniel Wisner goes defensive. Nisler looks to the outside. Can he hold it around the long way? Yes, he can, and now he's going to have the inside down into turn 2. That's where there's more grip. Colexai, or Wisner lets him through. Bang! Bodywork side to side, and Daniel Wisner regains the lead. Aggressive driving, and driving that, to be honest, Ewan, we would not be expecting just 2.5 hours into the race, but you can see that Daniel Wisner wants this lead.
It does indeed. It was very, very physical through turn 2 there, but at least a good attempt from Nisler to try and get through on that occasion. Did just see, by the way, while that battle was happening, Cyril Malbran in GT3 had a bit of an off at turns 1 and 2. Just as those guys had got through there, just before they got there, Cyril Malbran was having a bit of a problem. He managed to regather himself before they got there, but I think he's gotten away without damage. So far, all of these guys have as well, but what must Colexai be thinking at the moment? Seeing these two nutters going at it in front of him, he must be wondering if there's going to be an accident around the corner here.
I tell you what, he's got a smile on his face, because, again, if our intel is correct, and if indeed David Colexai is on an old set of tyres, he's going to be loving seeing this, because it just means that, his stint's working out well. And for Daniel Wisner, you do wonder if, I'd say, the smart decision would be to allow Jimmy Nisler through, because he clearly has more pace, and then try to stick with Jimmy Nisler to pull away from David Colexai, because at the end of the day, David Colexai is Daniel Wisner's rival in this race. It is not Jimmy Nisler. As now they come up to more traffic. Oh, this is dirty from Daniel Wisner. Look how long he takes to get past the Porsche. He's trying to put Jimmy Nisler in a tough position to get past traffic. Really, really smart driving from Wisner.
He's certainly making his way through nicely. And this is Sarah Malbran, by the way, second place in GT3, but a good way off, I think, half a minute now. Now Wisner trying again to get through. Nisler trying any which way he can, but Wisner's gone to the middle of the road just to defend a little bit into turns 5 and 6. Can't quite get through. Can Nisler and Colexai not too far behind either. This is exceptionally close racing between these three. I just wonder as well about those guys behind. Is this helping Viaduct and DAC Hackers close in quite possibly? Well, I wouldn't say so. They're about half a lap down, and I think it's just going to be these three battling it out. Let's hope it's going to be like this for the next 9 hours.
Honestly, Daniel Wisner is the cheekiest driver on circuit right now. Next time he comes up to a back marker, watch how he overtakes the back marker, because Daniel Wisner is purposely being slow overtaking the back marker, because what he's trying to do is he's trying to put he's trying to put Jimmy Nisler in a situation where it's really tough for him to overtake the back marker. So he gets the back marker in just the wrong point when Daniel Wisner is able to break clear. And it is smart stuff from Daniel Wisner. He's trying to build a bit of a buffer between himself and Nisler, but it is not working out. And once again, Jimmy Nisler right on the rear end of Varga Sim Racing out of the final corner.
We'll see if there's going to be a move this time, quite possibly, from Jimmy Nisler. He's in the slipstream again. Wisner defends the inside line, but Nisler goes further to the inside. Now through turn 1. Can he get it stopped? Not really. There's contact. Wisner gets into the back of the satellite racing car. They go side by side through turn 2. Colexai's getting involved. Side by side again. A bit of a slide from the DPI. Can he get down the inside into 3? No, he can't. And Colexai heads around the outside of Nisler. He wants a piece of this now. He let the Finnish driver through earlier on, but he's certainly not playing nicely anymore. He wants to get through all at the same time.
Jimmy Nisler, that was the first time Nisler went down the inside into turn 1. And Daniel Visner, what does he do? He looks for the cutback on corner exit. Then he's got the outside heading into turn 2. And he's able to actually get the move done round the outside because Jimmy Nisler was smart. Jimmy Nisler tried to hold it tight on the apex of 2 because last time round he let it out and Daniel Visner was able to find the cutback. This time though, Daniel Visner, smarter than Nisler, knows what Nisler is going to do, holds it round the outside, and as soon as he gets the move done, he slams the door shut, heading into turn 3. This is fantastic driving between the two of them, and it is just a mind game between the pair of them. Whoever is ahead has to try to think, okay, is the guy behind, is he going to try to hang around the outside? Is he going to look for the switchback? And then whichever one he does, how can I answer that? If the driver is looking for the switchback, you want to hold it tight. If he's going to try to hold it around the outside, you want to let your car out and carry the most speed. And so far, it's Daniel Visner who has been the smarter of these two drivers.
He has indeed. He's been very, very good indeed so far in this race. More defending down to turn 1, quite possibly coming up for Visner. Is there going to be not really a move this time for Jimmy Nisler? He's stuck behind just for the moment. Oh, it's wide. Visner wide. Slide through turn 1, and now Nisler gets the opportunity. A mistake, a rare mistake from the Varga Sim Racing driver. Side by side through turn 2. Outside line for 3 as well for Satellite Racing. Can he hang it round there? Because the inside is the next corner, but that was aggressive. No! He's gone for a half spin. Nisler goes for a half spin. He gathers it up nicely, but that was a fierce, fierce battle. And finally Visner is able to shake off Nisler. Now what can he do? Now that there's no pressure from behind, can he get away?
And honestly, I just want to show on the replay because again, so cheeky from Visner. Look at how aggressively he slammed the door shut. And Jimmy Nisler, he wanted to get on the brakes. As a result, gets on the brake a little bit harder, locks up the rear end. Daniel Visner has been right on the line between great aggressive defending and just being a little bit dirty. And honestly, I don't really know what side of the line he is on. That one will be investigated by race control. You can be assured of that. But Daniel Visner playing it cheeky every time he has the opportunity, getting right in front of Jimmy Nisler, not giving him space to go down the inside. It's been a great tactical defending from Visner, and I think he even parked it on the apex a little after getting in front of Nisler. I think he went on the brakes a bit early as well. But either way, Nisler down to P3. Visner holds on to the lead. A great battling between these three prototypes.
Yeah, it's a great battling between them. Kalotsai able to get into second again then, with Nisler now in third, watching on from behind as things stand. Visner taking the lead through again. Let's just try and work out how far away Mugen are from a possible pit stop in this one. I reckon another 4 laps, including this one, and Mugen will be into the pit lane. So we're very, very close to another round of pit stops here. Visner's going to be defending here once again. Musto, both Musto cars just actually in front. Visner goes one side, Kalotsai goes to the other. So this battle's starting to just quiet down for the moment, but you get the feeling that Visner's going to be under pressure again in a few moments' time. Be interested to see what happens with Kalotsai now, really. Not entirely sure how to call it, because Visner hasn't gained any time on his new tyres here, but Kalotsai is not losing any on old tyres. It's very strange how these guys are both doing the same pace right now, even with their tyre difference. So I'm not really sure if Mugen are going to try this again, or whether Varga try a double stint next time. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just wondering, maybe it's a case of, again, maybe our friend in the chat, Liam Rance, can clarify, but maybe we are seeing actual double stints coming through, and maybe Daniel Visner was going for a triple stint, perhaps, instead of going for the standard double stint, and maybe that's why he's not losing too much time. But one thing that I am curious about is when Jimmy Nisler closes in onto David Kalotsai once again, will Kalotsai let him through like he did before?
I don't know if Nisler is going to get there at all, because look at the gap opening. The gap is opening behind.
That's because of the contact.
Well,
I think he's going to close this.
It wasn't that close when the contact was made, I don't think. I think Kalotsai was a little bit more under pressure from Nisler, but maybe not. I'm not entirely sure, really. But anyway, we're not too far away from pit stops anyway for Mugen Sim Racing. They should be in any time from the next 3 laps. They started this race out with a 25 lap stint, then they did a 24, now they've done a 23, so, or on the last one they did a 23, so is it going to be 22 this time? I don't know, but it might even be sooner than I was mentioning when they come into the pits. Just any time from now, really. Just got to wait around and wait and see for them. But they're certainly closing in on Steven Salsgaard at the moment, who's currently in 10th place overall, 7th place in the LMP2 category, and they're about to put a lap on him, so that could present an opportunity, maybe, getting through on an LMP2. We don't need another prototype to add into this battle, but we're going to get one 4 in a row, it's going to look like at the end of this lap, probably.
And through the right hand we go, the Warsteiner curve up towards Advent, and Jimmy Nisler is close to the back of Kaloksai. Wisner starting to pull away just a tiny bit, and that is the Dream Team up ahead. Fellow LMP2 gets well out of the way of these 3. You can see Jimmy Nisler. Let's actually see this time around what a laps the top 3 are setting. So, for Daniel Wisner, it's a 41.9, 42.3 for David Koloksai, and a 41.6 for Jimmy Nisler. He's back onto the pace after that incident. The question is, can he get through on David Koloksai? Previously, Koloksai let Nisler through, and then Nisler was able to battle with Daniel Wisner, but this time round, David Koloksai might not be as nice to Nisler.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so, because the situation was a little bit different now. And also, it's not really worth letting Nisler through, even if they were in the same situation, because it's so close to another pit stop window. Well, I don't think it's worth it.
I mean, if you're David Koloksai, you lose half a second if you let Nisler through. You also remove the chance of yourself being involved in an incident. And if you are Koloksai and the team of 22, you would have seen how hard Daniel Wisner and Jimmy Nisler were battling. And to be honest, if you were a betting man, you'd be a little bit tempted to put money and say, if those 2 are battling again, there'll be contact, and maybe one of them ends up in the wall. And if it is Daniel Wisner as David Koloksai, you're laughing, really.
Yeah, I hope that that doesn't happen, but you're right, it may well do at some point. Let's see though. Nisler on the back of Koloksai again. We're about to, well, I've lost count of how many laps we're about to commit. I think Koloksai might do one more after this and then come in quite possibly. We'll wait and see. Anyway, Nisler might not give him the chance. He might be able to get through into 2nd place. Down into turn 1, slipstream again. I don't think he's quite close enough though. It's going to be a little bit audacious, so he's not going for it at the moment. And yeah, stays behind. Late on the brakes. I am somewhat surprised, given what we saw earlier on. The LMP2s were braking so much deeper into the corners because, as I mentioned, because they're lighter, they can brake a little bit later. But Nisler has been able to make some moves even on the brakes in that DPI. He's been very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's not a huge weight difference between them, and also it could just be a fact of tyre wear. We also saw from David Koloksai, remember that lock-up going into the final hairpin, which cost him the position to Daniel Wisner and the race lead, which he since hasn't been able to regain, and maybe that's just sitting in the back of his mind and he doesn't want to make that same mistake again, so he's just maybe slowly rebuilding his confidence after that previous incident.
Yeah, quite possibly. But he is very, very quick indeed. Often doesn't need too much time to get up to speed, as we saw earlier on in this stint. Actually, he was up to speed pretty much immediately in this one. All the DPIs on that last time did pit a little bit early, by the way, to my mind. Anyway, they were doing 26, 27 lap stints before. It was 25 laps last time, so I don't quite know what was up with that, but I'm sure it was all to plan for satellite racing. On that occasion. Let's see then, just in front, David Koloksai is just there, as you can see. Is there going to be a dive into the pit lane on this occasion, or is there going to be another lap here for the Hungarian? It looks like it's pit stop time for David Koloksai, so into the pit lane he comes at the end of lap 95, I believe that is, as down the inside goes Toon Lauer here. We're straight into another battle already in LMP2. Toon Lauer looks like he's battling with Ben Corbin for 5th place in LMP2.
Yeah, and I do wonder how this undercut is going to pan out for David Kalokzai. Expect Daniel Wisner to be pitting at the end of this lap, and then Jimmy Nisler should be able to go maybe 4 laps more. And when he pits, he should come out about 7-8 seconds behind these guys, and then look to close them in with a fresh set of tyres. But for now, Jimmy Nisler will just be looking to hunt down Daniel Wisner and maybe just cause him a little bit more grief before their pit stops do come through, because Jimmy Nisler will not be happy with how Daniel Wisner defended against them. You can be certain of that.
Well, I think it was all fair in the end, really. It was just a little bit aggressive, and I don't think there was anything wrong with it, really. So I've seen that move being made many times through turn 3 and 4. It's just the Mercedes arena the way it is. It tends to get a little bit like that from time to time. And yeah, I don't think there was anything particularly wrong with Wisner, but maybe Nisler will feel hard done by, quite possibly.
Wisner moved off his racing line just to get in the way of Jimmy Nisler, which, while I think it might have been an okay defensive move, I think Jimmy Nisler will still be a little bit ticked off with that one, because it was a very clear move from Daniel Wisner off his line just to really get in front and really get that defensive line into turn 3. But now Nisler is right on the back of Daniel Wisner once again, and he's practically pushing him out of the final corner. Surely he's got the move done.
Oh, well, surely, but there's going to be another defence from Wisner here. 3 wide almost, with the one-move GT3 car on the left-hand side there. Nisler with the outside line through turn 2. They're braking so late on the brakes, and here we go. Wisner on the inside line. Nisler gets the inside for turn 2, though, and this could be the chance. Now he dives it into turn 2, very deep, blocks off Wisner, and now I think finally Nisler is going to have the move done. They've got the Ramada Motorsport LMP2 just in front of them, by the way, which is just not helping them. But out of turn 4 they go. Looks like Nisler has finally got the move done. Ramada let through one of them, but Wisner's going to be very unhappy with that, because Pedro Ramada finally lets him through, but halts him a little bit. So Nisler now gets to the lead, and DPI lead again for the first time in a good 2.5 hours.
Good stuff coming through then from Jimmy Nisler, back up into the lead of the race. We're just seeing a replay of that move. Good stuff. And now Jimmy Nisler can try to pull clear of Daniel Wisner. Daniel Wisner should be pitting this time round. He would have now gone 2 laps further than David Kalokzai, and we'll see where he comes out relative to the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car.
I've got a feeling he'll be going a little bit longer, actually, but I can't say for sure. He's got a Glam Racing's car, by the way, on your screen right now. This is Henrik Hoyer driving, and you can see him in real life on the right hand side of your screen right now as well. It's good to see. Does Wisner carry on? Yes, he does indeed. So while this battle has just died down for a moment and the pit stops are just around the corner, we're going to squeeze in a quick commercial break, because the last hour has been absolutely breathless. So we'll be back in a few moments' time. It's Satellite Racing leading at the 12 hours of Nürburgring. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and MotorVision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the EEWC's 12 hours of the Nürburgring here from Germany. We've got just over 9 hours remaining in the race, and the battle up front has been absolutely fantastic so far. Derek Klotzai came into the pit lane just before the ad break, and as we come back, Daniel Wisner is in. Klotzai still driving that car, by the way. He's been in since the very start, and he's been driving very, very well indeed. But can he keep pace with Varga for the rest of this race? That's the question, because Daniel Wisner, I believe, is going to be getting out of that car and handing over to either Marcel Cincic, who started it, or indeed Yuri Toman, who's also connected right now and maybe getting into that car as well, but I'm not entirely sure who's going to be getting in, if indeed they are even making a driver swap at this point in the race. Klotzai's coming through and over the line right now, by the way, and it looks like he's going to be comfortably in front of Wisner there, actually. Wisner still not, and Wisner finally gets moving. Yuri Toman now in that car, by the way, but that's a big gap. The undercut from Mugen has really done them great favours there, and they've got themselves a good few seconds of a gap.
But remember, this was what, a 4-lap overcut from the 117 of Yuri Toman, or I should say from the 117 of Varga Racing. So you have to remember that in a few hours' time, this might end up becoming an entire stint, an entire pit stop clear for Yuri Toman. So let's see what he can do, because he's now about 10.5 seconds behind David Kolaksai. We'll also see where Jimmy Nisela feeds up, because he should be behind David Kolaksai and probably behind Yuri Toman, as the undercut does seem to be quicker in the short term, because you are on that fresher set of tyres and you can put in a few quick laps.
And Nisela should be, I think, at the end of this lap or next lap, he will be into the pit lane, but we'll wait and see on that one. Didn't see when everyone else came in, actually, to the pit lane. I only saw Mugen and Varga. We've been focusing on them so much recently that I didn't really see any of the others, or they might be so far in front of everybody else that they haven't actually come in, and they're just in front of everybody else because of their pace. But I'm not entirely sure which one is actually correct in that one. Seems that most people are staying out at the very least. I am somewhat surprised to see that Koloksai has been able to manage to get such a lead actually over Toman there, but this is the way it goes, I suppose. The final couple of corners now for Nisela, and we'll be able to see in a few moments' time whether he's going to be into the lead once again, into the pit lane at the end of this lap, or whether he's going to be carrying on for yet another one. Here's the final chicane, and does he swing right? No, he doesn't. He stays out for another lap, so he's going 3 laps longer than Varga Sim Racing on this occasion, clearly stretching this stint out a little bit.
Just trying to see if there are any other battles. Manuel Biancalina around 15 seconds clear of the WOSR 51 car. And that is Jose Berengawa. And then it's a further 11 seconds to Mathieu Decroix. And actually Adam Baldwin in the 74 Juices car, 4 seconds behind Mathieu Decroix. I'm just going to give a little roast to Nick Newcomber, who jumped in for an interview yesterday night and said that the Juices car had a very good race pace and expect them to win the race, and they are currently down in P4, but they are closing in on Mathieu Decroix, so we could be seeing a battle there shortly.
They've got a pit stop to, GTE, yeah, right. They are starting to get themselves into the equation here. Juha Mäki-Juppi did lose a little bit of time in his opening stint, actually, which I was surprised about. He's been impressive so far this season for the new Juices Motorsport driver, but didn't do so well in the early part of this race, unfortunately. It looks like they're starting to refine themselves now, you're right, and catching Mathieu Decroix is Jimmy Nisseler with all 4 classes in one shot here. DPI at the back, LMP2, GTE, GT3 in front. It's very, very good to see a good photo opportunity for everybody as they go through on each other. All 4 classes on show in the EEWC into the final chicane they go now, and stuck behind B32 Racing in the only Ligier LMP2 car, but Nisseler out into the pit lane. He's able to go 3 laps longer than everybody else. On lap 102 he is in, and now it remains to be seen whether Coloxai is going to be taking the lead in this race or whether he is going to be out behind this car.
Yeah, and actually he's much further up the road from David Caloxai than Yuri Toman was when Yuri Toman pitted. So I actually think Jimmy Nisseler comes out very close to Caloxai. I don't quite know if the DPIs have a longer pit stop time because they seem to be able to run a little bit longer, so maybe they need a few extra seconds in the pits to fuel up, but I think it's going to be close between Caloxai and Nisseler.
Yeah, it's just a question of whether they actually have a bigger tank or are they more efficient? I'm not entirely sure. As one of the LMP2s just leaving there, I think that is Toon Lower in the Juices Motorsport Club car. It is indeed leaving the pit lane as normal, so that's lap 100 completely on schedule for those guys. But yeah, Coloxai now coming through the final corner. Where is Nisseler still in the pit lane, and it looks like he is going to be getting out fairly easily. Nisseler starts to roll now. There's the pit exit line. I think this is going to be close. Into turn 1. Nisseler releases now, and now Coloxai is going to be into the lead of the race. So Mugen Sim Racing now lead. At the early part of last stint it was Varga, towards the end of the last stint it was Satellite, and now it's turned around to be Mugen Sim Racing leading this race.
Yeah, but remember Mugen have pitted a fair chunk of time before Varga. Remember, it was somewhat similar after the last stint when Varga came out behind the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car, but they weren't this far behind. They were able to close in fairly rapidly and find a way through, and now I honestly think Jimmy Nisseler will be able to make somewhat quick work of Caloxai and be able to work his way up, because I honestly don't think Caloxai is going to fight Nisseler. You know, we saw it in the previous stint. Caloxai let Nisseler through, and when your actual rival Yuri Toman is 7.5 seconds behind you, why would you battle? Let Nisseler through, sit in the tow and try to pull yourself clear of the 117 Varga.
I'm not entirely sure really what Coloxai is going to do here. Well, he's not even been caught yet, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but Nisseler does seem to be catching, you're right, at the moment. And yeah, it's a good moment to see these 3 out front once again. Very close. Toman is a little bit further behind, and Varga just seemed to be struggling for the last few moments. Comparatively, compared to what they're normally like anyway. Viaducton and the other Satellite Racing car are both in as well, by the way. They're so far behind that is actually on the same lap for those guys, but yeah, it didn't seem like it because they're pitting a little bit, because they're a little bit further behind, but yeah, DAC Hackers and Viaducton look like they're actually having a little bit of a battle there. I'll try and find it, see if there is something going on between them. It looked like Viaducton just getting out of the pit lane there, side by side briefly with DAC Hackers, but they got through fairly easily in the end.
I'm just here taking a look at Jimmy Nisler, just still a couple of seconds behind Viaductin, a few seconds behind Tom Kapusta, or did they just drop the position? No, never mind. I think Tom Kapusta just recently pitted, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is just coming out of the pit lane. I'll tell you where he is in the order. 6th place overall, just in front of Team eBrit, who are in 7th and falling back with every stint, it seems, at the moment. Their strategy not quite paying off on this occasion. Another battle that is continuing on at the moment, or will be getting on soon, is the battle between Mathieu Decroix and Adam Baldwin. That's the battle between One Movie Sports and Juice's Motorsport Club, so that's another thing to watch out for. But at the moment, we've got a battle for the lead going on, Koloksai versus Nisolo again.
Well, I think you need to keep an eye on that battle. There's also a battle in the GTE cars because Valeriano is on the rear end of the 67 Volante racing car. And I have a feeling that the battle for the overall lead is going to be Kaloksai allowing Nisler through. But here comes Nisler. He's close, but not quite close enough to have ascend into T1.
He is indeed. Oh, he's so close, especially on the traction there, but not quite able. He's almost pushing that Mugen Sim Racing car in front through the corners, although not sticking his nose down the inside just for the moment, staying there just in behind, applying the pressure. But I think you're right, it would be smart for Koloksai to let Nisler through at this point and then try and pull away from Toman kind of together.
I think for Kaloksai, it's about how he lets Nisler through. He doesn't want to, pull over to the side, lift off like he did previously. He wants to wait for Nisler to get to a point where he's going to make an overtake and then just not make the move difficult for him. And all Kaloksai wants to do is essentially, rather than letting Nisler through, what he's doing is he doesn't want to defend against Nisler, and that's the key kind of difference. That's the 45 DIS car. Got the pair lap. Into the pits actually goes Giordano Valeriano. So that's one of the 3 battles that we now no longer have to watch for the time being. Oh, Ewan, you're muted on TeamSpeak.
I could have sworn I'd unmuted myself then, but unmuted myself, but apparently I didn't click it.
Already, yeah. Wins going down the inside into
right
one.
He's right in front of Koloksai.
Yeah,
this is right
in front of the leaders.
Goodness me.
Rest pretty much. And this could end in absolute tears. As running wide is Mathieu Decroix on the exit of T2. Down the inside for 3. Looks Adam Baldwin. There's a bit of space. He tries to squeeze his Porsche into the gap, but he's unable to do so, and he's going to have to slot back in behind Mathieu Decroix.
Wow, that was very close. The 2 battles out there as a slow LMP2 there. Oh, sorry, no, he was just letting a couple of cars through there. That was Patrick Garcia Lucas letting people through, so that's nothing to worry about. But yeah, Adam Baldwin starting to apply the pressure now on Mathieu Decroix, and given the way that Baldwin has closed in on the Frenchman in front, I can't see that move taking too much time, although they are in the same car and their strengths and weaknesses are going to be very similar. There goes Varga Sim Racing through on them both, as the leader in GT3 is actually into the pit lane right now, or is he? No, sorry. He's just, I don't know what that must have been a timing thing going on, because I was seeing Zakharov behind Valeriano and not behind the actual leader, because the GTE and GT3 battles are a little bit mingled down at the bottom and the top of those classes. But anyway, Decroix goes a little bit wide through turn 11. And Adam Baldwin starts to get into the slipstream once again. There's not going to be a move into the high-speed chicane, or unless he's being very brave indeed. He might actually go for this. Oh no, not quite. He doesn't decide to go for it on this occasion, but in the main part of the screen, Koloksai is now under pressure himself. It's all going on out there at the moment.
Yeah, and just to let everyone know what last, so previous lap, Yuri Toman 3/10 quicker than Kaloksai and Nisler, the pair of them, and I'm going to hold, actually, and this time around a second quicker, a 41.2 for Yuri Turman, 43 for Kalaksai, and Nisela's down the inside goes Adam Baldwin. And will we see Matthew Decroix getting the cutback? He's going to be on the outside for 2. No, he's going to slide, and you can see that in the rear view camera from the cockpit cam. And Adam Baldwin moves up a position. Matthew Decroix drops down, but he runs a little bit wide. Is that going to be allowing Matthew Decroix to get the run out of the corner?
It was a DPI car, sorry, going around the outside that confused me slightly, but Crow is so close to the back, he might have actually got into the back of the car in front there. That might have been the slide going through turn 3. Here is Mathieu Decroix on board. I think this is going to be away now for Adam Baldwin, though, because let's not forget, he is in P3 now. He was closing in before, and now that he's got in front, I don't think there's going to be anything stopping him from getting away completely. So, yeah, I think that battle might just be over for the next few moments, with Decroix struggling a little bit, especially compared to what Guillaume Mas was able to do a little bit earlier on. Mas was absolutely flying. Decroix, unfortunately, not quite able to match the pace, and Baldwin certainly quicker than him at this stage in the race.
Yeah, good stuff from Adam Baldwin. Up into P3 for Juices Motorsport Club. Next up for him is Jose Berengawa, 16 seconds up the road. Let's see what he can pull off. Also, we might be getting other battles happening as Alexander Palmgata in the 57, that's the Ramada Motorsport car, is not too far off the back of the 68, that's the E-Team Brit, currently piloted by Ben Corbin, who hears that we want to see a battle, so decides to jump into the pits.
Nello Pastorino has just got through on the viaducting car, by the way. The number 1 got in front of the 65 briefly, but that has since been reversed, and now Pastorino is out in front again. That's the battle for 5th place in the overall standings. They can't quite get on terms with the DAC Hackers car at the moment, but still up to 5th place. It is all going on at the moment. I mentioned a little bit earlier on, about an hour or 2 ago, we did have a quiet half an hour, 40 minutes or so, just to compose ourselves a little bit, and I don't think I was ready for this. It's complete. For the last hour and a half, it has been action from the last hour and a half. It's been really on all of the time, and it's not really showing any signs of slowing down, because the battle for the lead is still going on now.
Also, I've just gone and taken a look at the Q1 times in Formula 1. From first, well, I won't say who it was at the end of Q1, all the way down to apparently 17th, separated by 0.8 of a second, but somehow, here in the 24 hours, here at the EEWC 12 hours from Nürburgring, it's actually been closer. So, we've had some really hectic close racing so far, and it's been courtesy of these two on your screen, David Kolaksai, Jimmy Nisela, and then further 5 seconds back, Yuri Turman.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been very close so far. There's the One Move Esports Ferrari, by the way. That's the GT3 car, currently being driven by Cyril Malbrun, giving them a very wide berth. And I'm afraid Malbrun has not been driving particularly well in this particular race so far. He has been struggling as things stand. He's dropping back as we speak, really. He was second, and One Move were not very far behind Mugen at all. But now, since he's got into the car, I'm afraid they've been dropping back a little bit. Malbrun has been off the pace ever so slightly compared to where we're normally used to seeing him, and he's dropped down to 3rd now for One Move. It's not been a good couple of hours for those guys, but they might be able to recover a little bit later on. Either way, they're still on the podium, which is the good news for them.
And just trying to see where new battles are. Nello Pastorino starting to pull from Viaducton after he pulled that move off. 2.5 seconds clear now. Adam Baldwin, is he closing in onto Jose Berengawa and Bianca Lila? Well, pretty much all of them are running in the high 52s. Adam Baldwin, 52.7, 2/10 quicker than those ahead. It's a small advantage, but not really enough to close in, at least not in the short term.
No, not just yet. It's still very close. Lead of the race still happening, still going on. Still battling between these two, Nisela and Koloksai. Battling it out once again. About 10-15 minutes and they'll be into the pit lane. Here once again, Koloksai will be kicking us off as he normally does. Nisela very close behind now though, in the slipstream. Is there going to be a move down into turn 1? No, there is not. He's staying behind for now. I think maybe Nisela has taken the opinion that staying behind is the best idea for the moment. He said that Kalotsai might want to let him through here if the opportunity presents itself, but he really hasn't, and Nisela might be taking the initiative here to save a bit of fuel himself and stick behind just a little bit himself right now.
Yeah, and well, let's just see, because for Jimmy Nisela, he doesn't really care, right? Or, pardon me, yeah, for Jimmy Nisela, he doesn't care, right? If he loses 5 seconds, it's 5 seconds, that's fine. He's a lap clear of Nella Pastorino and Viaductin. But for David Kalotsai, he definitely cares, because Yuri Toman is only 8 seconds down the road, and Yuri Toman is going to be doing one less stop this race than David Kalotsai.
Well, we think so anyway, at this point. We think so, but you never know how it's going to pan out. Oh, off the road. One of the cars went off the road there. That's the 46 McLaren. That's the DISSR Lab GT3 car that just went off the road through the Schumacher S, right in front of the leaders, which was a real problem, but they've all managed to negotiate it properly, and this is the danger we see with traffic. This is what we always talk about. Silla there has lost a second and a half pretty much through completely no fault of his own. It's just the way the traffic goes, and it gives and takes throughout the race, and unfortunately it has taken away from Nisela on this occasion. He's going to have to work hard to close that gap again now.
Yeah, let's see if he can close that gap. Yuri Toman has been struggling recently. Before he was closing in on Kalotsai and Nisela, but the last couple of laps round, well, before he lost a second, and on this most recent lap actually, he was 4 tenths slower than Kalotsai, 1 second quicker than Nisela, who had that issue. And well, for Nisela, he's gonna have to close back in onto Kalotsai after he's dropped now pretty much a second down.
Yeah, he has indeed. We're not too far away from GTE pit stops here once again right now, so we're going to take a quick commercial break now, get that out of the way, and then we'll be back with more GT pit stops and a bit of a leading battle going on as well. You're watching the EEWC's 12 Hours of the Nürburgring right now, and we'll be back in a couple of moments.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the GTR 24-8 12 hours of the Nürburgring in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. We still have a battle going on between Mugen Sim Racing and Satellite Racing at the front of this field. The GT battle, the GT pit stop, are well underway right now. GC's Motorsport Club have just been into the pits and back out again. Indeed, it won't be too much longer. 3 or 4 laps or so, and the rest of them will be in as well, apart from Musto, of course, who are running this one exceptionally long while also going exceptionally quickly, all at the very same time. About 10 laps, and Mugen will also be in as well. It is all going on here at the Nürburgring at the moment. There's so much to talk about and not a lot of time for us to do it, and it's all happening all at the very same time. It's very, very difficult to keep up with everything that's going on at the moment. On your screen, Nisula trying to get through on the car in front, David Coloxide, who's leading this race by not a very big margin whatsoever. We're 3.5 hours into this race now. For the last hour and a half, 2 hours, it has been absolutely on between these guys. The battle for the lead has been no more than a second for the last 90 minutes. Coloxide's come out on top so far. Toman just a little bit further behind right now. He got about 3 seconds between himself and Nisula. Here's the standings with 3.5 hours complete in the race. Yumi Nisula is leading DPI by more than a lap at this point, ahead of Nello Pastorino, his teammate. Vicducton in third after their battle that was not so long ago. Vicducton really starting to fall away though from Satellite Racing now. And Pastorino, who is starting to put the pace down just a little bit. In LMP2, David Coloxide is leading that category ahead of Yuri Toman by about 4 seconds. Then it is Patrick Attila-Lucas for DAC Hackers, Alexander Palmgarten for Ramada Motorsport, and Juice's Motorsport called Nick Newcomb now driving that car. He's in 5th. Alexander Ballesteros and Carl Likegor, who's in 7th, B32 Racing in 8th, and Kim Pedersen for DSR Dream Team, who have fallen back to 9th in the last few moments. In GTE, it's not the best time to do this because the pit stops are underway. Manuel Biancalula is leading, but Wood Sim Racing and One Move are both into the pit lane, and we'll see where they come out in relation to Juice's Motorsport Club. DIS SR Labor in 5th, ahead of Luca Fairlich in 6th, and Giordano Valeriano rounds up the top 7, and the cars from the GTE category. And then in GT3, Donat Diesner's leading for Mugen Sim Racing by a very long way, ahead of Uniston Racing, who have got fairly handsome margin over One Move Esports. DISSR Labor in 4th, ahead of Glam Racing for now, but Glam Racing are charging them down with B32 Racing in 6th, and they are your standings as we complete 3.5 hours in the 12-hour race. As I mentioned, Wood Sim Racing and One Move Esports both into the pit lane. 3 laps longer they've been able to go than Juice's, but where is Adam Bowman going to be? He's going to be 3rd place, not ahead of Jose Berenguer, but he is in front of Mathieu de Crop. Right now, no driver changes in GTE for the moment. It's all remaining the same in that category. So, pit stop for Mugen Sim Racing, happening in about 4 laps, I'd imagine. 118, lap 118, they'll be in from the lead of the race and might even be going for another double stint on the tyres. Oh, that was close. Final corner, GT3 leader just in front, and this might be the opportunity for Yumi Nisula to try and get through. let's not forget, that's the Mugen Sim Racing car leading GT3, halting the Mugen LMP2 leading the overall race. The two teammates nearly coming into contact. Through turn 1. And into the Mercedes arena, Coloxai still leading though. Don't forget GT3 pit stops are not too far away either. Mugen Sim Racing will be in around lap 110. They're about 5 laps away, just over 5 laps away. So GT3 and LMP2 are going to be pitting at a very, very similar time to each other. But the battle is still on. Mugen Sim Racing nearly clattering into the other Mugen Sim Racing car in GT3 there. Coloxai versus Nisula still going on. And yeah, the battle doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
Yeah, it doesn't, and well, I'm just taking a look as I come back, and as you may be able to see, the sun is kind of shining on me. We don't like that. We're going to turn things down a notch. That's a little bit better. You know, I've got power to control the sun. Actually, you know what, guys? I think it's still too bright. There we go. I've turned the sun off, ladies and gents. Did it turn off for you as well, Ewan? Or was it the same?
The sun's kind of behind me, but I can't have my window exposed because otherwise you won't be able to see any of me. Well, I can see the screen fine, but nobody else can see me.
Good, actually, Chris.
Thanks. I'll just be like this. Hang on a minute. I'll just be like this for the entire race. All you'll be able to see is this for the entire race.
That's perfect for a scare. You know, I think once we get to the evening, I think we should get that out, and you should tell a scary story.
Oh, yeah.
Story, yeah.
No, I don't have any really, but there we are.
I'll give you one.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, moving on from that, here's Glam Racing and Henrik Hoyt, who's been driving. He was waving to us just before we went to the advert break, by the way.
Really?
On the screen, he was just giving us a wave. He was actually going through the fast left-right chicane. I don't think it was the best idea, but anyway, he's on the screen again. Let's see if he notices this time. Just take his hand off the wheel there, just to relax the arm a little bit. But yeah, currently in 5th place in GT3. It's not been the best day for those guys after that double downshift a little bit earlier on, but the good thing about where they had their issue is that they've got a lot of time to recover from it, I guess.
Yeah, always better to have your issues at the start of the race than at the end, I guess, because you know, if it happens at the start of the race, you can get your head down, and you know, you can still be hopeful, you can still be naive and think that you can do really well, whereas if it happens at the end of the race, you kind of know, well, oh drat, that's what this means, and there's no real time to make it up. So it does hurt a little bit more. You, as a driver, you always would rather be the driver who's chasing rather than being hunted, because when you've got a car ahead of you, when you've got a target, it just helps you go a little bit faster, and that's always been the case, I think, for most drivers. You know, when you can see a car ahead of you that you need to hunt down, you tend to find that extra tenth or so. And also, it's an endurance race, it's a long race. Sometimes you can feel very lonely out on circuit, but again, giving yourself a target makes you feel a little bit less bored, and you know, gives you something to work on. You can constantly be asking your team, okay, you know, have I closed in, you know, what do I need to do, etc, etc. Whereas if there's nothing happening, then it gets a bit dull.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not quite catching DSSR Lab just yet, but they're 2.5 laps away and losing a little bit of time for the moment. So yeah, it's not particularly encouraging for them at the moment, but they're going to look to get their fourth place in this season so far. They've had 3 already, and another 4th place would do them nicely. They would have liked a little bit more, you can imagine, from the race, but you know, it's hard to argue with a 4th place. Giordano Valeriano we're on board with right now, because he's right on the back of Luca Ferlich in the 67 Volante racing car. This is about for 6th place in GTE. A bit of a recovery actually from the 54. Not a great start to the race for this Musto car, but they have got themselves up there nicely now, and they're well involved in a battle.
I'm just keeping an eye on this battle for the top spot overall between David Kalaksai and Yumi Nisila. Also, Yuri Toman, you know, he's running quicker than the top 2, half a second quicker 2 laps ago, and then on the most recent lap, 3/10 slower. So he's slowly but surely making inroads, but he's still 6.5 seconds behind. And to be honest, I don't think he's going to be able to catch up to these two until his stint comes to an end, as Jimmy Nisila, or pardon me, David Kalaksai, into the pits. And remember, at the end of the previous stint, David Kolaksai pitted with Yuri Toman and the 117 right on his rear end. This time, David Kolaksai was actually behind Yuri Toman. This time, David Kolaksai 7 seconds clear.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's extended that margin ever so slightly throughout the stint as well, which has been good news for him, certainly. But just saw a bit of an off there for Valeriano, by the way. It wasn't the best moment for him, because he just had a bit of a spin, I believe, anyway, throughout that little minute there. And there's a yellow flag again in sector 2. Well, it's gone away very quickly indeed. So Felic has got a bit of breathing space now, and he should be able to consolidate 6th place for Volante at the moment, with the 54 car still in 7th. But the battle going on a little bit further down that I'm watching once again is Nello Pastorino versus Patrick Attia Lucas in the DAC Hackers car. I believe that is for 4th place, and it is indeed. So those front three are kind of running away from the rest of them, and those behind have been left to battle between themselves. That's exactly what they're doing right now, and Lucas is trying to get through on Pastorino. I think he is quicker as well overall, so I think he should be able to make the move.
And also, I was just checking Furlich and Valeriano. Valeriano has been overtaken by Furlich and is now dropping further and further back. That is in the GTE class. Last time round, actually, Giovanni Valeriano doing a 2-minute dead, so he lost 5 seconds to Furlich. I wonder if he made a mistake somewhere on his lap, actually. Mercedes Arena made a mistake, okay. So, well, that would explain why he's dropped behind the Volante racing car. Now he's got to try to climb back up. It's not going well for the Musto second team. Meanwhile, for the Musto A team, it's going really well for them. Biancalila 82 seconds clear of Berenguer, albeit he does have to pit. But otherwise, things are looking pretty good for him.
Yeah, they are indeed. Though there's a long way to go. 8.5 hours just under, but yeah, it's still looking good nevertheless. Valeriano just making his way down towards the hairpin right now, as I'm still waiting for Biancalila to come into the pit lane, because there's actually only 4 cars on the lead lap for GTE at the moment. Because of that, that number will increase when he does indeed come down pit lane. But yeah, it's going well for Musto at the moment, at least at one end. The 54 not having such a good day of things. I'll be interested to see when Varga come in here, because 24 laps on the last occasion. If they continue to do that, then they will be able to, as you mentioned earlier, make up a pit stop, because every 23 laps Mugen are coming into the pit lane. But I guess we'll wait and find out soon enough. This will be 21 laps at the very end of this lap right now for Varga, so we've got a little bit of waiting to do before we find out where Yuri Toman is going to be in all of this. But yeah, it's all very interesting to watch now between those guys, and it just remains to be seen what Varga can do at this point. We've not seen Varga at this particular point so far. We've not seen Varga in this kind of situation, have we? We've not seen Varga under pressure at all this season, but now finally they are finding themselves under pressure, and yeah, we'll see how they cope with it, because we've not seen this from them so far.
Yeah, let's see what they can pull out. As well, I'm just taking a look down the order and trying to see where the battles are. Yuri Toman's still out. I think we're expecting Yuri Toman to be pitting around 7-8 laps after the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car now.
Gabriel Hevesy, by the way, is into the Mugen Sim Racing car in place of David Koloksai. So that's a bit of a change for Mugen, and we'll see if Hevesy has got the same pace. Let's hope that he does, especially because we want this leading battle to continue on for the remaining 8 hours and 25 minutes that are on this race still.
There's still a long way to go. We're not even halfway through this race yet. And just waiting for Yumi Nisila, Yuri Toman to pit. I think Did Nisila pit before Yuri Toman last time round?
No, Nisila came in 3 laps afterwards, and I think this time it's going to be 4 laps. I think it's going to continue on in that direction, but I'm not entirely sure. Varga carrying on for 2 more laps, I think.
Essentially, the 64 of Satellite Racing is going 1 lap longer every stint than the 117 Varga, and the 117 Varga is going 1 to 2 laps longer every stint than the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car. And I can't be bothered to do the maths with how that runs out at the end, but to be honest, essentially, Yuri Toman is probably going to be doing 2 less stops, or 1 less stop than Gabor Hevesi, and Yumi Nisler will do 2 less stops than Gabor Hevesi at the end of this race.
Maybe, if it carries on the way it is.
It could be 2 and 3.
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, I don't know. Guys, remind us in 10 hours' time and we'll let you... Well, actually, no, 8 hours' time.
Oh, not 10 hours, yeah. That'll be a bit too late.
Definitely know in 10 hours.
Yeah, we will, yeah. We will definitely know the outcome
I'll be asleep in 10
of this one. Oh, I won't. But anyway, that's another story for another day, a little bit later on.
Is that what it is? University's over now, you know, late nights, all of that?
No. It doesn't. We'll talk about it later. Anyway.
In 10 hours, right?
In 10 hours. In 10 hours we'll talk about it, yeah. Anyway, Sector 3 has a yellow flag within it right now. I'm wondering who that's for. It could be DISSR Lab, the 45 car. Seems to be stopped. I'm going to cycle through right now to find them. Although I've gone past them. Where are they? And what's happened to them? They're going again now. I think they're okay, but they look like they've been for a spin at least somewhere out there on the circuit.
Not what you want to really be seeing. We'll see whether they can recuperate that time. I'm just keeping an eye actually on Giordano Valeriano, because he, after that mistake through the Mercedes arena, is closing back in on Luka Furlich, and actually last time around he went 1.5 seconds quicker. He's now 3 seconds behind Furlich as he makes his way down into turn 1 in that Musto BMW, which does look pretty good. I know we previously had a disagreement, I think, where I said one of the Musto liveries didn't look good. I think it was because it was on the Mercedes, it just didn't fit. But on that BMW, that Musto livery does look gorgeous.
It's a pretty good livery, yeah, I would say so. So we've seen a lot of it, of course, and you can remember back to Sprint Series that they, well, I don't say dominated, because they got run pretty close by Euronics, I think.
One
did that
might say
in the
we
end.
got lucky at the end that Euronics had a disconnection.
Well, yeah, you could argue until the cows come home about whether they were lucky or not.
What we can agree on is that the Musto A team and the Euronics A team had a great battle that season.
It was a good battle, yeah. It was very, very entertaining indeed. And just an update, by the way, with regards to what's coming up soon on GTR 24H. The Sprint Series will be returning very soon. I believe the starting time is around late summertime this year, so keep your eye out for that. Make sure you follow us on the socials and keep up to date on the website and so on, because there will certainly be some info before long, and make sure you look out for that one. But yeah, we'll back to this race. Yuri Toman has gone over the line for another lap. That's lap number 123. So he's doing 25 laps on this stint, and he's going to take this stint 5 laps longer than Gabor Hevesi was able to there. So that's impressive, and if they're able to continue in that way, then they might be able to cut out a pit stop at least from this race.
And to those who are interested in... I'm feeling like I'm giving too many F1 updates, because usually, honestly, I don't care about F1, but actually this year of F1 has been kind of decent. So I'm kind of intrigued, because, there's interesting battles happening in that. Just like we have currently in the EEWC. So keeping an eye, Giordano Valeriano, you can now actually see Luka Furlich in the same shot. Luka Furlich in that dark black and blue Aston Martin, and Giordano Valeriano in the red and yellow Musto BMW.
Yes, indeed. It is very close. So Yuri Toman is about to come into the pit lane, I believe, anyway. Going through turn 11 right now. He's going to head up towards the final chicane. Still away behind Yuri Nisela. And that gap continues to increase, but it's still well up for grabs, this race. Toman does indeed come in then. Lap 123, and Yuri Toman is into the pit lane, which is very, very interesting to see, and seems to be on schedule. So, where's David Koloksai going to... Well, David Koloksai's in the pit lane because he's handed over to Gabor Hevesi. Where's Gabor Hevesi going to be in relation to these guys? That is now the question that we are going to need to answer. Well, I can tell you, he's in an absolute knot of traffic at the moment, or I believe that's him anyway, going through there. Oh no, it's not. It's Valeriano off the road. Juicy's Motorsport Club. Adam Baldwin trying to put a lap on that Vusto GT sports car. Went for a move at the final chicane, and it clearly didn't quite pay off there. That's very, very naughty. Well, not naughty, but certainly not what you want to see. Baldwin's going to get down the inside into turn 1, is he? Because Valeriano weaves to show his displeasure with that move, and now Baldwin's going to get to the inside, and he's not going to let him have that one easily, but finally Baldwin gets through. Not good to see for those guys.
And from us though, I mean, at the end of the day, playing second fiddle really to Manuel Biancalillo, who's still at the cockpit of the GTE car. He's been driving for them throughout all of qualifying and from the start of this race. I wonder if he's starting to get a bit tired, but Biancalilla's real rivals in this race, Jose Berengawa and Adam Baldwin. Manuel Biancalilla still yet to stop. But don't forget, for Biancalilla, he's been running extra long in each of his stints, so he's in a similar situation to when you look at like Yuri Toman, who is going to be stopping one less time than those around him. As actually, speaking of those guys up ahead, Gabor Hevesi has pitted and he's come out 12 seconds up the road from Yuri Toman. Where is Mr. Yuri Nisela? He's just gone through turn 1, so he still does have his pit stop to make.
Yes, he does. Lap 125 have just been completed by him. So at the moment this is a 23 lap stint. He's normally doing 25 laps at 26 if he can stretch it out, but given the pace he's going, I'll be surprised if he can indeed go that one lap longer. On your screens as well right now is another battle in LMP2 between DAC Hackers and Ramada Motorsport. Is for the final spot on the podium. Alexander Poundgarten has been doing some good driving, and he's got himself onto the podium and inside the top 5 overall as well. So, sorry, not quite inside the top 5 overall, but that's because the DPI cars have to pit just yet. So we're waiting for that. Very close. Lukas nearly getting into the back of Poundgarten.
And don't forget, these two teams in the championship separated by just 1 point. They are 4th and 6th. DSG Motorsport sandwiched in between the two of them. So this is a big battle as well for the championship, and it might even see one of them jumping ahead of Deuces Motorsport after Deuces have had a rather torrid start to this 12-hour race of Nürburgring. And can Patrick Attila Lukas find a way through? You're going to be looking for a move down into turn 1, so it's important to get a nice clean run through the NGK chicane and get a nice late apex through the final corner so you can get on the power as early as possible.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what he's doing right now, trying to take a wider line in, straighten off his exit and get a better one, although it's a pretty good exit for Poundgarten as well. Is there going to be a move into turn 1? Slipstream for Lukas, defence from Poundgarten, outside line for the DAC Hackers car. He's going to try and hang it around there, give the space to the Ramada car, and he returns on the exit, side by side, inside line for turn 2, and Poundgarten has to give up the space, although he goes for the cutback and goes for a dive into turn 3. DAC Hackers give them the space, but not quite able to do it. Poundgarten has to relinquish that position, and into 3rd place goes Lukas just in front. Is Valeriano and Baldwin actually on a replay. That's how Baldwin lapped Valeriano, but yeah, a good move there. Lukas able to get through, Poundgarten not able to hold on, and given the difference in the strategies between them, I'm not surprised.
Good stuff coming through from Lukas. Now he's got Viaducton next up the road. The Lukas now running P3 in the LMP2 class. and that's exactly what the team would have wanted from him. Meanwhile, Manuel Biancalila, after being at the wheel of the car for nearly 4 hours, 3 hours and 40 minutes, and remember, we're talking about 1 hour 10 each stint, usually maybe 1 hour 5 for the GTE cars. He's done 3 hours 45 minutes, give or take. So that means he's been doing 1 hour 15 in each of his stints, really stretching out that BMW in every stint. So Jimmy Nisler into the pits, but what I was going to go on and say regarding the GTE class, Greco has pitted. He's 4 seconds ahead of Berengawa, who is a further 8 seconds clear of Adam Baldwin in third.
Now, I don't know if you saw, but has Greco just come out of the pit lane, or has he been out there for one lap?
I don't know. I've only just noticed it now because my timing sheet's weird, so I refresh it and then it jumps 5 minutes into the future.
Okay, because if indeed he has just come out of the pit lane, then that was 39 laps on a stint, whereas everybody else is doing 35, 36, etc. 34 sometimes, so either way, it doesn't really matter whether it was 38 or 9. It's just a really long time compared to everybody else, while also being the fastest team on the grid right now, Mustang GT Esports are also being the most fuel efficient.
Yeah, and I do wonder if this is a BMW versus a Porsche thing, if the BMWs can just run a little bit longer, because the Porsches are all doing pretty much the exact same thing. So I do wonder how much of this is Manuel Biancalila being very good at saving the fuel, lifting and coasting into corners, maybe short shifting on corner exits as well, or if this is just purely a BMW versus Porsche aspect.
Yeah, I couldn't give you an answer to that. I'm sure we'll try and figure it out, but where's Jimmy Nisler now? Come out of the pit lane? Oh, just in front.
By about 2 seconds.
Okay, yes, you're absolutely correct. Oh, big slides coming out of the pit lane. Cold tyres, you might imagine. New tyres, I think. James Zuber is now into that car. It's the first time we've seen him today. Henry Sinnick started the car. Jimmy Nisler has been in there for a couple of stints, and now it's the time for James Zuber from Great Britain. One of the transfers from Drillers Esports, if you remember, the team that disbanded about 2.5 months ago. James Zuber now is going to get his chance to lead the race overall, though, and that's will be very nice for him. And Hevesy second, Toman third, all very close still at the front of the race. It's been a fascinating race so far, and we're no closer to knowing really who's going to win.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm starting to think that we should just wait, what was that? I kind of lost track of my thought. I was just going to say, I think we should just call Satellite Racing Pinson Drillers 2.0 at this point, but Yuri Toman was, pardon me, who's been out? James Zuber, Henry Sinnick, and who else has been out for them? Is that it?
Well, that's not the only team drivers.
I think there was a third driver that they've had out so far.
Not to Satellite Racing, I wouldn't. No, I don't think to Satellite Racing. A couple have gone there. I can't remember where Andonovsky and so on have went, but anyway, they've kind of all spread out all over the place, I believe. Anyway, so yeah, it's been a bit of a difficult time for those drivers finding new places to go, etc. But yeah, they've seemingly found somewhere, and they're back on teams again, but still in the endurance racing scene on R-Factor 2, etc. And they're out here driving out there. So yeah, anyway, James Zuber leads the race. It remains to be seen whether his pace is going to be up to scratch compared to where Jimmy Nisler's was, because he was absolutely fantastic throughout his stint. Is James Zuber going to be up to the same pace?
You'd have to think that he'll be pretty much up there in comparison to what Henry Sinnick was doing. But let's see when the lap do come through. 9 seconds between Hevesy and Yuri Toman. I'm just looking down the order. Alexander Baumgartner falling back from Patrick Attila Lukács. And the only other battle, Jose Berengawa is kind of matching David Greco's pace. Adam Baldwin closing in on the pair of them, but Giordano Valeriano within a couple of seconds of Luka Frlic, and he has been closing in by a reasonable amount per lap. and last time round actually went a second quicker than Furlich. So let's see what he can pull off.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see, this is the yellow flag for the 4060 ISS or lab car right now. We'll try and see what's happened to them. Looks like they're back going again, are they? Or are they? Where are they? Oh my word, they're off at the Schumacher S. Getting a long way off. They're back onto the road now, and somehow they've managed to crash there and get away without getting any damage. That's a near miracle, if that is indeed the case. If there's no suspension damage or anything on that car, then that is a near miracle for them to go off at such a high-speed corner and get away with it.
That Schumacher S is where we were expecting to get one of the most incidents. The other corner was the NGK chicane. The Schumacher S is, pretty much flat in the GT cars, and you have to have so much commitment that if it does go wrong, there's no real room for error, and it can end rather disastrously badly. And if there's a car following behind you, they just end up thwacking into your side.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're nearly 4 hours into this race. So I think it's time we took another quick commercial break. Battle for the lead still going on. Satellite Racing versus Mugen Sim Racing. When we come back, we'll have more action from the 12 hours of Nürburgring. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Nürburgring here in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. It is the fourth round of 6 in our 2021 season. And James Zuber is leading overall in the new DPI category ahead of Gabriel Hevesi and Yuri Toman, who are in second and third. Those guys are all a lap in front of the rest, as there is a drive-through penalty for car 74, the Juicy's Motorsport Club car, for a move on the 717, that's the Unison Racing car, driven by Alexander Zakharov at the moment, for a move, well, I can't quite read that actually, in or near, it doesn't say what turn it was, but in a turn somewhere. They've got a drive-through for that, I'm afraid, so that's going to drop them from third, maybe down to fourth, because One Move Esports are a fair way off them right now.
One Move Esports at the moment, a fair bit down as you mentioned, and just checking actually on, so you've got the One Move Esports car in the GT3 class, which is Tibau Melbourne, 24 seconds behind Alexander Zakharov, and then you've got the other One Move Esports car, which is Matthew Decroix, who is 25 seconds behind Adam Baldwin. So both of the One Move Esports drivers in a similar situation. Giordano Valeriano, a couple of tenths behind Luca Furlich at the moment. Meanwhile, 11 seconds, or 12 seconds I should say, separating the top three drivers in GTE. David Greco 6.5 clear of Jose Berengawa, who's 5.5 clear of Adam Baldwin. And those three, just to check their lap times, Jose Berengawa the fastest of all three, gaining half a second on Greco last time round.
Yeah, we'll see. Contact. Valeriano and Furlich have come into contact, and around goes Valeriano for the second time in this battle. Musto Didi Esports in the 54 car have not had a good day. They were battling side by side through the Mercedes arena. I just caught the end of that one. I know that we had that one on the stream, but we'll try and get a replay on it for you. I'm not entirely sure if we can do.
I've got it up and ready.
Okay, yeah, we'll have another look at the incident, because it looked like Furlich and Valeriano were battling very hard through the opening corners of that lap.
Yeah, so heading down into turn one, Valeriano late on the brakes. He has a look for the inside. That was definitely contact between the two of them. And then slightly later, you go through turn two. It's all looking neat and tidy. Does Valeriano actually hit the back of Volante? Oh, that's from really far back, doesn't... How has Valeriano done that?
I don't know, because
so far back.
I'm not entirely sure, because we can't see that on the stream at the moment.
Yeah. Peter, can we get the replay up?
I don't know. Oh, sorry, behind the race leader. It was the 46 car, I think. Yeah, the 46 DIS or lab car went off. Oh, there's the back end of it. It seemed like a strange spin, because they went one way and then back the other. And it was a bit of a strange spin for Valeriano, but he's back going again. It's just a shame to see for that car. They spent so long catching Volante, and as soon as they finally get there, they spin around and have to do it all over again.
Yep. And now Valeriano is, well, I don't know how far behind he is, but he's a good few seconds off Volante. In fact, you can't even see Volante on your screens anymore. Have Volante pitted? No, he's just 9 seconds behind Luca Furlich. Fair enough. I mean, he did fully spin the car around. Okay, but further up the order, Yuri Toman, 3 seconds behind Gabor Hevesi. And where is James Zuber? So here, James Zuber going down into turn 3 now. Gabor Hevesi out of turn 2. Okay, so your top 3 currently separated by around 6 seconds.
Yeah, which is pretty standard compared to what we've seen so far, and it's very, very entertaining indeed. But speaking of LMP2 battles, at the moment in the green room we have Toon Lauer, and I'll just move him in right now. Toon Lauer now joins us, driver of course of one of the drivers of the number 15 Deuces Motorsport Club car. Welcome along, Toon. Good to have you along in the booth once again. A good opening stint from you, but I heard that you had a couple of issues out there early on to make an early pit stop and a penalty as well. Just talk us through the first hour or two of your race, because it wasn't without issues.
Yeah, I was a bit too aggressive on the start, and was defending from, I think, the DX hackers, and then moved into a DPI, so we got damage from that, and later deep and drive-through to it, but it was the only mistake we had. Then we had to stop like on the normal time, but we fixed the damage, and that's what cost us more than we thought it would, so we lost a lot of time. Then we just tried to make back the time, and I think we did good. And we also had an issue with Nick not getting his game started, so I had to do 2 hours more than what expected. We got through it, and everything is fine now.
You say everything is back to where you expect them to be. Where are you expecting to be at the end of this race in terms of position? What are your new ambitions for the rest of this race now that you've factored in those problems that you had?
At least P5 we are now in, that's for sure. But we are still trying for the podium if 2 fast guys are still coming, and we are trying our best to get at least a podium.
Yeah, that would be certainly a good result for you. And just one thing as well, Nick driving the car at the moment, I think this is the first time he's done any kind of endurance race for a very long time now. So what's it like working with Nick? How do you think he's doing out there at the moment?
Nick is doing fine now. His first stint was a bit rough, because he was still building his endurance work and has no time to prepare it and get the rhythm offline, but he's doing in the second set now really good and having good test times and keeping up with the field, and even getting faster than the guy ahead, so he's doing good now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Tim, great to have you along. Great, thanks very much for coming for an interview, and good luck to you and the rest of your team for the rest of the race.
Thank you, and you too.
There we go, 2 and lower of the number 15 Deuces Motorsport Club. Good to hear from him in LMP2. But speaking of that category, I guess we've got to go straight up to the battle, Yusuf. It's on between Varga and Mugen once again.
Yuri Toman for the 117 Varga Sim Racing outfit on the back of Gabor Hevesi in the 22 Mugen Sim Racing. The gap between them just 3 seconds, and then further up the road will be James Zuber somewhere around. But for now we just focus on these two. This is the battle for P2 overall, the battle for the top spot in the LMP2 class. Remember, Yuri Toman currently with his strategy is also going to be doing 1 less pit stop than Gabor Hevesi, as he's been running about 6 or so laps longer than Gabor Hevesi and Mugen Sim Racing on the previous set of pit stops. He's going to have a little bit more fuel in the car. Maybe his tires will be a little bit more warm, though. It kind of counters itself out to some degree, but Yuri Toman is expected to be quicker at this point because the tires have more of an effect than the fuel in general on R Factor 2. I think up ahead through the Schumacher S, you can see James Zuber having just made his way through. But for now, Yuri Toman just sitting behind Gabor Hevesi will wait for an opportunity to present itself.
Yeah, we will indeed. If indeed one does, before the pit stops. It doesn't even take a mistake. It could just be a run through traffic. We have completely no control over that at all. I believe that Mugen are going to be in next, about 23 laps after they last came in, which will be lap 141. We're about to complete lap 137, so 4 more laps after this. As he dives down the inside of DASSR Labs GTE car going into the final corner. And not a great run through there for Toman though, so he loses a bit of time, drops back a little bit, and I think that may have bought Gabor Hevesi at least 1 corner or 2 of breathing space.
Yeah, and I think we were somewhat surprised at the end of the previous stint that when they did make their pit stops, Yuri Toman was about 11 seconds down the road from Gabor Hevesi when he was, on the tail of him before the pit stop. So I think Yuri Toman has a fresh set of tyres on his LMP2 car, and Gabor Hevesi has an old set of tyres. So I don't know whether Yuri Toman will be putting on a fresh set of tyres on his next stop. We don't know if drivers are double stinting or triple stinting. We know in the GT cars the standard is to single stint. Sometimes people will try to double stint, but in the LMP2 cars it might be a case of even triple stinting coming through, because the stints are much shorter. We're talking 45 minutes as opposed to 1 hour 10, and these are lighter cars as well, the LMP2, so they tend to have less tyre wear anyway.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure really what the situation is going to be and what the situation is right now. It's all difficult to work out and so on, but what we do know for 100% sure is that they're battling once again out there on the circuit. I think Valeriano and Verlich might be battling again. Oh no, sorry, they're in the pit lane. I've done the same thing again of seeing two people in the pit lane and thinking that they're battling, but they're not quite. They're just having a pit stop on the same lap. That's lap 123 for both of those guys, and I'm not well. I think it's a little bit early for Volante Racing. Certainly some way along the way, Volante have had an early stop, which has put them in the same kind of category for making pit stops. DISSR Lab will also be in before too long as well, because they pit fairly early, but that's all difficult strategy to try and work out in the next few moments. I think DIS might be coming in this time around. They are indeed. So DISSR Lab also into the pit lane along with the 54 and the 67, but they all come in a little bit earlier than the rest of the field in GTE. Though, yeah, even though it does seem... well, I guess they are a couple of laps behind the leader, so it seems very early, but it's not actually that early. It is on schedule, but they're just a little bit out of position. I think it's safe to say that the top four are really the ones in contention for this race win. You know, Musto, World of Sim Racing, Deuces, one move, they're all in contention. The other guys dropping away just a little bit more than they might have liked.
Yeah, it's a 3-horse battle, and that is not only for the overall race win, but down in GTE somewhat as well. I'm talking, well, actually, Adam Baldwin made a mistake. He lost 5 seconds on that last lap, and he's now 21 seconds behind Jose Berenguer, and before he was only about 5-6.
He served his drive-through on that lap. He's got one.
Oh, did he have a drive-through? Oh, yeah, that would explain it then. Yeah.
He's probably served that, I would imagine. So I think that would be the reason. But yeah, you're right, it's dropping back certainly. Jose Berenguer seems to be catching David Greco just a little bit, or at least holding the margin, which we've not seen all day really from those guys. We saw that freeway battle in the early hours, let's not forget. But in GTE we saw that freeway battle going on, but not anymore. It's starting to quiet down just a little bit in GTE, and yeah, it's going to heat up a little bit later on, you can be sure. But for now, the prototypes have really taken centre stage, because the battle between Satellite Racing, Mugen Sim Racing, and Varga Sim Racing has just been fantastic so far. There's been a lot of it going on, and it's been very, very entertaining to see these three teams battling it out. It looks like this battle between Hevesy and Toman has given Zuber a little bit of breathing space here. He's been allowed to go up the road just a little bit, and I think Toman, in terms of an overall victory, has got to worry about that Satellite Racing car just a little bit. That car seems to be getting faster and faster as we go along here, and especially given that they may be cutting out a pit stop compared to Varga, I think Toman does have to be at least have an eye on them.
Oh, that's a mistake. That's a mistake from James Zuber around the back. Marcus and now, mistake from Gabor Hevesy, and now Yuri Toman looks to the outside, down into the left hand. I think he's done. I think he's got the move done. Down into the right-hander, and he is not clear. They're still side by side between the pair of them as they make their way up through the Bergen curve.
Side by side into the fast left-right chicane. Who's going to back out? Surely he can't go through here side by side. Toman with the outside line and his car slightly behind has to just take it a moment and just let the car through. So Hevesy holds on, but you're right, that car just slowing you up through the Schumacher S. Sometimes you can't even wait for a mistake. Sometimes it's no fault of your own when you get slowed up. And that opened the door for Toman, and it nearly allowed him to get through, but that was absolutely no fault of Hevesy's at all. No fault of the GTs either, really. It's just the way that the traffic falls.
Pure coincidence, and yeah, there's not really much Hevesy can do. You can kind of see it coming before, but you know, you run the risk of it if you try to lift off before the corner to get the car on exit, then Yuri Toman might try to get the move on you into the previous corner. So yeah, when you're coming up to back markers, you always rather be the car behind in that sense, because you know, it can open up something for you as a bit of contact between Gabor Hevesy and the 45 DIS car. And Gabor Hevesy, I think we're expecting him to pit at the end of this lap. And he has it, Yuri Turman, all over his rear end.
Does indeed. Turman has caught Hevesy on this stint, let's not forget. He started a good 5 seconds behind or so. And Hevesy has just been slowly reeled in all of this time. Battle continues. This is for the lead in LMP2, let's not forget, and second place overall in the race, with James Zuber still leading for Satellite Racing. Been a good fight so far, a good race between all of these guys. They go up towards the fast left-right chicane, and it looks a little bit wide from Hevesy, over the grass, and he's into the pit lane. So that was coming at this point. He did need to make a pit stop at some point. Hevesy now has decided to take it, and now in about 5 or 6 laps time, maybe 7 laps time, we'll see Toman come in, and we'll see if the undercut has worked out, because often it seems that Mugen do get a bit of a benefit from pitting that little bit early.
We can expect Yuri Turman to pit in about 6-7 laps time, so that is about 14 minutes or so, or 13 minutes really. And we'll see where he's come out relative to Gabor Hevesy once that pit stop comes through. Jose Berenguer has been closing in on David Greco in the battle for the GTE lead. Currently, last time round, Berenguer second quicker this lap round. Let's see what the gap is, and again 1.3 seconds quicker from Berenguer. The gap now less than 3 seconds. You can see both cars in your shot as we are 4 hours and 10 minutes into the race, and if you're considering that the GT cars are doing 1 hour 10 per stint, then you're expecting at around the 4 hour 40 mark for the GT cars to be making their next stop, maybe 4 hours 30. So we're waiting about 18 minutes, 17-18 minutes for the GT pit window to open.
Yes, it's I think you might be right.
Yeah,
I'll have a look.
I feel like the GT, most of the Porsches have been doing 1 hour 5, and the Bianca Lila in the BMW has been doing 1 hour 10. So maybe 10 minutes for the pit stops for the Porsches, and then another 20 on top for the BMWs.
I think it could be 10 minutes or less for the Porsches actually, and then more, and then a little bit more for Musto, who are still leading this race. I think you're right though. We might be denied of a leading battle here in GTE, which is going to be a little bit disappointing for us, but I'm sure it will close up again a little bit later on. The 51 and 74 have been kind of in the region of 32 to 34 laps in terms of their stints, which would mean that anywhere from lap 132 onwards would be acceptable for a pit stop. We're about to complete lap 30, so the pit not lap 30, I think I'm at the north side, lap 130, it will be going a little bit further in this one. So a few more laps to go, and then we'll see Berenguer and so on into the pit lane. Baldwin and also One Move Esports will be into the pit lane at that point as well. Not too long to go until those pit stops do happen, but it was a bit of a shorter pit stint, on the last time for Deuces Motorsport Club, which is interesting to note. We'll see what the reason was behind that, and if they continue to do that. But it's all about strategy at this point in the game, and it's all about trying to beat Musto. Nobody has seemed to be able to do that so far. They've had the pace and the fuel consumption to beat out everybody as things stand, which is we don't often see such domination in the EEWC, but they really have been on top throughout the entire race so far.
Monster sister team, the 54 car, just came out of the pits. Has fed out behind Jose Berenguer, about 5 seconds down the road or so. So I think that is now 2 laps down for 54 car. Indeed it is. Actually, wait, no. It's a 4 laps down on his teammate David Greco. So yeah, the 54 car's not been having a good time. They are currently sitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in class. It's 45 DIS, who are 2 laps ahead of them. Maybe over the remainder of the race they can catch it, but for now, really, that P5 spot is the most realistic target that they can really hope to achieve.
Yeah, that seems to be the limit for them. But you never know. Issues later on. I say it quietly, but we've not really seen any issues for anybody recently. So surely somebody's due some problems.
Was that commentator curse I just heard?
Well, yeah, it wasn't an attempt at a commentator curse, really. We don't really need any more action out there because it has been all happening for the last 3 hours or so, especially the last 2 or 3 hours. There's been a lot of battling going on. Remember that three-way leading battle we've seen, and so on. Excuse me. We've just need that little bit of time to cool off a little bit. The race needs to cool off for a moment, and I'm sure the battles will recommence before long. But yeah, LMP2 pit stops, GTE pit stops, very, very close to actually getting towards us. So we'll see. Here is Yuri Toman leading the LMP2 category at the moment, expecting him to go to lap 147. He's currently just about to complete lap 144, so 3 more laps for Yuri Toman, and he will be into the pit lane.
3 more laps in for Yuri Toman, and when he does pit, we'll see where he comes out relative to Gabor Hevesi. Remember, Yuri Toman was right on the rear end of Hevesi before their pits, but Hevesi will have a fresh set of tyres most likely, and should be able to pull, you'd expect around 4 seconds or so to Yuri Toman. But then Yuri Toman will have fresh tyres and should be able to pull that gap then back in his favour.
It's all going to change around all again, even though Toman was very, very close to getting through on Hevesi and was in front for a few hundred metres, although he had to relinquish that first place very quickly. I think he'll be second nevertheless when this pit stop does happen in about 3 laps time, when our World of Sim Racing and Juice's Motorsport Club are going to be in. And they're currently completing lap 132, 31 laps at the end of this one for Juices. Are they going to decide to come into the pit lane on this occasion or not? Well, they're coming up towards the final chicane. So we'll find out soon enough, but the gap at the front of the race in GTE is 2.2 to 2.4 seconds. It's hovering around that kind of margin, depending on the traffic, depending on a number of things, as Juice's Motorsport Club carry on for another lap. It certainly seems to be the trend, though, that Jose Berenguer is catching David Greco. Maybe Greco's not quite as quick as Manuel Biancalula, but still holding a very, very good pace, holding his own, more than holding his own against Jose Berenguer. And this is good to see for the battle in the lead of the race. We may see these two get nose to tail right before the pit stop cycle, but Berenguer is due a pit stop soon.
Yeah, that's the Mugen Sim Racing car diving up the inside of Jose Berenguer, who's still sitting at that 2.3 seconds behind David Greco, unable in the last couple of laps to really close in onto the Italian. Don't forget, Musto and WOSR first and second in the Drivers' Championship as well. Musto 4 points behind WOSR. Whichever team takes the win will be leading the championship heading into the penultimate round of the season at Spa-Francorchamps, which is our first 24-hour race of the EEWC as well.
Yes, it is indeed. Here's a replay of that close moment down into the hairpin. Hevesi down the inside. Berenguer didn't really want to let him through there. There was only just an LMP2 size width there, but he managed to squeeze himself into it nicely. And Berenguer could probably do with less of those close moments, to be honest. But it's not slowed him down, and he got down to 1.5 seconds at the front of this race now.
Berenguer down into turn 1. You can see he's visibly getting closer and closer to David Greco. Still waiting for James Zuber to make his pit stop, and for Yuri Toman as well. Yuri Toman currently sitting 80 seconds clear of Gabor Hevesi. And last time around, Gabor Hevesi pulled 4/10 out of Yuri Toman, which is to be expected, with a set of fresh boots on the Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car.
Yes, indeed. That is going to just skew things just that little bit. Still coming down at the front of GTE. Viaducting just in the background of Berenguer here, and we're about to see a very similar situation to what we did a lap ago. Although maybe Mugen were a little bit closer when they made that dive into the hairpin last lap. But little bit wide from Beringauer. He's okay though, still closing up the inside for Viaducton. That's not going to help Beringauer, though it's not going to hurt him too much either. So yeah, the nerves will start to ramp up in both of these camps now, but I get the feeling even though Musto are being caught now, it doesn't really matter to them if they're able to do the fuel mileage that they're able to do. I mean, it's been astonishing so far, so they could happily lose the lead right now and still carry on with their race, really.
Yeah, and well, I mean, for Musto, they've played the strategy really well, and they know that currently they have about half a stint advantage over WOSR, so the important thing is that they carry on saving fuel, they carry on doing their own thing, because while they might get past, while they might be trailing by 10 seconds to WOSR in the next hour or so, in about 4 hours time, they're going to be finding themselves an entire pit stop clear.
They are indeed. Yuri Toman carries on for another lap, by the way. This is a lap longer than I was expecting, I have to say. At 147 I was expecting to see him in, but he carries on again and continues to extend the point of which, or the amount of which, the amount of time he's putting into Mugen Sim Racing in terms of these pit stops. He's going a lap longer each time and continuing to make it more obvious that he wants to make one less pit stop in this race. James Zuber, though, is he able to maybe make this pit stop, make this race a pit stop shorter for himself? Well, we'll have to find out. But the battle for GTE is certainly going to be on now. David Greco versus Jose Beringauer. Half a second separate them, and we've got another leading battle in another one of these categories. We've had DPI leading battles, we've had LMP2 leading battles. The only thing we're missing is a GT3 leading battle. I'm sure that will come later, but for now the focus is all on GTE as it gets very close once more. Greco falls wide there. Beringauer has to go through. Well, doesn't have to go through, but had a look at going through. That's the kind of opportunity that he's hoping for. Greco flashes the lights at the DPI car that just went through there. So Zuber, I think that was Zuber anyway, goes through, and Greco now under pressure. Beringauer close in attendance, and Greco has to do some defending. He's on board with Beringauer, maybe making a move into turn one. He seems a little bit far back though.
And how hard does David Greco want to fight this? I feel that he does want to fight this, but no, he's going to leave the door open, and Beringauer looks to the inside. This does mean that Greco will have the inside for turn two, so sometimes leaving the door open into one is the best defensive action that you can take. And as you see, David Greco holds on to the lead as an LMP2 car comes flying past. Greco might be taking advantage of contact between the two of them. Beringauer now with the outside into four.
Oh, he's just going to get squeezed out, but that was very opportunistic driving from the Spaniard, trying to follow that LMP2 car through on David Greco. It did end up in a little bit of contact, but it was certainly all opportunistic driving from Beringauer. Let's have another look at it again, on board with him. You can see him going for this second cutback in two corners here. The Vargas Sim Racing car gets down the inside. He sneaks down the inside, bit of contact, but I think that was all fair and square in the end, really. It was just close racing between them.
Yeah, as you said, opportunistic move, and to be honest, if you're Jose Beringauer, you have to use that. You know, when someone's coming to lap you, you have to try to slot in behind, follow them through, do as I would call it, the Max Verstappen from Monaco, where I think he sat behind, I think it was Sebastian Vettel who was lapping them in the Ferrari, and he just tucked behind them in the Toro Rosso, tried to follow everyone through until he met Romain Grosjean, who very sneakily got the tip from his engineer that Verstappen would try to follow Seb through, and then there eventually was an accident between the pair of them down into turn one, if I recall correctly, for Beringauer. Still has to sit behind Musto for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Greco just pulls away ever so slightly. Vargas Sim Racing back into the pit lane, by the way. So they are now in as expected. Let's see what lap that was for those guys. Lap 149. They are starting to do 25 lap stints now, as opposed to the 24 that we had not so long ago. Toman, as you can see, top right hand side of your screen, now into the pit lane. Juice's Motorsport Club have also been in recently as well. I didn't quite see what lap that was, but Yuhamaki Yupi back into that car. Jose Berenguer is going to be following suit, and he will be let's have a look here. 3 laps time Berenguer will be in, but I think he'd want the bragging rights of getting through on Greco anyway.
You always want the bragging rights. Every time I've ever done an endurance race, whether that's in real life or virtual, you always get really annoyed when you catch up to someone, you're about to make the move, or you're getting ready to make the move, and then they pit, and you just think, well, why would you do that? That's just evil. It's just taking all the fun out of the battle. Of course, you understand why it's done, because it's pointless to have, to battle over these positions when you are in a very long race, but at the same time, the racing instinct in you wants to have that battle.
Obviously gets out just in front of Toman, by the way. That was very close. Obviously just gets out in front of those guys. So while this GT battle has slightly extended out, and while the LMP2 battle is just heating up, we're going to take a very quick commercial break, and when we come back, I'm sure we will have battles for you from the 12 hours of Nürburgring.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 12 Hours of Nürburgring, here the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship 2021. We've just had a pass for the LMP2 lead here into turn one. It was Marcel Czincik versus Gabor Hevesi, and there was only one winner in this fight in the end. Czincik has been very, very quick indeed, as we've seen all throughout the season. Dived straight down the inside of Hevesi, and the Mugen Sim Racing car put up a good fight, got shuffled out just ever so slightly, a bit of contact, but an all fair and square move in the end. Czincik gets through very nicely indeed, and he's now in the lead of LMP2.
Yeah, it's a great stuff from Marcel Czincik right when Varga, there are starting to be some doubts. We're starting to say, ooh, look at this, Mugen are battling Varga. Varga say, okay, Marcel, jump in the car, show these buffoons just why they're completely wrong. And Marcel say, yeah, sure guys, I got this. Jumps in the car, takes Gabor Hevesi, and now we'll just be flying up the order. Let's see if he can close in onto James Zuber as well. Yeah,
we'll see. James Zuber hasn't been into the pit. Oh, is he just coming out now? I just caught a glimpse of him. Yes, he is coming out of the pit lane right now. So how many laps was that on a stint? And is he still even in the car? Is it still James Zuber? Yes, it is. But that was lap 152, another 25 lap stint. If this carries on, then it's not great news for Satellite, really, because not only are they being caught by Varga now, because Czincik is actually in that car, but also they're not actually gaining any laps on Varga in terms of their pit stops. So, although they are pitting a few laps later, they're not gaining any more laps, which isn't good news for them at all.
Yep, so WSR jumped on the inside of the B32 Ferrari. I tell you what though, Gabor Hevesi is not... Actually, never mind, my thing didn't update. I was going to say Gabor Hevesi is within a second of Marcel Czincik, but no, he's 2.5 seconds behind. Marcel is flying right now. Just seeing if there are any other close battles. Carlos Basto, 18 seconds behind Martin Mergli. And that is Romano Motorsports DEAC Hackers. We saw DEAC Hackers getting past the 50 or getting past the 57 car not too long ago, actually.
Yeah, we did indeed. You're right. So that may reignite sooner rather than later. A couple of driver changes to report on then, other than the ones that we already have. Martin Mergli is into the DEAC Hackers car, as we've already seen. Who else has got into car recently? Blazus Mask is into the car for World of Sim Racing, the Polish driver in second place at the moment, because Maciej de Krop has just been into the pit lane, and he is going to be getting back out again soon. He's just leaving now, but is it still going to be him at the end of that? No, it isn't. Guillaume Mas is getting back into that car. And Daniele Primavera has got into the 54 for Giordano Valeriano, who was driving a little bit earlier on. Also, an update on Volante Racing, the number 67. Unfortunately, they're now down to last, and they're in their pit box at the moment. I don't think they're going to be coming back either. I think that might be our first DNF of the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, and such a shame for Volante, the 66 car that was doing well in the championship, in all honesty. They were sitting fourth, and in my opinion, they were punching above their weight, weren't able to make the start of the race. Then this is the team, the 67 car, now in the pits, and well, at the very best, they are trailing by a long, long way, and at the worst, they are out of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be the worst for them. It looks like they're still going to pick up points for 6 points. Although not the one for actually finishing the race. That's going to give them 20 on the season, but rapidly falling out of championship contention, although that's not their main car. The 66 is. They were only 9 points adrift in this championship coming into today, and it doesn't look like that's going to be it's going to be their day at this point. James Zuber is coming over the line right now, and I did promise you an onboard lap with them at some point in this race, so we're going to be quiet for a couple of moments while we watch this onboard lap, and more importantly as well, listen to this Cadillac noise, because it is pretty amazing. James Zuber in that number 64 satellite racing car, currently leading this race. But for how much longer? Marcel Chinchik is certainly catching, or certainly trying to catch anyway, that car in front. So the battle is definitely going to be on between those guys, as Nello Pastorino is just making his way out of pit lane right now. That should be a scheduled pit stop for him. He seems to be going a little bit longer actually than some of those around, and Tom Capusta has got into that car anyway. 26 laps for him on that occasion. Definitely leaving behind Viaducton, who I think have had a couple of problems along the way. A fair amount of these drivers have had a couple of problems, but James Zuber is still leading here. You can see in the background, Vargas Sim Racing is starting to gain. I'm not entirely sure if there is, going back to that discussion we had earlier, what the difference is between DPI and LMP2R. Marcel Chinchik certainly seems to be a little bit faster than Toman, and especially Visner as well in that car. So maybe it is something to do with the drivers. Vargas Sim Racing, Marcel Chinchik just being exceptionally quick. Maybe that DPI is a little bit slower, but certainly it is changing around with almost every different driver that we see in the car, every different stint that we see. It is often changing around. The gap is now 1.5 seconds between them. Yusuf's muted on the TeamSpeak. I can hear him talking, but you can't. There we go. Yeah, you're welcome.
I followed in your footsteps from earlier, but I was saying, when we were kind of sitting back and enjoying the sound of that prototype, I realised that our cameras are still on the screen at that point in time, so I could see you eating your sandwich, and we need to have a way to remove that camera when we have our onboard lap, otherwise it's just really awkward with one of our mates being there in dead silence.
Yeah, I know. I was eating a chocolate bar actually, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I
want a chocolate bar now.
Oh, sorry. Anyway. I was just having a nibble, and unfortunately I was on the stream for everyone to see. But anyway,
what chocolate bar was it?
I don't even know. It's unwrapped. But anyway, the battle for the lead is about to commence, I get the feeling. James Zuber and Yuri Toman. It's all very close actually up front. There's a lot of traffic in front here. So Toman might be able to, Chinchik might be able to use this to his advantage. It's the Mugen Sim Racing GT3 leader. I think I saw the Team E Brick car, Viaducton, and their DPI are certainly in front of these guys on the road anyway. That is Team E Brick. Around the outside for Zuber through turn 11. Nice move on the GT3. But now actually lapping one of these LMP2s or DPIs, this is a lot more difficult, and this, thankfully Viaducton made it easy there for Zuber, but this might present an opportunity for Vargas Sim Racing if indeed Zuber gets tripped up by one of these guys.
And let's see, because James Zuber currently on the start-finish straight. Marcel Chinchik just a little bit behind, and Marcel is closing in. This is the battle we wanted to see. We saw Marcel Chinchik against Henry Sinnick not too long ago. Well, I say not too long ago, it was at the start of the race, and now we're going to get James Zuber against Marcel Chinchik. And let's see how this one pans out.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a good fight between them. Less than a second now. Zuber versus Chinchik have been in the series for all season long. Let's not forget, Juba was there for the HyperCar effort from Drillers Esports, was able to take 3 victories out of 3 in that one in Indianapolis. Silverstone and Sebring, they won them all. And looking to take another victory in the Nürburgring 12 hours. It looks like they're going to in the DPI category and score maximum points, but are they going to be able to take an overall win in this race? The gap back to Gabriel Hevesi is 9 seconds. Mugen Sim Racing starting to fall away a little bit as now Zuber gets a bit of traffic at the Schumacher S, not where you want it. It's the World Sim Racing car, and it looks like they're, well, not too far behind one of the Musto GTE esports cars actually, who've been having clearly some issues, the 54, but not the other one, which alarmed me initially. But here they go, Zuber and Chinchik towards the final couple of corners. It looks like Zuber's going to be held up by this Musto car, and here comes the opportunity for Chinchik.
And Marcel Chinchik closing in, then I'm going to grab an onboard view because he is right up the rear end of James Zuber. This is not a battle in class. These two are in different classes. It's DPI versus LMP2. And Marcel Chinchik in the LMP2. We saw him send one up the inside of Gabo Hevesi right here down into turn 1. He has a think about it. And he's going to have the outside. Looks for the switchback. But this means he's got the outside for turn 2, Ewan.
Oh, little contacts. I thought they were going to go both spinning around them, but they keep it going in the right direction at the very least. The cutback has not quite worked on that occasion. You can definitely see, though, that Chinchik is more pacey at this stage in the race, and he's certainly been faster right now. Sector 2 has a yellow flag within it right now, by the way. I wonder what that's for at the moment. I can't quite tell. It looks like the number 46 car has gone off again, I'm afraid, but hopefully it's cleared by the time these guys get there. Zuber might be defending into the hairpin, although Chinchik is not quite close enough. They're going to go up towards the Schumacher S again, and if there's any traffic at the wrong point here for Zuber, then he could be in second place before he knows it.
And actually, I don't know if anyone saw, but James Zuber through the Dunlop hairpin. He's just kind of squaring off the corner, whereas Marcel Chinchik taking a much more usual line, you know, in apex, back out. Whereas James Zuber, early apex, lets it out, late apex, so he can get back on the power earlier. And that has, in part, allowed him to pull this gap over Marcel Chinchik onto the back straight as they make their way through the Advenbogen. And now up towards the NGK chicane. And Marcel Chinchik, I think he's too far behind to really have it go into turn 1 this time round. He's going to have to wait one more lap.
Yeah, he is indeed. He's going to have to wait here because he's too far behind for the moment. Extreme still, but no real way of getting through here. Into turn 1 they go, and it's not going to be this time for Chinchik. This is going to be a battle that resumes and carries on for a very long time, I get the feeling. Varga Sim Racing are going to have to come in on lap 174, but that's still 15 laps away. We're going to enjoy a 15-lap fight, I get the feeling, between Zuber and Chinchik. That is going to be tiring for these guys, but very entertaining for us, certainly.
Well, don't forget, this battle has been going on for a while. It was these two and Gabo Hevesi in that awesome three-way battle just a couple of hours ago, and it has continued to this point. Yes, Marcel Chinchik and Varga Sim Racing fell back for a bit, but it was how it all played out with, you know, the difference in strategies and tyres, and we think the 117 might have had slightly older tyres as well. Again, you see it happening once again from the Satellite Racing 64 of James Zuber. He tries to box off that hairpin so much so that he can get the exit speed, but if he does it a little bit too much, it means that Marcel Chinchik can throw his nose down the inside in what would be a similar situation to the Hamilton Albon incident back in Brazil 2019, I want to say.
Oh yeah, I remember. I was just thinking. I was just racking my brain, and I've remembered. But yeah, final chicane again, and then the final corner. Chinchik versus a bit of a dive across the curbs there from the Hungarian just in behind. Maybe there'll be a move now into turn 1, although the exit from that final corner seems very, very good for that Satellite Racing car. It does seem to propel itself onto the front straight very well, and it's the best opportunity for Chinchik to make a move, and if he's kind of covering that one off, then I guess he's going to have to get a little bit adventurous and try something a little bit different, and that'll, you know, make him a little bit less comfortable with it, and that's when you kind of see accidents happen. But yeah, for the moment, Zuber has done a good job of spotting the strength of the Satellite Racing car and then trying to negate that as much as he possibly can.
And if James Zuber can continue to get these good runs off the exit of corners, well, it's going to be absolutely fantastic and really difficult for Marcel to find a way through.
Yeah, it is indeed. He's still behind. Where's the next piece of traffic going to come from? I wonder. Can't see just for the moment. Just an update, by the way, on some of those further down the field. B32 Racing look like they may be retired from this race at this point because they're dropping down rather rapidly, and that's not promising for them whatsoever. Yeah, that is a real shame to see for those guys, but Looks like they may join Volante Racing as retirement from this race. It took us a good 5 hours to get one, and now it seems that two have come along in fairly quick succession.
Yeah, and I also just got an update as well from 404, their team boss Maria. Henry Coya is up ahead of DIS, as I think DIS recently pitted. So 404, Glam Racing back up into the top 4 in the GT3 class. So good stuff for them after that double downshift on the exit of the final corner. Saw them drop 3 laps down the field, maybe a little bit more. And good to see them recovering well.
There he is on the screen, Henrik Coya back out there. He's been driving there for a while, hasn't he now? He's been out there on the circuit for a fair amount of time now, but still going. The Aston Martin misses the apex of the hairpin, but well, I won't pick him up on it too much. Still going. Ooh. Through the Schumacher. Yeah, it looks like it.
Contact. Marcel Chinchik was tapping the rear end of James Zuber again. Traffic coming into play. Nothing bad about it. But yeah, it's just how the back markers come into play, and Marcel Chinchik, he's trying to time it. He's trying to get a good exit so he can pull alongside of James Zuber, and James Zuber has to play it smart with the back markers, you know, try to get past at a time that Marcel Chinchik won't expect, so that he can't get caught off guard. So look at that rear end. You can tell that the brake bias is set to the rear on Marcel Chinchik's LMP2. Back end stepping out through the right hander of Scheifen. And up through Adven we go towards the NGK chicane. Thrilling battle so far between these two.
It is indeed. Although Chinchik again not quite close enough through this final corner. You see the way that Zuber just went wide through the first part to, as you said earlier, box the corner off and get the good exit that he needs to get the move down in, or to kind of protect from the move down into turn 1. There's about to be a bit of a problem though, because there's a lot of traffic in front right now, and one of them, prototypes, GTs, they're all involved down at the Mercedes arena at the moment. One of them's the Glam Racing car, not too far up the road as well, we're seeing on screen. So yeah, it's very, very close, and there's going to be a lot of traffic to contend with now.
Just wanted to give an update as well. David Greco, he's not, what a move. These LMP2s and the DPI really trying to thread their way through as quickly as possible. Just quickly to give an update, we still haven't seen David Greco pit. He still has not pitted. He's still out there in his GT car, and that is 4 hours and 45 minutes into the stint. So whereas the Porsches are doing 1 hour 8 minutes, 1 hour 7 minute stints, he's doing 1 hour 15 minute stints for the muscle car. Expect him to be pitting relatively shortly, but considering he's going nearly 10 minutes per stint longer, he's going to be able to pull that extra stint in, well, around, I think we'd be saying it's 7 stints or so, and we are about 5, or we're 4 stints through currently.
Yes, we are indeed. All of these guys doing a little bit longer than an hour, so whereas sometimes normally we see 11 pit stops in a race for a GT team, it looks like it's only going to be 10, although maybe 9 for Milsto. We'll wait and see about that. On board with Chinchik again. Is there going to be a move into turn 1? I think it's going to be the same old no into the hairpin, but he closes in. It just needs to be a little bit closer than that, and he's got base for the dive there. But the ISSR lab just getting in the way. Well, not getting in the way, but they are in front. Well, they are getting in the way, but it's not that they're doing anything wrong. Certainly just driving their own race at this point. Zuber negotiates it well though, and Chinchik has to follow him through, and the battle continues on. No real move being made so far, only one kind of half move from Chinchik. Zuber was able to fend that one off, and so far since then he's had it all his own way so far.
Yeah, and just to explain to maybe some of our viewers who are more familiar with sim racing, not endurance racing, and wondering, why aren't these back markers getting out of the way? In sprint racing like F1 and, all of those series, when there's a blue flag, the onus is on the car being lapped to make sure that they move out of the way and do not hinder the car lapping them. Whereas in the endurance racing, when a blue flag comes out, well, there isn't a blue flag to be honest, but the car being lapped doesn't need to let the car behind through. All they have to do is not defend the position. So they stick to their racing line, and the car that's lapping goes offline to get past them. The reason for that is in endurance racing and multi-class racing specifically, you're lapping people more than once a lap usually. So to require the driver getting lapped to, go offline, slow down, they're going to be losing 4 seconds a lap. So that's why the cars being lapped have to stick on their line, and that way it makes it also clear for the faster cars exactly what they're going to do, so nothing crazy happens with a backmarker pulling offline suddenly.
Bit of a lock up from Zuber into turn 1 that time. Inchik still following on behind. I think these guys are just stretching out ever so slightly over the... Oh, I'll say that. Zuber makes a small mistake, and Chinchik is right onto the back of the satellite racing car in front, so nose to tail again between the two of them. Oh, pushing hard, both of these guys pushing very, very hard. I get the feeling sometimes as well, this battle might be helping Mugen Sim Racing. If they're focusing so much on each other, then they're slowing each other down, and while Mugen are having a little bit of a slower stint right now, it's going to be kind of helped a little bit by the fact that these two are battling, because these two are going slightly slower as well. So maybe a battle like this would help Mugen Sim Racing, despite the fact they are losing time in the race right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're only about 14 seconds behind or so. Let me just actually double check that. 17 seconds. Okay, they've lost about 5 seconds over the last few laps. Now, has David Greco finally pitted? No. So right now must have done 4 hours and 50 minutes, and they are yet to do their 4th stop, which is absolutely fantastic for them and for any Musto fans out there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going very well at the moment. That is for certain. Uber just pulls a couple of car lengths again. So while this battle is just slightly stretched out a little bit, we're going to squeeze in a quick commercial break. Hope that it doesn't change. And then when we come back, this battle will continue on. You're watching the 12 Hours of Nürburgring from the EEWC. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
welcome back to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring, the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. James Zuber is still leading the race. Marcel Czincik is still second. The battle is still going on though, and they can't seem to leave each other alone so far in this race. David Greco has finally been into the pit lane while we are on the break there, and that has led World of Sim Racing back into the lead of this race as expected. Bit of traffic to deal with for Zuber and Czincik at the moment, but they've negotiated that all fine. We're going to welcome in Nick Newcomb into the box right now. He's just got out of the number 15 Deuces Motorsport Club car. Welcome along, Nick. I believe that was your first stint in an endurance race for a very, very long time, if I'm not wrong. So how was it? How did you find it?
Yeah, it was a bit worrying at the start because obviously I couldn't get in the car for some reason. So I got in finally, but my first stint was steady. Not my best, but I made up for it in the second stint and pulled a further 20 seconds on the car behind, so that was good. And I took over the car P5 and then obviously P6 on pit stop, and then back in at 5, and then back up to P5 again. So it's all on pit stops, so we need to pull a gap to make sure that we can get in and out the pits without losing a spot.
As I mentioned, you've had a fairly long break away from endurance racing.
Yeah.
So does it feel good to be back driving again?
It feels good, yeah, definitely, especially when the times were getting there. Obviously it was difficult with traffic, and since my last race, change of pedals, everything. So yeah, it feels good. I've just been practicing and building up for this day, so it felt good to be on the track, dealing with traffic and such like. Hopefully nobody felt any danger from myself, but yeah, it was good. Yeah, it's good to see a lot of cars out there racing, and it was very interesting and enjoyable for sure. I enjoyed it a lot, and it just feels good to be back because obviously it's been a long time and a bit too long, I think, but I'm pleased that I got that one under my belt. So it's even though I've been doing this a long time, you still, after you've been out for a while in a major series, you feel the pressure trying to do well for your team.
Yes, certainly.
Especially when you run it.
Well, yeah, that is a good point. Are you going to be getting back into the car again today, or is that going to be it for you now? Are you going to leave it over to Toon and Saba and everybody else, and Dylan as well?
Dylan's here. So I think Tian will do a couple of stints, and Dylan will get in. We'll see how it goes from there. But we've got lots of options. Saba will be over. What time is it now? UK time 4. So he'll be around the 7 p.m. UK time, 8 p.m. your time at the race. So we'll see. We've got plenty of options going on. I'm always here just in case there's an issue with hardware or whatever. But it's all good at the minute. I'm really pleased. We're doing all right. Fifth place will be good. That's what we've got at the minute. We intend to hold that, keep out of trouble, and if anybody further up the field gets into trouble, hopefully we'll be near enough to get back on terms and maybe push them towards the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know what's going to happen, but it's great to have you back, Nick. Great to have you back in a car once again. Thanks very much for coming to talk to us, and I wish you and the team luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much. Keep it going, guys, and keep it going, everybody else on track as well. Speak soon.
Cheers, Nick. Cheers. Good to see Nick Newcomb back in a car again. 15 Deuces Motorsport Club car. Just to clarify, 5th place in the race, as he said. 5th place in LMP2, I should say. And 8th place overall in the standings. Another lap completed out front of this race. James Zuber still heading Marcel Chinchik. That's 170 laps completed and 4 more until Chinchik comes into the pit lane. Gabriel Hevesy has been in already, and he's back out there again now. Blasius Mieska's just taken the lead in GTE, by the way, because there's been some stops there. David Greco finally coming into the pit lane. So he's now second in front of the other Juicers Motorsport Club car, the GTE. You can see when Greco came in actually, but I'm pretty sure it was on schedule compared to where he's supposed to be. He'll next be in on lap 190, which is ages away. Just yet. Very, very long time wait still. Some driver changes as well. Yuhamaki Yupi is into the other Juicers Motorsport Club car, taking over from Adam Baldwin, who got out and wasn't very pleased with the penalty that he was handed actually, but hopefully he's calmed down a bit now. Ian Mass is into the One Move Esports car, as I mentioned earlier. Who else? Adam Surridge is now in the Wigan Sim Racing 41. Donat Diesner was driving, and now he is not anymore. Max Budovic is driving for One Move, for Unison Racing, in place of Alexander Zakharov, who took the middle couple of stints, or the last couple of stints, should I say, of that car. So lots of driver changes going on, as now Chinchik is 4 laps away from a pit stop. Going to go on board with him in the cockpit with the Hungarian. Very, very quick driver indeed. Won a race in the recent Indy Pro Series, FSR Indy Pro Series on R Factor 2. It was last winter, or earlier this year. I think it was last winter actually, but that had some very big names in it, and to win a race in that kind of company shows how good he is. But James Zuber is not a bad driver either, and he'll be pushing him hard into the hairpin. There they go again. I think Chinchik's going to be carrying on after this stint, but I'm not sure about Zuber. Maybe Stinik or Nisolo will be getting into that car again. That Light Racing have got all of their team in one place on TeamSpeak. They've decided to get both for the 64 and 65 team all in one place. They've got the option of Stinik, Nisola, Liam Rance maybe as well. With Tom Capusta driving in that other car at the moment, Pastorino could get back into that one next time, although Capusta has just recently got back into that car for Pastorino. Ryan Nash we might see a little bit later on as well. Zuber holds on to the lead though. 3 laps away from pit stops for Chinchik. Gabriel Hevesy continues to lose just that little bit of time. I don't think Mugen Sim Racing are out of it just yet, as we look at the standings right now. James Zuber leading the race in front of Tom Capusta and Team Viaducton. That's the DPI standings, by the way, and not the overall. Oh, Chinchik just on the grass, going down towards Dunlop hairpin. Wasn't looking quite where he was going there, but he's still leading LMP2. Here's the standings. Gabriel Hevesy's in second, ahead of Carlos Basto, who's taken over that car. Ramada Motorsport in third, ahead of the DAC Hackers. They're in a bit of a battle. Juicers Motorsport Club in fifth. Nick and Toon have both told me that they're happy with fifth for the moment, unless there are issues for those in front. Matt Webb's in sixth, ahead of Stephen Salsgaard and Bo Christensen in the DSR cars, and unfortunately B32 Racing out of this race. Also, one car retired from GTE. Luka Fairlich in the Volante Racing 67 is out, but leading it's Wood Sim Racing ahead of Musto GD Esports. Under 5 seconds between those two cars at the moment. Juicers Motorsport Club in third, ahead of One Move Esport, the ISSR Lab and Musto GD Esports, the 54. And finally, in GT3, Adam Surridge is leading from Max Bunovic, Thibaut Malbran, the DASSR lab car, Jeff Van Nylen, who's just got into the Glam Racing car, and B32 Racing in their GT3 car, which is the last running car, as they're just about to overtake the LMP2 car, which is retired, as I mentioned. Marcel Chinchik into the pit lane then. 173 laps completed. One lap short of what he was doing before. And that's interesting to see. Here's another shot on board, by the way. In Varducton. That's then live in real life on the right hand side, and the game on the left. Where Hevesy is in relation to Chinchik. When this all shakes out. Looks like Chinchik is already going, and so he will be out in front. Here fairly comfortably. Ahead of Gabriel Hevesy. And that is indeed the case. Chinchik just coming out of turn 1 now as Hevesy crosses the line now. So a fair margin between them. It is still Marcel Chinchik as well, who's in that car. Good to see the DPI out there at the moment though. Currently 5th place for Varducton. They're nearly a lap down on the car in front though. Bit of a battle behind Varducton going on between Ramada and DEAC hackers. Nose to tail going up the Schumacher S right now. Carlos Basto versus Martin Mergeli for the final spot on the podium in LMP2. Go through turn 10 and 11. The chicane. Out onto right again. Little kink in it, and then a move maybe from Basto is going to get overtaken. Oh, contact! Oh dear, contact. Basto has to go across the corner. Martin Mergeli goes for a little half spin. We'll try and get a replay of that, but I don't think it was smart to dive down the inside of the chicane there. And here we go again. This is on board with Chinchik, by the way. Making a move on One Move Esports. Got a little bit of a tight moment there, but the replay we're looking for should be coming up in a couple of moments' time. Oh no, that's not it. Well, it wasn't the right replay we were quite able to grab there. Let's try and get the right one. And might be it. Here we go. This is the one we're looking for. Martin Mergeli gets a good run, but there really isn't the space for that going down into the chicane. I call that a racing incident personally, given that the party at fault didn't really disadvantage the innocent party. Wouldn't have said anyway. The battle for the final spot on the podium is going to continue. Boone Lower and all of Juice's Motorsport Club are going to be hoping for a few issues. Sector 2. Another yellow flag out there. Right. Oh, it's the B32 racing car, I'm afraid. The GT3 B32 racing car. It looks like it's got going again now, though. Thankfully. They're back in the race. Oh, not a good run for Carlos Basto. Into the final corner they go. Martin Mergeli is going to get a good run now. He's really straightened off that exit. Going to get the slipstream. And go to the inside. This should be a good move and an easy move for DAC hackers to get back into 3rd place in LMP2. That's exactly what's happened. Carlos Basto swings wide and lets him through. Not too much of an argument about that between the two of them. Carlos Basto forced to move down to P4 in LMP2. Martin Mergeli is going to move up the order now. Asto down to 4th. Murgley upper position. DAC Hackers into 3rd. That's not an overall position, by the way. That's in the class. 6th place overall. They're not too far behind Viaducton. I don't think that's out of the question, getting Viaducton in this race. You never know what could happen. Merkley's going to go now without Basto and leave him behind. 1.5, 1.6 seconds is the gap now. Starting to stretch it out. Gap between Hevesy and Chinchik continues to increase as well. At 18.5 seconds now. The big gap. If there are any battles maybe to have a look at in GT, either of the GT categories, the battle for the lead in GTE might be going on. One of the LMP2s in the pit lane at the moment. Doing lower in the Jesus Motorsport Club car. Running very consistently and fairly solidly long stints actually. What the gap is. Just under 3 seconds, excuse me. Oh, Guillaume Mas off the road. Schumacher-esque, Guillaume Mas has gone off. And he's back going again in 4th, but not what we're used to seeing from him. At all we're used to seeing. He's been very, very good this race so far. Very, very good. Was right up there in 2nd place, let's not forget, by the time he got out of the car earlier on in this race. Up just over 3 seconds to World of Sim Racing now. Oh, Jimmy Nisler, by the way, is back into the DPI because also Chinchik has just got in front. Also Chinchik now into the lead. Jimmy Nisler into the car though. That is on schedule. 25 laps again from Nisler, from Zuber, who was driving. Nisler now in the car. But chasing down... Oh, no rear wing. Vargas Sim Racing have got no rear wing. Am I seeing that correctly? They have got no rear wing. Vargas Sim Racing, the leaders of LMP2, the leaders of the overall race, without a rear wing. Oh dear me. I'm going to try and rewind for a replay in the not too distant future, unless it was caught on the stream, but wow. Varga now out. Oh my word. Well, they're not out of the race, but they are certainly going to be struggling to do anything from this point with no rear wing. Didn't see what happened to that car, but also Chinchik already down to 2nd. We're getting a replay here in a few moments' time, so we'll try and get a view as to what happened. But Marcel Chinchik is going to be in the pit lane at the end of this lap. Nisler retakes the lead then. Well, big moment in the course of this championship. And the course of this race, more importantly. He pulls to a stop. How long for, though? How long will he be there for? They've got a big margin in this championship, let's not forget. It looked like it was with one of the one-move esports cars. Elon Musk looks like he might have been involved in that incident. The one-move Porsche in GTE currently running fourth. The one-move GT3 car is actually in the pit lane right now. Here we go with the replay. Also Chinchik into turn 3 right now. Everything seems okay. He dives down the inside of turn 4. This still all looks fine. Oh, he loses it on the rear end. Spins out in front of the one-move car, and then the GT3 comes and hits him. Oh dear, oh dear. Elon Musk gets caught up in the incident, and it couldn't be avoided. Oh dear, Thibaut Malbron involved, and he's been in the pit lane because of it. Thibaut Malbron is in the pit lane because of this incident we've just seen on the screens. Oh dear, Malbron is still in the pit lane actually. And it was a very long and sketchy run back to the pit lane for Chinchik. That's not even halfway through the stint for Thibaut Malbron, who was catching Max Bunovic for second place, looking to repeat the win that they got in Sebring. Oh dear, what a shame to see. And Lara, by the way, has just got through on Matt Webb. A 5th place in the LMP2 category. And wow, very big moment in the course of this race. Chinchik in the pit lane, damage to the back of the car, and he's going to be dropping a long way down in this race now.
What have I missed, Ewan?
Yeah, well, yeah, I know that you're back now. I'm afraid you have missed the most important part of the race so far, because Varga Sim Racing, while leading, had a spin themselves, got tipped to it, or got involved. Guillaume Mas got involved in the one-move esports GTE, and then the GT3 didn't really have many places to go and clattered into the back of Chinchik, taking off their rear wing and some of the suspension parts as well, which has meant Varga Sim Racing down to 4th place and not even on the podium anymore.
Oh dearie me. Well, Alex Goldschmidt was talking yesterday about, well, it's not always guaranteed, as I was saying, that Varga Sim Racing will have the title wrapped up before Le Mans, and well, with this turn of events, they probably won't have it wrapped up by Le Mans. We're not even halfway through the race yet, so there is still time, that being said, for Marcel Chinchik to claw back. I mean, you're looking at Carlos Basto, Martin Merkley. I think he can get past both of them. I feel like a P2 is still possible for Marcel Chinchik, but maybe taking the win of Mugen Sim Racing will be a bit too much of an ask, even for Marcel and the rest of Varga.
They're going to need issues for some of those in front as well. So, yeah, Yemi Nisula then has got a handsome lead right now in front. It's also meant that Thibaut Malbron is having a long stop right now, and it could affect the championship in GT3 as well, let's not forget. One Move Esports were in 3rd coming into today, and they really could do without losing any more points compared to Unison and Mugen. If they were to come 4th instead of 3rd, then I know it's only 3 points, but that's the kind of margins we're talking right now. And yeah, it would not be good news for their championship whatsoever. So it's just, as I said that, he's just out again. He's just got out again. So Thibaut Malbron is back out there on the circuit in 3rd position, thankfully for his sake. But Goodness me, big moments. Nisila leads then ahead of Gabriel Hevesi. It's Satellite Racing in front of Mugensim Racing. Satellite Racing in third in the other DPI car. DAC Hackers in fourth ahead of Carlos Basto and Ramada Motorsport in fifth. Varducton are now in sixth. And 2 lower is about to, is he about to overtake Marcel Cinchik or is he about to unlap himself? I'm not sure. Tom Caboose is definitely in the, sorry, there's the yellow flag in sector 1. It's B32 Racing again, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I think he's going to overtake Marcel.
Oh yeah, you were right.
Yeah, him and Matt Webb. In fact, so Marcel Cinchik drops down to P9, P6 in class. Now, I have noticed that David Greco is 5.5 seconds behind Blase Mishk in the 51 car. Did David Greco drop behind on track, or was that after he made his pit stop?
That was through the pit stop cycle, yeah. So, Wood Sim Racing made that driver change and probably some new tyres, a lot more fuel, and were able to get through. In the end, the gap between the 2 pit stops was 14 laps, and it's extending at a rate of 3 laps a stint at this point, maybe even more in some places. So, yeah, it's going to plan, I think, for Musto GD Esports, even if they're not leading right now.
And we talked about how they are going to find themselves an entire stint up at some point. So, David Greco, 5.5 seconds behind the 51 car currently. There's a 51 of WOSR Eisen Performance, the team that are leading the GTE class in the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Meanwhile, Jeff Van Islen, 6.5 seconds behind DIS, and that is a battle for P4 in the GT3 class. After DIS, then Jeff Van Islen will have 4 laps if he wants to close in onto Cyril Malbrun in the 26 one-move esports car. So for now, I think Jeff Van Islen and the 404 car can at best really hope for a P4, unless some issues do befall the top 3 teams.
Yes, I think you are correct. Marcel Cinchik is back out onto the road again here right now. 6th place in LMP2, 9th place in the overall standings. We'll see where they can get up to. They're about half a lap behind Deuces Motorsport Club and Team eBrit, and then they've got a lap to find to get up to any of the other cars. We'll wait and see though as to where they're going to end up in this race. Well, a very, very dramatic half an hour indeed. We're going to take a quick commercial break now, and when we return we will have more racing from the EEWC's 12 Hours of the Nürburgring.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H's broadcast of the 12 Hours of the Nürburgring for the EEWC 2021, and we return with drama for Martin Mörgli. He stopped in Sector 2 and at the moment not moving at all. He's shifting down the gears and he's going again now. Is there damage? Oh, that looks like a wheel problem to me. Looking on board, I just saw there. Oh, it was looking so good. A second place finish quite possibly for DAC Hackers. They were running. But seemingly, in the 6th hour of this race, all the LMP2s are falling apart.
Yeah, and it's starting to fall into Marcel Cinčic's hands. Also, you want to know something interesting about Marcel Cinčic? He just went green Sector 3. Marcel Cinčic is pushing, and well, Marcel Cinčic is normally very, very quick, so imagine how quick he is when he's actually pushing.
And actually angry as well.
Yeah,
we figured out.
It's mad, like mad angry. He's going to be flying.
His wheel is definitely having some problems here, Martin Mörgli. Trying to get these fixed, but it's very, very difficult to do that on the fly. Ramada Motorsport easily up into 4th place overall and 2nd place in the LMP2 category right now. Here's a replay coming up of Martin Mörgli's problems into the Schumacher S of all places. If there's ever a place you don't want wheel problems, it is this place. He just goes straight on and there's absolutely nothing he can do.
Did his wheel just snap? Because he put on the brakes because he seemingly realized, wait, my wheel's not working. I need to bring this car to a stop and reset it to the pits. And oh, that is disaster for the DAC Hackers. They were doing so well. Well, I mean, they were effectively P3, P2 after the incident that befell Varga Sim Racing, but oh, they're going to drop far down the order. Will they drop behind Marcel Cinčic, actually?
They will now. Let's see. They're still stationary, and Cinčic is not too far away now. Where is he on the circuit? They're just coming down towards the hairpin.
Cinčic just put in a 40.8. A 40.8 from Cinčic.
Fastest man out there. Well, I saw a 40.3 actually. I saw. I'm saying 40, but it doesn't matter. He is quicker than the rest. That's the bottom at the top of it. Yeah.
I just think for a second, sorry to cut across to you, I think I saw some smoke coming from the gearbox of Martin Mörgli.
Here's a view on board, by the way. Getting a good view as to the wheel is going to snap here in a moment. We've got an off-board view, but the wheel is going to very, very suddenly snap in one direction. And there it is. Ooh, just see it there. I'm not sure if he's locked the brakes there or whether that's part of the failure as well. But you're right, if he did have control of his pedals, then he definitely would lock on the brakes like that, but it would seem a little bit strange. Kimi Britt, by the way, in the pit lane, so Marcel Cinčic already up to 4th.
I just want to say I hope Martin Mergley is okay, because when you use I don't know what kind of wheel he has, but if you've got a direct drive wheel and it fails like that, where it snaps to the left and you're going through the Schumacher S holding on tight and it snaps, that can actually, break your wrist when that kind of stuff happens. And it's one of the few situations where actually sim racing can be more dangerous than real racing, because if you're in an actual car and your toe link snaps or something, you can deal with it. It's a very natural movement of the wheel that you can anticipate and predict, whereas in a sim rig, if that wheel just snaps to the left, you're not expecting it, and it can cause permanent damage. So I do hope Martin Mergley is okay.
Yeah, let's hope so, that he's not done any damage. Still, there is I can't see which car we're on board with at the moment.
That
but
is a McLaren.
It's a McLaren, you're right. It's the Mugen Sim Racing leading GT3 McLaren. Adam Surej currently driving. The window's wide open at the moment, and it's clearly very hot. I can't remember
He's got
where.
the fan running, doesn't he?
Yeah, I can't remember where Adam Surej is from. I'm just going to check.
Hungary, isn't it?
I think he's from Hungary. He is indeed. As I should have guessed, actually, Mugen Sim Racing are almost entirely from Hungary, and their driving lineup. I think they are actually entirely. But it's clearly very warm there today, and he's working hard in the lead of the race, driving very well as well, but obviously getting a little bit hot under the collar as well if he had one.
For another 45 in for Marcel Jinchik. Honestly, Ewan, I think I've got recently, over the years, I've actually become rather talented at being able to identify Hungarians. It's almost like a superpower. No, okay, it's not. But essentially, they've got really distinctive facial features and a very distinct kind of like Eastern European accent. So like whenever I speak to someone who's Hungarian, I'm like, this sounds Hungarian. This actually feels Hungarian. I don't know why, but it's from plenty of time. I think probably talking to Ben Shabakoni and Danny Berezhny, two names that you're probably more than familiar with, Ewan.
You do tend to pick up these things, don't you, from time to time? Well, as time goes on, you do tend to pick up these things. I've just as Juha Mäki-Juppi is actually right on the back of Guillaume Mas right now. He's recently he pitted in the not too distant past, and he's back out there again, trying to make a move. Right now, what I was going to say is that I just spoke to Roland Zooks, by the way, and although it's quite obvious to us anyway, I did just confirm it with him because he's actually been speaking to Martin Mergley, so I thought it was a good idea. He confirmed that it was a wheel failure, as if we didn't need any more confirmation. That has definitely come officially from the team, definitely a wheel failure, and hopefully they can get back going again, but they've been stuck there for a good few laps now.
And I'm just looking now. Juha Mäki-Juppi last time round 2 seconds quicker than Guillaume Mas. This is the battle for P3 in the GTE class. The pair of them are 17 seconds behind Blazej Mischke in the 51. That is the WOSR iZone Performance. So for now, it's the 31 of One Move Esports against the 74 of Deuces Motorsport Club. The Deuces Motorsport Club that, may I just remind everyone, Nick Newcomb said would win this race.
Did he? Well, hang on. Yeah,
he said that.
There's a problem here. Hang on. One Move Esports in GT3. Another problem. These guys have had so many problems today. Oh no, front right wheel. No front right wheel for Cyril Malbran. Cyril Malbran has no front right wheel.
Bleep has that happened? Did someone run into his someone hit his side going into T1, or did he lose the back end coming out of the final corner? We saw someone else do that, hitting on the powers. Someone's had a huge moment. That's the Unison Racing car, isn't it?
Yeah, Unison Racing having a big slide right in front of Guillaume Mas and Juha Mäki-Juppi battling very, very hard in GTE at the moment. These two on different strategies, let's not forget. It looks like, I'm not really sure when these guys are going to be coming. I think 2 or 3 laps and Guillaume Mas will be into the pit lane, but their strategies have converged for the moment. And this is the battle over P3. Unison Racing don't want a part of it, getting out of the way. But goodness me, this race has absolutely gone off in the last hour or so. So many problems.
Yeah, and do we have a replay of this, actually? I'd just like to see how that actually happened, because that is, well, bizarre to say the least.
Well, he's off through the Sumacher S and nearly hit Martin Murgley, who's still stationary there. That's me. There's been some... Oh, down the inside. That was so close from Juha-Matti Juppi. Wasn't able to get through there, though. Guillaume Mas slams the door firmly in his face.
Yeah, that's, well... There's brave and then there's crossing into another word. Because you throw your nose in like that, and the driver ahead, he's not looking behind him, he's focusing on the track ahead, and if you put in your nose there, he's just going to slam the door shut, and usually that can end badly for either of you, and then that's just going to be a drive-through penalty, and it's a silly way to pick up a penalty if it did occur. But here we go, this time it might be a clean dive down into turn 1, but Juha-Matti Juppi will once again slotting behind the One Move Esports car of Guillaume Mas.
The other One Move Esports car is into the pit lane now, by the way, so they've finally been able to sort that one out. Glam Racing have managed to get up to 4th place as well, in front of the 46 DIS Lab car, because they've come into the pit lane, but DAC Hacker's still stuck there, I'm afraid. Martin Murgley is still stationary, exactly where he was before, and yeah, that's a real shame for him. He's the last running LMP2 car, if indeed he is still running. Here's what happened to Cyril Malbrun coming through the chicane. Oh no, don't tell me he's trying to come into the pit lane and he's missed it. Oh no, sorry, he wasn't even trying to come into the pit lane, he was just trying to go through the final corner normally. But he's cut the apex so fine there, he's trying to hold it so tight to the apex that he's clipped his front right wheel off.
Oh no. That's just... Oh, we kind of thought, we saw this happen actually once in practice. One driver actually hit that wall. Actually, I think 2 did. One clipped it, the other one went like smack bang into it. So I guess it has happened in the race as well.
Yeah, and of course you can't drive backwards to go back to the pit lane. You've got to do the entire lap, even though you're only a few meters in front of the pit exit. Very frustrating for them, and a very long... Oh, as in comes the other One Move Esports car. Finally, it did indeed come in. We were expecting that. Juha-Matti Juppi has now been released from that battle, as Martin Murgley is back to the garage, I'm afraid. The DAC Hackers car back to the garage. Hopefully they can get back out, but this is going to cost them so much time.
It's not how they would have wanted things to go. That is... to say the absolute least. And I'm just trying to see if we have got any more action really out on circuit. I need to refresh my page. And oh, would you believe this, Ewan? Marcel Cinchik is still doing 1 minute 40s, and yeah, he's gaining 2.5 seconds a lap onto turn lower, and nearly 3 seconds a lap onto Viaducton, and 3.5 seconds a lap onto Carlos Basto in P4 in the LMP2 class.
Quite remarkable. He's already looking at a podium, quite possibly, in LMP2. Already looking at a podium. If indeed that is going to end up happening for him. A remarkable drive from Vargas Sim Racing so far today. Zoltan Boda, by the way, has just got into the Mugen Sim Racing car. They've been into the pit lane recently. About 3 laps ago. I think we were focusing on other things, to be honest, and rightfully so, but they've been in. Zoltan Boda in for the first time today, and we'll see what his pace is like compared to Gabor Hevesy, who was in there before, and all the other drivers, David Koloksai as well. But yeah, what a last few moments we've had. Here's Cyril Malbrun, by the way, on board, and that's how his wheel came off on the front right.
Yeah, so getting the replay and oh, and then one of the cars actually hits as well.
Yeah, the one of the cars actually just hit. Oh, I'm not so sure that he wasn't trying to get to pit lane then.
He wasn't trying to go in pit lane. No, he's just trying to get it as close to the...
He's in first gear.
Yeah, you take that corner in first gear.
First gear, really, that final one.
I think so.
I'm going to get on board with the GT3 and try and work this one out. Sorry for cycling through the cameras, by the way, for everybody who's just been given a headache. I'm going to go on board with Glam Racing, and when we get down to the final corner, we'll see what gear they... I might be completely wrong here, but I thought it was at least second gear, maybe third. we'll see who's right.
Definitely do use first gear from time to time, like...
Well, yeah, it's, for things like pulling off, yeah.
I mean, turn 1, first gear, isn't it?
Oh, I'd reckon turn one's gear 1, yeah.
Also, let's see how many revs they're pulling as well, because if they're second gear and low revs, then maybe it's possible to take it in first gear as well.
Okay.
But I don't want to believe that Cyril Malbran, well, beat up so hard.
Oh, it's very low, isn't it? That's quite low.
Low second gear.
It is.
The thing is, I don't want to believe that he messed up that badly, because, like, imagine you're Cyril Malbran, right? Even if you got a late call to go into the pits, you wouldn't expect him to hit it with his front right tyre. It'd be his front left side of the car that he'd hit the pit wall with. I mean, at some point he must have realised, yeah, I'm not actually going to make it into the pits, and let me pull out of this. So I just think he messed up the corner. I don't think he was trying to come into the pits. I do not believe, because that would have just been... I'll say, that would have been atrocious driving if he was trying to come into the pits and hits the pit wall with the right-hand side of the car, because he's missed it by an entire car's width. So I think he just, got the corner wrong, which is actually something I once did in a karting race. I was running in P4 going through the final corner at a track called Wilton Mill, back when they used to have a tyre stack, and I just took a little bit too much curb. It's the only time in my life I've done that. Clipped the tyre wall, spun the car around, and because it's direct drive, it stalled the kart, and my race went down the gutter.
Well, it shows you how easily it can be done. I suppose. I don't know. But yeah, I know that it is a problem at the Hungaroring as well, isn't it, really? Because that pit wall is very similar to this one. The final corner, I don't want to say the final corner is very similar, but it's fairly similar in that you do need to take a fairly tight line through the final turn, and that's exactly where the entry to the pit wall is, so it can create problems. And let's not forget, in the Nürburgring 24 hours a few years ago, I think it must have been 2019, the driver hit the pit wall coming into the pit lane because the bonnet had flown up and they couldn't see where they were going anymore. Tried to do it by pure... I'm sure everybody's seen that, watching along.
That was a BMW, wasn't it?
It was a BMW, yeah. Trying to get back to the pit lane. It's one of the small cup kind of BMW cars. Or it might have been a GT4 one, but anyway, it was a smaller BMW. The bonnet was up, crashed straight into the pit wall. Sometimes surprising that we don't see it happen more often, really, but especially on ovals where it's very dangerous from time to time.
In fairness, by him crashing into the pit wall, it got the bonnet down, didn't it?
It did get the bonnet down as well, but yeah, he got stuck then on the wall and couldn't reverse out. So. It was a whole comedy of errors, I'm afraid. But recently, while we've just been talking about the last few incidents, Cyril Malbran, etc., Toon Lauer has been able to get in front of the team via Ducton car. That was for 5th place overall in the race. And now they're Toon Lauer 3rd place in LMP2, 5th place overall in the standings as well. So things have gone from pretty good to great for Juices Motorsport Club after a poor start to the race.
Yeah, just looking through the order, seeing if there's any updates. Oh yes, in this minute's episode of What is Marcel Chinchik Doing? A 141.6, so not quite as fast, but still taking 3 seconds out of Viaduct, and he's past Matt Webb, who's jumped on into the pits. And in about 10 laps, maybe less, 8 laps, he'll probably be on the back of Viaduct and move up to P6 overall.
Yeah, let's see. How far away is he? Not too far. So,
he's 25 seconds behind Turn Lower because Viaducton's a different class, so it doesn't give us that gap. I always forget this.
Well, it depends where you're looking, really. If you're looking on your timing, then I think you might be right on that one. But
yeah, I mean, Venlo and Viaducton are separated by about 2 seconds anyway, so...
Yeah, they're very close. So it might be just over 20 seconds to Viaducton, but even so, the gap's very similar. Jeff Van Nylen off the road. Oh dear. In Sector 1, Glam Racing. He's going again now. Yes, please do, because Jeff Van Nylen has been off the road. He's just overtaken Cyril Malbran actually, so Glam Racing are onto the podium for the first time this season at the expense of One Move Esports. Well, they're not onto the podium for the first time this season, but if they were to finish there, then it would be the first time this season.
This one, I think we want to get the onboard view, so I've got it up whenever you're ready, Ewan, to witness this beauty unfold. Right, so here we go. Heading down into turn 1.
We still can't see this, by the way, on the stream.
Oh yeah, we can't, can we? Let me rewind.
No, not yet.
Hopefully,
help us, because we need to see. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. So pushing forward, then he drops down the gears. First gear, turns, decides to cut the corner, gets on the power on the grass.
Oh no.
And then sees a call 112 number. I don't know, maybe he called 112. I don't know what happens when you call 112. Did they give you advice? Did they help you out of the situation?
No, let's not try.
Let me try. Let me grab my phone.
No. That's not a good idea.
Wait, hang. 111 is the NHS helpline number, isn't it?
I don't know. I think so.
Well,
anyway,
we won't be checking.
Just in case it's some very serious thing. Don't want to do that.
There's this thing called Google.
Yeah, just Google it, and it'll be fine. But yeah, anyway, somebody will know. So yeah, anyway, Jeff Van Nylen still in 3rd place.
So apparently 112 in the UK is exactly the same as 999 and directs you to the same emergency call centre.
Oh dear. There we go, that's why it's on there.
Yes, folks, don't call 112.
No, unless you are in an emergency, in which case do. But anyway. Cyril Malbran back out there onto the circuit. One Move Esports car has rejoined. They're about 2/3 of a lap behind the DAS SR Lab 46 car, currently in 4th and on course for their best result of the season, because they've had 3 6th places so far, so a 4th place would be fantastic for those guys. Yeah, it's been a chaotic race for some of these guys. One Move Esports, one of those, and Glam Racing, after their early issues, I really thought that it wasn't going to be a good one for them, but in the end it's turned out pretty good, really, because they're on the podium here once again, so I guess they can't complain too much about the issues for others that has helped them to get up the order a little bit.
You mean they're still leading the race? Marcel Chinchik, 23 seconds down. He's gained another 2 seconds last time round. 40.8, so taking 2 seconds out of Dunlower and the Viaducton car. Here's Marcel Chinchik, 21 seconds behind right now. And let's just see how everything does develop over the remaining... Well, we're almost halfway through this race, actually, Ewan. It's actually flown by, and it's the main reason it's flown by is because of the acts of the 64 Satellite Racing car, the 22 Mugen Sim Racing, and Marcel Chinchik in the 117 Varga Sim Racing car. That three-way battle was, well, quite cool, really.
Yeah, it was very cool, that battle. So, yeah, that's... shame that's no longer part of the race, but yeah, we have just seen a pass, by the way, with Jimmy Nisela getting through on Mugen Sim Racing's Zoltan Boda to get a lap on the entire field. So Satellite Racing leading now by an entire lap in this race. That's a pretty important moment in this race, really a very symbolic moment for them as they continue to dominate now. The DPI car supposedly slower than the LMP2. Well, the jury's still out on that one, but certainly Satellite Racing have been stronger than Mugen Sim Racing for the first 6 hours of this race.
And I think the main reason why that lap has come through is not because the DPI is faster than the LMP2 or vice versa. It's just because the DPI seems to go about 3 laps longer per stint. So I think they've already gained an entire stint over the 22 Mugen sim racing car just due to the fuel saving ability of the car.
They will be doing, at some point throughout this race, they will be able to get that pit stop advantage as well as the pace advantage that they seem to have at the moment. They're about to complete another lap, but we look at the DIS SR Lab car, the 45, not spoken about them for a little while. 5th place at the moment for them, I'm afraid, not even beating the leading GT3 car. It's not been a dream race for them so far, but they've been without issues for a good while now. But I think it's time now. We're nearly half distance in this race. We should take another commercial break, so we'll be back in a couple of moments' time. Satellite Racing still leading at the Nürburgring, and we'll be returning in a couple of minutes.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H 12 hours of Nürburgring for the Endurance E-Racing World Championship in 2021. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Yusuf bin Sahel for the first 6 hours of this race, and yeah, it's been a good race so far. In the last hour or so, Yusuf, we've seen everything absolutely kick off. We've had Varga Sim Racing off, DAC Hackers now unfortunately out of the race, One Move Esports with 3 wheels on their wagon. It's been a crazy last hour, hasn't it, really? And hopefully things will be a little bit smoother for all of these guys in the next hour.
Yeah, it's been a bit crazy to be honest. Varga Sim Racing, well, it hasn't been, it was going really well for them. Now Marcel Chinchik closing in on turn lower, and he's closing in at a fast rate of knots as well. That was until he had to pit, and now he's 72 seconds behind again, but he's still bumping in at 140, so Marcel Chinchik still flying out there, and we'll see what he's able to do. Actually, turn low has come out of the pits at 3 seconds behind Marcel, so Marcel Chinchik has gained 1 position on the list already.
I'm still seeing Toon Lauer in the pit lane, unless I'm seeing things wrong here.
I just refreshed, so that might be why.
Okay, yeah, I'm still seeing Toon Lauer in the pit lane. Also seeing the race leader, Yimi Nisela, into the pit lane. So we'll see if he gets out this time. Hard to tell because Satellite Racing just have all of their drivers all in one TeamSpeak channel at the moment, and it's very difficult to tell who's going to be getting in next. But what I can tell you from looking up and down TeamSpeak at the moment is that I think DEAC Hackers unfortunately are out of this race after the issues that they have had still in the garage at the moment. Martin Murgley, his issues with the wheel confirmed to us, and that's such a shame. You don't like to see races ended like that, but unfortunately it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and it's our... Oh, what have you...
Sorry, Cyril Malbran and Jeff Van Island were just completely off the road there together, and I'm not entirely sure why, but they're both back on now and still going in the right direction.
Yep, and well, let's see how this all does turn out. As well, just taking a look at the standings and all that. Turn lower now 15 seconds behind Marcel Chinchik, so that 2 seconds must have been when he was still in the pit lane, or slowly coming out. But yeah, Luca Furlich out of this race, B32 Racing out of this race, and we saw that incident with Cyril Malbran where he lost a wheel on his car, which was, I mean, it was somewhat entertaining, but at the same time it's disastrous for the 26 car because they were doing so well up until that point. You know, One Move Esports third in the championship, 1 point behind Mugen, 15 off the championship leaders of Unison Racing, and they were potentially going to beat Unison Racing as well tonight. So this has promoted Jeff Van Island up into P3. He's only got Max Bunovic in that Unison Racing car and Adam Suresh in the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a good race for some and a not so good one for others at the moment. Varga Sim Racing have had the best of both worlds in that sense, really. A little bit disappointing to see that that incident happened to Inchik, really. It was going to be a great fight between themselves and Satellite Racing, but now all they can hope for really is a podium here, and it's going to be difficult for Varga Sim Racing to get much more than that out of this season. So although, yeah, I am a little bit disappointed on behalf of Varga Sim Racing because we would have had a great fight for the lead of the race, and we might still, with any issues that could befall Satellite Racing, but certainly things have been made more issues or more difficult for Varga Sim Racing. But as I say that, and as Viaduction and Varga cross the line pretty much together, we just crossed over the 6 hour mark in this race, so we have half of it done, and the second half is now upon us. The second half where the points are going to be won, the titles are going to be won in terms of the race, and here are some mid-race standings. DPI currently being led by Yimi Nisela ahead of Tom Kapusta, and Team Viaduction. A lap separates the 3 of them, as Yusuf, LMP2 standings are about to appear on our screens as well.
Yeah, so in the LMP2 class, as we wait for it to appear. It is Zoltan Boda who is at the top of the standings. That's for the 22, which is the Mugen Sim Racing car. Then you've got Pedro Ramada. He's P4 overall, P2 in the LMP2 class for Ramada Motorsport. And that is actually a pretty big result as well for Ramada, who are currently finding themselves 4th in the championship and could see them really jump high up the order. Then you've got Marcel Cinchik in the 117 Varga Sim Racing car. They are 4th, or pardon me, they are currently 3rd in the LMP2 class, and they are your championship leaders. Turn lower 5th for the number 15 Deuces Motorsport. They're 2nd in the championship, 4th in the LMP2 class, ahead of Matt Webb in the 68 Team Ebrit car. And then you have got Steven Salscore in the 777 DSR Nightmare, ahead of Kim Pedersen in the 766 DSR Dream Team.
The GT categories at the moment being led by Musto GT Esports for GTE, Wood Sim Racing and Juices Motorsport Club just behind them, and Adam Surrej from Mugen Sim Racing is leading GT3 ahead of Unisim Racing and Glam Racing, who are looking to get their first podium of the season. Today might be their day, which is certainly good news for them. But in terms of battles going on out there at the moment, Viaducton versus Varga seems to be one of the closest, although Marcel Cinchik is into the pit lane right now, so he's going to be...
Again?
Yeah, that's... let's have a look if that's on schedule. I'm pretty sure that's on schedule. Time has just been flying for us, I think. The last pit stop for them was on lap 177, and this pit stop was on lap 201, so it was a 24 lap stint, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think time's just flying.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, time's just flying, because I remember we were just saying before how Marcel Cinchik and Turn Lower had both kind of pitted, and Marcel had jumped Turn Lower, so wow, the time's really... Has it really been 45 minutes already? What? Well, not 45, more like 40 minutes, but wow.
Dunal's got back in front of Cinchik, by the way, and when that incident happened for the Hungarian, Team E-Brit were in front, but due to the pace of Cinchik, he's been able to get through and out in front of him, even without really doing anything. In this one, just going to refresh the timing, because I don't know if Cinchik's still driving here. No, he is. So he's going for a 3rd stint in this car in a row now.
I think Varga just said, right, we need max pace. Cinchik, you're driving until the end of the race. Sorry.
Well, he has been the fastest so far. Yuri Toman's a very quick driver, as well as is Daniel Visner. They're all very quick in their own right, of course. That's how they've got such a big lead in the championship, no doubt. But that's...
To be honest, I think so far this season, if you had like a driver of the season, it is pretty much undoubtedly Marcel Cinchik. If you include this, today's race, Marcel Cinchik, I think also the driver for Mugen Sim Racing, I'm trying to remember his name. Wait, pardon?
David Koloksai.
Yes, David Koloksai has been absolutely fantastic, and I'd also give a huge shout out to Manuel Biancalila, because he's been great for Musto in his opening few stints and in qualifying as well.
Yeah, hard to argue with any of those, really, in the end. So, yeah, I would agree, really, with those, because there's been some great drives up and down the field here today. Right, let's see then, because Team Viaducton were being caught quite quickly there by Varga Sim Racing, and they can't be far away from a pit stop here, Viaducton. I didn't see... they normally come in not so long after Nisela in the lead of the race, and it's been a little while now. So, yeah, anyway, that could have been a battle that we were going to watch there between Cinchik and Viaducton, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen anymore, unfortunately. But that's just the way it goes, really. Can't have battles all the time, I suppose. It look like they are now going into the pit lane, though.
We can all have battles all the time.
Yeah, well, it would be a bit mad if we did. But that's basically what we've had so far. There's not been many points in this race where we've not had any battles to talk about in this race, so yeah, it's been very good so far. Viaducton are into the pit lane though. They have come to a halt, and we'll see where Cinchik gets up to. See if he can pass Viaducton or not.
just taking a look. Fabio Liuzzi's DNF for Mustang. I just realised that now. That happened a while back, but yeah, Fabio Liuzzi's just in the pits, so I'm not sure what's happened to Musto, but the second Musto team, the 54 car, not having a good time. Martin Mergli still in the pits awaiting recovery essentially, and they're soon-ish going to drop behind the likes of Jeff Van Island and the 46 DIS car.
Oh, another retirement then. But Viaducton do get out in front of Marcel Chinchik, so it's about the length of the front straight between himself and and actually Toon Lauer is very close to the back of the Viaducton car. Viaducton have jumped Deuce's Motorsport Club, a bit of a faster pit stop for the DPI to get them out in front. Toon Lauer now down the inside into turn 3, quite possibly. Viaducton give them the space, and it looks like Lauer's going to be through, is he? Yes, he is. You can see from the view of the Viaducton car, that wasn't too difficult for Toon Lauer in the end. Getting up to speed is very, very difficult on your own, never mind while battling with another car.
Yeah, precisely. So, and Marcel Chinchik, 9.5 seconds behind Turn Lower and Viaducton. So give it 3 laps. He's going to be on the back of those two. Marcel Chinchik. Oh, Ewan, would you believe this? Last time around, Marcel Chinchik, fastest man on track. Oh, what's this? New fast lap. Oh, it's a 39.8. Marcel Chinchik is flying, as per usual.
Yes, he is. Still going very, very quickly indeed, even with the call around and so on. He's not finding it any less difficult to go quickly, certainly. Going through turns 10 and 11 right now, going to be looking to pick off Viaducton and Toon Lauer in this stint. And you get the feeling that he's going to be able to. It will be a great recovery for him, though. He came out of the pits, let's not forget, just behind, in front of Salzgaard in what will be 9th place at the time, because DAC Hackers were there. So there was 6th place in LMP2 when they had their issue. Just over an hour ago now, around about an hour ago, almost to the minute. And it's a bit... Oh, wait, no. No, it's been about 45 minutes, hasn't it? Because he's just made his first pit stop since that problem. So, yeah, it's not even been an hour yet, and he's still gone from 6th place to 4th, and within the hour, I think he'll be in 3rd by the time we get there. So, yeah, he's been driving very, very well indeed, even in the face of that problem that he did have.
Marcel Chinchik now 9 seconds behind Viaducton, and well, last time around he gained 2 seconds on Turn Lower, and we should be seeing him close in very shortly. Oh, contact with the one move car as Marcel Chinchik gets down his inside into the right hand of the Ford chicane fairly late on. Can't really blame either driver for that. Marcel Chinchik just getting through the traffic as quickly as he can. The time for, taking his time over back markers is gone, and the time for throwing his car at every opportunity has arisen. And I think you can see Viaducton in the corner of your shot. It's about 4 seconds between the two of them. So give it a couple of laps, and Marcel Chinchik will be on their rear end.
Yeah, you can see them in the same shot now. Toon Lauer's been skipping on up the road just a little bit, but not too far away. Chinchik definitely faster than both of them as things stand, and as you saw down there through turns 5 and 6. He's certainly not hanging about.
Oh, so sorry to cut off you. I just took a look at YouTube chat. Martin Mergli dropping in. Apparently his wheel just disconnected and the engine burnt out. So when I did say that I thought I saw some smoke, yes, that was the engine burning out after the incident. So if his wheel disconnected, I do wonder if the wheel did snap to one side, or whether it just disconnected, so on the game it snapped fully to the left, whereas for Martin Mergli at home there might have been no actual movement on his wheel.
Yes, you could be right. I honestly don't know the answer to that, or which one's more likely, really. But yeah, you're correct in posing the question, certainly. Chinchik and Viaducton getting close together here once again. Let's not forget, Viaducton are one of those teams who all go to the same venue to race in the EEWC, and that is actually positively encouraged, and will be the case for everybody at the Le Mans race in October. But you can't imagine this overtake is going to take very, very long for the Hungarian driver to make.
It's not going to take much time. He's on the rear end, and to be honest, I think he's going to get that move done. I'm actually going to say up into the NGK chicane. I don't even think he's going to wait for the start-finish straight.
Would be a risky one, but he might well go for it. Here he comes out of turn 11. Not the greatest run though. I feel like the DPIs do have good traction off of these corners, and if, like we saw a little bit earlier on, I can't remember who was driving at the time, I think it might have been James Zuber, just boxing off those corners, getting a straight exit on this corner here, the Coca-Cola curve, the final corner. If you can get a good exit, then you can stop the LMP2s getting down your inside into turn 1 with their braking performance, but it doesn't look like that's happened this time. Viaducton have to go round deuces. Chinchik 3 wide down the inside into turn 1. Later on the brakes, can they hang it around the outside in the Cadillac and get the inside for turn 2? Not quite, just went a little bit too wide in the end. There wasn't enough grip, and they can't hold Marcel Chinchik back. He is up another position. He's into 6th place overall.
Yep, up into P6. Good stuff from Chinchik, and last time around it was a 1:42, so not quick because he did spend time, but he gained half a second on turn lower anyway, and is now 3.5 seconds behind, riding on board with Chinchik. You can see turn lower just up the road, making his way down into the Dunlop curve, and you can count it 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so about 3.5 seconds between the pair of them. And Chinchik will keep on trying to whittle away at that gap, as actually Juha Mäki-Jypi, while all of this has been going on, we kind of saw this battle. Juha Mäki-Jypi within a second of David Greco here.
Yeah, Greco has just been into the pit lane, by the way. That's why this has happened. So the pit stops are continuing in GTE. Now Musto GT Esports have got 22 laps over Juice's Motorsport Club in terms of the stint. They've got 19 laps on the World of Sim Racing car, and they have 16 laps on the One Movie Sports car. They are stretching this out so long in that BMW, and the Porsches, in terms of fuel efficiency and fuel mileage, they don't really have an answer.
Yeah, those BMWs seem to just be able to go, what did we say it was, 3 laps longer stint, something like that?
Yeah, 3 or 4, yeah.
And over a stint which is about 40 laps, I think, in these GT cars. Essentially, after 10 stints, that is enough to gain an entire stint. So over the course of the race, it will just be 1 stint less that Musto car has to make.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just reached over the halfway point in terms of that cycle, if you know what I mean, and we've just reached over the halfway point in the race as well, so it looks like this is going to pay off for them, although the gap between themselves and World of Sim Racing, every time this happens, it does get a little bit bigger, that gap. So yeah, it's going to be close between them. I don't think it's as much in Musto's favour as it was earlier on in this race, starting to come back to World of Sim Racing ever so slightly. Maybe another stint with Manuel Biancalula driving might fix that one, but we'll wait and see if that indeed does happen. I believe David Greco is still driving, by the way. He is indeed. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5 pit stops being made. This is the 6th stint of the race. It seems that doing 3 stints in the car and then getting out is the norm for Musto. So maybe at the end of this stint, in about an hour and 5 minutes, David Greco will be getting out of that car, maybe handing over to Manuel Biancalula, because that is the only other Musto driver entered and connected to the TeamSpeak server at the moment. Oh, Chinchik's got through on Toon Lower. Sorry, we just missed that a few moments ago, but Chinchik has just got through on Toon Lower. I'll try and get a replay of it for you, and we'll try and share it on the stream. And
I mean, just to go back on what you're saying, while Ewan tries to get the clip up for David Greco, I mean, Manuel Biancalula put in some great stints, fuel saving as well. As here is the move then, Ewan. Yeah,
out of turn 11, Chinchik gets a big slipstream on Toon Lower and doesn't even have to wait for the front straight into the NGK chicane. Lower backs off on the way in there and lets Chinchik through. Very smart driving from the youngster, actually, just to let Chinchik through. He knows that they're not really fighting in this race. He knows that Chinchik is faster. Letting him through at this point was the smarter thing to do. That's exactly what he did, so very smart driving.
Yeah, good stuff from turn lower. He knows not to compromise his own race. He knows that he's not really battling with Chinchik. So yeah, going back to what you're saying, yeah, Bianca Lila did a really good job just gaining time while... also, speaking of Bianca Lila, I just see him in the YouTube chat now. White Lilac, that used to be the old name he used to race with back in F1 2018. Muster White Lilac was the name that he went by then. But yeah, Bianca Lila did a really good stint at the start, able to save fuel, gain time, while not really losing too much time to the Porsches, who have kind of been pushing as much as they can, really, and going 3-4 laps shorter in their stints. And now David Greco also doing a good job. Yes, he's been losing maybe a little bit of our time to Juha Mäki-Jüpi, but at the same time, I think he might actually be taking that BMW even further than what Bianca Lila was able to do in his opening stints.
I think they're remaining fairly static on their stints.
Remaining the same. Okay.
It's remaining fairly the same, yeah. I have to say I'm not paying full... Sometimes I am missing the pit stops from time to time because we're probably talking about something else or watching something else. So it can be tricky, but no, it's pretty decent at the moment for Musto. Things going fairly well. They're still in P2. 24 seconds just about behind Maisk, but let's not forget they're going to be cutting out a pit stop in that race, and you know, if Wood Sim Racing were to make a pit stop now, they wouldn't come out in the lead, nowhere near. They've still got a long way to go to pull that margin.
Yeah, I mean, well, considering that they are only 26 seconds clear, yeah, they do have some work to do to get to that stage. I think what a pit stop is about a minute 20, minute 10, something like that. And Blase Mishk will have to pull out another minute almost, really, to get within that window. As right now, Juha Mäki-Jüpi just sitting behind David Greco as we hear an exclamation from our producer, so I'm guessing something good has happened.
Yes.
Did Denmark or didn't they?
I'm pretty sure they did, yes. Because I can hear John screaming in the background. He's absolutely loving it, and Peter in our ear as well is going bananas. So yeah, it's
it
Denmark.
It hasn't even updated on Google yet.
It did make me jump, I have to say. It did make me jump just a little bit. But thankfully I wasn't talking at the time. So yeah, Denmark have gone 1-0 up, and there you go. There's still a long way to go, though, to be fair. A good hour of the game, so yeah, we'll keep you. Well, we won't try and keep you updated, but we'll just naturally know what the score is.
When Italy's playing whoever they have to play Austria. Later on, Austria. When Italy's playing Austria, I'll get my fellow Italians in, and we'll get ourselves cheering.
Oh, I forgot
that.
I forgot about that. Yeah, the Musto guys are mainly Italian, aren't they? I hope they're not interested in football either, because I said this actually in practice. I know that if England were playing while one of these was on, I would not be concentrating at all, really. But anyway, thankfully I don't have that problem because we're playing on Tuesday, so that's all alright.
I'm just seeing a bit of banter going on in the YouTube chat between Adam Baldwin and Manuel Bianca Lila. Adam Baldwin talking about, I think, some kind of payback for Sebring. So just asking when Manuel's getting back in so he can jump in the car at the same time and maybe meet him out on circuit.
I can't remember what happened between them at Sebring. I don't know if you can. I can't remember though.
I don't remember. I'm going to pretend like it probably didn't happen during my shift of commentary, and it happened when you and Alex were doing the commentary.
Okay. Well, it may have done, but I don't remember either. So one of us has got to have remembered, because
I'm sure Adam Baldwin and Manuel Biancalila, well, I'm sure Adam Baldwin will definitely remind us. Technically, we didn't crash at Sebring. So I promise you won't hit a wall, okay? Okay, I don't know what happened, but I'm definitely detecting some sarcasm here from Adam Baldwin.
I'm not entirely sure if he's talking about the EEWC 12 Hours of Sebring either.
Yeah, maybe it's a different race.
I think, yeah, maybe. But I'm not 100% sure. We did hear as well, by the way, from Martin Mergley, that his wheel in real life didn't actually snap to the left, so thankfully that didn't happen, because that would have been quite dangerous. But his wheel remained in the centre in real life, it just turned off, which made it do that in the game. So you were right to suggest that, Yusuf, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, thankfully it didn't snap because that can end more than badly, to be honest. There's I'm Roy, still riding on board with Juha Mäki-Jüpi, still sticking within a couple of seconds of David Greco, and well, for now, David Greco doing everything he needs to do, staying within about 24 seconds of the 51W OSR as in performance car, and doing everything that Musto need of him.
Yeah, absolutely. The battle continues on then. We're going to take another quick commercial break from the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. Satellite Racing still leading overall, with Musto Esports and Juice's Motorsport Club also battling behind in GTE.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H 12 Hours of Nürburgring. Juha Mäki-Jüpi, by the way, just having a very, very close moment indeed with the pit wall. Just barely scrapes it and gets through fine, luckily. But yeah, a close moment for Mäki-Jüpi. He's been driving well recently. He's chasing the Musto GTE sports car, but not able to get through at the moment. They're still running just 1 second apart from each other. It's very, very close.
Yeah, Juha Mäki-Jüpi sitting with the Musto car, but the important thing is how far are these two away from a certain Blazej Mishki in the WOSR as in performance? And the answer is 24.5 seconds. It's not really been changing much. WOSR have been pulling from these two by a few tenths per lap, but not more than that. Also taking a look towards Marcel Cinczyk, running in the low 41s, actually slower than Zoltan Bodo last time around. Don't know what Marcel's doing. Honestly, absolutely atrocious. Get him out of the car. But he is closing in onto Pedro Ramada, 2.5 seconds quicker last time round.
I think, though, he's a lap down, isn't he, on Ramada? Yeah, so even though he is actually very near to Ramada on the road, and if they were on the same lap, then we'd be looking at it as a potential battle in the next few moments. But yeah, that's not going to be the case, unfortunately, for us on this occasion. Although maybe by the end of the race he'll be there. Surely he'll be able to make up a lap on Ramada by the end of this one, especially the way he's driving right now. 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah, to be honest, I think things are going pretty well for them at the moment. And I'm just seeing, actually, there's trading of secrets between Bianca Lila and Adam Baldwin in the chat. They're discussing strategies, and apparently Adam Baldwin's strategy is, our strategy is push. That's about it. So, yeah, there you go. That's exactly what Adam Baldwin is up to for the team, and we'll see if that does work out for them.
Yeah, he won't be in this time, Maki UP, but he'll be in next time into the pit lane. They're doing 33 lap stints quite a lot, or mainly, as there is they have a Ferris wheel at the Nürburgring, didn't realise that, but they do. They've got a roller coaster to the left-hand side of this shot as well, if you just pan left. There's a roller coaster there, but I don't know if they use it anymore still, do they? I don't know.
I mean, I don't know why you'd want a roller coaster when you can go on the track, like track roller coaster.
Well,
the track.
Apparently it's illegal to use it anymore, but
well, that's a pretty bad roller coaster then, isn't it, if it's illegal to use?
It's just for decoration, I suppose. Yeah, it's a shame they can't use it really, but I suppose they've got the Nordschleife as a bit of a roller coaster, haven't they? So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, apparently it's a theme park, the Nürburgring, at the same time as being a racetrack. But anyway, Maki Yuppie's going to go past the pit lane one more time, and then he will be in the pit lane to kick off a bit of what do you call it? A bit of GTE pit stop cycle action. The 51 will be in 3 laps after that, also doing 33/34 lap stints depending on how they feel, and then One Move Esports are going a little bit further than that, actually 35 lap stints each time for them, so they're running it a little bit longer, but they're slipping further and further out of contention really. Guillaume Mas is kind of almost single-handedly dragging them back into contention just a little bit, but still he is a fair amount adrift at the moment and struggling to keep pace with the front 3.
Yeah, struggling. I just want to actually check for a second. So Pedro Ramada is making his way through the NGK chicane. Where is Marcel Cinczyk? Marcel Cinczyk making his way up towards the chicane. Oh no, he's going down to Dunlop. So Marcel's
just pitted.
About 1.5 laps behind, and he's just pitted, as you mentioned. So I don't think he's doing too badly. Actually, he's 55 seconds behind Ramada, who, as you mentioned, pitted. So yeah, he's a pit stop in 55 seconds behind. That's not bad for Marcel Cinczyk. I think within a couple of hours, he will actually be legitimately within a minute.
Yes, I think you could be right. Where's that yellow flag coming from? I wonder. It's hard to tell. DISSR Lab are in the pit lane. That's fooled me for a moment. I can't tell just as things stand. But it's gone again now, so that's all right. There's some of the spectators. They look very... what's the word for it? They look very cardboard. That's the word I was looking for, actually. Yeah, they do look very cardboard. Deuces Motorsport Club going to be into the pit lane now. I'm sure they'll be loving that in a minute. Here we go. Into the pit lane comes Yuhamaki Yupi from 3rd place in the overall... well, sorry, not in the overall, in the GTE standings, and outside of the top 10 overall right now, but that's not going to be bothering him. He is going... Oh, well... Is he going to be able to do this on 5 more stints to the end of the race? There's 5.5 hours to go, and the way they're going, I wouldn't be so sure that they're going to be able to make this on 5 more stints. I think they're going to have to splash and dash here in later on in this race.
Yeah, well, the splash and dashes will definitely come into play come the final, since maybe some people... I mean, there's 2 things you can do, right? You can splash and dash at the end, or you can instead half or shorten both of your final few stints and go a little bit less time. Personally, I like splash and dash. They're much cooler because splash and dash sounds fun. Doing a slightly shorter stint doesn't sound as cool.
Oh no, oh, that could be a problem. Could there be contact? Yes, there was contact. The 46 DISSR lab car goes around, and it did indeed hit the Unison Racing car there. I'm going to have a quick look to see if I can find a replay, as long as my camera's on the screen. I can't do that yet, but it will get the 46 car clattered into the side of the Unison Racing car. I'll find a replay, and yeah, we'll try and get a view as to what the issue is. But they've just driven off the road again at the door. Happened. It's really not been a good race for the 46 team.
Yeah, it hasn't been going too well for them. And, well, to be honest, for the B team of DIS, does it ever go well? They're currently sitting down in penultimate place in the championship, only Teleforinningen behind them, who are not racing tonight, actually. And DIS had a chance to jump ahead of Glam Racing, maybe, considering the misfortunes that befell the 404 car. But that hasn't happened. Danish Racing League not here, so maybe DIS could jump the DRL. But aside from that, it's looking like they're going to fall further and further away from those top 4 teams.
Well, I'm trying to find a replay at the moment, but it's impossible because for whatever reason, the what do you call it? The kind of menu bar at the bottom of the screen has decided it doesn't really want to work anymore. So that's a bit tricky to work that one out. Anyway. Let's see, they could be into the pit lane at the end of this, and they are indeed. It seems that some damage has been done. Anyway, from what I saw anyway, the 46 car got pushed out wide through turn 5, went across the grass and the gravel, and obviously when you're on there, you can't really slow down very quickly, so they went, as the corner comes back on itself, they clattered into Unison Racing. Here is a replay of it on your screen so we can see it for ourselves exactly what happened. They were pulling to the inside to try and let Musto through, but on that tight line, things just a little bit different. They went onto the grass and the gravel. You see, there's just no way they can stop Unison Racing hit them. Max Binovich might be a bit of damage from that one, quite possibly.
Yeah, and that's not what Max Binovich needs. He was sitting second in the GT3 class, and now all of a sudden Jeff Van Islen might be starting to think about getting that P2 spot, but he's 8 laps down, and sadly as well, you know, you look further down the order, and that could have been Cyril Malbran who could have been gifted that P2 spot, but for the 26 for the 26 One Move Esports car, sadly not going to go their way, as they were previously involved in an incident. They dropped many laps down, and now they're just trying to recover, currently 3 laps behind DIS.
Yeah, are they even still in the race here at One Move Esports? Because they've been in there for a good 4 laps now. They're 4 laps down on the ISSR lab.
Okay, yeah, maybe that is the case. I don't remember it being that bad, their incident. Surely they... I mean, he lost his wheel, didn't he? And then he had to reset to the pits, Cyril Melbourne.
Well, he got back to the pits, and I've seen him back out again since, but...
Oh, okay. Maybe there is something else then.
Maybe. Oh, I'm not entirely sure at this point. B32 Racing are still in the race, by the way, and they're about to make up a load of positions here because there's a lot of cars have retired in the recent future, and they're just catching up to some of them because they were in front before. So B32 Racing and their 32 are about to get through. It looks like then that we've got 4 confirmed retirements and 1 maybe from One Move. Whether they're retired or not, I don't know. But yeah, a possible retirement for those guys. And yeah, DIS look like they're going to be... oh, actually, Unison Racing are in the pit lane as well right now. So they're a lap down and a half down now. A lap and a half down, which is... this pit stop might be scheduled, but still, it's a little bit early. to my mind anyway, and especially considering the damage they might have got from that contact we just saw them have. This isn't good news for the championship leaders.
No, it's not good news for the championship leaders. More updates on Marcel Chinchik, 40.8 last time round. He has taken over 3 seconds out of Pedro Ramada, and he is closing in. But sadly, after he catches to Pedro Ramada, he's then got 2 further laps if he wants to catch up to the 22 of Zoltan Boulder's Mugen Sim Racing car.
Yeah, it's a long way away still for him to be able to do that. Yeah. I think, no, Chinchik hasn't been in yet, as he's still got a fair way to go.
No problem.
Before Chinchik comes into the pit lane once again. But 8 laps or so, I reckon. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe 10 laps, but yeah, he's got a little time until he pits. The gap between World of Sim Racing and Musto GTE Esports has just stretched to over 26 seconds now. And yeah, that's quite a big margin. That is also increasing, as I mentioned. So yeah, it's in the balance, GT at the moment.
Okay, I'm trying to do some quick maths, Ewan, and I'm failing, right? So Bianca Lida said in the YouTube chat that they are gaining 4 laps per pit over Adam Baldwin and WOSR as well as users, right?
I reckon they're gaining 5 laps a stint on them, because Musto are doing 38 and Juices are doing 33. So yeah.
Okay, so if it's 38 to 33, we're talking about 5 laps per pit stop, and we're expecting the Porsches to be pitting, around 8 times, I want to say. No, they're going to be doing 9 pit stops, I think. So if you do 9 pit stops times by the 5 laps that they're gaining, that is 45 laps, and a pit stop is, or one stint is what, 40 laps, right?
38 for
38
for Musto, yeah.
You can see where I was going with this, because if it was only gaining 4 laps, that would mean that they were just shy of that 38 mark, so they wouldn't actually gain an entire stop, or at least so I feel. But if they are gaining 5 laps, or at least gain 2 5-lap stints, then they just save 1 pit stop. Otherwise, they've got to do the shortest of splash and dashes at the end of the race.
Yeah, we're going to get a view now with World of Sim Racing, because they're in the pit lane. We're going to get a view as to how far behind they're going to be here. How much time do they still have to make up? Because if we reckon that they're making 1 less pit stop, as you suspect here, Yusuf, then this is effectively, they've got the same amount of pit stops to go as we're looking at it right now, if you know what I mean. So yeah, we're just going to wait for Marius to come out of the pit lane, and then we'll see where he is in relation to Musto GTE Esports and David Greco. He leaves the pit lane now, does the World of Sim Racing car, releasing the pit limiter sooner rather than later. It's going to be about 50 seconds that he's still got to make up. 50 seconds, 5 hours and 20 to do so.
5.5 hours remaining. What can the likes of Marcel Chinchik do? How will the GTE battle develop? And well, all of that will become clear in the next few hours or so. And right now, Blazej Mishka, he's at 34 seconds behind David Greco. But don't forget, with all of the upcoming stints, we are expecting that Porsche to be closing in on the BMW, just because they are pushing slightly more. Sorry, they're 50 seconds behind. So they're going to be looking to close in, and you can expect them to be catching up by, you know, I'd say at least 5 seconds per stint, if drives are equal. Maybe even 10 seconds per stint.
Unison Racing have just exited the pit lane, but well, no, they've not exited the pit lane at all, have they? They're still there, and you've got to say that that's damage from the incident that we saw a little bit earlier on. Not good news for them at all. Jordi San Andreas, by the way, has just got into the World of Sim Racing car, and that was a little bit of a longer stint, actually, 34 laps as opposed to the 33 that we've been seeing occasionally, well, most of all from them. Wojtek Polesny has gone into the Juicy's Motorsport Club car as well, so driver change, the penultimate driver change is starting to happen in GTE a fair amount of the time. So yeah, it's starting to happen now. The race strategy is starting to form. This is the point of the race where we start to realise the strategies and drivers starting to deal with where they are. But yeah, it seems that in GT, One Move are definitely out of it, and in GT3, I'm afraid I can confirm that One Move Esport are indeed a retirement from this race. So we have 20 remaining with 5 retirements from this race so far.
How many retirements did we say? 5, right?
Or 5 so far.
5. Oh, B32, yeah. Oh, wait, no, Cyril Melbourne, yeah, of course. And technically, if you can count the 66 team, but they didn't actually join us for the start of the race, it would make a whopping 7 retirements. But here we are then, 5 hours, 20 minutes remaining in the race. To be honest, the first kind of 4.5 hours have kind of flown by. The last hour's been a bit stagnant, really, not too much action happening, especially after Marcel Cinčic's pit stop has seen him really drop down the order. I just want to see actually how far Mugen are behind from Jimmy Nissela's 64 satellite DPI. So Sultan Bod has just come out of the Mercedes arena and Jimmy Nissela is in the pits, and never mind.
Let's see, are they even on the same lap here? No. No, they're not. Well, yes, they are now, because Boda's just, because Nissela's in the pit lane, as you mentioned. So, yeah, that's they are on the same lap now. And Boda's going to be trying to catch up to Nissela. Will it still be the Finnish driver? It will indeed. Ryan Nash, by the way, is into the other satellite racing car. The British driver into the DPI for the first time this season. But yeah, I think when we come back, when we go for our next ad break, Yusuf, in about 10 minutes time, I'm going to do some maths for GT3.
Oh, no.
Because, well, it's not particularly difficult maths. It's championship order maths, because in GT3 the gaps are fairly big between all of the guys, and I want to see where everybody's going to end up in relation to everybody else in this championship. So particularly because of One Move, really, because let's not forget they were the real team in form coming into today. 5th place in the first race, steadily improving, 3rd in the second, and then at the Sebring 12 hours. Now, I was really expecting big things from them this weekend. Unfortunately, they've retired from the race now. They're going to get 6th place. No bonus point for completing the race in this one. So how is that going to affect their championship? Because I reckon, realistically, they might be out of it because of the result here today.
Okay, well, that will come during the ad break, and I guess we look forward to seeing that. However, I actually don't know where to go with that. I was going to go, again, my default right now is just Marcel Cinčic, who is 35 seconds behind Ramada, still gaining in by 1.5 seconds per lap. But aside from that, honestly, everyone's really spread out. This is usually the part of the broadcast where I quite literally, I get my chair, I lean back, and I start talking about random stuff. So, Ewan, what random stuff do you want to talk about until we have action back on circuit?
Well, it's half time in the football that I've just seen. So yeah, our producer and race director. I don't know
which race
John's
director, because one of the race directors is Nick.
Well, yeah, I know. What's John's official title? Because he does kind of everything. So I don't really know.
Big boss man.
Okay. Well, anyway, people behind the scenes, anyway, are going to be very pleased with the results so far, and certain parts of my family are not, but we can deal with that later. But anyway, yeah, it's yeah, and we were just speaking in the break actually that. Around where John and Peter are right now, because they're in the same place trying to run everything from Denmark at the moment, is that there's people around the place at the moment just out, probably drinking, chanting football songs, and so yeah, it sounds very much like the UK when he puts it like that, really. But anyway, yeah, it's all going on in Denmark, apparently, and yeah, we're not there, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, actually, when we were in the previous article, I was saying why I don't want England to win the Euros. Another reason why I don't want England to win is because if England win the Euros, England and the streets around me are just going to be full of very loud, drunk, and sometimes racist people. And to be honest, I'd rather another country have to deal with that, to be honest.
Wouldn't it be great if we won, though? Wouldn't it be great?
Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. But then, as I mentioned, all of the loud drunk people.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be great.
Yeah. The thing is, though, right, like, if a team, like, who's a real underdog for this? If, like, I don't want to say Denmark, because this will then get to our producer's head. Yeah, if Switzerland, right, if Switzerland won the Euros, they'd be really happy, right? Everyone would kind of be really happy for them, apart from whoever lost to them in the final.
Yeah.
They'd be like, oh my god, Switzerland won. But the thing is, the Swiss people, it wouldn't get to their head. They wouldn't then be going on and on for the next 20 years about how they won a Euros. They'd be like, yeah, we won this Euros once. It's like the Greeks, right? They won the Euros in, when was it, 2004. So they won the Euros. But you don't hear people harping on about, yo, we won it in 2004. But I feel like if England won it, they'd just be going on and on about it, like Man United fans talking about how they used to win the Premier League or something back when dinosaurs existed.
Well, yeah, you've made your case, I suppose. Peter just informing us as well that Denmark won the Euros in 1992, which is
actually.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, that's a surprise to me as well when I found that out the other week. But
hang on. Euros 92, that was like golden generation for England with like Lineker and Paul Gascoigne.
Oh, that was proper golden generation, yeah.
The actual golden generation. How on earth did Denmark win the Euros back then?
I don't know. I don't think we didn't do very well in that Euros. I don't think. It was 96 where we got to the semi-finals.
There was one really good player that Denmark had back then.
Oh, I have actually heard of...
Was Dennis Bergkamp Danish or German?
No, Dennis Bergkamp wasn't Danish, no. Definitely not. I don't even know, but I don't know, to be honest.
He's not Danish.
Yeah. I don't know where to go from there, because we just talking about football. Anyway, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anyway, that's the point I was going to make. I've just remembered. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Only the round of 16. We've not even played yet. Just calm down. Just a minute. But anyway,
wait. Tiziana's in the chat. Tiziana's saying interesting things in the chat. What is Tiziana going on about?
He's saying that you're crying because he doesn't see. You don't see him in the 53 yet. Yeah,
it is sad. I'm looking forward to Tiziana Brioni being out in the 53. We were saying kind of earlier, weren't we, when Marcel Chinchik had his issues and he's dropped down the order. Are we going to see a Marcel Chinchik with redder eyes driving faster around the Nürburgring than Tiziana Brioni did back in the sprint series last year here at the Nürburgring as well? So, yeah, those two are going to be, I kind of remember I'll be remembering both of them as the Nürburgring maestros, really.
Well, the thing for Brioni is that it didn't actually turn out that well in the end. In the sprint series, that was one.
So
of
him and Marcel might be having something in common here. Both
I think,
driving the socks off their cars. But
I'm pretty sure they did end up winning the championship, didn't they? That was one of the bad races for them at the Nürburgring. It rained and it was dark and there was all sorts of things going wrong on the Nürburgring around the Nürburgring on that day. So yeah, but Chinchik certainly will be driving very, very quickly indeed. You did mention a little bit earlier on that we should get an onboard lap with Marcel Chinchik where we'd be quiet for a minute and watch him do his thing while he's kind of driving a little bit angry. But we're going to do that after the ad break because it's coming up in a couple of moments' time. But yeah, when we come back, we'll do that. We've got about 5 hours and 10 minutes remaining in this race. Simi Nisula is still leading in DPI. In LMP2, it's Zoltan Boda, who's about half a lap behind Satellite Racing at the moment. Those two fairly spaced out, and the other Satellite Racing car is a fair way behind that as well. Just see, I think Pedro Armado's also a lap behind Ryan Nash. Yes, they are indeed, even though they are nearly nose to tail at the moment. Viaducton currently in 5th ahead of Chinchik in 6th. Then Dylan Claver, who's driving for the first time today. Ben Corbin back in the car for Team E. Brits, Steven Sarsgaard and Kim Pedersen rounding out the top 10 before we get to the GTE guides. Yeah, things getting more spaced out in the prototype category for sure. We're going to take a quick commercial break then from the Nürburgring. When we return, we will be having that onboard lap with Marcel Chinchik. But for now, enjoy these commercials. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the Nürburgring 12 hours. We've got just over 5 of those hours still remaining in this race. And it's still Jimi Nisela leading ahead of Zoltan Boda by about half a lap, although Boda is not too far away from a pit stop, I believe, anyway. And if not, then we've got a closer race on our hands than I initially thought. Really? In other places, we've still got Musto GT Esports leading in GTE. Their pit stop will be coming up on lap 228, which is still 15 laps away. So we've got a fair amount of time to work out until we've got World of Sim Racing and Musto GT Esports switched around again. The gap's now 42 seconds here, Yusuf. We've got Yuri San Andres on an absolute mission at the moment. He's taken 8 seconds out of David Greco so far this stint. It's going to be a close race.
It is, and I just saw Tiziano Brioni using the call an ambulance, but not for me joke, but we might need to call one for David Greco in a second because Jordi San Andres is pushing, and we'll see if he can bring that 42 second gap down even further. Wojtek Polesny at the wheel for the Juices Motorsport car in the 74 is also trying his best to close in, 24 seconds down on Jordi San Andres at the present point in time.
Well, I was going to read the YouTube chat actually, what you were going to say, but you've actually written it not in a language I understand, so I can't read. It could be completely derogatory about me, and I wouldn't have a clue.
Well, I mean, you didn't say like Ewan being written around, like even when people are talking in other languages, but it's about you. You know that they're talking about you.
Well, only if they use your name.
Yeah, true. No, I mean, you get that sixth sense. You're like, I'm pretty sure they're talking about me. Oh. I feel bad for you then.
Yeah, maybe it's better that way. Anyway, Adam Surrage's into the pit lane from the lead of GTE3. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Nikolai Bezrukov is in second place, but he's a good 3 laps down, I think, at this point. 4 laps actually. He's about to unlap himself and make that 3 as he goes over the line. And oh my god, that nearly made me jump. Denmark are winning 2-0. The game's just kicked off again, and things are looking quite good.
It makes you feel better. Just think about how pleasing it's going to be when Wales pull a Liverpool and they come back and win 2.
Wow. Yeah. It's it's going to be. There's going to be some celebrating tonight, and I think it's already begun by the sounds of it. Adam Surrege leads the pit lane then, and he's back out onto the circuit. He's got a 3-lap lead still on Nikolai Bezrukov. What I was going to mention before I started talking about the GTE battle and football again, and other languages, covered a lot in the first 5 minutes of this segment, but what I was going to say is that Team Viaductum recently came in the pit lane, and Juices Motorsport Club were very nearby. They had a small battle. It's one of those battles where Viaductum came out of the pit lane on cold tyres again, and Dylan Claver was all too happy to sweep up the pieces of that one, really. Problem. Oh, did you see that? Viaductum just completely cut out for a moment there, and the car just went on going as it was before. That was very, very strange. It just cut out for a moment there.
Yeah, not what you want to be seeing for Viaductum. I mean, at the moment, I'm trying to see how far behind Ryan Nash they currently are. They're a lap down on Ryan Nash, so they can bring it back. It's not over for them just yet, but, well, the car cutting out definitely won't be helping them in that regard.
I wonder if we can maybe get a replay of that one, because it was very weird, but they're certainly losing time on Juices Motorsport Club now. It's trying to go away from them just a little bit. This position out front at the moment. What is it? Sixth place in the overall standings, because Vargas Sim Racing have really got away from them. I believe, is it about 2/3 of a lap now between Varga and Ramada, or is there still more than a lap between them? I can't remember.
It is 90 seconds, I think, between the two of them. Yeah, 81 seconds, so...
Okay.
Yeah, it's nearly a whole lap down they currently are.
Well, yeah, but with 5 hours to go, 81 seconds is nothing really for Marcel Chinchik, is it? So... yeah, I reckon that they've got a real chance of second place even in Vargas Sim Racing.
Well, to be honest, you can definitely see them getting past Pedro Ramada, and then, well, they're 3 laps down on Zoltan Boda. They need an issue for Zoltan Boda if they want to be able to jump ahead.
Yeah, they do, really. But you never know what can happen. You never know. Never over until it's over, as they say. Zoltan Boda, speaking of the devil, he's into the pit lane right now, and yeah, that's all scheduled for him. It means Ryan Nash can stop being 2 laps down and go back to being 1 lap down in this race right now. So that's all running to schedule so far for Mugen Sim Racing. We've not seen anybody get back into the car for a second time though, but it seems to be just Koloksai Boda driving here today. Are any of those 3 going to get back in? We'll wait and see. But for the moment, things staying where they are. We're going to, or I'm going to set up this onboard lap here with Marcel Cinczyk because, sorry, I've just missed him. He's actually just in the first sector, so we've got a few moments, but while that's actually happening, because I forgot to do it in the ad break, I'm going to do some calculating for GT3 because it could be interesting to see what's happening in the GT3 Championship. The gaps are really, really quite big actually in regards to this race. Mugen Sim Racing have got a 4 or 5 lap lead at the moment. Glam Racing are 5 laps behind Unison Racing. DISSR Lab are 3 laps behind the next car. B32 7 laps behind the next car, and One Move Esports slowly drifting further and further away, of course, because they are out of this one. So the gaps are quite big in this field. And so that's why I've chosen GT3 to try and calculate, because all of the other categories are kind of up for grabs, really, aren't they? Anything could kind of happen in them.
Yeah, and DPI right now, Satellite Racing, Jimmy Nisler has that in the bag. For the LMP2, it's fairly certain that it's going to be going the way of the 22 of Mugen Sim Racing. But once we get to GT, that's when things start to get entertaining, because David Greco from Master in the 53, only 40 seconds clear of Jorge San Andres, who is closing in. But remember, there's still another 4 or so stints where Jorge San Andres is going to be closing in. And David Greco has 1 less stop to make, but as they both have the same amount of stops remaining. So the question is whether Jorge San Andres can close in those 40 seconds over the remainder of the race. I say Jorge San Andres, and of course the rest of WOSR. For it to Pelesny a further 25 seconds back, maybe he could get himself involved as well. And then down into the GT3 class, well, it's the 41 of Donat Diesner, who is absolutely blasting it around for the side of 4 Mugen Sim Racing. So it looks like we might be getting a Mugen Sim Racing, or 2 Mugen Sim Racing cars. They're taking a win today.
Yeah, maybe, quite possibly, but at the Dunlop hairpin at the moment, Marcel Cinczyk going through the Schumacher S as well. We've been on board for a lap, but we haven't been quiet. So for the next lap, we'll shut up and we'll let you enjoy the engine this time around with Cinczyk, because he is driving very, very quickly at the moment. And I'll do some calculating as well while we're at it for the championship, which has taken another twist here today in the EEWC, as you might expect. A little bit of traffic here for the 3-time EEWC race winner so far this season, Cinczyk, as he is of course with all of his teammates. Here's the final chicane, bounces across those curbs as he has been all race long, and here's the final turn as well. Marcel Cinczyk on board lap then around the Nürburgring GP circuit here at the 12 Hours of Nürburgring. record lap with Marcel Chinchik, and expertly done once again. He's been knocking them off pretty much as soon as those issues have befallen him, and he's not really looked back ever since then either. He's been absolutely fantastic so far this race, on the back of Ryan Nash in the 65 Satellite Racing DPI car. But as I promised, I did do the maths on the GT3 standings, and if things were to end as they are right now, then Unison Racing still would be leading this championship, but the gap would be reduced to only 6 points by the end of this. However, the gaps behind that do get much, much larger compared to where they were before. I get the feeling this is becoming a bit of a two-horse race in the championship for that reason. One Move Esports would be 34 points adrift after their DNF here today. Glam Racing would be 41 adrift, despite the fact they've scored a podium in this race, although I'll have to check that one. I'm not entirely sure on that one, actually, now that I've looked at it. I think, now that I've calculated again, it might be 33 points in the end, but anyway, I'll wait and see. And also Danish Racing League, 54 points adrift. That's a big margin. So given that Unison and Mugen are only 6 points apart from each other, and all of the others are more than 30 points away, I know that there are 70.5 points on the table for the last two 24-hour races, but that does seem a bit of a stretch for anybody else to take it from here.
Yeah, it's going to take, well, to be honest, there's 5 hours remaining. Still a lot can happen. I mean, how many times have we seen so far in the EEWC that come the last hour, something has happened to one of the leaders or the top 2 drivers in A class? There always seems to be something that comes around, whether it's someone misfuels, whether it's an incident of their own fault, or, you know, due to another driver making contact with them. There always seems to be something. So this is going to be the one time that I'm going to not consider the race done until literally they cross the checkered flag.
Yeah, I mean, we always do have to do that, really, because of, I mean, as you mentioned, how many times have we seen last hour drama in the EEWC? We can think back to examples of that in all 3 races so far this season. Indianapolis, the battle for GTE, all came to a head down at turn number 1, and it was a battle between the old Corvette and the new that was eventually settled in the very final hour. Silverstone, Toon Lower was holding off DSG Motorsport for a famous 3rd place in that race, and it was a fantastic fight between the two of them. And then in Sebring, the GT3 battle between Mugen and One Move. Finally, Mugen Sim Racing came unstuck at turn 1 and lost a whole load of time. Into the wall they went, and they managed to finish second still, but they lost out in the final hour. So yeah, it's been remarkable for final hour drama so far this season, and you can never say it's over until we do finally get there. So yeah, it's going to be one to watch right to the very end.
Just give an update in the GT class. Jordi San Andres 38 seconds behind David Greco now. He's been gaining about a second a lap. Marcel Chinchik gained nearly 2 seconds on Pedro Ramada last time around. He's 64 seconds behind the Ramada Motorsport driver, and I should say owner, and should be continuing to close that gap. Reuter Plesny kind of sticking with Jordi San Andres, staying about 25 seconds behind in the GT3 class. Donat Diesner still leads by 3 laps over Nikolai Bezrukov, who is a further 5 laps clear of Jeff Van Islen in the 404 Glam Racing car.
Gap in GTE is continuing to close. 38 seconds between Musto GD Esports and World of Sim Racing. That gap was 50 seconds as Jordi San Andres came out of the pit lane. 12 seconds have been taken off that in this stint alone. Is this down to these two drivers being a little bit mismatched? Is this down to the cars? Is this down to the strategy? Those questions remain, and yeah, we're not going to find out the answer until in about 5 hours' time, really. But yeah, we're a long way from the finish still, and Musto are being caught at a fair rate here. And I don't think it's a time to get worried yet at Musto, but certainly they're being caught a little bit more than they would have liked. It was looking so good for them earlier on, but now they're starting to get caught just ever so slightly.
Just looking around Zoltan Boda is, just trying to see, actually, where is Zoltan Boda? He's making his way down into the Schumacher S right now. Oh, sorry, no, that's the Ford chicane. Meanwhile, for Jimmy Nisela, he is making his way slightly further up the order. I don't know if they're on the same lap, though, because if they are, that means Zoltan Boda is only about 10 seconds behind Jimmy Nisela.
No, they're not on the same lap. Sorry, sorry to disappoint, but they're not. Yeah, it's a little bit more than a lap at this point, the gap between Boda and Nissan. I get the feeling, though, that Boda is fairly happy with an LMP2 victory and won't push all out to get an overall victory. If you just think about Mugen Sim Racing and how long they've been trailing Varga Sim Racing in this particular season. I mean, they're third place in the championship round, tied second, 46 points adrift. They've not been able to get a look in yet this season. Varga have had a perfect record, but finally now they've got a chance to beat them in an LMP2 race. I don't think they're going to risk it all by going for an overall victory here. I think they are going to sit back and take the LMP2 victory because it's very well earned for them.
I think this is the first time really there's been a huge issue that has affected Varga.
Yeah.
No, there was one time, wasn't there, where they had a drive-through. Yeah, and they fell behind Pinson Drillers momentarily, and then they got back ahead anyway. So, I mean, every time something else happened, Varga have seemingly had the race under control. But today has been the only time where they felt matched. You know, Mugen have been on their rear end pretty much all race long. You know, there's never been more than 20 seconds between the two teams. You know, okay, sure, when one of them pits, there's more than 20 seconds, but realistically, there's always been at most 20 seconds between the two drivers, and well, an issue has befallen Varga, and it means that Zoltan Boda in that 22 Mugen Sim Racing car is in prime position really right now to take the win. But 4 minutes 53 seconds, or 4 minutes 53, 4 hours 53 minutes remaining, and still plenty of time for Marcel Chinchik to drag this one back. Still plenty of time for any potential issues to fall Zoltan Boda's way.
Yeah, absolutely. As Alexander Palmgarten's now into that Ramada Motorsport car, by the way, which means Varga are in front of Ramada for the first time in a while. First time since the issue for Varga. So now this gets particularly interesting. Chinchik is going to be hitting before long, and he's going to end up behind Ramada Motorsport. You get the feeling, though, that there's absolutely nothing that Alexander Palmgarten or anybody on that Ramada Motorsport team can do about Chinchik. He's just on a mission right now, and it doesn't look like he's going to be stopped by anybody. And so I feel like second place, while it might be the limit for Chinchik, it's also very, very possible for him to get there within the time remaining.
Chinchik 2 laps down, so when you consider that what each lap is 1 hour 40, let's say it's a little bit longer, but for argument's sake we'll say that, so we'll say 2 minutes plus 2 minutes, and then you consider an extra 40 seconds because that's might be how much further he's behind. So he's got to gain about he's got to gain 240 seconds in 4 hours and something. It's, well, I don't know how many laps that's good. You know, I don't even know why I try to do this maths. I'm too tired to try to get the mental brain power to work out how many laps are probably remaining. Either way, he's got to gain 240 seconds in 4.5 hours, which it's a big ask.
Yeah, I mean, do you reckon there's 120 laps remaining? I do. So what's that? 2 seconds a lap you need? That's a lot.
It's a lot,
really.
isn't it? Yeah.
That's too much.
Yeah, it's not going to happen unless Zoltan Boda and Mugen Sim Racing, something happens to them. That is the only way that Marcel Chinchik and the 117 Varga team come back into this. They need something to occur to Zoltan Boda. It could be anything. They could have a downshift and then a transmission failure. It could be contact. They could lose their rear wing in a similar way to how Mugen lost their rear wing. It could just be a disconnect, and then they have that 3-lap penalty when they rejoin the server. There's a whole host of different issues that could, befall any team really in these 12-hour races.
Yeah, absolutely. It was 1.4 on the last lap between Boda and Chinchik. I reckon third place overall is possible, though. They can catch Satellite Racing. He's recently unlapped himself, so to now only be 1 lap behind. He's not even a lap behind Ryan Nash at the moment because of the way the pit stops are. He's actually on the same lap as Ryan Nash, so yeah, I think it's possible for an overall podium here for Chinchik, and definitely a second place in LMP2 is possible, but other than that, I don't think very much is. It just depends on the pace of Toman and Wisner as well, really, with no disrespect to either of them. Chinchik has been a little bit stronger, and yeah, it's going to be difficult for them to keep up that pace and keep them reeling in, unless he goes for the entirety of the rest of the race, which of course isn't going to happen.
And that race is not going to be continuing for the rest of the race. Dylan Clark was actually 49 seconds behind Alexander Baumgartner, and maybe we could be seeing some aggression, some development in that part of the LMP2 class, because for Marcel Chinchik, Alexander Baumgartner 24 seconds behind, and then you are looking a further 30 seconds down to the next driver, which is Dylan Klaver, 50 seconds behind. And if we just look at the lap times, Dylan Klaver actually last time around he's a second slower, so maybe we won't be seeing too much in that regard.
Maybe not, we'll wait and see at this point. I want to take a look at GTE just a little bit for a moment. Mathieu de Croc is currently on your screen. There's all of his other drivers, but I want to look at the gap between Musto and World of Sim Racing, and to make a bit of a point that Tiziano Brioni has in the YouTube chat. I think it was a while ago now, but I've only just noticed it. So the gap between the two of them is 35 seconds. The gap's gone down by 15 seconds in this particular stint, which has been going on for a little while now. However, we can't forget that World of Sim Racing are on new tyres right now compared to Musto DD Sports, so Brioni not worried about this gap at all. It's just normal, the fact that new tyres versus old tyres, this is always going to happen, and not something I actually considered until a few moments ago, and now that he said that, it does all fall into place. The new tyres on that Porsche will be helping them massively.
Yep, precisely so. New tyres just give such a huge advantage in terms of pace. I say huge, maybe half a second a lap or so. But at the same time, we've seen situations where drivers have been on old tyres, but it hasn't affected them too badly. We saw it earlier on in that three-way battle for the overall lead when it was the 22 of Nürburgring Sim Racing who had old tyres, but they were able to stick with Jimmy Nisela and the 117 of Varga Sim Racing at the time. So yeah, it's not a huge difference, but when you're in just clear air, then yeah, you do really start to feel the effects over these long 1 hour stints.
Got a bit of a replay on my screen at the moment of an issue for the 46 DIS SR Lab car that went through the Schumacher S a couple of moments ago. Here it is on your screen right now. It's just going to be a quick spin, I believe, but we'll wait and see. Getting up across goes a little bit wide, misses the apex, goes for a big spin into the gravel. Do they touch the wall? No, not quite, but lucky to get away with that kind of issue at that kind of part of the track.
I thought, is it going to be a case of EIS losing that rear wing yet again? We've seen it quite a few times, dropping off the rear end of the car, but not this time round. Now, let's just see how the gaps have developed in the GTE class. So it's still 35 seconds, Horti San Andres trailing David Greco by... who is the next of those two meant to pit? It's David Greco, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely David Greco. I'm going to just check for you how many laps that is until he pits.
Because he's got to pit, it's another 20 minutes, and then after that, Horti San Andres pits. Maybe actually 30 minutes now at this point.
I don't know, I'm not entirely sure, but Greco won't be in this time, but next time into the pit lane. So we might have a little bit of a late ad break here, but I do just want to see where Greco comes out in relation to everybody else. As he goes over the pit lane, one more across past the pit lane one more time, into turn one once again, and clearly been driving very well. Haven't seen a mistake from any of Musto, GD, Esports, World of Sim Racing, Deuces Motorsport Club. They've all had pretty much perfect races. They've been on the absolute limit throughout the race, and it's just been absolutely fantastic to see these three teams just absolutely going at it without any issues. It's just been a pure pace battle between them.
Yeah. And that's what you like to see, no real issues affecting the drivers and just getting to see the pace, just what the drivers themselves are able to do to determine the outcome of the race. And that's how it's been in the GTE class anyway. Nothing, and I hope this isn't a commentator curse, but nothing has affected those top three drivers as of yet.
Well, you're going out on a bit of a limb there, and hoping that the commentator's curse doesn't come to bite. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. As Greco goes through the Schumacher S, you've got to expect as well, he's been in that car for over 3 hours now. Might be getting a little bit tired. Surely he's got to be getting out of this pit stop. Manuel Biancalila might be getting back in.
Yeah. Biancalila and Tiziano Brioni hasn't been out yet, so to be honest, I'd expect that it's Tiziano next into the car, unless he's taking a stay of absence away from the team, which I doubt. So expect Tiziano Brioni to be in probably next stint, because they've had two separate drivers in now, Biancalila, Greco, and the next should be Tiziano Brioni for the next 3 hours, because that's how much they usually do it. 3 stints for each driver, so 3.5 hours, and then maybe Biancalila does the final stint.
Can't see Brioni in TeamSpeak at the moment, so I can't say it's promising to see him in the car just yet. World of Sim Racing are definitely going to take the lead here, by the way. That is pretty much guaranteed at the moment. World of Sim Racing taking the lead. That's a great camera angle. Thanks, cameraman. There we go. World of Sim Racing. We just get to see the back end of someone's wall, but David Greco is definitely in the pit lane. I can assure you of that. And Jordi San Andres is going to take the lead here. Why have Deuces Motorsport Club suddenly dropped a minute? Is my next question. Have they pitted?
I honestly don't know. They may have pitted.
That's early if they have. Very early.
Have they already lost an entire stint to David Greco? And
they've just lost a minute out of nowhere, and I don't know why.
Yeah, they were 20 seconds behind. Did they have a drive-through penalty? Or a 30-second stop-go would pretty much match a minute.
I'll speak to somebody at Deuces in a couple of moments while we're on ad break in a minute.
Yeah, let's go scream at Nick.
Yeah, we will. Musto GD Esports leave the pit lane, then Manuel Biancalila gets into that car. Brioni confirms to us, by the way, that he will not be driving here today. It's just going to be Manuel Biancalila and David Greco driving here today. It's going to be Musto GD Esports versus World of Sim Racing throughout the latter part of this race as well. But Biancalila back out there, absolutely on schedule. And now for the next instalment in GTE, we've got to wait another 10 laps before World of Sim Racing come into the pit lane.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Bolt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring in the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, and there's cardboard people on the screen, which is what we love to see. The Dunlop hairpin. Here are the overall standings. James Zuber has just got into the leading Satellite Racing number 64 car. Ryan Nash is driving the 65. They're in second place, separated by 2 laps as things stand. Team Viaducton are in third, a further 1 lap down in the DPI class. They're spread out all through the top 5 overall, by the way, with Viaducton just slipping outside of the top 5 because Marcel Cincic has just got, Yuri Toman has just got within it. He's chasing down Zoltan Boda and Alexander Baumgarten in 1 and 2. Dylan Claver is in 4th position. Ben Corbin in 5th for Team E-Brit, and their best result so far this season. Carl Leikago and Bo Christensen rounding out the cars that are still running with DAC Hackers and B32 Racing, both retired from the LMP2 category. In GTE, Wood of Sim Racing have now taken the lead because of a recent pit stop for Musto GD Esports, but I expect to see the 51 in before long. Adam Baldwin is now driving the Juicy's Motorsport Club car in 3rd place. Actually, driving One Movie Sport in 4th. DISSR Lab are in 5th, ahead of Musto GD Esports in 6th, and Volante Racing in 7th. They're unfortunately out of the race at the moment. Mugen Sim Racing are leading in GT3, ahead of Unisim Racing. Those two fighting hard for a championship at the moment. Glam Racing looking to pick up their first podium of the season in 3rd. DISSR Lab also having their best race of the season so far in 4th, ahead of B32 Racing on their debut in 2021 in 5th, with Cyril Malbran's One Movie Sports Ferrari in GT3 out of the race. Well, 5 retirements so far in this one, still 4.5 hours to go, and a very interesting race so far here, Yusuf. It's been good, it's been a fun one. And we're still Satellite Racing leading by a fairly comfortable margin at this point.
Yep, 2 laps are clear of the closest DPI competitor, which is Ryan Nash in the 65. Also in the Satellite Racing, Yuri Toman has, I should say it was Cincic who pitted for the 117 Vargas Sim Racing team, and Yuri Toman behind the wheel now. He's 45 seconds behind Alexander Baumgarten, and he will be looking to close that gap down. He set a 40.4 last time around, which was 2.5 seconds quicker than Baumgarten, so really cutting away at the gap. Also, we saw David Greco jumping into the pits for Musto. Manuel Biancalila at the wheel, and from being 40 seconds ahead, they are 33 seconds behind. So we're talking about 75 to 80 second pit stop time for Musto. And we'll see actually if they can close in on Jorge San Andres, because last time round, Bianca Lila 1.5 seconds quicker. And considering that this is the quote-unquote fuel saving from Musto, it's a pretty good.
It's going well at the moment for Musto. Things changing around fairly quickly, but let's not forget Jordi San Andres is going to be into the pit lane soon for some new tyres of his own. Let's see how many laps away that still is. 6 laps until Jordi San Andres comes into the pit lane and will be making his stop. You've got to say, from this point onwards, can World of Sim Racing make this with 4 more stints after this one? 4.5 hours to go, just under. It's going to be close. I don't know if 33 lap, 4 times 33 is going to be enough for them. 132 laps in this race left for them. It's going to be very, very close. They might need to splash and dash. They might need to fuel save a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be tight for Musto if they can actually pull off one less stint. You'd have to think that they have, calculated it, and I think it's going to be very close. So maybe they'll just have to do a couple of stints where they just do a bit more lifting and coasting, maybe just run in slightly lower engine mode, because as things stand, it's all looking good for them.
It is indeed. Let's see who comes out on top at the end, though. Just been speaking to Nick while we were in the adverts there, by the way, asking him about his Deuces Motorsport Club car, that things are going to plan so far, and that he is getting into the car at the end of this stint just to change things up. Dylan Claver is currently driving that car, by the way. He's 16 years old, from the Netherlands. He is. Or 15, 16, somewhere around there, and a very, very young driver anyway. Another very young driver on that Deuces Motorsport Club car, but they are very, very quick. I was thinking of Toon Lauer as well to add into that. They're trying to close up on Ramada Motorsport, mainly to make up for the issues that they had earlier on. Said that they might have been able to get a podium maybe without those issues, but they are still a lap and a bit behind Alexander Palmgart, and I think it's going to be difficult for them to get onto the podium in an LMP2, but you can't knock them for trying. It's going to be tricky for them. They're going to give it a good shot though, with just under 4.5 hours to go.
I just heard a massive bang in the room next to me. I was like, oh, what just happened? But I'm sure the house isn't falling down yet. If I randomly disconnected, the house probably fell down, just as an advance warning to everyone.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that's what happened, but yeah, let's hope not. Anyway, at this point,
yeah, Khalil's closing in on San Andres.
Yeah,
9 seconds behind now. Same for Yuri Toman, 41 seconds behind Palmgart. I think, to be honest, once we get into the final 3 hours, I think Yuri Toman will find a way past Palmgart or whoever will be at the wheel of the Ramada Motorsport car at that point. Maybe actually in the next stint he might do it, considering how quickly he's closing.
40 seconds, maybe next stint, because I think he's nearly halfway in this one now, so the stints do tick off quite quickly in LMP2, but we'll wait and see if it's this stint or next. We could both be wrong, it could be 2 stints time, but we'll see. Toman is certainly closing though, and Bianca Lula is very much on the money as well right now. But I'm going to try and find him, because I want to see how he's doing at the moment. The headlights are starting to become a little bit more defined. Here he is on board. And it's certainly been good to watch Bianca Lula so far. He was very, very good in the early part of in the qualifying, in the early part of the race as well. He stretched out a margin. I just wonder if Bianca Lula's a little bit faster than Greco maybe, and that's why it was looking a little bit worrying when Greco was in the car, but maybe Bianca Lula's able to pick up the pace a little bit. I don't want to say Greco's a slow driver by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe Manuel Bianca Lula just has that little bit of an edge.
Yeah, it might very well do, and to be honest, it's a similar situation to after Marcel Chinchik's in the car. I'm wondering if there's issues with Vargo at Sim Racing after a monster stint from Marcel, and just being like, wait, Yuri Toman? well, what's going on? He's running a half a second a lap slower. But no, this is just sometimes certain drivers can just pull out that little bit extra. But yeah, to be honest, I think David Greco did a perfectly fine job in the car, and as Tiziano Brioni mentioned in the YouTube chat as well, you know, running on older tyres, which is why he was losing time to the Porsche of Jorge San Andres. And now Manuel Biancalila's got fresh tyres in the car. He's able just to push that little bit more.
Nice shots of turn 10 and 11 on your screen right now, although there's no cars going through there for the moment. There's the viaducting car and a couple of more prototypes coming through at the same time as well. One of the satellite racing cars, followed by Biancalula going through the shot with the B32 Racing Ferrari GT3 as well. It always seems to happen at this part of the race that all the traffic there seems to be no traffic for about 5 minutes, and then 5 cars suddenly all come along at once. The traffic does tend to get into little knots like that, and it's very, very difficult to go, and I don't really know why, but it does tend to clump together at this stage, and it's all these busy parts of the road, busy parts of traffic that you do to watch out for really in these races, just to make sure that you don't get tripped up, and you keep going in the right way.
And down into turn 1 then for Biancalila. Let's take a look at what his lap time was last time round. 1:52.4, so he's taken half a second out of Jorge San Andres that time round. Not a huge advantage, but that's all he needs to do, just go a little bit quicker, and at the end of the day he will be saving that pit stop, or at the very least saving about 15 seconds with a splash and dash at the end of the race. So he's doing everything that he needs to do right now. Is Biancalila. Yuri Toman took another second out of Paumgarten and is now 38 seconds behind the P2 driver in the LMP2 class.
Now that this stint carries on, by the way, I'm getting more and more confident that Yuri San Andres is going to be able to make this on 4 more stints at the end of this one. It's very, very yeah, I think he's in the window. I think he'll be in the window, so I think it's looking pretty good for World Sim Racing. I think it's looking pretty good for us to have a nice fight right towards the very end here. But as you can see, Manuel Biancalula on the right hand side of your screen, we're on board with him right now. I don't wonder if we can get a bit of an on-board lap with him, and we can be quiet and listen to the BMW. I know it's not the best sounding engine on the grid, but it's certainly good to watch at least Manuel Biancalula do his thing out there on the Nürburgring GP circuit, because he's absolutely flying at the moment, taking time out of Yuri San Andres hand over fist really. So yeah, I think it'd be good to watch the Italian around here at the Nürburgring. Here we go then, on-board lap with Manuel Biancalula, this time in his BMW GTE, and yeah, here we go with Manuel Biancalula around the Nürburgring. are on board lap with Manuel Biancaluna around the Nürburgring in the BMW. He's been driving very, very well over this race, and he continues to do so at the moment. Still going well, closing in on Yuri San Andres. The gap now down below 28 seconds for the first time in a while. And yeah, it's closing still, but let's not forget Wood of Sim Racing have a pit stop coming up very soon. That strategy all about to shuffle again.
And we'll see how the pit stops do affect everything. As I'm just taking a look right now. Yuri Turman 33 seconds behind Pam Garter, gained half a second last time round. Nothing really else happening. Biancalila still 28 seconds behind San Andres. Their pace has been kind of similar between the two of them. But let's see how everything does evolve over the next 20 minutes or so when these pit stops do finally start coming into play.
Yes, indeed, and they're going to start coming into play right now because Yuri San Andres is about to pull into the pit lane unless he saved a lap of fuel, which is exactly what he has done. He's made me look like an idiot, so he stayed out for another lap and gone for 34 laps on this occasion instead of what he's been doing in the past, which has been 33 for the last 2 pit stops.
How many laps ago did Biancalila pair? Wasn't it like 10?
10 laps as we complete this one, yes.
Okay, so he has to gain 11 more laps over Cortisana.
4 stints.
4 stints. And we've... Ooh, 4 hours 20 on?
I think he'll make it on fuel. I think that's 4 stints. It is, yeah. They've done it perfectly. They've absolutely done it perfectly, yeah.
Wait, no, it's not. Because these cars, they've been doing 1 hour 15, haven't they? Wait, yeah, it's 3 stints. I think they've done it with time. No, they don't have enough stints, I don't think. I think they're just short. They're short of about half an hour. Because if they're doing, let's say they're doing 1 hour 15 minute stints, right? If they do 4...
I don't think they are. I don't think they are going for 1 hour 15.
If they do 1 hour 10 minute stints, that's 4 hours 40 minutes. Yes, Peter, we get it. Wales have a man sent off and Denmark are thrashing them. Thank you. Back to the racing. So, if 1 hour 10 minute stint, we're talking about 4 hours 40. They've only got 4 hours 20, which is why I'm a little bit skeptical.
I think we should have this conversation again when this next picks up. When does it
continue having this conversation until we eventually get it right?
Keep forgetting that we've had it and have it again. That's exactly what
Genius.
I do that all the time. I have conversations multiple times all the time. But yeah, we'll try and work it out. Anyway, there is the view from the pit entry. Is Yuri San Andres going for it this time? Yes, he is. 34 laps complete for World of Sim Racing on that occasion, and now he can stop getting caught by Manuel Biancaluna quite so quickly because he's going to be having the new tyres when he exits the pit lane in a few minutes' time.
So, who should we bring in for an interview?
Well, if you are a driver watching, by the way, you can come in. But yeah,
it's mandatory.
Well, okay. Well,
one
yeah, we can do.
If you don't,
we can do that as a 1 lap penalty for everybody. Yeah, we can't enforce that. But yeah, anyway,
I think we can.
Theoretically.
I'll have a word with John.
Yeah, we'll have no drivers left, they'll all leave. Yeah, anyway.
Well, I mean, it's fine. 404 are more than happy. They've done their interview.
Oh, yeah.
His interview for you.
They've done 2, actually, so do they get an extra lap added on?
No, they don't.
Oh, no,
They're exempt from it for the next round.
Okay.
Also, No, Nick had to do it twice because they've got 2 Deuces teams, so you have to do 1 for each of the Deuces teams.
Okay, fine, yeah.
So, they both filled their quota. So, I like to get the Mosto guys in because I'd like them to do well, Italian camaraderie and all of that. So, Titiana, off on it.
He's not on TeamSpeak at the moment. I don't even know if he's still watching.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching. Look, we've got an hour to get him in before the Italy game starts, alright?
Yes, the Italy do start playing it in just over an hour. So yeah, there'll be probably updates on that one a little bit later. but fortunately we haven't got an Italian producer, so it won't be quite as
Say that.
the same.
I actually have an Italian producer for some of the other streams that I do for that's on League of Legends. So, well, I guess I should be. Actually, I don't think he cares about football, so he doesn't know. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yeah.
Imagine not caring about football. I can't relate really.
I stopped caring about football once I finished uni, or at the end of uni, because that was the point where I was doing, Fantasy Premier League. I was just doing that all the time to keep me entertained, and then watching like Match of the Day whenever it came out, and watching the City and Everton games because my housemate was an Everton fan. And then essentially after uni ended, or it was before uni ended, we kind of got into League of Legends, and then we kind of stopped watching football as a result. And then I just haven't looked back at football. And then I hear stuff about like, this player is over here. I'm like, what? When did that happen? So yeah.
There we go. So yeah, it's. We're getting another nice cinematic shot. The sun seems to be setting a little bit, getting a little bit lower in the sky at the moment. You can see it kind of glinting off the circuit at the moment. This is the final corner, by the way. There's World of Sim Racing going through shot, and you see just in the background, there's the Juicy's Motorsport Club Porsche. Now, that's a lot closer than it was before. I noted earlier on that they had a bit of an earlier pit stop here. Adam Baldwin's now driving that car, but the gap's only about 3.5 seconds between the two Porsches, so I don't exactly know what's happened there, but it has meant that they've got a lot closer, these two.
Yeah, it is starting to get, close. I just want to update on my timing sheet, so I've got the same information as you regarding Adam Baldwin. And now I've got to actually find his name. Okay, so he's 5 seconds behind Jorge San Andres. So, I don't know what happened to all of that time. I mean, he was so far behind at one point.
Yeah, I don't really know the gaps there, but I have seen that the 46 has been off again, I'm afraid, and I do have a replay of it, if we're able to just see that now. Although, here we go. Possibly, if it wants to play. It doesn't want to, so that's great. We can't look at that at all. Oh no, we can. Here we go. It's playing again now. Into the chicane. A classic mistake. You spoke about this earlier on in the day. You said a classic spin at the final chicane. Very, very easy to do. Saw it a lot last night. Saw it a little bit in practice as well. It's a difficult section of corners.
Yeah. And we'll see. I'm just wondering, I'm still kind of baffled as to how Adam Baldwin is back within 5 seconds of Jorge San Andres, because he had some random pit stop that he had to make, and now is he back synced up with Jorge San Andres, but one stint behind, so he's got another pit stop to make, or did they essentially make their splash and dash at the halfway point in the race? They might have.
I don't really know. I don't really know, because I think World of Sim Racing have got this completely nailed on in terms of their strategy. I think they've got this done quite well in terms of the fuel, the way they're doing it. But apparently, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Juicy's Motorsport Club clearly haven't got very new tyres on right now. Maybe that's the reason they've not taken tyres on this occasion. Because if you see now, the gap was 3.5 seconds when they came out, World of Sim Racing, but now it's over 7 seconds, and that is a significantly bigger margin, and it doesn't show any signs of slowing down in terms of the increasing that it's doing right now, so maybe that could be a reason due to the older tyres.
Could very well be. And I just want to look. Oh, that's not the right button. That's not the right button at all. No, okay. Right. So we can't quite see yet what their last times or their last laps around are, because Adam Baldwin, last time around, he did a 152.4. Never mind, Jorge San Andres did a 150.6, so he's going significantly faster than Adam Baldwin. Also, nearly 3 seconds quicker as well than Manuel Biancalita. So there are definitely fresh tyres on that Porsche, and Jorge San Andres is giving them a right kicking.
Yeah, 2.6 seconds on that lap. Very, very impressive from Jorge San Andres. Remains to be seen whether he can keep that up for the rest of the race, but He's not going to be driving for the rest of the race, of course. Who is going to be Boyan Milan? Remember how impressive he was. He managed to stick with Manuel Biancalilla for the first hour of the race, I seem to remember. He was pretty good, so give him some new tyres and a gap to chase down. He might well be able to do it.
I think it's possible. And again, it all just depends how this starts to pan out in 20 or so minutes. Because at the moment, things are... Well, it's weird. I mean, we just don't know how it pans out with these top three in the GTE class. We don't know exactly what strategy Adam Baldwin is on. We know exactly what's going on with Jorge San Andres and Manuel Biancalilla, but we need to wait and see just how much later than Jorge San Andres is Manuel Biancalilla pitting, because he's getting closer and closer to being a stint ahead, but we just don't know if he's quite there yet.
No, not yet. But we'll wait and see. It's a lot to work out at the moment. Just over 4 hours still to go. And yeah, we've got a fair amount of time to wait for the next pit stops, especially in GTE, which has definitely been the closest category so far. The battle between Alexander Poundgarten and Yuri Toman can't be too far away either. Those two seem to be converging on each other and getting a little bit closer as this race rolls on as well. So yeah, there may be a fight there. Poundgarten lost a good couple of seconds on that last lap and seems to be struggling a little bit compared to the likes of Toman and Aloxai, actually, who's up front and driving very, very quickly himself. Took 1.4 seconds out of James Zuber on that last lap time, but I still feel like, well, they are a lap down, aren't they? Yes, they are. About a lap and a half between Aloxai and Zuber. No matter how much pace the Hungarian is going to have, he's not going to be able to close that down, surely.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to close that. Yeah. I mean, Yuri Toman is only 2 seconds behind Poundgarten, but David Kolexai is just 2 laps up the road. I mean, I don't really think anything else needs to be said. He's putting in 40s consistently. Yuri Toman last time around was in the 41, so yeah. I think David Kolexai has this again. If any issues do occur to Mugen, then all of a sudden the 117's back in this. But for now, Mugen Sim Racing, but for now, the 117 or Vargas Sim Racing, they just have to focus on that P2 spot.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing, and next stint it looks like Toman is going to get there and try and overtake the Ramada Motorsport car, because he's not quite been able to get there before Ramada Motorsport come into the pit lane. Hopefully it doesn't happen in the pit stop, so we get to see a fight between the two of them, but remains to be seen. Well, there's still over 4 hours to go here in the 12 hours of Nürburgring. It's time for us to take another quick commercial break. On the other side, we will have more battles for you, more strategic action and more racing from this great race. So we'll be back in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and MotorVision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the EEWC 12 hours of the Nürburgring. Here we've got still just over 4 hours remaining. James Zuber leading for Satellite Racing still in the number 64 car, and he's got a fairly big lead at the moment, 1 lap and a half over David Koloksai. So I think it's pretty fair to say that they're looking on course for a victory here, Yusuf, and most of the 3 of the categories, I would say, are looking pretty good for a victory as we look at the DISS or Lab 45 team. Currently on the pit wall at the moment, on the right hand side, and they're on board on the left. But yeah, I would say that 3 of the categories are fairly stored at the moment, but GTE still has a bit of a story to tell here in this one, and given that the gap's about 40 seconds between the couple of leaders, and we honestly don't know which way this one's going to go, I'm going to ask you to make a bit of a prediction here, Yusuf. You know, who do you think is going to come out on straight away? Musto, you think they'll easily?
Well, I mean, it comes down to what we were calculating before. You know, there's they've got a pit stop in hand, and I don't think this 40-second gap Jorge San Andres is going to be able to close down. Yes, he put in some quick laps, but even though he put in those quick laps, I think it's not going to be enough, and even now the pace is pretty much even between the pair of them. So yeah, I think Musto have this one under control, but let's wait and see when the next round of pit stops come through, because the pit stops are closest once Manuel Biancalila makes his stop, when Musto stop, and then we are expecting around Jorge San Andres is going to make his stop, then about 10 laps later or 7 laps later it will be Biancalila, and considering that we've got 4 hours left, we're expecting about 3 more stops. So if Biancalila has to pit more than 9 laps after Jorge San Andres, I then think Musto are in a spot of bother. If they pit within those 9 laps, then they're perfectly fine. But if it's more than 9 laps, they're going to have to do some fuel saving.
You were right the first time, by the way. Biancalila is going to be first, and then it's going to be San Andres. So you didn't need to correct yourself, because Biancalila's first. He's going to be coming in on lap number 266, which is 20 laps away still for the Italian. And then Jorge San Andres is going to be coming in around of any time from lap 272 onwards. We know that he did 34 laps on the last time, and if he does that again, then obviously he'll be going a little bit longer, but 33 laps minimum for him. So what's that gap going to be? About 6 laps, really, isn't it? With about 3 stints remaining in this race. So Biancalila is certainly going to make up the necessary laps to make this one less pit stop strategy work out. I think somebody's told the Viaductum driver that he's on camera because he was just looking upwards, but clearly concentrating on the job. They're currently in 7th place at the moment. Juice's Motorsport Club have overtaken them for good now, and I guess that the only other thing that hangs in the balance here is between Juice's and Ramada Motorsport. I know that Nick has explained that he wants to try and chase down Ramada and overtake them by the end of the race, but do you think that's going to be possible for them with still 4 hours remaining?
Can they catch Ramada? I mean, they're 71 seconds down? They're on the same pit strategy. I think that's possible, to be honest. I think that's possible.
Really?
Yeah, okay, like 4 hours, you're saying around 90 laps? Yeah, so they've got to catch less than a second a lap. And I think they can do that. I think they can catch a second a lap, I believe.
I think 90 laps is generous. I think they got more than that. So when you put it like that, maybe it's even less than a second a lap. And yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, if you say, 1 minute 45 second laps, 4 hours, then...
Well, let's not do this. Jesus. This is just dangerous. But yeah, why not? How many? 240 laps is that? So if it was 2-minute laps, it would be 120 laps.
Yeah.
It's not.
Probably.
It's 100. It's 1 minute 45 laps.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's going to be
90.
140.
90.
Yeah.
No, 90. 105. I'm going to say just more than 100 laps. But anyway, your point still stands.
Yeah.
70 seconds, more than 90 laps. That's less than a second a lap.
I'm saying they're going to get the job done with an hour left.
Even with Nick?
Oh, Nick's driving? Okay, half an hour left.
Yeah, I really hope that Nick is able to drag this team onto a podium and he can be a real part of it. I'm really rooting for him in this one. Here it is, by the way. This is a bit of a shot of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. The sun's kind of setting. There is the first corner of the Nordschleife as well. Just to the bottom left is the kind of cut through from the Grand Prix layout to the Nordschleife, and just down there is the first corner of the Nordschleife, as we used to call it, or now the Sabine Schmidt corner, as it is now named. I know you mentioned this in the preview show, Yusuf, but yeah, it's been renamed, and yeah, that's a very welcome addition to the Nordschleife for the first corner being renamed Sabine Schmidt corner. So yeah, very fitting, and just showing that to everybody on the stream. Yeah, it's good to, yeah, it's just good, isn't it? I know you mentioned it on the preview, and yeah, it's a very I was trying to find the right word, noble thing to do, I guess. I don't know.
No, it is good to see that that being the case, and tracks like to name their corners after iconic people, and from the Nürburgring, I think Sabine Schmidt has been one of the most iconic people. When you say any person kind of related to the Nürburgring or the Nordschleife, I think quite honestly, and that's not trying to push an agenda in any way, shape or form, but I think Sabine Schmidt is probably the first person that comes to a lot of people's minds when you say a driver and the Nordschleife. So yeah, I think it's perfectly, it makes perfect sense that Sabine has a corner named after her here at the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I thought we'd all show that to you. Yeah, that's the Nordschleife. Not playing with that today, just the GP circuit. That was close, still and clever. There's a bit of a miscommunication there with one of the One Move esports cars, the only remaining One Move esports cars.
Oh, Adam Baldwin in the pits.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, so that is how much earlier than when we were expecting Bianca Lila and San Andres to pit?
Nearly 20 laps.
Not looking good.
Well, I don't know. Something has clearly happened here, because they've made 2 pit stops within 45 laps, and that's not quite normal. But I'm looking forward to Adam Baldwin getting out of the car so that I can speak to him about it. I've messaged Wojciech Polesny, but maybe he doesn't want to talk to me, or he's just not telling me, or he hasn't seen it. But yeah, I'd like to find out what's happened there, because making 2 pit stops within 45 laps suggests at 22, 23 lap stints, that is not the norm for a GTE car by a very long way.
Yeah. And just trying to see, Alexander Baumgartner is now 70 seconds clear of Dylan Klaver. I think that, though, does need to get updated. 3 hours 57 remaining. I'm just trying to think for Adam Baldwin, if he can't eke out 1 hour 15, he'd be close to being able to do 2 more pit stops, but
I think it's going to be 3 more.
Yeah, exactly. It has to be. He's got to do 4 stints from here. So, yeah, he's just missing out by about 10 minutes. If there was 10 minutes less, he could think about squeezing it out, but yeah, he just has too much time remaining.
I think it's a stretch. I mean, especially considering the way that Juice's Motorsport Club have been driving so far. You remember what Adam Baldwin said earlier on, their strategy is basically just push, and that means that they're only doing 33 laps on a stint because that's all the Porsche can really take in this one. So, it will be very, very difficult to stretch anything like an hour and 15 with that kind of car, because, the Porsche has been a little bit thirstier than the BMW in this race, but they've still going to come out with 2 podiums, I believe, the Porsche, and I think they may well come out with 4th and 5th as well, because Musto and also Volante have retired from this race, which is a shame to see such a long time ago. But yeah, looks pretty successful for Porsche. 4 cars in the top 5 as there's a yellow flag in sector 1. Can't work out who that's for. I think it's not Donat Diesner. He's in the pit lane. Callum Wilson, Glam Racing. I think Glam Racing are off the road at some point in the first sector. They are indeed. Glam Racing getting back going again. That car's going round in circles. Well, this is the strangest thing I've ever seen.
Happened to them here. That is
surely a technical failure. You wouldn't be driving around in circuits unless you were mad like that.
Maybe he is. No. I'm going to grab Callum Wilson and see if I can find out what happened with a replay. So I'm just going to rewind time because I'm a time traveller.
Okay. I think his car's disappeared from turn 1. I think he's back to the garage. He is indeed. Glam Racing. Back to the garage. Oh dear, oh dear. It was looking so good.
Circles, wasn't it?
Oh no, sorry, he's still out there, and the 46 has gone off in sector 3. I think that might have been at the final chicane. So I'll have to go and find what happened to the 46, while you go and find what happened to Glam Racing. Because there's multiple things happening in GT3 at the moment.
Just keeps going round and round. What is going on?
Yeah, but what
you said, he was going round and round in circles. I was a little. Poor Callum Wilson. Well, once I get this replay up, I'll show you the start of everything. Okay, Peter, if you're ready. Okay, so here we go. Heading down into turn 1. And the wheel just disconnects.
Yeah, it's a disconnect wheel.
And then if I just fast forward, he just keeps going. I think that can't be him control. I think he's trying to accelerate to maybe hope that I mean, there's just nothing he can do about that, is there?
No, not really.
Is this going to be the first podium of the season for DIS?
Yeah, it would be the first podium of DIS as well. So let's hope that Callum Wilson and Glam Racing can get back into this race, because they've had a fantastic run of ups and downs. I've got a replay as well, by the way, so let's have a quick look at that. It's into the. I don't actually know what's going to happen here, so I'm going to be learning with. Oh, maybe it's not played yet. Oh, it just. Hang on a minute. It doesn't want to play all at once. It just want to play in 1 second increments, apparently. What is happening here? Right, I have no idea. I'm trying to just kick the machine. There we go. I've made it work. Into the final chicane we go with DISSR Lab, and It's getting on the power a little bit too soon on the exit. We've seen a lot of crashes this weekend at the chicane, Yusuf, but not very many have dropped it on the exit of the chicane.
I mean, it just depends at what point you make the mistake, because usually it is coming out on corner exit that you use too much curb. But the other part is when you're shifting way over from the left-hand part of the chicane to the right-hand part, you can lose the back end during that transition, which is what happened to DIS in that particular incident. So those are the two real places to do it, either losing it mid-corner and then essentially fishtailing it out, or on corner exit just carrying too much speed and running wide essentially. But yeah, that weight transition can really catch drivers out.
My next question here, Yusuf, is are Glam Racing going to be able to get back into this race? If you remember, Martin Murgley and the DAC HyperCar, they had a wheel disconnect. However, their engine blew, if you remember, and I think that might have meant they were out of the race. However, Glam Racing have also recovered from an engine blowout so far in this race, but you know, I'm not entirely sure if Glam Racing are going to be able to get back in this race. I think either way, it's going to be too late for them to recover this podium, because DISS Lab are about 2.5 minutes away from doing that, 3 minutes away from doing that. But yeah, and actually, Glam Racing now have. What's happened here? Hang on.
Glam Racing have dropped to the bottom of the timing sheet.
Yeah.
It's because they have been disqualified.
They're back.
So when they're back in, they'll be re-given a car and that 3-lap penalty as well, which will put them, I think, about 2 laps behind DIS overall. So yeah, not where they want to be. However, we do finally, and I say finally, have a battle starting to emerge, because Yuri Toman in the Varga Sim Racing car is now 11.5 seconds behind Alexander Baumgartner, and last time round he took 3 seconds out of the 57 car.
Yes, indeed. Toman's been driving very, very well, and continues to do so at the expense of Alexander Baumgartner here. Dylan Claver, sorry, Nick Newcomb's now in that car. Nick Newcomb has just got into the Juicers Motorsport Club car, by the way. So that has changed. They're a lap and a half down on Ramada Motorsport. I think it's too far for them at this point. You know, Nick driving or not. Let's not forget, Nick's not a bad driver whatsoever. He's a very good driver. But you know, just hasn't been endurance driving for a very long time. I know Yusuf doesn't believe me right now. I can see him smiling.
No, Nick is a decent driver. I remember the first time I saw him drive, I was really surprised. Wait, Nick drives? I thought it was just race control or team owner, but no, he races, and he's actually, I'd say, surprisingly good for the old man that he is.
Oh my word, you better be glad he's in the car, because he'll be
at some point I'm going to go and see him up in the north, and I'm going to go and whoop him on his own sim rig.
Oh right, oh okay.
So yeah, we'll stream that on the GTR channel.
Oh okay, that's a good idea. I look forward to that, because yeah, that would be funny. But especially if you don't actually do it now that you've promised.
I've got plenty of excuses lined up. You know, I've never raced on R-Fact 2. It's his sim rig. I mean, there's so much stuff that I can use.
Yeah, I suppose there is. You can always find something as a racing driver. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I look forward to that. They're in 4th place at the moment, though, Juicers Motorsport Club, and considering the issue that they had earlier on with Toon Lower being in 4th, even if they're not able to get this podium, I think this weekend, you know, considering where they were at 11 hours to go, it would be a resounding success for them if it finished right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, considering how bad the start of the race went, the fact that Juicers LMP2 cars in P4 is pretty good, and I think they have a solid chance of getting a podium as well, with just under 4 hours remaining in the race. Just to give some more updates in the GTE class, Jordi San Andres is currently 39 seconds behind Manuel Biancalila. Last time round he lost 0.3, but the gap is fairly stable near that 40-second mark, and it's probably will be staying around that point as well.
It's going to normalise just a little bit. The tyre advantage that San Andres has been enjoying is going to normalise.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out as well, Callum Wilson is out of the pits 20 seconds ahead of DIS, so I think the Glam Racing team are just about going to hold on to this P3 spot.
The 404, by the way, has no force feedback. Callum Wilson has no force feedback at the moment, but they are going to drive around, do one lap, and then make a driver change to hopefully fix that issue. They're about 3/4 of the way around the lap right now, about to make it into the pit lane. So they're in 4th right now. It looks like they're going to carry on being 4th because they're 7 laps in front of B32. However, he's just about to get into pit lane. There you go. Callum Wilson is just about going to make it into the pit lane. There we go. Henrik Koyer is going to get into the car.
Okay, so this will put Callum Wilson behind DIS, and then they've got to try to drive this one back 3 hours 48. I think they can make this to the end with 2 more pit stops. Just about. They're going to have to do a bit of fuel saving, but DIS tend to be good at this part of strategy, so I think this will be 2 stops to the end of the race, and if not, they'll just do a little bit of fuel saving so that they can make that work.
Yeah, so Callum Wilson safely into the pit lane. Unfortunately, though, it looks like Glam Racing's podium is going to elude them once again. I'm so disappointed for them because I really thought they were going to get it, but it looks like it's going to elude them once again.
I think they can still get it. I think they can still get it, yeah. I mean, I think it's the same amount of stops remaining for DIS, and I think the 404 car has a bit more pace than DIS, so I don't think this one's over yet. We'll check back in about an hour's time, but I think they can still win. They can still net a podium.
But I certainly hope so. I'm rooting for them in this one. I know we're not supposed to support people as commentators, but you can show admiration,
isn't it? It's just wanting them to get their deserved result.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with that then. But still, 4th place at the moment. Just over a lap is the gap between the two of them. And, to be fair, we're doing DIS a bit of a disservice here because let's not forget their GT3 team has had a pretty poor season so far. They've not even been in the top 5 yet. It's 3 6th places. A podium will be absolutely massive for them as well.
Yeah, and actually, if just work on up the GT3 standings. If you look at DIS, 27 points, Glam Racing 39 points, 12 points up the road. So it is a battle between these guys for what will essentially become P4 in the championship when you consider the Danish Racing League aren't racing. Also remember, One Move Esports in that 26 car, they're not going to be picking up any points. Yeah, they've had I don't know why I said yeah there, but they've had their disconnect. So for Glam Racing and DIS, they're actually going to be I think they jump ahead of One Move Esports here, so this is essentially for 3rd in the championship as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Stakes are certainly high. Let's go to LMP2 though, because Yuri Toman is closing on Alexander Palmgart, and the gap's below 2 seconds now. I do believe 1.2 seconds. At 1.1, it's closing in rapidly. Romano Motorsport defending from Vargas Sim Racing, and I don't think there's going to be very much that Alexander Palmgart can do to stop Yuri Toman from getting through.
Yuri Toman should have Swan fairly quickly done. What do we think he's going to have it done by? I'm going to say NGK chicane.
Wait and see. Quite possibly. You might be right. But I don't think he's going to...
Out of it. Are you going with start finish straight?
Well, yeah, I was going to say I don't think he's going to take much more than a lap. To be honest, I wasn't going to give you a specific time frame by any stretch of the imagination, but anyway, up through the Schumacher S they go.
Within a lap is within a stretch of the imagination of a time frame.
Yeah. As long as you complete it. Otherwise...
They're both just a DNF. Oh god, if that happens now.
No, it's not going to happen. You might be right though, he might get him into the NGK chicane here. I've seen this in the past, he did it on Toon Lauer not so long ago for Deuces Motorsport Club, although that was Marcel Cintic at the wheel. Yuri Toman deciding not to do it to Alexander Palmgarten because there was a little bit of a miscommunication actually between the two of them going up towards the chicane. Palmgarten was not quite where Toman was expecting him to be there, and so he had to just check up for a moment, but now into turn 1 there may may be a move. A bit of a half defence here from the Ramada driver. And will there be a dive down the outside from Toman? Of course there will be. Here he goes. He's going to just squeeze Pamgrot ever so slightly. There's nothing that he can do. And Vargas Sim Racing have gone from all the way down in 7th place when they first had their issue, or 6th place, excuse me, when they first had their issues with that crash for Marcel Cinchik. Now they've managed to climb their way all the way up to 2nd, and this is how they did it.
Now the lights are flashing as it gets dark, and that is a B32 Racing Ferrari. Yuri Toman will not be too pleased about that. But now he's got to capture 2 laps to David Kaloksai, and to be honest, I don't think that one's going to happen, really. Yeah.
Viaducton now with issues. Viaducton with issues. And I don't know where this has happened.
I'll get the old replay up for this one.
Okay. Yeah, they're stuck in 2nd gear at the moment. Wheel slightly turned. Oh, this looks like another wheel problem as well. Another wheel problem today. I wonder if we can get a view from inside of their base in real life here on the stream, but they do have a camera that's going to us from where they actually are. Someone now slightly moving the wheel. Look, you can see the pandemonium going on. Fiddling with some settings, it looks like. Panic down at Viaducton to try and get things working again. They've lost that position for good now against Juicy's Motorsport Club. Team E Brit are just in the middle sector and closing in.
I've got the replay up now.
Okay, we'll try and have a look at that now.
Okay, so here we go. It's coming out of turn 1, running towards turn 2, and it doesn't turn, I guess. It just goes straight on, and then there's just nothing that they can do. They're trying to get the wheel to turn, but seemingly doesn't really want to turn, and there you go. Viaduct, and it all goes terribly wrong for them. Yeah, disaster, really.
They are now in the garage. So, the disaster. It's a real shame. The Viaducton in the garage now with problems, but hopefully they can get back into the race. I did see a few people walking away from the sim rig there, so I hope that wasn't them giving up and going home. But there was nobody in the sim rig last time we saw that car. So hopefully they can get back in, but they are going to lose places. Bradley Brockies now gets through, and if we're counting the overall positions, 8th place for them after having such a great start. Let's not forget they were in the lead of this race very early on. They didn't take tyres on the very first pit stop, forcing everybody else to go back around them, and they threw that dice. Didn't pay off for them, and unfortunately it's looking a little bit like at the moment they might not even be able to get to the end of this race.
Yeah, things aren't well. I mean, to be fair for Viaducton, right now they are at the back of the DPI class. They were 3 laps down on Nella Pastorino, so I can see them calling it quits at this point, saying, well, we're this far behind, there's not really going to be much that we can do from here to come back in this race. So part of me can kind of see them retiring from the race at this point, but obviously you never want to see a team pulling the plug effectively.
No, absolutely not. We have just over 3.5 hours remaining in this race then, and we're going to take another quick commercial break. On the other side we'll have more racing from the 12 Hours of Nürburgring in the 4th round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring, the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, broadcasted by GTR 24H. As always, the good news that I can give you as we return is that Team Viaducten are back into the race. They had to reboot their computer PC. By the sounds of things, there's somebody punching the air that they're back in the race. I wonder if they knew that they were on a stream there, but that's fairly funny. That's quite funny. Whoever is driving at the moment, punching the air with delight because they can finish this race. Just over 3.5 hours remaining in this one. And it looks like they're going to come home with a P3 in DPI unless there are some issues for those in front, and without any issues for any NMP2 cars. Looks like it's going to be 9th overall as well in this race. They're a couple of laps down on the DSR Nightmare car in front and a couple of laps up on the cars behind, which is the DSR Dream Team in 10th place in this race. So that's the good news that we can bring you coming out of this one. The other good news is that the gap between Yuri Toman and Nello Pastorino is starting to close down just a little bit. The gap between the two, Satellite Racing and Vargas Sim Racing, now 44 seconds. Yusuf, we might even see Yuri Toman getting himself onto the overall podium by the end of this race. What a remarkable effort that would be.
Yeah, it's been good stuff so far, and Yuri Toman currently 2 laps down on David Kolak's Nello Pastorino not too far ahead, so yeah, Yuri Toman could pull it off. I'm just trying to see it. So right now Yuri Toman is making his way on to the back straight, and whereas Nello Pastorino, he is heading down into the Mercedes arena. So okay, so there's about 30 seconds between the pair of them. I think maybe about 40 seconds, but somewhere in that region, and we'll see whether Pastorino can close the gap.
Contact between Toman and the Glam Racing Aston Martin there. Not ideal to see that, but in GTE at the moment, we're basically waiting on the next round of pit stops here, because that's when everything is going to kick off. Lap 266 is going to be the next pit stop. That is 3 laps away from Manuel Biancalula. Then when he comes out, we'll really be able to see what's going on with that pit stop strategy and so on. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that moment when he does indeed come in about 10 minutes time, and then we'll be able to see really what's going on with that. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, there's Nello Pastorino, and yeah, he's just heading up towards the chicane, not too far behind his teammate at the moment. Satellite Racing running very close to line astern at the moment.
Yeah, and actually we've got Maria from the 404 Glam Racing team joining us once again. Maria, thanks for stopping by. Bit of bad news for the team. Can you just talk us through what happened?
Yeah, bad news. I was in the high with Denmark winning, and this Callum lost his wheel. Basically, he lost the power in his wheel and could not drive straight, and it just went round and round and round.
Oof. Yeah, we saw the car kind of doing circles for a few seconds, as I'm guessing Callum was just trying to get it to work, but sadly to no avail. You guys are now 2 laps down on the 46 DIS car. Do you think you can close that down?
Well, I don't know. We have been driving a bit faster to them. Sorry, Henrik's in the background. He's driving right now, so sorry. We are driving faster than them, and we have been doing that the whole race. So who knows? Maybe we can catch up. We have about 3.5 hours to do so.
Well, I mean, 3.5 hours is a few stints. It could be possible, hopefully. And I mean, you never know what could happen. There could still be something that falls your way in terms of a reliability issue for DIS.
Yeah, if not, then we forfeit, as we always are. So.
I mean, Ewan, do you have any questions for Maria?
No, really. I'll just say, firstly, from me, good luck for the rest of the race, and thanks for coming to talk to us. It's commiserations on the issue, but I hope you'll recover from it and get back at least to the end of the race, if not on the podium.
Yeah, I am really hoping for that podium. So yeah, I had to step out for a few seconds when it happened, because I was like, well, yeah.
Yeah, I can believe not the most pleasant of moments for you and the rest of the team. But either way, Maria, we appreciate you joining us in the broadcast studio and giving us some information as to what happened to the team, and best of luck in the remaining few hours.
Thank you, and have a good race.
That was Maria, team boss from the 404 Glam Racing Cup in the GT3 field. And now, Ewan, we've got to the point where everything is, I say, nicely spread out. It means that there isn't much action happening on track. We still got Jordi San Andres, 36 seconds down on Manuel Biancalila, waiting for Biancalila to make that stop so we can count the number of laps between Biancalila's stint and Jordi San Andres' stint and work out if it will be possible for Musto to do one less stop over the course of the 12 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be close, I reckon. I'm going to have another look at the lap time, not the lap times, the number of laps and laps remaining and things like that. Lap 265 we're currently completing, and at the end of this lap, Manuel Biancalila is going to be coming into the pit lane. Will it be for his third last stop, though? That's the question that you're asking, and I've got my doubts about that as well, because when he comes in, there'll be about, or when he goes out, rather, there'll be about 3 hours 25 to go, 3 hours 24 and a half, let's say. We'll make that 3 hours 24 just to make things a little bit easier. That would mean 1 hour and 8 minute stint from here to the end of the race. Now, 38 laps times by 1 minute 53-ish lap times. That's difficult maths to work out, but I don't know. I think it's really on the edge of possible, but I think they might well just be able to manage it.
Okay, well, I'll hold you to that somewhat, and we'll see if it comes around to it. To be honest, I'll probably forget within 20 minutes of this agreement. So you're all good, Ewan. You're all good. But yeah, I mean, right now it's just sunset starting to make its way dusk here at the Nürburgring. 8.5 hours of the 12-hour race completed, and well, out of the original however many entries we had, we are down to just 20 drivers remaining.
Biancalila carries on for another lap, by the way. I don't know if I've got my maths wrong, or if they've just actually done another lap.
You seem to always end up being 1 lap short, and I don't know if that's because every time you actually try to check whether they come in at the lap you won, they just end up going 1 lap further that time round.
I don't know. You could be right, but at least to my calculations, that would be 39 laps. And you know, if they have got fuel worries, then maybe they would be going that extra lap just to save that extra lap, just in case, just to make sure that you can actually make it. Because I certainly have my doubts, but you know, it's right on the edge for them, is what I'm trying to say. You know, it's right on the cusp of being able to make it or not. I don't know. It's going to be close, but
in terms of pace for Biancalila, he's matched Jorge San Andres. You know, they've both done 53.1, so even if Biancalila is stretching the stint out, he's still matching the pace of the 51W OSR Eisen performance car.
Yeah, you're right, that pace doesn't suggest fuel saving, does it? However, what if Jorge San Andres is saving fuel as well, because he needs to? I just don't know.
Well, we'll see when they all pit, because we've been saying so far, well, you've been saying, what was it, 38 laps for a stint?
38 laps for Musto, but this is the 39th lap on this stint, yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, if we do some very quick laps, and we say 38 laps of nearly 2 minutes, right? We're saying that is almost, so we're saying that's about 70 to 75 minutes. So we're saying almost 1 hour, 15 minutes per stint. And in Musto Pit, next time round, they've got 3.5 hours. That's easily enough to do 3 stints. Easily enough for them. And yes, they're in the pits this time round. 3.5 hours on the clock. So all they have to do is do 1 hour, 10 minutes for their next 3 stints. So I think Musto have more than enough fuel to last to the end. Meanwhile, I think when you look towards Jorge San Andres, they're going to be able to do a splash and dash at the end of the race. So I think for Jorge San Andres, they're going to be able to gain about 10 seconds in the final stint by putting less fuel into their Porsche.
Oh, are they going to be putting less fuel in, though? I'm not entirely sure on that one. The pit window is going to be open for them in 5 laps, any time onwards from 5 laps, and they'll be happy to come into the pit lane. Mamo Biancalila getting tyres, as you can see, they've just been up on the jack, so just put it back down again to finish off putting all the fuel into that car as the Wood Sim Racing car retakes the lead of the 12 hours of Nürburgring. There's the Musto car. One of your favoured liveries there, Yusuf, in full view. Red, black and yellow and Musto colours.
Whoa, Ewan.
What?
I said I like the livery. I didn't say it's my favoured livery.
No, I said it was one of your favoured liveries. Suggesting you like it.
Oh yes, I do like it. But but just because one likes something, that doesn't mean it's their favourite livery. Like, if you come up to me and you're like, yo, Yusuf, do you like apple juice? I'm like, yeah, but it's not my favourite juice, is it? Oh,
yeah, but favoured and favourite is different, isn't it?
But favoured still means, like, it's like a go-to, I feel.
Alright,
it doesn't mean it's my favourite, but it's like one of my top ones. Actually, speaking of that, should we play, rank deliveries? Should we just go through the...
Well, we could do, but we are in the middle of a GT pit stop cycle. So it might not be... Yusuf's not a fan of this idea.
He's when they come. It's not like they're close enough that us missing by like 3 minutes is going to make it... Actually, no, we need to count the laps, don't we? We do need to count the laps.
He's given me the narrow eyes when I said that, by the way. You didn't see that at home, but I was getting a right look then. But San Andres is working his way up towards the final chicane at the moment, and the final corner will follow on, and then he'll be taking another 4 laps and into the pit lane maybe after that, or maybe a little bit later than that. Another 4 laps is going to give him about 7 minutes out there still, so he will be pitting leaving the pits with about 3 hours and 14 minutes to go. I reckon surely San Andres can do 1 hour 5 minute stints, can't he, in terms of time? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that he can manage that.
Well, how long has this stints been up until this point? They've been, 33, right?
I honestly can't remember. I've said to myself I need to remember when they come in, remember how long they're going to be out there in terms of time as well as laps, and I forgot, so I can't tell you honestly.
It always reminds me when I do the karting stuff, you can always click on the driver's name and then you can see all of their most recent laps of the whole race, and then you can count how many laps they've been out for, but sadly we can't do that. Jorge San Andres, I mean, if we're saying he wants to do an hour 5 per stint, that is, I think we are saying about 35 laps for a stint. I think that's what we're getting to. I think about 35 laps for a stint to be able to match that, because, that's about 1 hour 5, I think, with a 1 minute 54 second lap.
That's not promising. really, because they've been doing 35 or 34 lap stints. 33 or 34 lap stints. So far.
I think 34 might just be enough. I think 34 is enough. I think 33, though, is too short.
That might be why they're not quite catching Musso GT Sports like they were before, having to lift off a little bit and do all that fuel saving. The first 2 stints of this race, by the way, were 35 laps stints in this one, so they weren't doing badly in that respect, but yeah, it's just not quite coming together as much on this occasion for them. 3 laps to go then as they come over the line, 3 laps to go until their next pit stop, I'm looking forward to finding out when indeed they're going to be hitting and so on, and what the strategy is going to be. But just a quick reminder to everybody that the entire 12 hours race, the entire 12-hour broadcast will be live on the Motorvision.tv app tomorrow at noon. I'm pretty sure that's noon European time. You can catch the entire 12-hour race from live on the Motorvision TV app. So make sure you download that on your phone or on your tablet or whatever. And then you can relive the 12 hours of the Nürburgring if you so wish. It's been a fun race so far. I have enjoyed it. It's been one of the, pretty much the only race that I've been here for. Well, I know I wasn't quite here for the entirety of Indianapolis. I was here for a lot of Silverstone and a fair amount of Sebring, but this is the only one I've been here for the entirety of it. I've been fully concentrating on it for the entirety, and I've enjoyed it. Watching how the race develops, an endurance race develop. I think there's no more therapeutic thing really than watching an endurance race and how it develops and working out the different strategies and things like that. It is a very, very.
I've done it.
Come on.
Look at what's on my cam.
I can't see that.
Okay, essentially, I did some maths and I used a calculator on my phone to make sure I didn't mess up. So I did 33 lap stints times by 115 second laps, because we're getting 1 minute 55 second laps on average in the GT3 class. In fact, it's about 1 hour 155. It's probably a little bit less, so this is an overestimation. I got the amount of time, I divided it by 60, and I got 63.25. So that means that a 33 lap stint takes 63 minutes. That is not 1 hour 5 minutes. It's slightly short. So they need to be doing 34 lap stints if they want to get to the end.
At least. Because they're actually doing 1 minute 53s, aren't they? So.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So do that again with 1 minute 113 seconds.
Okay, 113. 113 times by 33 divided by 60, it would be a 62-minute stint.
How many, sorry? I didn't know.
A 62-minute stint. So if they can do 34 laps, it would be a 64-minute stint.
Yes, just under. So 35 would definitely put them well in the green, but 34 is kind of edgy, really.
So essentially what we're saying is, despite Musto pitting before them currently, Musto will still have to make one less stop.
Yeah, and they're in a more comfortable fuel situation at the same time.
Despite actually starting their stint before.
And also, making one less stop, but they're in a more comfortable fuel situation than that Porsche, which really seems to be quite thirsty out here today. So, that's not good news for World of Sim Racing. They're not going to be able to push quite as hard as they would have liked in this one. Meanwhile, Manuel Bianculillo on the last lap. 1 minute 51.7. That's only half a second away from his best lap all day. Wow, that's a very good lap time indeed. And he's flying out there. We know how good he is, F1 esports driver and all, but even he continues to surprising some of the guys at World of Sim Racing as well. They'll be wishing that he might be able to go a little bit slower, because they are he is single-handedly putting their chances of winning a race further and further out of reach almost.
Yeah. Well, WSR stay out for a little bit longer. So we're saying 1 hour 4 minute stints, 3 stints, that comes to 3 hours 12 minutes. So the WSR car cannot pit for another. They have to stay out for another 5 minutes before they pit, essentially. At least 5 more minutes. If they don't, they need to fuel save.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. In this one. Whoa, hang on. Yeah, we are at 3 hours 15 here to go.
Wait, 3 hours 17, right?
3 hours 15. I'm seeing on the live stream right now. I'm not sure which one's more correct. The live stream will be correct. I'm told. So 3 hours 15.
Calculation for nothing, Ewan.
Well, I don't know. It's still very useful to know, because I reckon at the end of this lap, San Andres would be in if he was doing a 33 lap stint. But is he going to stretch it to 34? But I think if he stretches it to 34 this time, then he'll be definitely all right to do 34 to the end. But if it's a 33, then it might be a little bit edgy. He's coming through turn 11 right now. We're about 20 seconds away from finding out.
Yeah, here we go then for Jorge San Andres as he makes his way into the Bogan curve. Or Advent, I should say. I think Bogan just means curve. Into the NGK chicane. Is he coming into the pits? No, he's staying out one more lap. That's going to be the magical 34, and that means that when he does pit, there's going to be about 3:12 remaining. And here's another thing to remember, right? We did that calculation. That's also not including the fact that you're stationary in the pit lane for about 30 to 40 seconds. So in reality, you've got a little bit more leeway as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. When he leaves, it will be about 3:11 to go, and that means 1 hour 4 will do. And that's exactly what you said there, 64 minutes you calculated there for a 34 lap stint, more or less. So yeah, that's going to work out all right. I think World of Sim Racing are going to make it in the end, and our worries were unjustified. If any of the World of Sim Racing guys are listening in, then they'll have their head in their hands, because obviously they'll have known this for a long time. But we're only just coming around to working it out now. I think for a 12-hour race, it's just short enough to actually back time from the very start. When you go into a race, you can think, right, we're going to pit on this lap and this lap and this lap, and we're going to get to the end this way. Anything longer than 12 hours, and I think you can't do that anymore. But with a 12-hour race like this, I really think that you can back time and work it out right from the very start, and that's of course what the best teams of course will have done.
Yep. And DIS are usually very good when it comes to that, as Peter Moncon likes to remind me, because DIS are engineers, they know what we are doing, blah blah blah. So yeah, DIS usually have this mapped out. But so do all of the other top teams, in fairness, and I think Musto have kind of banged the nail on the head with their strategy. That BMW has been a fantastic choice for them in terms of fuel saving, and they're looking for their second win of the season. And just a reminder to everyone, in the GTE class, no team has won a race twice.
No double winners yet. In GTE, you're right, HM Engineering were in Indianapolis, but never came to defend their championship lead. Silverstone was won by Musto GD Esports, and then World of Sim Racing won at Sebring. If Juices were somehow able to turn the tables here, then they would carry on that record going, but I think it's a race between Musto and World of Sim Racing at this point, and that record looks like it's going to go this time.
Also, interestingly, Mugen in the GT3 class are going to be getting their first win of the season. They had a third in the opening round, followed by 2 seconds, and them in Unison have been on the podium every single round of the season, and they are looking to continue that trend.
A third different race winner in GT3. We're going to have, if things stay as they are, we're going to have 2 different race winners in LMP2 and 3 in GTE. DPI new category, of course, so it's going to be first race victory is going to go to Satellite Racing if things stay as they are, with Viaduct and a long way adrift now, about 11 laps down for them at the moment, which is a fair way. So Manuel Biancalula exits the first sector, and he is in the lead once again. Yuri San Andres is in the pit lane, so is the Juices Motorsport Club LMP2. San Andres just has to make his way around there, and it's not actually him at all. Jose Berenguer gets in with just over 3 hours to go, and I reckon he may well be going to the end of the race, because that's not out of the realms of possibility for these guys to be able to do 3 hours in a single stint, so he may well be going to the end now.
I mean, yeah, 3 hours and a bit, to be honest, to get to the end from here is perfectly reasonable. Also, Has Horty San Andres just stayed out for another lap? Or am I blind?
No, Berenguer has got into that car and he's just come out the pit lane yet.
Okay. Yeah, Berenguer should go at the end. I mean, the Mustard drivers tend to do 3 stints, so it will probably be the same for Berenguer. And I'm just trying to think, is Berenguer their fastest driver as well, or?
Well, they're all pretty quick, but I think he's pretty quick as well. We'll wait and see how good he is compared to Biancalula and so on. We'll get those lap times in, but let's not forget the F1 esports driver has been flying out there so far, especially on some of these out laps. He really has been going very quickly, so yeah, it's going to be all left on the road here today. They're both going to leave it absolutely all out there. Nothing is going to be left on the table between those two.
Yeah, nothing will be on the table. It's all going to come down to the final couple of hours. DPI class pretty much settled. Same for the LMP2 class as well. But it's the GTE class where things remain to be seen. GT3 pretty much done and dusted as well. Bezrukov is, Bezrukov 4 laps down on Zoltan Varkonyi. Even a disconnect, and Varkonyi will still be back out ahead of Bezrukov with a fairly comfortable margin as well.
Yeah, it would take a big thing really for Mugen Sim Racing to not run out winners in the GT3 race. Well, we're approaching another hour complete, nearly 9 hours done of the 12 hours of Nürburgring here for 2021.
That's a spin for Berenguer. He spun and that's down into turn 1. That's cost him about 5-6 seconds, I think.
We've got a replay coming up on the screen right now. Hopefully we'll be able to see this one. There we go. I'll try and get it playing, but it's not wanting to cooperate for the next few moments. Yeah, okay. I think we're going to take a quick commercial break now, and then when we return, I'll have that replay of the spin for you, and we'll have some more updates from the 12 hours of Nürburgring. Back in a moment.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the GTR 24H's broadcast of the 12 hours of Nürburgring for 2021. It's the Endurance E-Racing World Championships 4th round, and just before we went into the break, we had a bit of a problem for Jose Berenguer, because I've got a replay up on your screen right now of that one. Going down into turn 1 here, going to see what happens to Berenguer. Oh, just gets it very loose on the brakes there. Real brake bias. Clearly, at least the brake bias too far rearward. And Berenguer went for a bit of a spin there, Yusuf. If he's going to win this race, then he's going to need to do a little bit better than that, and not have those spins, because he can't really afford to have that kind of time loss when he's already kind of having to make up some time. It's not sure whether he's going to be able to get to Musto or not. He really could do without that kind of thing.
Yeah, and well, it's just that those little mistakes, that could be something that completely cost them come the end of this race. 33 seconds between them. Well, pardon me, actually I need to update to see if what the actual new gap is between the two of them. Jose Berenguer 50 seconds behind Bianca Lila. It should be about 40 seconds if it wasn't for that. And I do wonder now, Adam Baldwin hasn't pitted yet, and he's going to have a splash and dash at the end of the race. He may now be in a position to challenge Jose Berenguer, considering that, because he's not going to have any fuel issues, so he's going to be able to push to the end in pretty much max fuel mode, and maybe or drive normally and then have a splash and dash at the end where he just has to stop for about 10-15 seconds just to put in some extra fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be interesting to see where all that happens, because he'll be coming in about 5 laps time, and then the question will be answered as to where he's going to be in this one, if Adam Baldwin's going to be able to get in front of Jose Berenguer by the end of this race or not, really. Just over 3 hours to go, and as you mentioned, he's got the freedom to really run this race on full maximum attack. And I didn't quite realise this and how in contention for this race they really are here, but they really are contenders for this race. Below 20 seconds to Musto. I think they're legitimately in second place right now, thinking about it, because although actually,
I think they've got one more pit stop to make.
Yeah, I've just thought about that as it came out of my mouth, and I've decided it might not have been the best idea to say it at all, because they're not legitimately in second place at all, are they? They've still got to make an extra pit stop. In about 5 laps' time, they will be in. That will take them about 9 minutes' time, and yeah, there's no way they're going to be making the same amount of stops. So, yeah, I'm going to have to reconsider on that one just a little bit. But I've just seen One Move Esports having a bit of a problemo there into turns 10 and 11. I'll try and get a replay in a few moments time of that one for you, but yeah, not good news for Mathieu de Krop. He's not had the best race so far. It was a good start, promising start for One Move, but it's falling away from them now.
Just trying to check Mathieu de Krop in that GT class, yeah, all the way down. Well, actually, he's in P4, and to be honest, when you look at how One Move have performed so far this season, a P4 for them would be their best result by an absolute mile. You know, that's going to be 12 points going their way, double of what they've got in a previous race. So for them, it takes them up to 22 points. It sees them move ahead of ID Simsport, ahead of Volante, almost ahead of Juices if it wasn't for the fact that Juices are picking up points. And they're going to be right on the back of HM Engineering as well. So it's big points. It is really big points that are coming in for One Move. So they'll be reasonably happy with how this race has gone for them.
Yeah, I suppose all things considered, but you do get greedy when you're having these good runs. Even if it's off the back of a bad run, you get that poor run, and you're still wanting a little bit more, really. So I'm not sure. Maybe.
Wait, hang on. No, they didn't qualify second. Where did they qualify? They qualified They qualified sixth. So I think they qualified sixth, and looking at their quali pace, I think the most they would have really been hoping for is P5, P4. So, to be honest, I think they have been this best of the rest team. I think they'll be happy. Yeah, sure. Part of them would have wanted to get even higher, but we've already said how the top three have not had any issues. Yes, the only person who's had issues is the 74 of Juices. Something went wrong somewhere. We don't know what it meant that they had to serve a drive-through. Yes, they had to serve a drive-through penalty. I remember Adam Baldwin being in the chat, in the YouTube chat, calling absolute BS for it, but drive-through is a drive-through. If it wasn't for that drive-through, there'd be, 30 seconds up road? Or so? 20 seconds up the road, they'd be around where Bianca Lila is.
Yeah, maybe.
I think there'd still be a pit stop behind. So, Baldwin has had a few issues. I think Juices are about a minute behind where they could have otherwise been, but they still have a pit stop more to make than Bianca Lila and Berenguer.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's have a look at the issue that has befallen the One Move Esports team. Currently trying to get that replay up. I've got it playing at the moment, but it's not on the stream. But I can tell you that they just went for a spin through turn 11, and then
again.
Oh no, sorry, no, Mathieu de Crop in the One Move Esports car turned his headlights off by accident while trying to turn around, and then bumped into the. Oh no, he didn't bump into the wall. He's had reversing, and then finally getting out. There he is, getting out of that mess, and he's finally been able to get going again. A bit of a spin there for Mathieu de Crot. It's not going to matter too much though, because he is a little bit further down, as you mentioned. But when you start to see a podium just in front of you, you get greedy, and then when it doesn't come, you do start to get a little bit disappointed. So maybe they will be tinged with a bit of disappointment, but I think they shouldn't be. I think they should be happy with the result.
Honestly, I think if you had told them that they'd be getting P4 before the weekend, they would have just bitten your hand off and taken it, really. Let's see how the pit stops come into play. Still waiting to see when Adam Baldwin will pit. In fact, I'm just going to get a track side of him so that I don't miss it happening, as he's making his way through one of the chicanes.
He's already, hasn't he?
Is he already pitted?
Looks like it. We were looking at that replay. Yeah, well, you might have done, yeah. Wojtek Polesny's in that car now, so it must be that has happened. Why are they allowed? Oh, sorry, no, it's just
40 seconds on, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Right, do we think they can do 1 hour 30 in a Porsche?
They did 30 laps on that stint. They are pushing so hard. They've turned that engine up to absolute breaking point, and they're just going for it at this point because they know that there's no other way. 30 laps, they've got to be careful doing 30 laps on a stint because they haven't got all the time in the world, but yeah, they are just pushing as hard as they possibly can now.
So Carlos Basso, just checking up on him. He's P3 in the LMP2 class. A fair bit down on Marcel Chinchik. 43 seconds behind, losing time. But yeah, I think the top three in the LMP2 is pretty much set in stone. As much as an endurance race results can be set in stone anyway. So the way things currently look in the LMP2 class, Mugen are going to jump up to P2 in the championship. They're going to be gaining around 8 points over, they're actually going to be gaining 6 points over Varga Sim Racing, so they'll be 40 points behind Varga at the end of this race. Juices are going to drop down in Ramada Motorsport. Ramada aren't going to be able to jump them in the championship. They're currently 6 points behind, and they will be gaining 3 points with how things currently stand. So it will be Varga from Mugen, from Juices, from Ramada.
I got a bit of a replay of the 46 car having some problems, by the way, if we can get a look at that on the stream. It's coming up towards the Schumacher S, and how many times have we seen all of these cars getting unstuck? This part of the racetrack looks like it just gets a little bit loose. It's almost an exact carbon copy of that issue we saw them have earlier. This time they get a little bit closer to the wall, but they managed to stay out of it. Managed to get going again without problems. Well, I'm glad there wasn't a car behind, because that would have been a dangerous rejoin otherwise. But yeah, they're back onto the road now, and yeah, it's just unfortunate that they've had so many issues in this race. They're still in third place, but we've seen that DAS SR Lab car off quite a few times in the Schumacher S.
Someone needs to have a word with the DIS driver, because you cannot be making mistakes like that. You're only a lap ahead of the 404. You've got nothing to gain by overly pushing. All you have to do is just keep it on the track, even if that means you're going 2 seconds a lap slower. That's fine. It'll get you to the end of the race, and it will get you that position as well. These are mistakes that will be making the 404, you know, giving them that little bit more to push for, and, you know, putting even more pressure onto the DIS driver.
Yeah, I mean, we still do have nearly 3 hours to go. It's not a short amount of time remaining in this race. There's still a fair amount to go. So, you know, they've got to be wary of that, wary of the gaps around them. I'll look at, in the last few moments, about the gap between Chinsik and Nello Pastorino are quite far apart, actually. Nick Newcomb is catching Carlos Basto, I believe, although I'm not entirely sure if the Ramada Motorsport hasn't just come into the pit lane. I can't be sure on that one, but yeah. Chinsik is back in that car. Nello Pastorino is in the satellite racing car. The gap between them is nearly 1 lap, but the Hungarian took 2.5 seconds out of the DPI car on that last lap. So the opportunity's there. They might be able to catch up by the end of this race. Just maybe Varga will be able to get on the overall podium.
Maybe, just maybe. So I just want to check as well. I mean, Marcel Chinsik is... Okay, so Pastorino is going through Advent now and up towards the MGK chicane. Marcel Chinsik is nearly a lap down. I don't know.
1:47, yeah.
Yeah. He's about 1 minute 30 seconds behind. I mean, I guess he can do that, yeah. Why not? Yeah, he can possibly pull that off. It is Marcel at the wheel. He's gained about 2.5 seconds on the previous lap. We'll see what it is this time around when Pastorino crosses the line. And I think it was 1.5 seconds again. So Chinsik is definitely closing in.
Oh, as well. Oh no, sorry. There's a lap between them. I thought Coloxide was starting to close in on Cynic. No, sorry. I'm sorry. I was wondering aloud a little bit about a different battle without clarifying. Coloxide has been driving very quickly at the moment in the Mugen Sim Racing car. We haven't talked about them for a while, but I thought they were closing on the overall leaders. They're not, but the gap is well, they are closing, but the gap's just not very close. Between the two of them, it's over a lap at the moment. Henry Cynic's back into that car though, and clearly getting himself back up to speed again compared to the first couple of hours where he was driving all that time ago. But yeah, why not? Chinsik another 1.5 seconds on that last lap, so maybe it's possible for him to close down that margin and get onto the overall podium. Varga are still going to be very, very pleased. I mean, they can basically not turn up to a race and still win it, this championship. You know, that's how far out in front they are. You know, if somebody else getting a 25, they would still have over 20 points of a championship lead going into the next 2 races. But obviously they want to win all of the races. They're not going to be able to do that this time around, I wouldn't suspect. But, you know, you never know what can happen. They're just eating away, getting every single point they can possibly can. And at the moment, they'll only be 7 points shy of the maximum if things were to stay as they are.
Yeah, Marcel Chinsik and the 117 Varga have done pretty much everything they really can do. I mean, I didn't see the incident, but you saw it, Ewan, and from what you said, I don't think there was anything Varga could do about that. Just an unfortunate passenger, a bystander in the incident, really. Last time around then for Marcel Chinsik, what was his lap time a 41.13 tenths quicker than Pastorino, who's starting to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, in the GTE class, Biancalila, the slowest of the three. Wojtek Polesny, 1.5 seconds quicker than Biancalila and 1 second quicker than Berengawa.
Yeah, absolutely. GT3 leader still Zoltan Varkingi, Mugen Sim Racing. Dominant performance from them today. A really, really good performance. About 6 laps, 5 or 6 laps ahead of Unison Racing and Alexander Zakirov, who's in second. Very, very big advantage for Varkingi. So, in regards to close battles that are going to happen in the final 3 hours of this race, Nello Pastorino and Marcel Cinčić for Satellite and Varga, that may close down, although it very much depends on how much Varga can continue to take out of that car in front throughout the remaining laps of this race. Collis Basto and Nick Newcomb for Ramada Motorsport and Juices Motorsport Club. How is that going to develop over the next few laps? Viaducton closing fairly quickly on the 777 DSR Nightmare team. That's the DPI versus LMP2 battle for 8th in the overall standings. That could get spicy as well, quite possibly. And then, of course, that one for GTE Honours. Musto GD Sports World of Sim Racing and Juices Motorsport Club. In what order are they going to finish? It looks like the order that they're in right now, but you never know what's going to happen in the last 3 hour race, and surely we're due the standard last hour drama for the EEWC, so who knows what's going to happen in there. I'm sure this race has got another couple of twists and turns remaining in it yet, though. We've had these portions in the race where things look as if they're going to go like this to the end, and then something happens, and then it just snowballs, and many things happen all at very once. So we've got to be prepared for it. But for the moment, it's just these guys trying to stay out of trouble and keep on to where they're going at the moment, or at least consolidate their places that they've got right now.
Just looking for updates on Cinčić's lap times. Ooh, Cinčić just took nearly 6 seconds out of Ryan Nash in the 65 car on the last lap round. Is Ryan Nash on the wheel? So I wonder if that was a slow lap because he was coming out the pits. Either way, Cinčić was a fair amount quicker in the middle sector, so he gained 1.5 seconds there alone. So yeah, closing in, Marcel Cinčić crossing the line, and meanwhile Ryan Nash making his way into the opening sector. Okay, so Marcel Cinčić is about 20 seconds, actually it's about 10 seconds behind, and he's got a pit stop to make.
Yes, he has, but oh, that's close. Ryan Nash trying to get through the one move Porsche into turn 6. So then, yeah, Cinčić is a lot closer. You're right to say he does have a pit stop to make in this one, but it is certainly getting closer, this battle now. Ryan Nash, you were also right in saying that was his lap out of the pit lane. Nello Pastorino has just got out of that car. Presumably, Ryan Nash is going to be going to the end now with 2 hours and 47 still remaining. That's a sensible level of length of stint for him to do. 16 seconds is the official gap between Cinčić and Nash. I get the feeling that they might not be battling this stint, but a little bit later on they may converge for a bit of a battle.
It might not even be now, it might be later on when, you know, again, when they're out of sync. So after they've both made another stop, that might be when Marcel Cinčić finds himself ahead of Ryan Nash. But still 3 hours to go. I think Marcel Cinčić can pull this one back. Looking further down the order, Henrik Koya still over a lap down on DIS. Once he's on the same lap, I'll be sure to inform everyone. But aside from that, it's all looking fairly chill. Wojtek Polesny, still the quickest of all the GTE drivers, going a second quicker than Berengawa and Biancalila. He doesn't have to worry about fuel. He's just pushing all the way to the end of the race from here. Expect him to be making, expect the likes of Biancalila to be making his stop with about 2 hours 25 minutes to go, something like that, 2 hours 25 to 2 hours 20. Meanwhile, for the likes of Jose Berengawa, he's going to be pitting with about 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be looking out for that when it does indeed happen, because it's the category with the most up for grabs, certainly, in this race right now. We'll see who comes out on top in that one. A hairpin for Marcel Chinchik as he really closes down on Ryan Nash. Just over 13 seconds now, working his way through a bit of traffic, up through the Schumacher S, and a little bit wayward from the 46 there, but he's kept it out of the gravel, and a dive, oh, contact! A dive and contact between himself, and I believe that might have been the one move Porsche. Also, Chinchik trying to get through. I'll try and get a replay of that one, but it was a dive down the inside from Marcel Chinchik, and it looked like it didn't quite pay off. These are the risks that you have to take to close down these margins, and it looks like that was one risk too many, maybe.
Yeah, let's just see once we get this replay up of exactly what happened with Marcel Chinchik going for the late move down the inside of the one-move esports car. That is, oh, pardon me, that was Ludovic Ferri, if I'm not mistaken, in 31 car. Okay, so right, I'll let you talk us through this.
That's the one of the Porsches just in front. You see, it's a late dive from Chinchik. He's trying to get through traffic, and the Porsche turns in a little bit. I can't decide myself really whether Chinchik dived too late or did the Porsche turn in.
I think that's fine from Chinchik personally. Maybe in another form of racing, in sprint racing, you'd say that's a late move, but you have to remember this is endurance racing. LMP2s are so much quicker than the GT cars, and as a GT driver, you always have to be aware that, oh, you know, this LMP2 might be coming for the move. And to be honest, I think if any GT driver ever makes an excuse of saying, oh, I didn't know there was an LMP2 car approaching me, I think they're already instantly in the wrong, because as a racing driver, one of the points of racing, you know, to actually get your racing license in real life, you need to always be aware of your surroundings. So saying, oh yeah, I didn't realize that there's this faster car that goes 10 seconds a lap quicker than me approaching me. Yeah, well, you should have known. You should have looked in your rear view mirror, your side mirrors, and known, okay, this guy's coming, and then realize he's there, leave the door open. If he doesn't come, then, you know, you take your racing line. That's the adaptations you have to make as a driver in the slower class.
Yeah, I think it's right on the balance, really, whether that was a late dive or a turn in. And I can't decide. It was close, because since it was far back. But he's pushing for this position. You can tell that he really does want it. And Peter making a good point as well in our ear, just saying that in the darkness, it is more difficult to see those cars flying up behind you, especially around the back of the circuit. I mean, around this point here, it's okay. But as I'm looking kind of from an inboard camera right now, look how much you can actually see in the darkness as the GT3 leader comes into the pit lane. By the way, Zoltan Barking making his third last stop probably of this race. But yeah, just looking on board with Marcel Chinchik at the moment, from my point of view, especially when you get drawn to the back of the circuit here, there's not all that much that you can actually see. So looking around and looking for other cars around it, I know there's a spotlight at the bottom of the course here, but you know, most of it is not lit up, and it can be quite tricky to see cars coming up behind you.
So, an update then in the GTE class then, ladies and gents. Wojtek Polesny, 33 seconds down on Berenguer. He is closing in. Honestly, I don't know if Berenguer can close in on Bianculila. I don't think he can, but I reckon Wojtek Polesny could close in onto Berenguer. And maybe what the newcomer was saying about Deuces actually being strong might be true.
Yeah, he might not have been lying all this time, and he might have been telling the truth. Who knows? But Bianculila comes over the line again. Yeah, Polesny took a good half second out. You're right, and of Bianculila as well. So he is certainly starting to reel them in. Varkini leaves the pit lane again, by the way, for Mugen. They've got a handsome lead at the moment. 7 laps, pretty much. Nearly 8 laps at the moment. Back to Alexander Zakirov, who is behind, but there's a couple of battles for us still to settle here. 2 of them involve Deuce's cars, actually. Nick Newcomb trying to close in on Carlos Basto in LMP2, and also the battle the GTE honours going on between those guys, although that one in LMP2 may not happen in the end. There is a lap and a bit between those guys right now, but still looking forward to seeing how these battles are going to develop really in the end. And I honestly can't decide if these are going to change or not. For most of them I am leaning towards these battles not changing, but especially with Marcel Chinchik, he could very well prove me wrong on this one, and close in on Ryan Nash by the end of this race is very, very possible.
So just an update on where each of them are right now. Marcel Chinchik is making his way up towards the... Actually, where is he? He's making his way through Advan to the Advan Bogen. And Ryan Nash, where's Ryan Nash? Ryan Nash is in the final hairpin. So, yeah, about 10 seconds between the pair of them. And unless Marcel Chinchik is going to be pitting in the upcoming few minutes, I think he will actually close in onto Ryan Nash with about 2.5 hours remaining in the race.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, as Alexander Zakharov is off down, well, I don't know where, but he is off the road somewhere on the circuit. What has happened? He's off at the chicane, the final chicane. Has he got any damage? No, it doesn't look like it, because he is still going out there at the moment. We're going to take another quick commercial break, and then when we return, we will have a replay of that incident for you and more updates from the 12 hours of Nürburgring in the 4th round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the 12 hours of Nürburgring, the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Yusuf Bin Sahel, as we have been for the entirety of the race so far, and the rest of it as well. There's only just over 2.5 hours to go, and we're on board with Nick Newcomb, who's returning to endurance racing as a driver for the first time in over a year. When he was struck down with COVID, he's thankfully lived to tell the tale, and he's got back to driving for a decent length of time as well. So back on the endurance racing scene for the first time in a while, and that is good to see. Trying to close in on Carlos Basto at the moment, although the gap is over a lap. It does seem somewhat unlikely that he's going to be able to get there and actually make a pass in this one. He does seem a fair amount behind, but I've got a bit of a replay that I've spotted here with Alexander Zakharov. I believe a multi-car incident here. The B32 Racing Ferrari, I believe that is. Zakharov trying to get through into the chicane, dives down the inside. Oh, bit of contact, and the Aston Martin gets turned around into the wall on the mountainside. I'm not entirely sure whose fault that was. Did Zakharov go over into the Ferrari, or did the Ferrari come to the left-hand side into Zakharov? I can't quite tell.
I think we need the POV from the Aston Martin going into that corner, to be honest.
Oh, heavens.
I don't know if we can get that, because that was that Cyril Melbourne in the 26-1 move esports car?
No, it wasn't one move. They're out of the race. But
the other one move car?
It wasn't a one move. It's got to be a B32 racing car if it's a Ferrari, surely.
Oh no, I was saying the one that he had the incident with.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was a one move car. It had the blue and black livery, so it was either Melbourne or Ludovic Ferrui. But considering Zakharov was overtaking that, I would be tempted to say,
try and slow it down a bit here.
Yeah, maybe that is a B32 car.
Yeah, I think hard to tell. I don't know whose fault that would be, really, but
I'm sure the steward will look into it.
Yes.
And come to a conclusion relatively soon. So Marcel Chinchik, he pitted. He was pretty much on the back of Ryan Nash when he made his pit stop. So 2.5 hours and he just has to catch up a pit. So I think Marcel Chinchik is capable of doing that, to be perfectly honest. Meanwhile, Wojtek Plesny 32 seconds behind Berenguer. Every time I look, Wojtek Plesny is going quicker than Berenguer, but the gap is not closing by a huge amount. Berenguer has been going a bit slower than Bianca Lila, so Bianca Lila kind of has this, but Wojtek Plesny against Berenguer is going to be a battle and a half for that second place spot.
Yeah, it is. Going to be good indeed. Just over half a minute between those two at the moment. I don't know when Pelesny's going to be next in. No, sorry, that's not going to be Pelesny next in anyway, is it? It's going to be Bianca Lula coming in next, and he can't be far away from a pit stop, actually. 2.5 hours remaining. Let's see. So, Bianca Lula just completed lap number 294. He's been doing 38 lap stints. That would leave him with lap 305 pitting next, and that's still over 10 laps away, so we're actually further away from pit stops than I imagined. Jose Berenguer, if he's doing 34 lap stints, will be going on lap 307, so they're starting to get closer and closer together in terms of this pit stop strategy, but World of Sim Racing need that gap to be coming down at the same time as the gaps between their pit stops are coming down, and I'm afraid time continues to pass, and Berenguer continues to not be able to bring that gap down. It's nearly 50 seconds now, and with every passing lap, really, it becomes more and more unlikely that they're going to be able to take the race win now.
And we already saw mistakes being made by Berenguer. We saw those spins, and well, that spin, while it might have cost Berenguer a chance to go for the win, it might actually literally costing that P2 spot to Wojtek Plesny, who is, going pretty fast, taking 2 seconds out of Berenguer last time round. And Berenguer can't afford to be making these mistakes. Wojtek Plesny, we know how quick he is, and he's closing in at a vast rate of knots.
The only hope that World of Sim Racing have is that the Musto guys are distracted by the football, and they can get through. But I can't see that happening anytime soon, especially given the score. It's a dull game by the sounds of it. So, anyway, we'll leave
isn't that the bit where you are interested, right? If Italy were winning like 2-0 or they were losing by a huge amount, that's the bit where you'd be like, I don't care. Hang on, I'm going to put on the accent. I don't really care what is going to happen here. The game is finished. But if they're close, then all of a sudden you're excited. You don't know what's going to happen, and you are wondering what happens in the game, right? Even if it is boring, you still kind of intrigued to know who's going to get that first goal.
That's a good point. When your team is involved, a 0-0 is more interesting than when you're just a neutral, like I would be watching Italy and Austria, for example. I don't know. You might be right there, because I was speaking to a German after England. This is going off topic, by the way. So if you don't like football, I'm sorry, but. After England's first game, it was the most dull game of the whole championship so far, and I thought, it was actually all right. But it's because you're behind one of the teams, it makes it seem more interesting. So yeah, I think you're right. But anyway, back to the point. That's pretty much the only hope for World of Sim Racing at this point, unless there is any other kind of problem for them. You never know, though. Under 50 seconds is not a gap that can't be closed down, and we've seen any number of issues for all of these guys so far in this race. So, it's never over until it's over, but it's becoming less and less within World of Sim Racing's control. They're going to need something else to help them now.
You never know what that could be. That falls their way. So, last time around, what was the gap between Wojtek Plesny and Jose Berengawa? It was... Actually, Wojtek Plesny slower for the first time. 2/10 off at Berengawa's pace, so 30 seconds between them with 2 hours 30 to go.
Yeah, indeed, and don't forget they're going to have slightly newer tyres for the rest of this race as well, our deuces, which is going to make things easier for them.
Chinchik just went purple in Sector 3.
Of course he did.
Of course he did.
Yeah, he's a bit of an alien, really, trying to catch Ryan Nash. Are we sure, by the way, that they're making the same amount of pit stops now, or when Ryan Nash comes in a few laps' time? Because I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work, especially in LMP2.
I don't know, Ewan. Okay, it's what, 1 hour 45 per stint, so because Marcel Chinchik pitted a while ago, unless he can... Oh, sorry. So it's 45 minutes, so 1 hour 30. I was going to say. So...
1 hour 45. How's this happened?
So 1 hour 30 for 2 stints, and then you're saying 2 hours 15 for 3 stints. Maybe you could pull that up to 2 hours 20. So Ryan Nash, if he pits within the next 10-15 minutes, I'd say that wherever he comes out, then he's in that position relative to Marcel. If he pits after that point, then I think he's got one less stint to do.
Yeah. You're right on that one.
I mean, I'm just kind of guesstimating now.
I'm fully guessing as well, because I haven't got the last time they pitted here for Brian Nash or indeed for Marcel Chinchik. What I can tell you is that the Satellite Racing 65 has been stretching, or was at least early in the first half of this race, stretching their stints out to 26 laps as opposed to the 25s and 24s that Varga were doing, and that may have come to bite them right at the very end here. So, it's difficult to work out, you're right, but can LMP2s do, and can DPIs do 45 minutes? Are they going to be limited to 40? You know, what's the situation with that? Because you're right, if they can do 45 minutes, then another 10 minutes and Satellite Racing will be in the clear. But I reckon Varga Sim Racing, didn't they come in with around 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, maybe? That would be 4 40-minute stints, and that would work out quite nicely. But have Satellite Racing done it quite as well as that? I'm not entirely sure.
I'm just looking again, are there any updates on who's closing in onto who? Still 30 seconds between Wojtek Plesny and Jose Berengawa. He took half a second out of Berengawa on the last lap. Meanwhile, Marcel Chinchik going 2.5 seconds quicker than Ryan Nash. So to be honest, even if Ryan Nash does have one less pit stop to make. I think he can close that gap because Ryan Nash has just gone into the Mercedes arena. Meanwhile, Marcel Chinchik is making his way up towards out of the Schumacher S's, I should say. About a minute something between the two of them, about half a lap, give or take. I think he's got that third place in the bag.
There is a battle going on here, Yusuf. Steven Salzgaard and Team Viaducton are about to battle over 8th place in the overall standings. Salzgaard is just about to go through turn 2 right now. Team Viaducton on a bit of a recovery drive, but they're making some good progress at the moment and look like they're about to take 8th overall, quite possibly.
And just to be the spoil sport, while this is for overall position, it's sadly not for class position. And then Viaducton have a further 7 laps up to Bradley Brockies, who is sitting in, actually, 2 for Bradley Brockies is 5th for E-Team Brit. Let's go, Bradley.
Yeah, that's going to be their best result. Team E, but we keep getting that wrong. But anyway, that'll be comfortably their best result of the season so far. So a good performance right now as well. Let's have a look at Team Viaducton then. Their onboard camera on the left hand side and their real life onboard camera on the right. A very cool setup they've got, by the way, with the triple screen display. You can see, but the kind of orange fin to the LMP2 car in front is Steven Salzgaard. There's going to be a bit of an involvement in traffic, and there we go. Oh god, that was close with the TIS GT3. Viaducton getting through on the Team DSR Nightmare car, and so Viaducton are into 8th place overall, ahead of Steven Salzgaard, who has to be demoted into 9th.
Steven Salzgaard has 3 laps between himself, Dylan Clava up ahead, and also Michael Ciccolini in the other DSR car is 3 laps further down in the Dream Team. Right, so I'm sure everyone is interested in the adventures of Marcel Chinchik, who's just posted a 40.4, 2 seconds quicker than Ryan Nash. Meanwhile, in the GTE battle, it is a 52.8 for Bianca Lila, a second quicker than Berengawa and Wojtek Polesny. I think Manuel Bianca Lila has plenty of pace in that Musto car. And the question becomes, can Wojtek Polesny close into the 51W OSR iZone Performance car?
Yeah, 30 seconds is the gap, and it's not really coming down for the last few moments anyway. Did you mention, by the way, Yusuf, I didn't quite catch it, but if you did, did you mention that Glam Racing are onto the podium in GT3 all of a sudden? Can't remember yourself, can you?
Wait, the second? What?
They're third at the moment.
Oh yeah, the third.
Glam Racing.
We've been discussing that somewhat because it's them versus 46, but they're on slightly different strategies, and we don't know whose strategy will end up going their way.
They're nearly a lap in front at the moment of the 46. I don't know how that happened though. Where did this happen? Is what I want to know. Because I'm not sure.
To be fair, I think they've always been switching positions. I think they have. I think once Henrik Hoyer pits in a few laps' time, he's going to be back behind DIS.
But surely you don't lose surely you don't lose a minute 50 in a GT3 pit stop.
Maybe DIS had a moment again.
Yeah, they could have done, but I missed it if they did.
It's like a minute 20, minute 30 makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably had a spin somewhere.
Quite possibly.
I don't think they had damage. I don't know, I'm just making that up, but I don't think that they would have had damage. I think it was just a spin.
Well, it looks like Glam Racing, after 2 setbacks then, they're going to be able to get their podium, quite possibly. If you remember earlier on in the race, at the very start of the race, and what happened to them off the start? I can't even remember now, so early on in this race.
404 just messaged me.
Okay.
It says, in a pit, DIS pitted for a long time, so we could take them. So I guess they had damage on the car.
Well, whatever was causing the long pit stop, that's exactly how they got through. Thanks to the guys at Glam Racing, and specifically Team Boss Maria, who's been keeping us up to date all weekend, actually, with everything that's going on in Glam Racing. looks like they might be able to get their podium. God, what happened to them early on though? I really can't remember. Was it
244?
Yeah, I know Callum Wilson had that wheel problem, but they had one setback before that as well, didn't they?
Double downshift.
Ah, the double downshift, yeah, of course.
Final corner.
For Lee Russell through the final corner. So that's two fairly major setbacks, isn't it, really? A blown engine and a technical failure. But they've overcome all of that right now, and they're still looking like they might get a podium in this one. It would be a fantastic story for either them or the 46 to get their podium. It would be great for either team.
Honestly, if they hadn't had those issues, they would be ahead of Alexander Zakharov. Yes, Alexander Zakharov and Unison Racing have had issues themselves, but yeah, it's where Glam Racing could have been if they had a clean race, and that's always the case with endurance racing. Quite often it comes down to not who's quicker, but who is able to stay out of trouble, and that's not necessarily a skill. Sometimes it's just luck. We saw that earlier on actually with Marcel Cinchik. Otherwise, Cinchik would be running in second and as a result leading the LMP2 class. But as it's turned out, he's down in P4 overall, although he is closing in on to Ryan Nash. And in our bi-minutely Marcel Cinchik update, never mind, we don't know what kind of lap Marcel Cinchik did. Is he in the pits? No, he can't be in the pits because... So you just had an invalidated lap time.
Invalid lap, yeah. Right. Yeah. I think you get one invalid lap for every hour. So I think... but I think they'll be okay over... Speaking of Marcel Cinchik and those issues a little bit earlier on, let's not forget, first of all, before we say it entirely wasn't their fault, that Cinchik did spin to give the opportunity for the One Move Esports car to run into them. So I wouldn't call them completely innocent in that one, because they did spin. But you're right, the consequences were bigger than arguably they could have been had luck been on their side. But second of all, who do you think would have won out of Satellite Racing and Vargas Sim Racing? Because they were absolutely going at it throughout the race, weren't they? And it was sizing up to be such a good fight between them. Unfortunately, that was stolen away from us in the overall standings, but I really couldn't call it of who I think would win if that had actually not happened.
I want to say Satellite Racing because at the end of the day, David Kolaksai is a lap down on Henry Sinek, and I don't think the 22 Mugen Sim Racing car have had an issue. So I think it's just been because that DPI car can go a little bit further into the stint, so it's had to make one or two less stops, and that's why it's a lap up. So I think Marcel Cinchik would be kind of in between the pair of them, I want to say. But again, it's just entirely speculation and not necessarily accurate at all.
Yeah, we are speculating entirely at the moment. But yeah, certainly it's been a good race for Satellite Racing so far. And a good race for the DPI, getting its first run out in the EEWC in 2021. I have to say I've really enjoyed it. People don't seem to enjoy driving the HyperCar very much. It's acted a little bit strangely and so on. The McLaren turn doesn't seem to be a fan or a driver's favourite, but the DPI car seems a lot more manageable, and I think it's produced some really, really good racing actually as well throughout this race. I think it's been a great addition to the series so far. I hope it will stay for 2021 and beyond maybe as well.
The DPI has been good so far, and I think the thing that's made it better for me is the fact that it's very close to the LMP2 in terms of pace. So, we've had our debates with our friend, or I've had my debate with our friend Liam Rance in the YouTube chat about which car is faster. I think the DPI is quicker. Liam Rance thinks the LMP2 is faster, but I think it kind of goes to show that it is pretty close between the two in terms of pace. I think the main difference is probably how long each of them can go into a stint, but it makes for more entertaining racing because you've got more cars closer to each other in terms of pace. And it's one of the reasons I know I really like single class racing, because everyone is close to each other on pace, and no matter when you have two cars near each other, it's going to be an exciting battle.
I know what you mean. I like to think I can appreciate both types. There's certainly a place. We're on board with one of those DPI cars, by the way. Henry Sinek just making his way through on the GT3 leader. Still, Mugen Sim Racing, as there's an incident being investigated between Satellite Racing 65 and Vargas Sim Racing in turn 3. Now, where's that happened? Because now, was there maybe contact on the in-lap for Marcel Chinchik? He was closing down on Ryan Nash, let's not forget. I thought he'd pitted before he got there, and I thought that we were in agreement on that, but that suggests that they might have run into each other before Varga came in.
I'm not too sure, really. I'm just taking a look again at Wojtek Polesny, you know, for our regular GTE checkup. And where's Wojtek? He's 29 seconds off Jose Berengauer, so yeah, he's kind of matching Jose Berengauer's pace. No real changes between the top three. He's all staying 50 seconds from Biancalina to Berengauer, and then a further 30 seconds down to Wojtek Polesny, give or take. The main advances are being made by Marcel Chinchik, 1.5 seconds quicker than Ryan Nash last time round. Chinchik heading down into T1. Meanwhile, Ryan Nash is heading into the Schumacher S.
Yeah. It's staying fairly similar in GTE at the moment. Not too much going on. There was another notification there at the top of the screen. I didn't quite catch it with regards to what that actually said, so I'll try and get a look on the YouTube stream. Now, the incident is under review. I thought that's what the last one said, but maybe I'm going a bit crazy. Apparently not. Oh, okay. So, yeah, the first one was that the incident had been reported. The stewards have recently, just in the last few seconds, decided that it is worth investigating, and then there'll be a third one coming up telling us the result of the investigation that is going to go on with the stewards. So, yeah, we'll see. But if Chinchik has a drive-through penalty, then it really could be that close that a drive-through penalty could be the difference between being able to make that move on Ryan Nash or not. You know, it's he's not got all the time in the world to play around with here. Only just over 2 hours of this race still remaining. So, you know, that drive-through may be the nail in the coffin for him if indeed it does come.
Yeah, and it's always very interesting when our producer starts saying stuff in Denmark, Danish. We don't really know if he's cussing something or, you know, or what's going on. Because usually with most languages you can tell if someone is like annoyed or swearing or what's going on. But with Peter in Danish, I just can't tell to save my life.
No, I know you. It's tricky. But they just took. I can't tell what the. I think on about the livery maybe of Henry Sinek's car. I don't know. It's top. Or the way he overtook. Way he was lapping one of the cars. There we go. Again, probably bad actually. If they were talking about it, probably bad. It was good. Okay, no, don't worry. It was good. It was good. Let's calm down. It was good. It was good. So yeah, Henry Sinek doing okay at the moment. Apparently getting through traffic nicely without any kind of problems, and his teammate Ryan Nash running away as fast as he possibly can away from Marcel Chinchik at the moment, and he's going to need to as well. The gap's just going to come up on the top left hand side of your screen. It is 52.5 seconds as we look at it right now, so it's fairly close, and it will mean that when Ryan Nash comes down pit lane, he will be behind the car driven by Chinchik, but he's got a pit stop less to make. I think you're right here in your early assumption. I think that the gap right now is the actual gap on the road, and Chinchik has got a lot of work to do still in front of him.
Yeah, but fortunately for Chinchik, I think that final stop is also going to be a splash and dash. Either way, he is closing in onto Ryan Nash because, you know, as you can see, Ryan Nash making his way through the Dunlop hairpin. Meanwhile, Marcel Chinchik has just gone through turn 1, so he's about half a lap down, and with 2 hours 13 minutes left, I think he can catch that up fairly comfortably. You know, we're talking about 70 laps or so, 70 laps to gain what is a minute, and he's gaining at over a second a lap. He's probably got about 80 laps, to be honest. He actually took 2 seconds out of Ryan Nash last time round, so Chinchik is doing everything he needs to do right now, and he can just keep on pushing. Meanwhile, further down the order, Wojciech Polesny still 30 seconds down on Berenguer, who's 50 seconds behind Manuel Biancalila. And this race that started off very, very entertainingly has started to dull down. I think we really need to reach down into our repertoire, our meme repertoire, and maybe take a chill pill for a bit, you know. How's your day going?
What? You just starting a conversation. I'm not really sure how to tackle this human conversation, actually, but yeah. Yusuf's clearly better at human conversation than me. I don't really like it, but anyway, I don't really know how to. How do I carry on talking from this point? Because I just sound like a
talk. You know, what is English?
Yeah, what do people say in conversations? What do you say? Oh yeah, talk about the weather. That's a good idea.
The weather. So our producer Peter just said you talk about the weather. No, the weather is what you talk about when you don't know what to talk about. When you've kind of exhausted.
Exactly. That's what I feel like. That's what I'm like right now. Like, the weather's. The weather's nice outside. It is actually quite nice outside. Very clear evening, as you can see. No rain around at all. Manuel Biancalila might well be coming in this time. That's what I was wondering about. Oh, here we go.
Window. I think that might make things entertaining.
Well, that's
wow,
very
it's
brightness.
So sunny outside. That's what happens when you have my high exposure levels. I'm going to see if oh. There you go. See, it's dark outside. It's clear. It's not raining, but it is starting to get dark outside. And there's a short insight to Milky Cereal's home.
You want me to turn that whatever you just turned off, but there we go. We can see you again now. You just see your eyes.
The settings.
But you're back in the room again. 2 hours and 9 minutes just under remaining. Manuel Biancalila has been in. He's not out again yet, but he is into the pit lane at the very least. And Jose Berenguer is going to take the lead. And Biancalila will be out very shortly. We'll wait and see how shortly or how quickly he's going to be able to get back out there again. Drops down and finally gets away back out there onto the circuit. Where's Adam Baldwin? Oh, there he is, just coming down the pit lane right now. Sorry, Wojciech Polesny driving that car, excuse me, in the Duchess Motorsport Club car. So the gap's not that big between Polesny and Biancalila, but as we all know, pit stop is going to have to be made by Polesny very, very soon in what I would call about 4 or 5 laps time, maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's Polesny is going to need a bit of a miracle to beat Musto GTE Esports at this point.
So again, honestly, every time we throw back to the race, I'm just like, what do you want from me? No, because I mean, like, the only thing is, right, we can constantly repeat what's happening in the GT class. Yes, David Greco has pitted. He's 24 seconds behind. Wojciech Polesny is a further 6 seconds down the road, but it's all just going to peter back out to what we already know. 2 hours 10 minutes on the clock. The Musto guy is just going to do 1 hour 5 minute stints. In my opinion, actually, I think they put on a fresh set of tyres. Right now, they're going to do 1 hour 10 minutes like they usually do, and then they're going to do 1 hour to the end without changing tyres. They might even be able to do a 55 minute final stint without changing tyres. And they should be fine to the end of the race from there. I mean, if they want to play it safe, they can put on fresh tyres just so that they have the pace in case of any issues. But yeah, I think that they're perfectly happy here. And Wojciech Polesny, the fact that he's behind David Greco and he's got 1 extra stop to make, I think kind of tells you the story that he's not going to be able to take this race win, unless, of course, some issue falls David Greco.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose Berenguer into the pit lane then, as we've just seen. Polesny's going to be in second place, and he's not going to be all that far behind Musto GTE Esports there. Polesny going to be pitting in about 3 or more laps time. So while we're waiting for that to happen and Jose Berenguer makes his way out of the pit lane, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and on the other side we'll have more racing, more action from the Nürburgring 12 hours.
Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for new forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 12 Hours of Nürburgring, where there are problems for B32 Racing, I'm afraid. GT3 category, they have had some issues and are currently stopped on the exit of Turn 1, we believe, or the entry to Turn 2. This car not moving whatsoever here, Yusuf. I don't know if this is a fuel problem, is it? Is the engine gone? There's no power there at all. So I don't know what's happening here, or whether there's some kind of wheel problem or something, but no power to that dashboard at the moment. Nothing appearing there at all.
I'm going to try to get up the good old replay and see if we can find out what happened to B32. I think it's too far down for it to have been the double downshift. It could have been a double downshift in fairness, but I think maybe more likely is that they did run out of power, as I'm on board. I think I should have this replay up in about 10 seconds.
Engine failure. We've got it confirmed from race control. There has been an engine failure. But was it a double downshift? Was it just natural causes, I guess, if you want to call it that?
Well, I've got the onboard, and ooh, this does look odd. This looks really odd from the B32 racing car.
they'll be, they'll teleport to pit lane, so to speak, and
Okay, if you're ready, I will show you the video. Are you ready, Peter, for the replay? Okay, so here we go. We're going down, and listen on the downshift.
Ooh.
Did they blow it when they hit first? Because that did look like an early shift down to first to me.
There were some very early shifts going on there. Now they are completely out of power. Yeah, so engine failure. They're going to get towed back to pit lane. They're going to get a new engine, and then they're going to be back out there again a little bit later on. Yeah, that's not good for them at all. Let's take a quick look at the standings after nearly 10 hours, just about to tick over. 3, 2, 1, and there you go, 10 hours complete in this race. Henry Cynic of Satellite Racing is leading a Satellite Racing 1-2 with Ryan Nash via Team Ducton after their issues on the day. 10 or 11 laps down at this point, so it's not been an ideal day for them, but they're still in third. In LMP2, we've got Mugen Sim Racing leading. Gabriel Hebesis back in that car ahead of Varga, who are chasing down Satellite for an overall podium. That's going to be interesting to watch in the final 2 hours there. Romano Motorsport and Deuces Motorsport Club are battling for a LMP2 podium at Team E Britaron for their best result of the season so far in fifth, ahead of the two DSR cars. Nightmare in front of Dream Team with DAC Hackers and B32 Racing both out of the race. Moto GD Esports are leading in GTE. Deuces Motorsport Club still have to make a pit stop. They will be third behind World of Sim Racing. One Move Esport with also their best result of the season so far will be in fourth, ahead of DIS SR Lab in fifth, and the two retirements from this category as well, Musto GD Esports, the 54 car, and also Volante Racing. Mugen Sim Racing leading in in GT3 as well, with Unison Racing not too far behind, Alexander Zakharov, and Glam Racing looking to get their podium. They're about 45 seconds in front of the 46 DIS SR Lab car. That's going to be a good fight towards the end, with B32 Racing getting a new engine. They'll be back out there very shortly, and One Move Esports, I'm afraid, out of this race as things stand. So, just as we were doing that update, looks like Jesus Motorsport Club have come into the pit lane for the second last time here today.
It's Wojtek Pelesny at wheel. He was 8 seconds behind David Greco before his pit stop. How far behind Jose Berengawa will he be with 2 hours on the clock? They will only have to make one more pit stop, and slightly shorter pit stop times they'll have compared to Jose Berengawa, just because, you know, they're pitting a little bit later, so less fuel to put in the car for their final stop. In fact, expect Wojtek Pelesny to be making his final stop with about 55 minutes left, and then, you know, having as short of a stint as he can. I mean, to be honest, it depends. I think that they should put 55 minutes left and, you know, choose not to change tyres, because if they try to, you know, make each stop shorter, at the end of the day, they don't really save too much time, because they still have to change tyres, and that's what takes up more of the time in the pit stops. So I think it's better if they run long in this stint and then just put as little fuel as possible in the car.
I certainly see what you're saying. If they carry on doing what everyone else is, then they're not going to be able to overtake World of Sim Racing. So they might as well try something different, like doing a double stint on the tyres right towards the very end. Let's just take a quick note of how many laps they did on that last lap, because that could be important. Alan Baldwin's in the car now, by the way, and it was a 32 lap stint on that occasion. So one more pit stop for them to go, and then that will be it for pit stops in GTE. In about 1 hour's time, it will all be finished. In LMP2 and DPI, in that battle for third overall with Marcel Chinchik and Ryan Nash, the gap is 40 seconds. So not only has, so basically Chinchik has been on an absolute mission. He'll be pitting before long, but goodness me, he's been absolutely flying recently, and, you know, 40 seconds is getting kind of towards the point of where he'll be able to actually get in front of Ryan Nash in this race by the very end of it. Things going very well for Marcel Chinchik at the moment, and things not so good for Satellite Racing in terms of getting two cars on the overall podium.
the end of the day, I mean, for them, they're just going to be happy with the 1-2 in the DPI class. For satellite racing, they'll take home the max points that they could have from the weekend. And Adam Baldwin, 33.5 seconds behind Jose Berengawa after his pit stop. I just want to see, actually, where the man himself, Marcel Chinchik. So Marcel Chinchik is ahead. Wait, Marcel Chinchik is 3 laps ahead. Okay, no. So where is Marcel Chinchik? Marcel Chinchik is making his way down into the Schumacher S. And where is Ryan Nash? Ryan Nash has just gone through turns 1 and 2. Okay, so yeah, Ryan Nash is about 25-30 seconds behind. Marcel Chinchik obviously has one more stop that he has to make, but yeah, it's all looking pretty good for the Vargas Sim Racing team, considering how the start of this race went.
Yeah, so what is that in real terms? 45 seconds, 45 seconds at the moment, so things going well for...
a bit less than that, I think.
Well, yeah.
Actually, I don't know. Yeah, it might be 45 seconds.
I'm only reading off what it says on the graphics, so I don't know. Let's just...
Your graphics tells you the gap. Mine doesn't. Mine just tells me the gap.
Oh, he's in. Chinchik is in. Sorry, Chinchik is in right now, so this is the important moment coming up. It's tumbling right now. I was wondering what was happening, but Chinchik is just into the pit lane. This is completely on schedule, by the way, although Ryan Nash caught behind a pair of battling GT cars side by side, which is not ideal. Juicy's Motorsport Club trying to send it into the final chicane, but they're not going to. This is not ideal at all for Ryan Nash, who's going to have to make his way through this pack now. The Juicy's Motorsport Club gets down the inside of the Mugen Sim Racing GT3, and now they all finally get through, but that was not ideal at all. Where is Chinchik? Is he going yet? No, not yet. And Ryan Nash is going to retake that place. So he's back into third, but look at that behind. Chinchik still in the pit lane. He's still got some chasing to do.
He's going to have, Ryan Nash pitted very recently, so Marcel Chinchik and Ryan Nash on very similar strategies now in terms of how long they'll be out for, and for Marcel Chinchik, it's just a straight-up hunt. He's going to come out of the pits around, 30 seconds behind Ryan Nash, and he's just going to have to try to close the gap down. However, we do have someone joining us. Nick Newcomber has joined us in the lobby after his stint with the Juices Motorsport LMP2 car. Nick, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Enjoyed it. Went from change of condition. It was really good. Really happy with that stint. Yeah.
So you guys are currently sitting in P4 in the LMP2 class. I'm guessing Ramada are just a little bit too far for you to really try to close them down.
Oh yeah. But the main thing is we've got to keep pushing, just in case anything can happen. But we've got to push hard as well, and be there if anything happens to Ramada. You've seen in the last couple of hours anything can happen. So if you're not there to pick up the pieces, then you're settling and rundling around. It's losing out on it. So we've got to keep.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about the GTE team, the 74 car. Adam Baldwin at the wheel. He's 30 seconds behind Jose Berengawa. You guys had a couple of issues. There was a drive-through penalty for Adam Baldwin, and I think there was another incident as well that cost you guys time, but I don't think we ever found out what exactly that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the other one. But I think I was in the car, but they got a drive-through for incident in turn 1-2 in the arena, so it was contentious. So, but they took the penalty, and they'll at least finish P3. They were given the penalty, so but not to worry.
Is there any hope for Adam to be able to close into Jose Berengawa? He's 30 seconds down, and there's still a bit of time left in the race.
They'll be running the numbers if they can. Obviously, it's getting a bit tight now on what's left in the race. But they'll be trying to run the numbers, try to find a way if we can jump them somehow. But it's getting tight. Both teams have driven against each other throughout this year, and they're very equal on pace. Two good teams. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, we'll get there. If there is a way, they'll definitely find it. But if we finish P3, it's still a good result. They're back-to-back podiums, which is not bad at all.
You and I'll throw to you if you've got any questions for Nick.
Oh, well, I know I did kind of ask you this a little bit earlier on, but now that you've got a little bit more time under your belt in terms of your first endurance race back, how have you been finding it? How's it been? Has it been different to what you had imagined, or as you remember it, doing an endurance race like this?
The first two stints I did earlier in the day, obviously I enjoyed it, but I was finding my feet. The second stint went really well compared to the first stint, where I think it was a bit, but I stayed clean. The stint I just finished before I handed over to Dylan was more like the old me, pushing when it was clear. So I was getting some good times, and I really enjoyed it. It felt like it did, and I think I'm back basically. Looking at the times, driving well. Not one single cut track, which is the way I used to do it, and I'm with that. I really enjoyed it, and I'm a happy boy after that. Second set of laps that I did, so I'll rest on that one. And the two youngsters, the two 16-year-olds, I'm going to bring it home. Going to hand it over to Tian, and Tian's going to bring it back.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm very glad to hear it. Glad to have you back as well on the kind of endurance racing scene. Nick, thanks very much for coming to talk to us. It's been a pleasure to hear from you once again, and hopefully the final 2 hours and a bit less than 2 hours now goes smoothly for Deuces. Good luck and thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Stuff. Keep it going, and hopefully we might have some excitement again later on. We'll never know. See you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
So, some news, Ewan. Björn Gauer, remember how he was 50 seconds behind the 53 before?
Yeah, it's 40 now, isn't it?
Yeah, so, I mean, all the time that's being gained is after Jose Berenguer pits, and then in that gap before David Greco. Well, it's actually the other way around, but it's in that pit stop phase. It's not when they're both, out in the middle of their stint. It's when one of them makes their stop and the other one stays out for a bit longer.
Team E-Brit are having the best day they've had so far in the EEWC, but it's all starting to unravel because they're stopped on the exit of Turn 1. And what's happened to these now? They're rolling slowly back down the hill. Is there any power in that engine? I'm trying to get a cockpit view at the moment, but I can't. Oh, the car's disappeared.
Okay, I have got their car up. It has not disappeared yet for me.
Okay.
Okay,
package.
I've got it, and I'm ready to roll. Okay, so here we go. Heading down in towards Turn 1. It's all running smoothly. Are they out? No, they've got 38 fuel. That's an engine died. That's
another engine.
I don't think the gearbox went. It sounded fine after they dropped it down into first gear, so...
Engine's blown. Ben Corbin confirms in the YouTube chat, one of the drivers. So Matt Webb, engine blown for Team E-Brit. Hopefully they'll be able to get back. They've been disqualified and then reinstated. That's the way you have to do it to make sure they can get back into this race. Where are Team Viaducton? They're about 4 laps, probably 3 laps down now. So they've got a good 5 minutes or so to get back, Team E-Brit. They might be able to manage it.
And then don't forget, 3-lap penalty as well. They're going to be close to Steven Salsgaard. It's going to be a close battle for this P5 spot in the LMP2 class. And let's see which way he goes around. Now, let's take a look at Ryan Nash. He's crossing the finish line. Where's Yuri Toman? Yuri Toman is making his way through the admin curve, so less than 30 seconds, I think, between the two drivers. This is one's going to be getting close at the end between Ryan Nash and Yuri Terman. Remember, as they are now on the same strategy, have the same number of pit stops to make to Ryan Nash and Yuri Terman. And Yuri Terman, 2 laps down on Gabor Hevesi, hasn't been able to really close in. I think they've maybe closed in, 30 seconds or so since their issue, but yeah, I mean, Gabor Hevesi and the 22 Mugen Sim Racing seemed really quick here at Nürburgring, and it's a shame that this battle, which was going to be such a close and exciting battle for the LMP2 winners, come down to, a rear wing dropping off for Varga when, an incident that wasn't even their fault.
Yeah, it is a bit of a shame. To see that fight, and I'm especially disappointed about the overall fight that we could have had between Satellite and Varga in those 2 different categories coming together towards the very end. I'm a little bit disappointed about that, but we can't have everything, can we, in these races, unfortunately. It does look like, by the way, Yuri Toman is going to catch Ryan Nash. Just over 20 seconds is the gap now, I'm seeing anyway on my screen, so it seems that Ryan Nash is going to be got 20 seconds and an hour and 45 seems an awfully big task for someone to hold off on, especially with the class of like Varga Sim Racing behind them. That is going to be difficult.
Yeah. And Varga Sim Racing right now, trying to close in onto Ryan Nash. They are fairly far clear of Pedro Romado, over a lap ahead. And just trying to keep on checking the GTE lap times. Actually, Yuri Terman 4 seconds quicker than Ryan Nash last time round. David Greco, same kind of lap as Berengawa, and I think Adam Baldwin has pulled a second out of Berengawa, although his lap was invalidated, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't pick up any more track limits, otherwise he might be finding himself with a stop and go penalty of sorts.
I'm afraid to tell you that Team eBrit have just lost an overall position. They are now down to 8th place in this race. DSR Nightmare are about to overtake them as well. They're in the final sector of DSR Nightmare, and if Team eBrit don't get going very, very quickly, then they're not going to be able to retain that place, a 5th place at the moment in the LMP2 category. Even getting to the end here for a 7th would be their best result so far this season, which would be pleasing, but surely they'd want that top 5. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for them though. I'm not even entirely sure if they're able to get back into the race at this point. They've just started driving out now. DSR Nightmare have already gone past though.
DSR, and that is the 777, right?
Yeah, correct.
Now past Matt Webb, as Matt Webb picks up that 3-lap penalty for rejoining. That's why the 4 laps have very quickly diminished. And now for Matt Webb, he's still in the pits, so yeah, I don't think Matt Webb is going to be able to take that PA overall with this considered, unless he gets out of the pit right this very second. Oh, yeah, the car's turning on. I tell you what, Matt Webb's going to need a monster of a final 2 stints if he wants to pull this back from DSR, because he's going to be about a minute down.
I don't want to be the one to say this, Yusuf, but I think you're on replay.
Oh, am I on replay? Oh yeah, I am on replay. Oops, thank you very much for doing that.
He's been on track for about 30 seconds here when you talk about. I was like, what's going on here? Am I going a bit bad?
He's 6 seconds behind. Okay, he can definitely do this. No, never mind. He doesn't need a monster stint. He just needs a decent stint.
He just needs a solid stint, yeah, and he'll be right there. Oh, the gap's coming down quite quickly. Oh, sorry, that was just a bit of a timing glitch. It's already 4.5 seconds there. You can see the orangey-looking LMP2 not too far in the distance. And Matt Webb can definitely see a P5 up the road, and that's a very realistic target for them to be able to manage in this one. So, yeah, this battle's going to go on, but I don't think it's going to last very long between these guys. Actually, why is the gap suddenly 1 minute 57? Suddenly they're a lap down. Oh, they've done their out lap, but it doesn't actually count towards your lap.
Wait, what?
Total. When you do an out lap, it doesn't count. When you do an out lap, it doesn't count as 1 lap. You've got to drive around to start counting your laps again.
I want to retract my retraction and say Matt Webb does need a monster 2 stints.
He does, yes.
Yeah, he does now.
Because there is the 777 he's chasing, but they're a lap in front and he needs to unlap them and then pass them again in 1 hour 45. If indeed he does have a monster stint, then he's going to be able to manage it, but otherwise then I don't think so. That it might be a stretch too far.
Adam Baldwin's made a mistake. He's dropped about 15 seconds from Jose
Oh, wow, yeah.
40 seconds back now, so I think that's over for the Juices really with that mistake. That's probably a spin or something that has occurred somewhere down the line.
Yeah, I'll try and find that in the ad break that's coming up soon, and hopefully we can show that on to you a little bit later. But yes, that's not good news for Adam Baldwin. Oh dear, it was looking actually quite good. He was starting to close in on the World of Sim Racing car in front, but you're right, 40 seconds is too far for him at this point as well, especially at the rate he was catching before. Ooh.
Now we're seeing Matt Webb on the back of Salscourt. Looks for the outside. Salscourt's not going to let him through easily. He knows that while this might not be for position, this is the driver he's battling with overall, so he's going to make it as hard as possible for Matt Webb to find a way through for Team Ebret.
Yeah, absolutely. Salscourt defends, just puts the car to the middle of the road, making sure that Matt Webb knows that he's not welcome down the inside, but he doesn't care, of course. Sends it straight through into turn 1 and pushes the 777 out just a little bit wide to make sure that he stays in front. So Matt Webb has now unlapped himself, and he is going to try and catch all the way right back up to the back of the car again and try and make this one work. But with just under 1 hour 40 to go, it is a tall order.
It's a tall order, and well, 1 hour 40. And to be honest, for the LMP2s, we expect them to be making 2 more pit stops. The first is going to be in about 15 minutes time, give or take. Meanwhile, in the GTE class, Jose Berenguer 40 seconds down on David Greco. We'll see if he can continue to bring that gap down. I think he can. Honestly, I think there's going to be less than half a minute separating them come the end of the race, but I don't think Jose Berenguer can get much closer than that unless he can absolutely give it some quality laps in the remaining 1.5 hours of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So then, just over 90 minutes remaining in the Nürburgring 12 hours for 2021. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and on the other side, there will be more action from the EEWC's 4th round. Back in a moment.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Bolt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and MotorVision.tv.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Welcome back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring here in the EEWC. Adam Baldwin, I'm afraid, has dropped down 15 seconds or so compared to the cars around him because of a drive-through penalty that he has had to serve. And this was around about 8 minutes ago now, but he's come into the pit lane, had to drive all the way through. 15 seconds or so of a penalty, and that's cost him quite a lot of time. He's now 40 odd seconds behind Jose Berenguer, and there was only a glimmer of hope that he was able to get through on the World of Sim Racing car by the very end, but that glimmer of hope has just been firmly shot out of the sky now with that drive-through penalty for Adam Baldwin.
And a drive-through penalty here at the Nürburgring. Well, you're talking about 20 seconds or so. And yeah, he's 38 seconds behind now, so he could have been about 18 or something. Meanwhile, Matt Webb is 81 seconds behind Steven Salsgaard, so maybe there's a glimmer of hope for him, but with 96 minutes left, you're talking about 50 laps or so he needs to be gaining at least about 1.5 seconds per lap. And last time round, in fairness, he was 9 seconds quicker, but that was because I think Steven Salsgaard did have to make a pit stop.
Yes, would that be enough for a pit stop? 30 seconds only?
He was 16 seconds quicker last time, so either Steven Salsgaard made a huge mistake, or it was just the pit, coming out pits or something like that. Going into the... Yeah, actually, that's a really slow lap, and I think he just made a mistake, you know.
He must have done.
That's a big mistake, but fair enough.
That is a big mistake, yeah. But that might be exactly what's happened here. I can't say, honestly, I don't know, because I didn't see, but it looks like Salsgaard might have made a mistake there. And got a good 16 seconds in that one, but still over an hour and a half to go. Yeah, that mistake does mean that gap is now closable, I would say, and just monitoring that on your screen right now, you know 117, it drops below 117, and it continues to tick down even as we're watching it right now. So Team E Brit really do have a chance here, I still think, of a P5, even with the issues they had in the last half an hour.
Tell you what, Jose Berenguer is still somewhat closing in onto David Greco, although last time around, as I say that, went a bit slower. Adam Baldwin's closing into Jose Berenguer in turn, but Adam Baldwin, having lost those 20 seconds, he must be absolutely kicking himself. Second drive-through of the race for Adam Baldwin, and I know he was really upset about it last time in the YouTube chat. He was saying that he definitely didn't deserve the first one, and he seemed fairly convinced on that front, so I don't quite know what happened to him, but hey ho. Either way, if it wasn't for those two drive-throughs, Adam Baldwin most certainly would be a contender for second, maybe even for the race win.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself, and he's certainly shown good pace. He's really turned on the pace actually recently, and that has meant things getting very much closer. On board with Matt Webb at the moment. However, I can tell you that Yuri Toman is really starting to close on Ryan Nash. The pit stops are only about 10 minutes away for those guys, so whether Toman actually gets this done on the circuit or not is going to be a bit of a mystery and another issue. But the gap's now down to 6 seconds. It looks like we're going to have a fight between them, however brief this might turn out to be.
And this is the battle for position Both of them have the same number of stops remaining. We are expecting 2 more stops for each of them. The LMP2 pit window opens in about 5 minutes time and will be open for another 20 minutes or so, depending on, you know, how late everyone else had previously pitted. And for Yuri Toman, last time around 41.0, Ryan Nash 42.4, so over a second quicker for Yuri Toman. And well, actually in the corner of the shot from Yuri Toman, you can see Ryan Nash just ahead. Oh wow, Yuri Toman taking so much curb through the NGK chicane.
Certainly pushing hard at the moment. Yuri Toman coming over the line again right now. What's the gap going to be as they head down towards turn 1? 6 seconds, just over 6 seconds. He's taking roughly 2 seconds a lap. So in 3 or 4 laps he will be there, but also in 3 or 4 laps they're only going to be pit stops are only going to be just around the corner. So Toman might not actually have to risk the car making a move on the circuit here. He might still be able to get an overall podium without actually making an on-track manoeuvre, and yeah, that would be much more useful, because at this stage in the race, especially late on, drivers are getting tired, but also the stakes are a little bit higher. You realise that you're maybe not going to get them a little bit later on in the race. You're going to have to go for it now, and so the tensions can just be a little bit higher. The possibility for contact is just a little bit higher, and so if you can avoid making the move on the circuit, then I think Vargo will absolutely take that with 2 hands.
Precisely so. For your GT cars, they've just got 1 more pit stop. Their pit window will be opening in about 20 minutes time. I think that being said, I think Adam Baldwin still has 2 pit stops to make. I can't quite remember if that's the case or not. But if he does, then one of them is going to be a complete splash and dash. And whatever set of tyres he puts on with his next stop will be going to the end of the race. And then there'll just be a brief pit for about 20 seconds. Well, actually, he'll be probably stopped for about 10 seconds. Just to put in enough leaders to go about 20 extra minutes. For now, Adam Baldwin still out on circuit and trying to close in on Jose Beringau, but 36 seconds down. And again, if it just wasn't for those 2 drive-through penalties that he picked up, he would be right in the hunt for this.
Yeah, but I bet World of Sim Racing and Musto UD Esports will have their own set of what-ifs in this race.
He didn't though. That's the whole thing. It's the fact that David Greco and Jose Beringau, they've had those perfectly clean races that everyone so desperately wants in an endurance race. I can't think of a single incident that occurred to either of them that has cost them any time. Okay, maybe, you know, there would have been like little mistakes they made that might have cost them a second in a lap, but, you know, not drive-through penalty mistakes, not... Okay, Jose Beringau, I think, had that 1 spin that cost him about 7 seconds, but that's it. Which I don't think kind of compares to getting the drive-through penalty or 2 drive-through penalties, but which is why I say it's been pretty much perfectly clean races for Greco and Beringauer, and that's why they're first and second at the end of the day.
Yeah, fair enough. I do see what you're saying, but Baldwin's definitely just got 1 more pit stop remaining. 36 seconds up to Beringauer at the moment. That pit stop will come in a fair amount of time, still a good half an hour. Mugen Sim Racing and GT3 have just been into the pit lane very recently, by the way, and they're back out again with still a 7-lap lead. It's been a very, very attritional race in GT3 here this weekend. Adam Sarej is back into that car now, and yeah, he's currently just cruising to make that one get to the flag with no particular issues. He'll have a splash and dash of fuel a little bit later on, but that won't matter either. It's been very, very attritional in GT3, and a 7-lap winning margin, absolutely huge. Nothing like what we've seen so far this season in any of the categories.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute.
Shirt and tie. Oh my god, he's wearing a shirt and tie to race with his window open. No wonder he's warm. Look at that.
Wait, what?
Adam Sarej on the street. Oh, Lucy's got no idea what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Maybe just came back from school on a Saturday night at 10 o'clock. Is this what you call the professional?
Well, it is. Now he's... yeah, this is bizarre. Maybe he has been out for some reason. That's close to Glam Racing going into turn 1, but back going again. yeah, maybe he's got a nip on out afterwards as well. I can say, he's waving to it. He's through the middle of a corner, man. Just concentrate on what you're doing. But anyway, he's got cars near him at the moment, and
he's giving a little smile.
Yeah,
a little smile before he did that.
I can't hear him. God, don't waving in the middle of a corner. That's madness. Anyway, he's still leading. He's got a 7-lap lead. He can do that kind of thing, I suppose.
Can you hear him? He's donut.
He's laughing while driving. This is not helping his lap
he's got
time.
the stream chat open? Do you reckon
I don't reckon he's
open?
I don't think he'll be listening to us, but he's certainly listening to his teammates who are telling him.
Yeah,
he is giggling. It's probably his teammates who he's listening to.
He can hear us.
I bet he can't hear us.
I love him. His thumbs up.
His teammates. He's got Donat Diesner and Zonat. Oh no, he's off the road. Just be careful now. He's off the road onto the gravel.
He's having the time of his life.
He is. He's loving it. To be fair, and proper old school rig, by the way, as well. Just the classic wheel clamped to the desk. The old office chair.
I'm not this quick on my wheel. What is this mad magic that he's pulling off?
Well, he's good. That's the difference.
Wow.
Well, to be fair, yeah, if we had a race, then you'd definitely beat me. But so I can't say anything.
You know what he's reminding me of with that rig? Felipe Sousa. Like, I'm sure you've commentated on a lot of Felipe races, having done Xbox, because while everyone else is on their Fanatic wheels, he's on his Logitech G29 from Brazil and absolutely smurfing it.
I remember now. Very good driver, very improved driver in recent years, actually, or recent months. But I know what you mean. I didn't realise he had such a low standard rig though to race with. But yeah, that is very impressive. And we did talk about it all the time, about the reason how you don't need to spend a fortune to go fast. That was Yuri Toman nearly getting caught up in an incident with One Move Esports in the Porsche, by the way. One Move Esports in the Porsche, by the way, not Yuri Toman in a Porsche. But anyway, a couple of minutes away from pit stops. He's closing in on Ryan Nash, about 1.5 seconds, but is he going to be able to get that move done before one of these guys has to come into the pit lane?
And he's closing in. Do you know what time that makes it, Ewan? Do you know what time it is now?
9:45, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's onboard time.
Oh, yes. It is. To be on board with Yuri Toman while we were watching this... chase down of Ryan Nash. I don't know if Toman's going to even want to get through here. Does he even want to risk making an overtake? They've had enough troubles today, surely.
Ewan, you spent the last 4 hours bigging up the fact that Yuri Toman wants to get a P3 for Vargas Sim Racing overall, and now that he's here, you're like, but maybe you just want to sit behind for the overall thing. At least be consistent, damn it.
No, I mean, will he want to get through on the circuit or off the circuit in the pit stops? Because they won't be pitting on the same lap. Will he kind of go longer to overcut him, or pit a little bit shorter to undercut him and try and get in that way instead of risking the side-by-side malarkey? That's what I meant.
Like a true endurance racer, Ewan.
Yeah, I mean... I know it's not the most exciting for the viewers, but when you're driving in these situations, it's already exciting and nerve-wracking enough for you, really, when it's your car involved. So you want to kind of avoid excitement and nervy situations as much as possible when you're driving. So anyway, gets thrown in some racing into the final chicane. Just over 1 hour and 20. It's a little bit too soon for them to be pitting, I think, although Ryan Nash might be soon. I can't remember who of these is going to be coming in first, possibly the Satellite Racing car, but we'll wait and see. They're going to go around for at least another lap though, and it's going to be nose-to-tail race between the two.
He's flashing his lights, and hopefully, I hope that did not get misinterpreted by race control, because there's a rule which say you can't flash your lights aggressively, and I know some drivers have, in my opinion, perfectly flashed lap cars as round the outside. Here he goes.
Not quite able to. Over and under maybe through turn 4. It's going to be a good run out of the corner into turn 5. It's not a great overtaking opportunity because the braking zone is just a little bit too short, so Ryan Nash is safe for now, but it's a wider entry for Toman and a better exit as well through turn 6 down towards the Dunlop hairpin. In the slipstream goes the Czech driver and not down the inside, unfortunately, on this occasion. So through the Schumacher S, he's going to follow through again, and then maybe into the NGK chicane he'll have a go.
Maybe he can. He's slotting in behind for now. Ooh, slight lack of downforce with the car ahead. A little bit of dirt here. But he keeps on track. It's running a little bit wide. Does Ryan Nash and Yuri Terman just searching for a way through. Ooh, is there
wide.
He's gone for the cutback and he's going to get the better exit. There's no way for Ryan Nash to defend with a Ferrari on the outside. And Yuri Terman is up to P3 overall.
He is indeed onto the overall podium. Toman boxed in the satellite racing car on the back of that Ferrari. I think it was a Ferrari anyway that he got boxed in by. So Ryan Nash had to fall behind and go into fourth position. He'll retain second in DPR, let's not forget, but it's still going to be, even though Satellite are going to be a little bit disappointed that they won't get 2 cars on the overall podium, at least they can say they got a 1-2 in DPI.
Precisely so, and well, now the only battle that really remains is that in the GTE class. Berenguer 37 seconds down on David Greco. Adam Baldwin gaining by a second a lap, but again, I hate to say the same thing, but again, those 2 drive-through penalties for him. If it wasn't for those 2 drive-throughs and Jose Berenguer's spin, Jose Berenguer right now would be about 30 seconds behind David Greco, and Adam Baldwin would be around 15 seconds behind Berenguer currently. That's how close it would be. 35 seconds and almost half a minute separating the 3 with less than 1.5 hours remaining.
Yeah, it would be a little bit closer, but unfortunately not on this occasion. All makes part of the drama of an endurance race though, as we look at the replay of what happened between Toman and Nash. It was very, very smart driving from Toman to be able to box that car in, very, very tactically aware of what was around him, made sure that Nash was on the outside line, had no way through there, and yeah, it was a very, very calculated and a very, very good move to make, really, because yeah, it wasn't all about him making a move just cleanly on his own. He did need the help of a GT car, but he used it absolutely perfectly to his advantage.
Yeah, you can't fault him one bit for that. And now into pits comes Ryan Nash. 1 minute 20 remaining, so he's going to have one more stop. Meanwhile, for Yuri Terman, he's going to have a much shorter final couple of stops. How are things going down the order? Adam Baldwin still 33 seconds down, 32 seconds now. Jose Berenguer still 38 behind. Last time round, actually, Adam Baldwin 1.5 seconds quicker than Greco. Berenguer an entire second quicker than Greco. So the gap is coming down slowly but surely, but you know, it's kind of yo-yoing. I like kind of combined yo-yoing and seesawing. Yeah, it's yo-yoing up and down. Yeah, exactly, yo-yoing up and down, but it's slowly getting smaller and smaller. And well, we'll see whether Berenguer can bring it any closer to Greco.
I like yo-yoing. I might use that. It's quite good.
I'll have to explain it though when you do.
Oh yeah, it's just it will take a lot of explaining, but it's quite good anyway. Yeah, I like it. Ryan Nash makes his way out of the pit lane though in the DPI category. He's going to carry on in 4th place, because in 5th at the moment it's Carlos Basto, who's still a fair way in front of Dylan Claver, now driving the Juices Motorsport Club number 15. Yes, he is 2 laps in front now, actually. It's Pedro Ramada driving as well, not Carlos Basto. There is the pit wall of the DIS SR Lab team, the 45, I believe that is them anyway. There's their car. P5 for them today. They've had such a fantastic start to the season that I think if you just said at the start of the season before Indianapolis that, you know, you're going to get a P5 by round 4, they'd be like, oh, great, in the GT category. But, you know, given the results they've had so far this season, this is a little bit almost of a step backwards for them. And I don't exactly know why, but, you know, they might have been hoping for a little bit better this weekend.
Yeah, they may very well have been. I mean, especially with how many of the incidents we have already had. And, well, 1 hour 8, well, I think actually 1 hour 15 minutes remaining now. Adam Baldwin, 31 seconds behind Berenguer. He's closing in. The man is pushing. I don't know if it's going to be enough to close in the gap.
No, I'm not entirely sure at the moment either.
Ooh, there's been some spicy news in the Euros as well for anyone who's interested.
Go on, yeah, I'm ready for it.
0-0 is going to extra time.
It's gone to extra time, has it? Wow.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
Austria had an offside goal as well, so...
Yeah, I did see they had a goal disallowed, so... yeah, wow. Italy looked so good in the group stage, but now look...
Yeah, but I mean, who did Italy play in the group stage, right?
Well, yeah, Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, they were...
I mean, yeah, I mean, when you think about the second best team in their group was Wales, who got thrashed 4-0 by Denmark. It's not exactly like it was a tough group.
Well,
you get beaten by Denmark, like...
Yeah, you've got to be bad to get beaten by Denmark, to be honest.
Let's not forget, getting beaten by Denmark that doesn't have Christian Eriksen, that's like getting beaten by Portugal without Ronaldo.
Yeah, it is a little bit. You're right.
But I had to put that again.
Yeah, well, yeah, to be honest, Denmark have been very strong so far, but the only reason I said that, and I agree with you, is because we've got Danish people listening, and just trying to wind people up. So there we go.
You're not the person who winds people up. You're supposed to be the commentator that appeases people, and I do the winding up.
Well, I didn't actually think bad then. I just disagree.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, it's I swear there's some kind of saying that, you know, silence is, you know, is compliance, right?
Silence is the best form of violence or something? I don't know.
No, silence is compliance.
Okay,
silence is the best form of violence.
Oh, okay.
Silence is the best form of violence.
I don't know. It might be in a library.
What?
I don't know. I've never tried violence in a library before.
Have you tried violence anyway, Ewan?
Oh, sorry. Well, anyway.
Did Denmark lose, Peter?
Ramada have had some kind of problem, apparently.
No.
But they look like they're still going.
Worthy, Peter? Ooh. Well, I don't think it's going to be enough to allow Dylan Klaver and Uses Motorsport Club to rejoin into the battle, rejoin into the fray. Oh no, I've got a message from the 404 team boss, which is, you know, some, let's just say it's some pro-Denmark speech.
Pro-Denmark speech, yeah, I know. John's been threatening me as well.
No, I know.
John's been threatening me, so, yeah. We probably shouldn't have said that. But
no, I stand by it. I stand by it.
Oh, we're waiting.
I want Denmark to do well, but
yeah. I mean, to be fair, this time next EEWC race we'll know a whole lot more. Yeah, so looking forward to that. 24 hours of Spa, of course.
Yeah. I probably would have forgotten a whole lot of stuff, to be honest. So I'd actually say I'll know less. You'll be like, yo, you remember the Euros? And I'll be like, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would probably remember who won, and I won't remember anyone else.
Well, oh yikes.
I remember Denmark scored some goals in the middle of the race here at Nürburgring, and that's it.
Yeah, I won't remember. My eardrums won't forget that. I can tell you that for free, because that was loud. But yeah.
Adam Baldwin is 30 seconds behind Jose Berenguer. They're closing. If only they didn't have those penalties. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about this.
Yeah, you keep mentioning it, but it is true. They could have done without the penalties.
It's if anyone tunes in, it's just a way of reminding them what happened.
I mean, 30 seconds, just over an hour to go. About a second a lap they're going to need. Is that possible for them? I'm sort of doubting it really. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. You never know, but I am leaning towards no at this point.
So, Ewan, what should we do for the next 1 hour, 13 minutes?
I don't know. Replay on the screen as well, by the way.
Oh, okay. So this is Pedro Ramada then, who is heading towards... Oh, okay, just outbrakes himself and returns onto the circuit. Fair enough. So you lost, what, a couple of seconds?
Probably. So yeah, another incident, another thing going wrong for somebody out there, which is not great, obviously. But yeah, we've still got just over an hour to go. At the moment, I guess the battles that are likely to change, I guess GTE in any capacity, and also finally the battle with Team E Brit and DSR Nightmare. DSR Nightmare have just been into the pit lane, by the way. So that's why that has changed around. So they've still got one more pit stop to go after that one. And Team E Brit will be pitting shortly as well, I would imagine. But they're catching the 777 very quickly indeed.
I'm just keeping an eye on GTE class as per usual. And Adam Baldwin, 29 seconds behind Joseph Berenguer. Come on, guys in YouTube. Do you think Adam Baldwin can close in 30 seconds to Joseph Berenguer? For those who are watching through non-YouTube means and you want to get involved, hashtag GTR24H on Twitter, and or you can just add me on Twitter at Milky073 and scream at me and tell me what you think.
Cheeky. Self-plug? I don't know what you call that.
Or if I'd say you can get Ewan O'Leary at Ewan_O'Leary, but he never looks at his Twitter, so...
I do look at my Twitter.
In fairness, you have been looking at it recently, so I'll give you that.
I do look at my Twitter quite often. I'm somewhat amazed, actually, that I managed to steal the first Ewan_O'Leary, actually. How's there none of the else of me?
There's some milky cereal guy who has milky cereal. He hasn't been online on Twitter in like 10 years.
Trolling your username.
Activate these accounts is really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm quite gobsmacked. But anyway, we're going to take our penultimate commercial break here before the end of this race. Just over an hour to go at the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. We'll be back in a few moments' time with more racing from the 12 Hours of Nürburgring. Back in a moment.
The Endurance E-Racing World Championship 12 Hours of Nürburgring is presented in partnership with Global Flicks, Film Volt, Viper Gaming by Patriot, ESTV, and Motorvision.tv.
A 1v2 for the tournament. Pressure is on.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Nürburgring. 12 hours, the fourth round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship in 2021, brought to you by GTR 24H. It's good to be along. I'm Ewan O'Leary commentating for you alongside you, Spencer Hale, for this race. Still an hour to go, as I mentioned, and GTE pit stops are nearly upon us for the very final time here today. Adam Bowman's just got himself to less than 30 seconds behind World of Sim Racing. I promised to not say that he could do without those penalties again, because we've said it enough yet.
I'll say it for you.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I wasn't saying.
I thought you were actually going to.
No,
Okay.
I'm going to say it as a surprise.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Okay. I'll be. I'm looking forward to it. But anyway, yes, it's. I'm waiting to see if World of Sim Racing is going to come in this time, which is why I paused for a moment. But my timing just froze, so it didn't, it's back again. And it turns out that Berenguer decided not to pit on that occasion. Yes, that's worked out fine in the end. Berenguer going to go for 34 laps on this occasion. Very little that Berenguer can do at this point, even with David Greco at the wheel. Arguably slightly slower than Manuel Biancalula, who's been driving for much of the day, but still very, very quick, and still more than able to hold his own, you would think, to Jose Berenguer for the final 2 hours of this race, which you will have been driving for.
Yeah. So, all of the top three in the GTE class still have to make their pit stop, correct?
GTE, yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay. So, we're expecting David Greco to be pitting sometime soon, because remember, he's done one less pit stop than everyone else around him, so he should be pitting shortly. And then Jose Berenguer and Adam Baldwin will be pitting a little bit after those two. So Adam Baldwin is going to be gaining a fair bit of time, because he should be able to get more of a splash and dash. And we'll have to see whether he changes tyres. If he doesn't change tyres, he might actually come out ahead of Berenguer and then have to defend from him for the remaining hour or so of the race.
Oh, Berenguer's going to go for a 35th lap now. I think.
Let's go.
Is this a 35th lap? I'll just refresh, just to make sure. He's done 341 laps now, and that's a good 35 laps he's done. This will be 36 laps. Wow.
Pretty snatchy.
That's a long time. Longer than I was expecting anyway. Team E-Brit, by the way, are in the pit lane. And Carl Leikagor has got into the GSR Nightmare car to end the race. So can Carl Leikagor keep in front of Matt Webb? That's the question in LMP2. Is it even going to be Matt Webb driving the car? Yes, it's going to be Ben Corbin who's going to end off that car. 50 seconds, just over an hour. Can he catch Carl Leikagor? And he's got a slightly shorter pit stop as well, but I still think it's a tall order at 50 seconds.
Yep. Well, we'll see. We shall see. We could go 30 seconds behind Matt Webb. I think it's possible. I believe. Do you believe in the web?
Is that a reference?
No, I think I wanted to go like Spider-Man with that, but then I couldn't work out a way to do it. Anyway, it's Ben Corbin in the car now anyway, so... I mean, I could go with, do you believe in Corbin and go with like a Labour...
Wow. Let's no. Let's not do that. Disaster. Jose Berenguer comes into the pit lane with just under an hour to go in this race after a monumental stint, actually, in terms of its length anyway. 342 laps, which is 37 laps on a tank of fuel in a Porsche, if my calculations are correct. I almost feel like I'm doing the maths wrong on that because it's such a long stint, but he is into the pit lane now, and he's looking to try and win this race in GTE. Still difficult for him to do that, especially since Greco has got a 37-second head start and a shorter pit stop. There's almost no way Berenguer can get through without any issues, so just no mistakes here. He'll take that car home to a second place. That would mean the championship would change again. It would be in the favour of Musto GT Esports by just 4 points on this occasion, so that would be good to see going into the Spa and Le Mans rounds as Musto try to defend their GTE title and win the EEWC for a second year in a row in GTE. Yeah, looks like it's going to be a close run thing.
Greco into the pits. Greco in the pits as Berenguer feeds out of the pits. Meanwhile, Adam Baldwin still going to be plodding around here. Well, I say plodding around. He's going fairly quickly, to be fair. And we'll see what he can pull off.
More of a gallop.
Yeah.
Yes.
More of a pelting it around.
Yes.
Bombing it.
Yeah. Coming through the Schumacher S at the moment. He might not quite take the overall lead here. Oh, Boy Milan, by the way, has gone into the World of Sim Racing car in GTE. So he's going to be the one driving for the final portion of this race in GTE. For World of Sim Racing. Can he catch David Greco or not? Will it even be Greco? Will it be Bianca Lula again? I don't think so, because this 1 hour stint through the middle would seem a little bit pointless, although it could be a change around once again. They've just done it between the two of them though in this race, David Greco and Manuel Bianca Lula, as that was a bit of an issue. One of the Ferraris going off at the expense of as Adam Baldwin comes into the pit lane. One of the Ferraris going off there, and that must be B32 Racing, who were just tipped off there by, I believe, Kim Pedersen, quite possibly. Or Kim Pedersen, I think it was. So even at this point, drivers making mistakes, and
Baldwin in the pits.
Yeah, he is. Where's Milan going to be? Milan's had to put past him, I'd imagine. He had to put 2 laps of extra fuel in, did Milan, and a driver change, but I don't think that's going to stop them.
Baldwin's been stopped in the pits for 33 seconds now. We'll see how long that is in total, but he might actually fully fuel up that car, do the same length, and then just use up more fuel during his stop, just so that he can push full quality laps without having to worry about the fuel at all. And that's kind of what you want for a final stint. As the revs start to rise for Adam Baldwin, 54 seconds stationary as he rolls, and this time he does trundle out of the pit lane.
Plods out.
Yes.
Plodding out of the pit lane, but anyway.
Now he's galloping.
He is towards turn 1. There we go. Nearly 25 seconds is the gap up to World of Sim Racing. 56 minutes to go in the race.
Not gallivanting production, right? Okay, gallivanting has a different term to it. Gallivanting means like you're doing something wrong, I feel. It's like you're just gallivanting around without a care in the world. And I feel like Adam Baldwin does have a care in the world.
I don't really know what's happening, but because no, I don't know what the word gallivanting even means, but
okay, you know what? Gallivanting.
We're gonna Google definitions live. Yeah, okay.
To travel, roam, or move about for pleasure. Yes, and I don't think Adam Baldwin is going for pleasure. He's going with a purpose.
Because Nick Newcomb has told him to drive. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yes. Well. You can say, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is it standing still with a purpose, or is it moving around with a purpose? More news in the Euros. Oh, interesting.
Is it 1-0 or is it 2-0?
Which one do you think?
I'll just check my phone.
What I will say is there are a lot of people celebrating.
Yeah. Including everybody at Musto, I'd imagine.
Yes.
If indeed Manuel Brancolin is a football fan, David Greco's not going to know unless Manuel told him.
They will not tell David Greco until after the race. They're like, you want to know the result? You finish the race first.
You can't know until you've finished. That would set me on edge, that would, driving. My mind would completely be on other things, but even if they told you, maybe your mind would be on that as well, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would be.
Maybe it's the best idea to just not like football if you're doing an endurance race at this time.
Yeah, true. It's just be told that there's no football going on. And for anyone wondering, why is Yusuf bin Sahel doing these slightly offensive accents? I'm allowed to because I'm half Italian, so
yeah. I'm not going to attempt an Italian accent. I'm not going to attempt an accent of any kind because I'm not very good at it. Not because it's offensive or anything, but I'm just not very good at it. No, just not because I'm good. Just because I'm not very good at it. Good at it, excuse me. So there we go. Good, yeah, whatever. DSR Nightmare, by the way, have somehow found themselves in front of Viaducton, and I don't quite know how that happens.
Viaducton had that 3-lap penalty, didn't they?
Well, yeah, but they overtook DSR Nightmare a long time ago. They repassed the 777 a long time ago.
Viaducton, Dunlop, and the others are down through.
There was a chicane for Lycagore.
I think that's accurate, because remember when Viaducton rejoined, they had to be given a 3-lap penalty, right? So that would have put them.
Yeah, but I remember Viaducton getting through on Salzgård.
Oh yeah, but didn't they have like an extra pit stop to do?
I don't really know. It was a 3-minute 48 on the last lap, which suggests a fairly long stop, really.
Well, maybe that's where the issue has occurred. Good detective work.
It just seems a little bit out of the ordinary, really.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm going to wait for Viaducton to come across the line here, and then we'll get a lap time from them. But Ben Corbin is certainly catching Carl Lycagore at the moment. Whether it's by enough or not is a different issue. 1.7 seconds from Viaducton to Lycagore on that lap time. So certainly a catching effect from the number 1 on the number 777. The gap is now 23.3 seconds between the two of them. So at the rate they're going, we will get that battle towards the end for an overall position rather than a positioning class.
Well, meanwhile, in the GTE class, I think David Greco is flying. He went green in the final sector, which is practically purple. 51. He went a second quicker than Boya Milan. Adam Baldwin, actually, though, almost setting his new personal best of the race, which would have been the new fastest lap of the race for the GTE class. So he is catching 1.5 seconds quicker than Boya Milan. Last time round was Adam Baldwin. 20 seconds between the pair of them. Maybe. Just maybe there is a chance for him to close it.
The glimmer. The glimmer of hope. At the front of the race, it's still 37.7 seconds, but further behind, it is a little bit closer. Adam Baldwin is going to be a man on a mission trying to find those seconds. Juices Motorsport Club, let's not forget, not really in this championship fight. 31 points adrift coming into today, and even if they came second, there will be 39 leaving to muster. Or will it be 39? Oh, this is difficult maths to work out now.
37. Oh, wait, no. 39, yeah, they've got fast lap as well.
Well, hang on.
Wait, no. 38. You don't get a point for fast lap. They just get the point for completing the race, yeah.
Juices would lose 8 points
Juices
to
get
Musto.
18, they get 18 and 1. 18 for second, 1 for completing the race.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
So 38.
Yeah, but they would lose 8 to Musto on the weekend because Musto got pole position.
Why? Okay, Ewan, why are you trying to work this out by working out how much points they lose to Musto? You just want to...
Because Musto are going to be leading the championship, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's no point in working out the gap between Juices and Water Sim Racing.
Okay, right, so Juices will be on 38 points. Musto are on 46, and they're going to get the whole shebang.
Oh, you're working it out on points. I'm working it out on the... Yeah, we're working... Our brains working in different ways,
Okay,
but you're telling me to do it your way.
If you want to work it out, Musto got 27 this round, and Juices get 18. So the gap is going to extend by 11 points to what it currently is, and the gap currently is 27, so it's going to be 38 points.
It's going to be 35.
That's 101 with milk cereal. Wait, what?
35 between Musto and Juices.
No.
Yeah,
Wait.
it is. I'm right.
If Juices get second or if Juices get third?
Juices get second, I'm talking about.
Okay.
If Juices get third, you're right.
If Juices get second, they get 18 points, and Musto are going to get 27, so it's 9 points to say yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, no. It's 36 points then.
No, but it's not 9 points, is it? It's only 8.
25, 27. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's 8.
Anyway,
We filled up so much time. That was awesome,
anyway,
right? That was
never.
scripted.
No, it wasn't. It was awful. But
Awful but brilliant.
it wasn't brilliant. It was just.
I think we should let
terrible.
YouTube chat decide whether that was brilliant or not.
Okay, well, yeah, if they're even still there. But
I
yeah,
will have you know there are a whopping... Wait, hang on, let me find the number.
how many people are on YouTube?
Yeah, well, I can't see them. Oh, wait, we've got 18 people currently watching, and probably 10 of them, it's gone up to 19. They're inviting their friends over. That's how much they want to hear this discussion. And out of those 19, I reckon 10 of them don't have the stream muted. Plus, then you've got to include like Twitch, Facebook.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of places where
all
they
of
could.
that stuff.
I know there's a lot of places where people will be watching, but definitely not watching for us argue about maths.
My invisible friend staring over my shoulder.
Whoa, that's okay. Whoa. It's getting a little bit scary now. But yeah, Halloween's in October. We don't need this. Anyway,
God, should we do the Le Mans race with
No.
Halloween costume?
no, what a ridiculous idea.
So quickly.
Yeah.
You're the one who brought up Halloween.
I don't even know what I did. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
I've got a better idea, right? October, it's a LAN event, right? What about if we go to all of the drivers in their sim rigs and we do trick or treat? And right, if we trick them, then we like just, I don't know, we like unplug their steering wheel or something.
I mean, it's a terrible idea.
Is it?
Yeah.
We can literally target the drivers who are getting too far.
Who are winning?
Yeah, exactly, to bring it closer. It's like Bernie's idea with the sprinkler system, but better.
Well, it doesn't get much better than the sprinklers, does it?
See, the issue with the sprinkler system is you sprinkle rain down and it affects drivers, but it affects everyone. This way we can literally target drivers.
Just target people, people you don't like. So anyway,
like safety cars.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah, well, anyway.
Well, there was a lot of wells in that.
I was just deciding what I think about that in my head before I speak. So I just feel
Consider it. Oh my god, this Italian guy is running so quickly. Okay, sorry, he literally just ran past about 7 people.
Yeah, I've just realised you're watching the football and not talking about a Musto driver.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, the Musto driver is going even quicker than that Italian guy, to be honest.
Yeah, they are.
Being his way through even more traffic than the Italian guy had to get through.
Yeah, Larkigood just got through on him. He's being caught at the moment by 2 drivers. Viaducting in the DPI, the gap now 14.5 seconds to the number 1. And then Ben Corbin is also closing in, although you've got to remember that the margin we're seeing is an interval gap, so it's 38 seconds, but the gap's actually 52 to Carl Larkigood. I think that might be a little bit too far, because at the moment now we're looking at 2 seconds a lap or maybe more for Ben Corbin to be able to get there. It might be just a bridge too far, quite possibly.
Ooh, you said 2 seconds a lap. That is also the amount that Adam Baldwin just caught up at Boya Milan on the last time round. The gap between them, 18 seconds with 47 minutes, so let's say 25 laps remaining.
Well,
do you believe in Adam Baldwin?
Do I believe?
Yeah, do you believe? Do the fans out there, do you believe in Adam Baldwin and Yusuf?
What his name?
No, I forgot the team's name. So I took longer over the Adam Baldwin so I could remember Yusuf. Yeah, I had to decide, do I want to offend Adam Baldwin or went with, I'd rather offend Adam Baldwin.
Right. Yeah, you're right. The gap is coming down, and the gap, to be fair to David Greco, is not exactly going up. So it's not like Boya Milan's going slowly, I don't think. But that Adam Baldwin's maybe just picking up the pace a little bit with 45 minutes to go. As head in hands for Yusuf, I wonder.
Austria just missed a golden opportunity.
Oh,
they could have made this such a tight game.
Oh dear. He's not even paying attention to the race anymore.
I am paying attention on both. Look, all I have to do right now is literally, I have 2 jobs for the GTR stream. It's just look at the gap between Boya Milan and Adam Baldwin and just say how it's updating right now. And then every now and then I can glimpse back to the Euros and see how that's developing. It's multitasking.
I don't have the internet connection to do that. Really.
I've got about 20 tabs open. Like I can't do this. I've got the stream open. I've got the track map open. I've got Twitter open, hashtag GTR248. I've got Google Meet open. I've got the spreadsheet with all the driver names and the teams. I've got qualifying results open and the championship standings open.
It's it's pretty remarkable. Yeah, I can't do that. I've only got the Google Meet and the live timing open to look at things and to control cameras and things like that. So yeah, but anyway, that's a bit of a behind the scenes. Viaducton are closing in though on Carl Larkigood.